had breakfast. Gao Yan called Sun Ruoshi and Li Yingnan to the room. Yingnan, you have a good foundation in martial arts and can officially learn martial arts. I suggest you go to Nandu with me. Gao Yan said to Li Yingnan. Okay, master, there is no problem on my side. Li Yingnan quickly expressed, it's just that I have to trouble master in the future. Although you have already entered Mingjin, if you want to make progress, it's best to stay with me and study. Gao Yan's eyes turned to Sun Ruoshi again. Disciple, follow the master's arrangements. Sun Ruoshi said obediently. Okay, you go back and pack your luggage, we'll go back to Nandu right now. Gao Yan said that Tu Yun had a private plane, so there was no need to buy a ticket. The two girls just left. There was a knock on the door. Gao Yan opened the door and saw that the person coming was actually the heads of the Nangong family, Dongfang family, and Dong family. www. The three heads of the family, please come in. Gao Yan welcomed the three people in. Grandmaster Gao, thank you for your help yesterday. Nangong Xian said gratefully. Yes, Grandmaster Gao, we are here to thank you today. Dongfang Lin followed. Okay, I feel the thoughts of the three family heads. Is there anything else? Gao Yan asked. He had no intention of having close friendship with the five major families. Grandmaster Gao, this is the wish of our three families. While talking, the three of them each handed over a bank card. How much is in it? Gao Yan asked. There are 10 billion in each card, and the password is 6 sixes. Nangong Passage. Okay, then I'm welcome. Gao Yan reached out and collected the 3 bank cards. Seeing that Gao Yan received it so happily, the 3 family heads were all overjoyed. It seemed that the news they had heard was correct. Gao Yan loved money very much. 30 billion in hand. The system prompt arrives, asking him whether to upgrade. Gao Yan gave an order in his mind and directly upgraded the system to 3 levels in a row. Grandmaster Gao, I heard that you have a unique medicinal wine. We also want to purchase a batch. What do you think? Nangong Xian said again. Sure. A smile appeared on Gao Yan's face. How about 200 bottles a month? Nangong Xian asked tentatively. 200 bottles for the 3 of you? No, is it okay to have 200 bottles per family? Nangong Xian's posture was extremely low. Sure. Gao Yan agreed without hesitation. However, I'm afraid this medicinal wine cannot be delivered so quickly, it will take at least a week. Okay, it doesn't matter. Nangong Xian said disapprovingly, they could still afford to wait for 7 days. By the way, Grandmaster Gao, I wonder if we can pay a visit to your master? Nangong Xian said cautiously. The 5 of them have a lot of elixir power, but they don't have a single gang power. And Gao Yan's ancestor was at least in the middle stage of gang gene. If he could visit him and get advice, maybe their family would be able to give birth to a gang gene, and then they wouldn't have to be afraid of Su Long. I'm sorry to the 3 heads of the family. I can't make the final decision on master's affairs. However, after I return to Nandu, I can report your visit. Request to master. If master agrees, I will inform you again. Okay, then thank you, Grandmaster Gao. The 3 family heads quickly stood up and thanked them. Send 3 people away. Gao Yan took his 2 disciples and took Tu Yun's car towards the airport. Early 10 in the morning. Gao Yan took his 2 apprentices to number 15 Yujinjuan. You 2 can choose any 2 rooms to stay in. Gao Yan took the two girls to the second floor and asked them to choose a room to live in. Then he threw them to Chu Xiao and asked him to teach the two girls. Li Yingnan's foundation is very good. Chu Xiao asserted that as long as she learned the exercises, she would be able to enter Mingjin in a few days. Subsequently, Gao Yan summoned Chu Hong and Chu Yu to the warehouse. Let them make medicinal wine with Zhao Mei. After all, such a large order was signed this time. Zhao Mei had to purchase and make medicinal wine on her own. Even if she was a Huajin warrior, she would not be able to handle it. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The system upgrade is completed. Upgraded from level 17 to level 20. Gao Yan made 3 selections and won 6 top draws and 90 free attribute points. Ding, 5 top draws can be combined into 1 super draw. Can the host combine it? Get system prompts. Gao Yan couldn't help but look thoughtful. The top draw can no longer draw anything that will greatly benefit him. So, after a slight hesitation, he made a decision. System, synthesize super lottery. Ding, the synthesis is completed. Congratulations to the host for winning a super lottery. System, use super draw. Ding, the super lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a God-seeing immortality experience card. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel happy. Seeing that the gods are not bad is the next level of Gangjin. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan's mind fell on the experience card of seeing the gods and being indestructible. Seeing the gods and being indestructible is also called the realm of gods, which is the highest state of martial arts. As for whether anyone in the world has reached this level, it is unknown. Once this God-seeing indestructible card is used, it will have the initial strength of the God-seeing indestructible card. It lasts for 1 hour and the conditions for use are Gangjin warriors. There is actually one more usage requirement. But Gao Yan didn't care, anyway, he was not far from Gangjin. Put the card into the mustard seed space. Gao Yan also used the remaining top draws. Perhaps the system knew that Gao Yan was short of manpower, and actually drew 3 biochemicals. The 3 biochemicals are all Danjin warriors. But they are only in the early stage of Danjin. Gao Yan named them Chu He, Chu Jiang and Chu Yu respectively. Chu He and Chu Jiang are both male, and Chu Yu is female. The age of the 3 is 25 years old. Gao Yan directly put them in the warehouse and let them make medicinal wine together. With the addition of 3 biochemicals, the speed of making medicinal wine has greatly increased. There are 90 free attribute points left. Gao Yan thought about it and added it to the spirit, which made the spirit soar by 30 points to 209 points. With the spirit breaking through 200 points, Gao Yan's perception directly expanded to a radius of 1 kilometer. In addition, his control over the body has reached a new height. At the same time, his mental power can also be released. However, the current range of the spirit is not large, only 100 meters. The duration is not long, less than a minute. But Gao Yan does not dislike it at all. The spirit power is released, indicating that he can use the spirit to directly affect the enemy. If he fights with Su Long now, even if his physique is not as good as the opponent, he can defeat the opponent with his spirit power. Imagine that during the fight, the spirit power directly penetrates into the opponent's mind and punches him. And the head is the weakest point. TSK, this spirit power is simply killing people invisibly. Gao Yan was secretly excited. At 5:10 in the afternoon, Gao Yan appeared downstairs of a teaching building of Yangdong Science with flowers in his arms. The bell rang. College students walked out of the teaching building one by one. Seeing Gao Yan standing there with flowers in his arms, they all guessed who this suitor was. Until Xiao Zhuo appeared, Gao Yan walked up with flowers in his arms. "Two beauties, can I invite you to dinner?" Gao Yan said with a smile. Seeing this scene, the students around were dumbfounded. What's going on? This guy is crazy. He actually chased two beauties at once. Just when everyone thought Gao Yan would lose everything, Goddess Zhuo took the rose with a smile and chuckled, "I promised you, but I don't know if the person next to me will agree or not." "Gao Yan, you are sick, what should you do if you are misunderstood?" Song. Yu Fei said unhappily, and then said to Zhuo Jianyue, "You too, why don't you take care of this person in your family?" When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized that this guy was Goddess Zhuo's boyfriend. Number 15, Yu Jinjiwen. It seems particularly lively today. Except for the handsome guy Gao Yan, there were all beautiful women at the dining table. It is worth mentioning that when Gao Yan went to pick up classmate Xiao Zhuo, he met Lin Moer, and then she also came to have a meal. Soon, Chu Xing served carefully prepared dishes to the table. The alluring fragrance made even Li Yingnan and Sun Ruoshi, who came from a wealthy family, feel like they wanted to swallow their saliva. "Everyone use your chopsticks," Gao Yan said with a smile. "Then master and master, I won't be polite." Li Yingnan has a straightforward personality and has no scheming ideas. He quickly picked up his chopsticks and started eating the dishes he liked. A meal. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. After meal, Li Yingnan began to talk about what he saw at the martial arts exchange conference. Xiao Zhuo, Song Yufei and Lin Moer were stunned. Although classmate Xiao Zhuo knew that her boyfriend was quite skilled, she didn't expect that her boyfriend was already so good. Especially the scene of walking on water simply refreshed their outlook. "Brother Yan, I want to see you walk on water." Classmate Xiao Zhuo hugged Gao Yan's arm and said coquettishly. Upon hearing this, Song Yufei and Lin Moer's eyes also shone. "Okay, let's go to the pool." So, the group moved from the living room to the swimming pool. Gao Yan took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his trouser legs, jumped out of thin air, and stood firmly on the water of the pool. The water only submerged the soles of his feet. Suddenly, the three women's eyes widened. Before, they thought Li Yingnan's words were a bit exaggerated, but now that seeing is believing, they felt that they were not exaggerated at all. The next moment, Gao Yan took steps to walk on the water of the pool. If you watch carefully, you will find that all 10 of his toes are moving at a high frequency. At the same time, the soles of his feet will emit strong force from time to time, forming a recoil force. This is why Gao Yan took off his shoes and socks. If you wear shoes and socks separated by 2 layers, it will be difficult to exert strength. At most, you can run on the water, but cannot walk. Went back and forth. Gao Yan jumped up from the bath. Classmate Xiao Zhuo rushed forward and said excitedly, "Hubby, are you a god?" "Yes, I am a fairy, and only a little fairy like you is worthy of me," Gao Yan said with a smile. "Hey, you're spreading dog food again," Song Yufei said in disgust. "You don't like us being such a loser, then you should quickly find a boyfriend to take revenge on us," Gao Yan said with a joking smile. Song Yufei was speechless. By the way, classmate Xiaoxue and I have something to discuss. You two can play. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan, without waiting for the girls to object, put his arms around classmate Xiaoxue's waist, jumped up, landed on the balcony on the second floor, and then disappeared. Seeing this scene, Song Yufei couldn't help but have a look of envy in her eyes, and the word God couple flashed through her mind. Come to the bedroom. Gao Yan was worried about being disturbed, so he locked the door directly. Husband, why don't we just abandon them like this? Xiaoxue said a little coyly. What's wrong? Gao Yan said disapprovingly, we haven't seen each other for a week, don't you miss me? Think. Xiaoxue answered sincerely. Gao Yan also pulled him into his arms, then lowered his head and pressed his lips to hers. Song Yufei and the girls played in the villa for a while. They all went upstairs to rest. After passing by Gao Yan and Shui Jiangyue's bedroom, Song Yufei paused slightly, but she heard the suppressed voice in the room and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. This couple of bitches really have no shame at all. Considering the physical condition of classmate Xiaoxue, Gao Yan failed to do his best in the end. Holding classmate Xiaoxue's fragrant body, Gao Yan thought about how to improve her physique. Although medicinal wine can also improve physical fitness. But Xiaoxue didn't practice martial arts, so the effect would be limited. After all. Thinking of this, he asked gently, baby, do you want to learn martial arts? Can I? Xiaoxue asked in surprise. Of course, if you want to learn, I will teach you. Gao Yan said. Xiaoxue's current physical condition is 80 and his mental strength is not low. It is relatively easy to learn martial arts. Okay, then I'll practice martial arts with you. Classmate Xiaoxue nodded, and the next moment, she whispered in Gao Yan's ear, husband, are you not enjoying yourself to the fullest? Don't think too much. Gao Yan reached out and slapped her buttocks. Oh. Classmate Xiaoxue responded obediently, rubbed her face on Gao Yan's chest, and then hugged her boyfriend tightly. She knew that her boyfriend was not enjoying himself to the fullest. Gao Yan's thinking continued to diverge. Yesterday's party resulted in a large number of orders. There will definitely be huge gains to come. Since there is a primary constitution genetic medicine liquid, there is also an intermediate level. If you can extract the intermediate physique genetic liquid, you can improve your girlfriend's physique. The next day, Gao Yan drove Xiaoxue and his 3 classmates to Yangdong University, and then drove to Nandu University. It is worth mentioning. One day later, Gao Yan's physique increased by 4 points, reaching 187 points. 13 points away from 200 points. Enter the classroom. Passing by Yang Yu's seat, the other party snorted in dissatisfaction. Gao Yan had no reaction to this. This made Yang Yu even angrier. Gao Yan never spoiled a young lady like Yang Yu. It had to be said. Those martial arts families were still very quick. In just one morning, the remaining 500 bottles of medicinal wine were completely traded out. Another 9 billion yuan of payment was deposited into Gao Yan's account. The system experience broke through 10 billion again, meeting the upgrade requirements. Upgrade. There was nothing to say, Gao Yan still wanted to draw the intermediate gene liquid. The system father was always considerate, it knew his needs, maybe it could really let him draw. As for the others who didn't get the goods, they didn't make a fuss, but found a hotel in Nandu to stay and wait for the next batch of goods. At noon, Gao Yan came to Green Island International with the gifts he brought back from Sioux City. The sister-in-law knew that her brother-in-law was back, so she came back to eat. She was very happy to receive the gift, and couldn't help but kiss Gao Yan on the cheek. Chen Yue didn't react. But her grandmother looked a little worried. It was past 3 in the afternoon. The system upgrade was complete. Gao Yan directly chose the second option. Therefore, he received 2 top draws and 30 free attribute points. The attribute points were still added to the spirit, making the spirit reach 219 points. System, use 2 top draws. Ding, start the top draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate constitution gene. Liquid medicine production process, congratulations to the host for obtaining a designated land purchase card. The prize has been issued to the system. Space, please check it yourself. Haha. Gao Yan couldn't help laughing when he heard the 2 prizes drawn. The system dad is really considerate, and these 2 prizes are what he needs. First of all, he integrated the production process of the intermediate constitution gene liquid medicine. After taking this intermediate constitution gene liquid medicine, the constitution can be increased to 90 points. And the 90-point constitution is comparable to the power of transformation. Besides, as for the designated land purchase card, as long as a piece of land is designated, it can be taken at the market price. It just so happened that he needed land to build the magical matter. Now with this card, many unnecessary steps can be omitted. Thinking of this, Gao Yan first called Zhao Mei, a bioman with Huajin, and asked him to prepare the materials needed to make the intermediate physical gene liquid. Then, he drove to the suburbs, looking for suitable land. Soon, Gao Yan drove to the northern suburbs of Nandu. Compared with the other 3 suburbs, the northern suburbs are more remote, because this area is a mountainous and forested area and is not suitable for development. Gao Yan parked the car on the side of the road, climbed a hill not far from the road. Standing on the top of the mountain, you can completely see dozens of miles in 3 directions. Behind the hill, there is a mountain forest, and the area in the other 3 directions stretches up and down. There is a village in the valley a few miles away. Gao Yan secretly pondered that if he wanted to build a magical villa in this area, it would probably cost a lot of money just to build flat land. But is he short of money? Of course there is no shortage. Now his system reserve funds have exceeded 2.4 trillion. Even if it costs 100 to 200 million yuan, it will only be a drizzle. Because of the topography here, real estate developers looked down upon it. Therefore, it was sparsely populated. Gao Yan built the magical matter and didn't want to attract too many people's attention. Therefore, no one pays attention here, but it is an advantage. A thought came to my mind. The designated land purchase card appeared in Gao Yan's hand. He silently delineated a piece of land in his heart, totaling 120 acres. Although 100 acres is enough to build a manor, buying an additional 20 acres is fine. Follow closely. A quotation appeared on the designated land purchase card, and the quotation for the land in his circle was 180 million. I'll go, it's so low. Gao Yan felt happy. Although he was not short of money, he was happy to spend less money. Does the host buy it? Buy. As soon as he finished speaking, the card turned into light and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, his hand sank slightly, and there was an extra document bag. www. When I opened it, I saw various approval documents and documents. In other words, the 120 acres he just designated will belong to him for the next 70 years. As for after 70 years, he only needs to pay a land use fee to the government department, and he can use it for another 70 years. The land in his circle is thousands of meters away from the provincial road. Therefore, if we want to carry out construction, we have to build a road to get in. But this is not a problem. Just hand it over directly to the construction company. Returning to the roadside, getting in the car, Gao Yan drove straight to Tianyun Club. You didn't have your little girlfriend with you, why did you come to me? Tu Yun was very happy to see Gao Yan's arrival, but she was teasing him. Don't I miss Sister Yun? Gao Yan said with a smile. Okay, put away your trick of coaxing little girls. My sister won't accept this trick. Tell me, what do you want from me? Tu Yun said disapprovingly. Hey. After being exposed by Tu Yun, Gao Yan was not embarrassed at all. Sister Yun, I have acquired a piece of land in the northern suburbs. Do you still? Remember the last time I told you about building a manor, right? Northern suburbs? Tu Yun frowned slightly. Why did you go to the northern suburbs, to get the land? Gao Yan explained, although it is more difficult to develop over there, it is better than being quiet. Okay, as long as you're happy with it. Tu Yun didn't say anything else, because real estate developers had to consider development costs when acquiring land, but the person in front of him was a big business owner. A party created 100 billion orders. Would such a person care about the cost of 100 to 200 million? Tu Yun pondered and said, there are 3 strongest construction groups in Nandu. One is the national-sized Huatai Group, the other is Wanlong Group, and the third is Hengda. Huatai Group does not accept small projects, and Wanlong. The group's construction companies basically serve their own group and rarely do external projects. The construction companies under Hengda Group are quite good. Many precious building materials and wood will be used in the construction process of the magical manor. And there are a lot of them. Ordinary small construction companies don't have the strength to get these things. Therefore, when choosing a construction company, you must choose a capable one. So, Gao Yan took out a stack of drawings and handed them to Tu Yun. Sister Yun, you want to find someone to help me calculate the cost. After the cost comes out, I will contact Huatai and Hengda. He had previously had a dispute between his classmate Xiaozhua and the son of a shareholder in Bandung. Although the other party apologized in the end, he did not want the Bandung group to make money from him. Okay, I will arrange for someone to come up with a cost estimate as soon as possible. Tu Yun nodded. After talking about business, Gao Yan had another dinner at Tu Yun's place. Before leaving, return to number 15 Yujing. Gao Yan discovered that Chu Xiu was practicing with Li Yingnan, Sun Ruoshi, and Wang Tainan. When he went to Sioux City, Wang Tainan had not yet entered Mingjin. Not seen for a few days. The other party has already entered Mingjin. I have to say that the other party's talent is really strong, not even Li Yingnan can match. Boss, do you want to have dinner? Chu Xing asked. No, I've already eaten. Gao Yan waved his hand. Returning to the bedroom upstairs, he also started practicing. More than 2 hours later, his physique increased by 4 points again, reaching 191 points. Pick up the phone and take a look. There are several unread WeChat messages. They were sent by Li Chaonan, Xing Xiaoyu, Qin Yusen and Xiaozhua, respectively. Li Chaonan sent him a WeChat message to tell him that the movie Brothers in Need has exceeded 1 billion in box office, and the company plans to hold a celebration party to stimulate the box office. Many celebrities and industry insiders will also be invited to participate. Ask him if he has time to go to Shanghai to attend the celebration party. After thinking about it, Gao Yan rejected Li Chaonan. He had no intention of getting involved in the entertainment industry. He founded Xingchen Entertainment to compete with Han Shengyu and disgust him. But Han Shengyu had already given up, and Gao Yan had already vented his anger with the failure of the movie released by the other party. Besides, even if hard-working brothers finally had a box office of 1.2 billion, there would really be little money to share. And the production cycle was very long, at least several months. For him, making hundreds of millions in a few months was too slow and too little. Li Chaonan was a little unwilling, so he took the initiative to tempt him with female stars and told him that at least 3 popular young actresses would come to the celebration banquet. Although Gao Yan had little contact with the entertainment industry, not every star was Chen Yusin. To climb to the current position, he must have paid a lot. And he was notoriously picky, so naturally he was not interested in these female stars. Xing Xiaoyu sent him a WeChat message to tell him that the script he had given him before had been filmed. Because the script was simplified and some plots were deleted, the filming was only 60 minutes. The short film is currently being dubbed and matched with music, and the finished product will be available in a week at most. As for Xiaozhua, he had nothing to do with him, but habitually sent him WeChat. Finally, it was Chen Yusin. After being popular for more than a month, her popularity has dropped a lot. After all, it is a fast-paced society now, and it is quite good for a song to be popular for more than a month. Therefore, she also had some free time and planned to come to Nandu to find him on Thursday, which is tomorrow. Gao Yan thought about it and told her not to come to Nandu, but to wait for him in Modu, and he would go to Modu to find her. After dealing with his girlfriends, it was already 11 o'clock. Gao Yan simply washed up and went to bed. Early next morning, Gao Yan looked at the class schedule and there was a class in the morning. But he planned to run away because he had a lot to do today. Zhao Mei has already prepared the materials for making the intermediate level genetic medicine. Then had breakfast. Gao Yan went straight to the research institute. Boss. Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, Zhao Mei quickly saluted. Gao Yan nodded and entered this small research institute. Zhao Mei prepared and sorted all the materials. Go and guard outside, don't let anyone disturb me, Gao Yan said. I know, boss. After Zhao Mei went out, Gao Yan started making it. With the experience gained last time and the detailed production steps in his mind, he has strong hands-on ability. Therefore, this time, he didn't fail. It worked the first time. Then, he made more than 20 intermediate-level genetic medicine liquids in one go, consuming all the materials. Put the genetic medicine liquid into the mustard space. I looked at the time and saw that it was only 8:30. It was still in time if I rushed to class. But he wasn't going to go. Because he hasn't practiced yet today. So, he returned directly to number 15 Eugene Villa. More than 2 hours later, Gao Yan brought up the system interface and looked at the physical fitness column. The total physical fitness had reached 194 points. Logically speaking, it should have increased by 5 points today, but in fact it only increased by 3 points. It seems that the closer to 200 points, the slower the physical growth will be. The moment he put away the system interface, the system prompt sounded. It's time to upgrade again. But today, another transaction of 300 bottles of medicinal wine was completed. And a payment of 5.4 billion was received, because a 10% deposit was previously collected. Upgrade. After deducting 10 billion experience points, there are still 800 million left. As for the system reserve funds, it increased by 54 billion, reaching 2.5 trillion. How do you spend so much money? Gao Yan secretly said. There are no classes in the afternoon. Gao Yan called Xing Xiaoyu. Ask her if she is at home. As soon as the other party received the call, he understood clearly. Husband. Are you coming to Shanghai? Well, it's already here. Great. Anyway, I can't help here in the guild. I'll go back to the Platinum Palace right now. End the call. Gao Yan summoned any door and stepped into it. Appears again. He has appeared in the duplex suite in Shanghai. This place is closer to the Platinum Palace, so it only took 20 minutes to get there. Xing Xiaoyu hasn't rushed back yet. Seeing that it was almost noon, Gao Yan called the property management company and sent a batch of ingredients. Then he went into the kitchen wearing an apron to cook. Just as he started cooking, the sound of a car engine came from outside. Gao Yan knew that Xing Xiaoyu was back. Sure enough, after a while, with the sound of hurried footsteps, Xing Xiaoyu, wearing professional attire, appeared in sight. Husband! Xing Xiaoyu exclaimed and rushed towards him. Gao Yan stretched out one hand to hold her in his arms, while the other hand did not forget to stir-fry in the pot. At the same time, he lowered his head and kissed her two moist lips. Next, the two stuck together like Siamese twins, but it did not affect Gao Yan's cooking at all. Half an hour later, 3 dishes and 1 soup are served. The two moved to the restaurant to eat. But Xing Xiaoyu still clung to Gao Yan and refused to go down. They even fed each other when eating. If anyone were here, their teeth would definitely be sore. But the two of them had a lot of fun. After meal, Gao Yan took Xing Xiaoyu to the bedroom upstairs. Here, drink this. Gao Yan took out the intermediate constitution genetic medicine. Thank you, husband. Xing Xiaoyu said in great surprise, because she had already experienced the benefits of the genetic medicine, and she entered the bathroom with the genetic medicine and locked the door. Because she knew that a lot of dirt would appear after taking the genetic medicine, and she didn't want this scene to be seen by Gao Yan, which would affect her image in Gao Yan's heart. More than half an hour later, Xing Xiaoyu walked out of the bathroom, looking even more beautiful. Use your clairvoyance to check. Her appearance has improved by 2 points, reaching 97 points, which can be regarded as completely making up for the shortcomings of appearance. Her figure has not changed, still at 99 points. Her physical constitution has increased from 80 points to 83 points. In the next month, her physical constitution will gradually reach 90 points. Husband, I love you. Xing Xiaoyu pounced directly on Gao Yan. In the process, the bath towel on her body slipped off, making Gao Yan stare. Don't look at it. Xing Xiaoyu's physique has only increased by 3 points. But it doubled her combat effectiveness. In addition, the opponent likes to take the initiative to attack. If Gao Yan's physique had not improved greatly during this period, she might have killed him. It's evening. Gao Yan left the Platinum Palace. Arriving at Chen Yusin's home. Knowing that Gao Yan was coming, she had already sent her assistant in advance. And a dinner was carefully prepared. She cooks Western steaks and pasta. The two drank in a tacit understanding, cheers. After a candlelight dinner, the two entered the bedroom hand in hand, and naturally, Gao Yan also gave her the intermediate-level genetic medicine. Early that night, Gao Yan summoned the system and made a selection. I got 2 more top draws and 30 free attribute points. When adding points, Gao Yan hesitated. If I can only increase my physical fitness by 3 points tomorrow, I will have to wait until the day after tomorrow to make my physical fitness reach 200 points. To be honest, Gao Yan felt a little impatient. After thinking about it, he simply added all 30 free attribute points to physical fitness. This made my physical fitness break through 200 and reach 204 points. He glanced at Chen Yusin, who was sleeping in his arms. Gao Yan quietly got up and went to the living room. He was worried that the noise caused by the breakthrough of Gang Jin would be too loud and would wake the other party. He sat cross-legged on the floor of the living room. Gao Yan once again controlled the fusion of Qi Jin, Qi, blood and spirit. This time it was very smooth. The three did not produce repulsion, but merged together as if they were attracted to each other. With the deep fusion, the three gradually turned into a wisp of blood-red Gongqi. Correspondingly, Gao Yan's Qi Jin, Qi, blood and spirit also decreased a little. He hesitated slightly. He continued to condense. After condensing another strand of Gongqi, his body sent out an alarm. If he continued to condense Gongqi, it would affect his physical fitness. Feeling the 2 strands of Gongqi in Dantian. With a thought, Gao Yan controlled them to temper his body. About 20 minutes later, the strand of Gongqi disappeared, and the internal organs that were tempered also strengthened a lot. Gongqi has 2 major uses. One is to kill the enemy, and the other is to temper the body. But condensing Gongqi will consume qi, blood, and spirit. Therefore, it is not advisable to condense Gongqi excessively, otherwise it will affect one's own strength. That is, after Su Long reached Gang Jin for a period of time, he accumulated 10 strands of Gongqi in his body. Is it okay not to temper the body? Of course not. Because Gongqi is an extremely domineering energy, if the body is not strong, Gongqi will hurt the body. Therefore, to accumulate more Gongqi, you have to temper your body stronger. Done. Gao Yan took out 2 bottles of medicinal wine and drank them, and the consumed blood and qi quickly recovered. He then drank 2 more bottles. The blood and qi were completely restored. Afterwards, Gao Yan began to practice holding the elixir, and soon, the consumed qi and energy were also restored. So, Gao Yan condensed 2 more qi again, and continued to use them to temper his body. After the tempering was completed, Gao Yan called up the system panel and checked that his physical fitness had reached 210 points, although it was still 2 points worse than Su Long. But if he put on a suit and stimulated the suit thugs, his physical fitness would soar to 220 points. The next morning, Gao Yan said goodbye to Chen Yusin, who was reluctant to leave, and before leaving, he left an S-level song, General. Chen Yusin first looked at the lyrics. This is an ancient-style song. From the lyrics, it can be seen that this is a story about a general and a brothel courtesan. Afterwards, Chen Yusin hummed a few more lines along with the song, and immediately she was delighted, knowing that this song, General, was a song that was no less good than my hymn. Thank you, husband. Mumbling, Qing Yusen went to Xingchen Entertainment with this song, and she had an urgent desire to record this song. October 12, Friday. Gao Yan appeared in the classroom again. There is only one class this morning. After that, the weekend will come. Coincidentally, classmate Xiaoxua only has classes in the morning. This is also the reason why Gao Yan hurried back. He planned to teach classmate Xiaoxua to practice martial arts from today on. Gao Yan entered the classroom and walked out. Yang Yu, who was sitting in the front row, came to sit next to him with her textbook. Is something wrong? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Do you want to know the current situation of Brother's Hot Pot restaurant? Yang Yu asked. No. Gao Yan shook his head. Seeing that Gao Yan was not fooled, Yang Yu continued, don't you want to know about your good brother Qing Hao? If you want to talk, I will listen. If you don't want to talk, I don't have to listen. Gao Yan said nonchalantly. The matter of his and Qing Hao's estrangement was tacitly understood by each other, but they did not publicize it to the outside world. Seeing that he could not control his words, Yang Yu continued depressedly. Brother's Hot Pot Restaurant and Yang's Hot Pot Restaurant chain have completed the merger and reorganization. Qing Hao's father serves as the chairman and his mother serves as the deputy director. As for Qing Hao, serving as the general manager, Dad is the deputy general manager. The middle and high-level people should all be your father's people, right? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Good. Yang Yu nodded. Brother's Hot Pot Restaurant is too small after all and has insufficient manpower reserves. After annexing our Yang family, there will be no one available at all. Congratulations to your father, Gao Yan said lightly. To be honest, Gao Yan was not very optimistic about Qing Hao's family. His parents were too greedy and Qing Hao was too young. Even if their family of 3 holds most of the shares, Yang Yujiang doesn't even have 20%, but with the middle and high-level people under him, it is very likely that he will sideline their family, and eventually occupy the magpie's nest and kick their family out. It's a pity that he warned Qing Hao at the beginning, but he didn't take it seriously. In order to promote her son, Qing Hao's mother even demoted him to be worthless in public. Therefore, he didn't care whether the Qing family saved the brothers' hot pot restaurant and kicked Yang Yujiang away, or Yang Yujiang kicked the Qing family out. Aren't you worried about Qing Hao? Yang Yu asked. Why should I worry? Gao Yan asked back. So, the relationship between you and Qing Hao is really broken. Yang Yu smiled. That's what you think it is. Gao Yan said calmly. You may not know that Qing Hao's mother often uses you as a negative example, exalting Qing Hao and belittling you. I feel worthless for you. At this point, a look of anger appeared on Yang Yu's face. Although she was very unhappy with Gao Yan, she was quite uncomfortable hearing other people say bad things about him. Whatever she says, I won't lose a piece of meat, Gao Yan said lightly. Seeing Gao Yan's calm reaction, Yang Yu said with some hatred, don't you want to take revenge on her? No need. Gao Yan shook his head. Maybe your father will help me vent my anger. Do you like my dad? Yang Yu said in surprise. It's really promising. I'm afraid no one else is as courageous as your father. Gao Yan nodded. Although Yang Yujiang's methods are relatively despicable, he has great courage. On the other hand, Qing Hao's parents had already drifted away after annexing the Yang family and did not see the future crisis at all. Then let me thank you on behalf of my father. My father wants to treat you to a meal. Do you have time? No, no time. Yang Yu's face darkened. You. The school bell rang and the teacher arrived. After roll call, the class officially begins. Throughout the class, Yang Yu stared at Gao Yan angrily. But Gao Yan didn't take it seriously, but secretly condensed gang qi. After class, there are 2 more gang qi in his body. This was thanks to God's reward for his hard work. Otherwise, he could only condense a strip of gang qi and would have to replenish his qi and blood. After class, Gao Yan stood up and left immediately, making Yang Yu so angry that his teeth itched. Come to the parking lot. Gao Yan was about to drive. But when he saw 4 tall and strong monks coming towards him, especially the leader, Gao Yan felt a sense of oppression. With a thought, 4 inside eyes were thrown out. The information about these 4 monks also appeared in his mind. The leader is called Fa Xiang, a gang Jin warrior with 231 physical points, 112 mental points, and 25 gang qi points. His strength is even higher than Su Long. The other 3 monks are called Fa, Fian and Falong, and they are all strong men at the peak of Danjin. Because the physiques of the 3 of them all exceeded 150 points, especially the one named Fa Long, whose physique reached 168 points. Obviously, he has touched the threshold of gang Jin. As for the identities of these 4 monks, they are Shell and Inner Sect monks. Ba, the little monk has met the great donor. The Dharma Prime Minister clasped his hands together and spoke to Gao Gao. Obviously, these 4 monks came after him. Master, what advice do you have? Gao Yan narrowed his eyes. Although he was not as powerful as Fa Xiang, he was not afraid of the other party. After all, in addition to being a gang Jin warrior, he also had many prop cards and experience cards to see the gods. Young monk, here comes to pay homage to the master of the great benefactor. The Dharma Prime Minister spoke again. Let's do this, for masters, let's talk in another place. Gao Yan suggested. For masters, please get in the car. Gao Yan took out the key to unlock the car, and then invited the 4 Dharma ministers to speak. After the 4 people got in the car, Gao Yan clearly felt that the car sank a little bit. It seems that these monks are not light in weight. More than 20 minutes later, Gao Yan drove back to number 15 Yujinjiwen and led them into the lobby of the villa. For masters, please sit down. Thank you, Mr. Gao. The 4 people of Fashang nodded and sat on the sofa. Then, Gao Yan ordered Chu Xing to serve tea and snacks. As the snacks were served, Gao Yan clearly sensed that the eyes of the 3 Danjin monks were a little straight. For masters, please have tea. Gao Yan smiled. Then I will not be polite. Fa Xiang smelled the fragrance of the 2 plates of snacks and almost swallowed his saliva. When they were in the temple, they didn't have to worry about food and drink. Therefore, they didn't have the concept of money in their hearts. It was not until they went down the mountain that they realized that they had to spend money everywhere. Fa Xiang was determined to take his 3 junior brothers to join the Wu group. But thinking of making a contribution before joining the martial arts group, he brought 3 junior brothers to Nandu on foot. Because they were penniless, they had not eaten anything except drinking some water for more than a day. Whether Danjin or Gang Jin, they could not achieve fasting. On the contrary, in order to maintain their qi and blood, they had a great demand for food. Under Gao Yan's gaze, the 4 dermas ignored the tea and ate 2 plates of snacks. in less than 2 minutes. They ate both plates of snacks clean. Seeing this, Gao Yan said to Chu Xing, send 2 more plates of snacks and some fruits. The Dharma was a little embarrassed. Thank you for the hospitality, Mr. Gao. Next. Chu Xing sent snacks and fruits 5 times in a row, and the 4 dermas were full. The 4 masters seemed to have not eaten for a long time. Gao Yan asked with a smile. To be honest with you, Master Gao, we brothers, and I haven't had a meal for more than a day since we came down the mountain. Why? Fazhang smiled awkwardly. No money. No money? Gao Yan was surprised. With the cultivation level of the 4 masters, how could they be without money? Even a big sect like Shaolin cannot ignore Danjin and Gangjin, right? Number 15 Yujinjuan, Dilla Lobby. Faced with Gao Yan's inquiry, the Dharma Prime Minister smiled awkwardly. Again, we have grown up in the monastery since we were young, and we don't have to worry about food or drink. In addition, we have hardly set foot in the outside world, so we have no concept of money. It was not until we came down the mountain that we realized that everything needs to be done money. I see. Gao Yan suddenly realized that these 4 monks were all disciples of the Shaolin inner courtyard. They should have been selected since childhood and placed in a secret place to practice martial arts. Then I wonder why Master Fashong came down the mountain this time. Gao Yan continued to ask. This? After a slight hesitation, the Dharma minister said, monks don't lie. We have practiced martial arts, but staying in the mountains has no use for them. So we got permission from the first one to go down the mountain. Originally, the young monk planned to take his 3 junior brothers to join the martial arts group, but then he thought we came to Nandu without making any achievements. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan's expression became strange and he asked, Master, you want to use my master as a proxy? The monk smiled sheepishly. The young monk did have such an idea before, but the donor, Gao, gave us so much food, the young monk can't do anything to your master again. When Gao Yan heard this, he suddenly felt that this Dharma image was so simple, and he suddenly had some thoughts. So he continued to ask, Master Fashong, why did you join the martial arts group? Fashong thought for a while. I can only think of 2 things for the moment. The first is to make our martial arts flourish, and the second is to stand out. He was selected at the age of 7 and sent to a deep mountain monastery to practice hard for more than 30 years. The number of times he went down the mountain was even less, and even when he went down, it was always around Mount Song, accompanied by monks from the outer courtyard, so he had little contact with the outside world. As he reached Gangjin, the leader arranged for him to receive some relevant information about the martial arts world. His understanding of the outside world only remained on paper. Master Fashong doesn't know whether he should say something or not. Gao Yan said hesitantly. Donor Gao, please speak out. The Dharma Prime Minister clasped his hands together. Gao Yan said, with all due respect, Master wants to achieve 2 goals, and it may be difficult to achieve them by joining the martial arts group. Why? Dharma asked in confusion. Gao Yan explained, you should know that the martial arts group is an official organization, and the most important thing for an official organization is to obey orders, and the leader of the military group, Su Long, was trained by the official and is highly trusted by the official. Master, you are just an outsider. Even if your strength reaches Gangjin, after you join the martial arts group, will they dare to trust you? Even Su Long will be afraid that you will seize power, so he will suppress you. Everywhere. To be honest, with the personalities of the four masters, they are definitely not inferior to Su Long with real guns and swords. But when it comes to intrigues, the four masters may not be his opponents. Therefore, even if you join the martial arts group, you will probably have a hard time. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the four Fashang people changed. Although they retreat from the world to practice, they also know that their strength is already at the top level in the outside world, and they believe that even if they join the martial arts group, they will receive preferential treatment. Now hearing what Gao Yan said, they suddenly felt that they were a little naive. Just listen to Gao Yan continue. The martial arts group is an official organization. For ordinary people, the salary is very high, but for warriors, it is nothing. When the masters are in the temple, they will definitely not pay for food, drink, and training resources. Worry about it, but after you leave the monastery, you have to earn everything by yourself. I'm sure that after you join the martial arts group, your salary will not be more than 100,000. 100,000 yuan is already a lot. Dharma Tao. The other three monks also nodded subconsciously. Quite a few. Gao Yan smiled disdainfully, turned over it, and a bottle of medicinal wine appeared in his hand. Then he ordered Chu Xing to bring 4 cups. Gao Yan poured half a glass of wine into the 4 glasses, and then made an invitation, for masters, please. Wensuemi.cc. Ba, the Dharma minister declared, almsgiver, all 4 of my brothers and sisters do not drink alcohol. Master has misunderstood. This is a medicinal wine that has certain benefits for warriors' practice. You can try it. Gao Yan persuaded. After a slight hesitation, Fa Xiang felt that Gao Yan would not lie to them, so he picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. The other 3 monks all drank when they saw the Dharma minister, and they also picked up the wine glasses and drank them all in one gulp. Soon, the 4 Fashang people felt the benefits brought by the medicinal wine, and their qi and blood had a slight improvement. Do the 4 masters know the price of such a bottle of medicinal wine? Gao Yan asked. The 4 shook their heads. Gao Yan raised the bottle and said, such a bottle costs 20 million. After you joined the martial arts group, it cost 100,000 a month, 1.2 million a year. And at least more than 10 years of salary to afford such a bottle of medicinal wine. Now, do you still think is a salary of 100,000 high? Suddenly, the hearts of the 4 Fashang people sank. Originally they thought 100,000 yuan was good, but now that Gao Yan said this, they suddenly felt it was not so good. For masters, you want to get ahead, but Su Long is holding you back. You may not be able to achieve this. As for promoting your martial arts, Su Long is jealous of you. After you join, he will definitely send you to perform tasks continuously. How can you have time to do it? Develop your own martial arts skills? Silence. Still silent. Fa Xiang suddenly felt that his idea was too simple. No wonder the leader would let them go down the mountain in such pain. The leader must have known that they would be deflated after going down the mountain, and then they couldn't help but go back to the mountain in despair. Actually, if you want to stand out, you don't have to join the martial arts group. Gao Yan said softly. The previous words were just a prelude. Now is his real purpose. Please give me some advice, Mr. Gao. Gao Yan said thoughtfully, actually, standing out and promoting martial arts are the same thing. Instead of going to the martial arts group and being suppressed and harassed, the four masters should stay in Nandu. What are you doing in Nandu? Fa Xiang asked puzzledly. I have an idea for the four masters. Each of you has unique skills, which is also your biggest advantage. Why don't you open a martial arts school to teach martial arts, and naturally you can promote your martial arts? Makes sense. Fa Xiang nodded unconsciously. Once your martial arts school becomes famous, and then you open branches all over Daxia, will this be considered standing out? Gao Yan asked in a high voice. Suddenly, the four Dharmashanks felt blood rushing out of their bodies, nodded subconsciously, and said in unison, forget it. But it costs money to open a martial arts school. Do you have money? Gao Yan asked with a smile, and that smile was extremely foxy. The faces of the four people who were originally excited collectively dimmed. They are now penniless. It doesn't matter if the four masters have no money now, but your kung fu is very valuable. I have a suggestion here. I wonder if the four masters would like to listen? Master Gao, please speak. Gao Yan said, to be honest with the four masters, I felt an indescribable sense of intimacy when I saw you. In fact, I can pay to help you open a martial arts school, but I know that the four masters will definitely not accept such a charity, so I can provide you with a job with an annual salary of 10 million. As long as you work for a year, you will have the money to open a martial arts school. What job? The Dharmashang's eyes lit up, seeing the four masters of Fa Xiang taking the bait. Gao Yan secretly chuckled in his heart, but said seriously on his face, I will provide the four masters with a job as instructors. Instructor? Fa Xiang was puzzled. Gao Yan said calmly, I will arrange a group of people to practice martial arts with the four masters. Master Fa Xiang's annual salary is 20 million, and the other three masters' annual salary is 10 million. Of course, this is just the basic salary. If you teach a bright force, you will be rewarded with 1 million, and if you teach a dark force, you will be rewarded with 10 million. And if you teach a transformed force, you will be rewarded with 50 million. Fa Xiang frowned slightly. Master Gao, it is easy to cultivate a bright force, but it takes at least 3 to 5 years to cultivate a dark force. It may be difficult to do it in 1 year. Gao Yan waved his hand. Master, don't worry, I can use medicinal wine to enhance their physique, so that they can practice martial arts with half the effort. As his business expanded, he was already facing a shortage of manpower. There was almost no one available under his command except the biological people drawn from the system, so Gao Yan came up with the idea of training manpower. It just so happened that the four dermas came to him. Instead of using the Wu group cheaply, it would be better to let them help train a group of available talents. After all, he had two powerful weapons, medicinal wine and genetic medicine. What do you think, for masters? Gao Yan asked again. The Dharma looked at the three junior brothers and said, Donor Gao, can we discuss it? Of course. Gao Yan got up and walked out of the hall, picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Xiaozhua, telling her that he had something to do here and asked her to take a taxi to the villa. A few minutes later, Gao Yan returned to the hall and asked with a smile, how did the four masters discuss it? Donor Gao, my four senior brothers are willing to work for you. Haha, welcome the four masters. Gao Yan laughed. Ba. The four of them put their hands together. The four masters must be tired after coming from afar. I will ask someone to take you to rest first. By the way, do the four masters have bank cards? The four dermas shook their heads. Gao Yan smiled and said, well, give me your ID cards, and I will help you. Apply for a bank card and advance part of your salary. Hearing this, the four people quickly took out their ID cards and handed them to Gao Yan. Afterwards, Gao Yan ordered Chu Xiao to send the Dharma to the house rewarded by the system. The house was big enough for 4 people. At the same time, he also told Chu Xiao to give them some cash and hire a male nanny to take care of their lives and cook for them. As for the card application, it was very simple. He only called Suzy and took photos of the ID cards of the 4 dermas and sent them to apply for a bank card. Next, Gao Yan called Tu Yun again. Let her help him register a security company. In Daxia, ordinary people are not qualified to register a security company. But with Tu Yun's connections, it is not a difficult task. It is worth mentioning. Another 300 bottles of medicinal wine were shipped this morning. Based on the price of 18 million per bottle, another 5.4 billion experience points were gained. The system reserve funds increased by 54 billion. If more than 4 billion were withdrawn from the US stock market, it could be upgraded again. But Gao Yan was no longer in a hurry. After a while, Xiaozhua took a taxi to the villa. It was not yet noon. He personally taught her to stand still. It must be said that Xiaozhua was worthy of being a top student who could be admitted to Yangdong University. Her comprehension was very strong, and her physical fitness also reached 80 points. So, she quickly learned one style of standing still. Seeing this, Gao Yan simply taught her the other 2 styles of standing still. After she learned it completely, Chu Xing came to tell them that they could eat. After dinner, Gao Yan called Xiaozhua to the bedroom upstairs. Husband, are you trying to do something bad again? It's not good in broad daylight. Xiaozhua joked. Baby, I'm a serious person, I won't do bad things. Gao Yan teased, close your eyes quickly, I have a gift for you. Xiaozhua closed her eyes obediently. After a while, Gao Yan asked her to open her eyes. Looking at the jade bottle in front of her, Xiaozhua was surprised and said, Husband, what is this? This is an upgraded version, go to the bathroom and take it. Thank you, husband. After Xiaozhua entered the bathroom, Gao Yan also sat cross-legged on the bed to condense the energy. After he condensed a strand of energy, Xiaozhua also came out of the bathroom. How is it, husband? Xiaozhua turned around in front of him. More and more charming. Really? Gao Yan reached out and pulled her over, kissing her delicate face, it's so charming that it's not worth it. Then I'll go practice martial arts. Go. After Xiaozhua went out to stand, Gao Yan continued to condense the energy. One day passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning again. After selling 300 bottles of medicinal wine again, Gao Yan's upgrade experience exceeded 10 billion again. It's time to upgrade again. Upgrade. Master, I've made a breakthrough. As soon as Gao Yan put away the system interface, Li Yingnan ran in from outside, saying excitedly. She finally reached Mingjin. Entering Mingjin is just entering the ranks of warriors, don't be proud. Gao Yan smiled. I know, master, I won't be proud. Li Yingnan said quickly. Okay, I'll ask Sister Xing to cook a few more dishes for you at noon too. Celebrate your success. You can go to Sister Xing and tell her what you like to eat. Thank you, master. Li Yingnan jumped to find Chu Xing, while Gao Yan continued to condense the Qi. Now, he already has 5 qi in his body. I feel that his body can still bear it. When the 6th qi was condensed, Gao Yan obviously felt his body sink slightly. So, he controlled another qi to temper his body. Time unknowingly came to the afternoon. The system upgrade is complete. It's time to choose again. Nothing to say. Directly choose the second option. Instantly, 2 top draws and 30 free attribute points are obtained. All attribute points are added to the spirit, making the spirit reach 229 points. System, use 2 top draws. Ding, the draw begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a talent recruitment card. Congratulations to the host for a body-quenching medicine prescription. The prizes have been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. When Gao Yan learned about the 2 prizes, he couldn't help but sigh again at the thoughtfulness of the system father. First is the talent recruitment card. It can be used once a month. After activation, you can recruit no less than 100 employees of your choice. He opened a security company just to train his subordinates. But it's easy to recruit people, but it's hard to recruit people who are loyal to you and satisfy him. Now, the system gave him a talent recruitment card, which directly solved his biggest problem. Let's talk about the body-quenching medicine prescription. The body-quenching liquid made from this body-quenching medicine prescription can improve the physical strength of the Gangjin warrior. To be honest, the medicinal wine has been of little help to him, and it can be used to restore his qi and blood at most. The appearance of the body-quenching medicine liquid. It directly saved him a lot of time to condense the Gang qi, which made his Gangjin realm improve rapidly. However, the medicinal materials needed to refine the body-quenching fluid are not simple. The Wei family, one of the 3 major martial arts families in Yangdong, is in the medicinal materials business. They should have a lot of precious medicinal materials. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone and called the head of the Wei family. This time, the head of the Wei family also participated in the martial arts exchange conference, and the other party also bought medicinal wine, so he had the other party's contact information. Wei Wanggu, the head of the Wei family, was so enthusiastic when he received Gao Yan's call. When he learned that Gao Yan needed to purchase a batch of precious medicinal materials from the Wei family, he agreed without hesitation, and even said that he could take Gao Yan to the warehouse where the Wei family stored precious medicinal materials to select them. Then, Gao Yan drove directly to Wei's house. The Wei family does not live in a courtyard or a manor. Instead, he lived in a villa complex. There are 32 villas in this community, but the owners of these villas are all named Wei. The Wei family can be described as flourishing. There are 27 direct members of the 3 generations including old, middle, and young. When Gao Yan drove to Wei Garden, Wei Wanggu was already waiting to greet him at the gate of the community with important members of his generation and the younger generation. I've met Grandmaster Gao. When Gao Yan got off the car, Wei Wanggu immediately brought the Wei family to see him. The other party acted so seriously, which made Gao Yan feel a little embarrassed. Some pleasantries. The Wei family and others gathered around Gao Yan and entered the villa complex. Fortunately, everyone living in this community is the Wei family. Otherwise, seeing this scene, I don't know how many people would be shocked. Soon, the group arrived at Villa number 1. In front of the gate, there were several old people standing there. On behalf of the Wei family, the old Wei Yushin welcomes Grandmaster Gao. The old man standing in the middle said with great enthusiasm. Mr. Wei, you're welcome. I came here rashly and disturbed you all. A polite response. Afterwards, Wei Yushan invited Gao Yan to come to the villa hall and directly asked Gao Yan to take the main seat. However, Gao Yan declined. If he took the main seat, he would seem to be overshadowing the guest. After all, the Wei family was so embarrassed, so he had to be careful. This Wei Yushan is the father of Wei Wanggu, the previous generation head of the Wei family, and the master of Huajin of the Wei family. As for Wei Wanggu's cultivation, he was still stuck at the peak of Anjin. But with the medicinal wine here, he should be able to advance to Huajin after a while. Both Wei Yushan and Wei Wanggu and his son were interested in making friends with Gao Yan. Moreover, they all knew Gao Yan's purpose, so after a few chats, they took him to the precious medicinal materials warehouse in the villa. I have to say, the Wei family is indeed in the medicinal materials business. There are hundreds of kinds of precious medicinal materials in this warehouse, including tiger bones and rhinoceros horns. As for wild ginseng, there are more than 80 plants. The lowest age is 50 years old, and the highest age is more than 200 years old. At the same time, Gao Yan was also surprised to find out the 5 rare medicinal materials required for body-quenching fluid are available in this warehouse. Grandmaster Gauda, do you need any of these medicinal materials? If not, you can tell us. Our Wei family has been in the medicinal materials business for more than 200 years. Even if our Wei family does not have it, we can find it for you. Wei Wanggu Yingyuan said. After all, the person in front of him was a young grandmaster. Thank you in advance, Master Wei, but the medicinal materials I need are available in this warehouse. Oh, what 5 kinds are they? Gao Yan reported the names of the 5 medicinal materials. Wei Wanggu waved his hand and immediately ordered people to pack all 5 medicinal materials, and asked Gao Yan if they were enough. If not, he could help collect a batch. Gao Yan estimated that these medicinal materials from the Wei family were enough for him to make 500 portions of body-quenching liquid. So he smiled and refused. After leaving the warehouse, Gao Yan asked how much these medicinal materials cost. However, Wei Wanggu firmly stated that he would not accept the money and would give it to Gao Yan. Gao Yan has a headache. He is not short of money. If the Wei family does not accept the money, he will owe a favor. Master Wei, our friendship is friendship and business is business. You still have to collect the money. There's nothing wrong with what Grandmaster Gauda said, but everyone in our Wei family has special admiration for you. Besides, this is your first time buying medicinal materials from us, so you won't charge money for the first time. How about normal transactions, the second time? Seeing that the other party made another excuse, Gao Yan changed the topic. Since the head of the Wei family is determined not to accept it, I will not refuse. However, friends also pay attention to the relationship between friends, so I will give you 20 bottles of medicine from the Wei family. Bar. According to the market price, 20 bottles of medicinal wine are worth 400 million. The Wei family's batch of medicinal materials is at most 300 million. Therefore, it seems that the Wei family has made a profit. But in fact, Gao Yan said that the cost of making each bottle of medicinal wine is only 100 yuan, and the cost is almost negligible. If it were for something else, Wei Wanggu would definitely refuse, but if it were for medicinal wine, it would be hard for him to say no. But he still reluctantly refused. Gao Yan also saw what he was thinking and made a determined effort to reciprocate the gift. Then Wei Wanggu reluctantly accepted it. Originally, Wei Wanggu wanted to stay with Gao Yan for dinner. But Gao Yan had no intention of making body-quenching liquid at all. However, Wei Wanggu and his party still sent Gao Yan outside the community. Gao Yan came to the research institute with medicinal materials. Zhao Mei is already waiting here with other medicinal materials needed to temper the body fluid. Old rules, no one can come in and disturb me before I come out. Gao Yan gave an order. Just entered the institute. In half an hour, the first body-quenching fluid was successfully extracted and prepared. There was joy in Gao Yan's eyes. Then pick up the test tube and pour the liquid inside into your mouth. Because they are all extracted from Chinese medicinal materials, the body quenching fluid has a Chinese medicinal flavor and a slightly bitter taste. After the medicinal liquid enters the body, Gao Yan felt a flame in his stomach, which spread rapidly to his limbs. At the same time, Gao Yan's skin also turned red, and sweat oozed out of his pores, which was slightly fishy. What a strong medicinal property! Gao Yan said secretly, no wonder this quenching liquid can only be used by Gangjin warriors, and Danjin warriors can't bear it. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye. Gao Yan's skin returned to normal and the effect of the medicine wore off. When he broke through to Gangjin, Gao Yan used gongqi to temper his body, so that his physical fitness reached 210, and he accumulated 6 gongqi. Now, a portion of quenching liquid. His physical fitness increased by 10 points directly, making his physical fitness reach 220 points. Except that his gongqi was not as good as Su Long, his physical fitness and spirit were all better than Su Long. The next time they meet, even if he doesn't use the Gangjin experience card, he can beat the opponent violently. However, it seems that Su Long has his own unique skills after reaching Gangjin, Dragon Roar, Iron Cloth Shirt and Dragon Fist. Should I also create 1 or 2 special moves? But this is not the time to think about these things. He first went to the bathroom in the institute to take a shower, took out clothes from the mustard space and changed them, and then continued to extract and prepare the quenching liquid. Unknowingly, it was already 6 o'clock. The phone rang, it was Xiaozhua calling. Asked him if he would go home for dinner. At this moment, Gao Yan had already made hundreds of quenching liquids. It was enough, so he put away the herbs and quenching liquids and drove back to number 15 Yujinjiwen. Hey, brother Yan, where have you been? Why do you look a lot more handsome? Xiaozhua looked at Gao Yan curiously. Really? Gao Yan was thoughtful, and he called up the system interface to see that a quenching liquid actually improved his appearance a little bit, reaching 86. That night, Gao Yan did not mean to torment Xiaozhua. After all, the other party was practicing martial arts, and the consumption was quite large. Unexpectedly, he didn't make trouble, but Xiaozhua took the initiative to start a war. What are you waiting for? Let's go. The next day, Sunday, October 14th. Gao Yan woke up and suddenly remembered that tomorrow was the day for the monthly assessment. The system will assess his 3 behaviors, namely martial arts, income and women. As for women, he only accepted Qin Yusen this month. But he has made considerable achievements in martial arts and income, and should be able to obtain many A-level assessments. Xiaozhua was wrapped around him like an octopus. Gao Yan carefully moved her down, then got up and washed. I don't know if it was because of long-term guilt, Xiaozhua was particularly proactive last night. Therefore, she consumed a lot of energy. He didn't mean to ask her to get up and practice martial arts. Although martial arts training requires perseverance, with his boyfriend, he didn't plan to train Xiaozhua into a female warrior. There is no need to work as hard as ordinary warriors. Besides, his strength was improved by the system, so why should he be so strict with his woman? Washing up. Gao Yan went downstairs, and Chu Xing was already busy in the kitchen. Li Yingnan, Wang Tainan and Sun Ruoshi had teamed up to practice in the yard. Gao Yan called Chu Xiu over and asked, "How is Ruoshi?" Chu Xiu said, "Boss, Miss Ruoshi has been obsessed with practicing these 2 days, and has replenished her blood and qi through medicinal wine. It shouldn't be long before she can step into the dark force." Not bad. Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. Sun Ruoshi has already reached the peak of the bright force, but she is a woman and is not taken seriously in the Sun family. After all, in the eyes of the Sun family, women will get married sooner or later. If too many cultivation resources are wasted on her, wouldn't it be a bargain? For outsiders? Sun Ruoshi has never lacked money since she was a child, but she lacks cultivation resources and guidance from masters. Therefore, under the guidance of Chu Xiu during this period, and with medicinal wine to strengthen her blood and qi, her strength has improved at a visible speed. Where is Wang Tainan? .120.cc. Gao Yan asked with a smile. Chu Xiu smiled when Wang Tainan was mentioned. Although he was a biological person, he also had his own emotions. He smiled and said, "Tainan is a martial arts genius. Although she has only broken through to the early stage of Ming Jin not long ago, her progress is still very fast. She can enter the middle stage in a week at most. Moreover, her comprehensive combat power is also very strong, and she can easily fight against ordinary and Jin. Thank you for your hard work." Gao Yan patted Chu Xiu's shoulder. "Boss, this is what I should do." Chu Xiu replied quickly. Gao Yan found a chair and sat down in the yard, watching the 3 women practice martial arts. At the same time, he was also condensing the gang qi in his body. Now he has 8 gang qi in his body. After condensing 2 today, he can be shoulder to shoulder with Su Long's gang qi. And there is a body-quenching liquid. Soon, he will be able to completely leave Su Long behind. "Husband, why didn't you wake me up to practice martial arts?" More than 20 minutes later, Xiaozhua appeared behind him. "You were very tired last night, I want you to sleep more." Gao Yan pulled Xiaozhua in front of him and said lovingly. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhua's cheeks turned slightly red, and the madness of last night flashed through his mind. He said a little embarrassedly, "Don't laugh at me, I'm going to practice." "Wait." Gao Yan shouted, "Go and pour a small half cup of medicinal wine, and drink it before practicing." "Yes." Xiaozhua drank a small half cup of medicinal wine and ran to the yard to start standing. After everyone finished practicing, they sat together to have breakfast. After dinner, Gao Yan said, "Baby, do you want to go out and play?" "No, I want to practice." Xiaozhua shook her head. She was also infected by the 3 girls' enthusiasm for practicing. "It's up to you, then I'll go to the store to inspect." Xiaozhua didn't want to go out, he just went to the snack street to hang out. Just in time to give the intermediate physical gene liquid to Qin Yue and her sister. However, just as he was about to go out, a customer came to the door. The visitor was Wei Wanggu's son Wei Jiaqing. He came to deliver an invitation. Next Wednesday, his grandfather Wei Yushin will celebrate his 70th birthday and invite him to attend. This invitation was written by Wei Yushin himself. It can be seen that this old man Wei is quite accomplished in calligraphy. Mr. Wei. Master Gao, you can just call me Little Wei. Wei Jiaqing was shocked too. Hear Gao Yan, call him Mr. Wei. Okay, Little Wei, go back and tell your old man that I will be there on time. Next Wednesday. As the saying goes, everyone wants to carry a sedan chair. Wei Jiagong provided him with a batch of precious medicinal materials, and he couldn't refuse. Thank you, Master Gao. Wei Jiaqing showed a happy face. Grandpa must be very happy to know that you can come. After seeing Wei Jiaqing off, Gao Yan drove to Nandu University. After Gao Yan came to the Yujian milk tea shop in the snack street, he found that Chen Yuling was also there. Brother-in-law. As soon as she saw Gao Yan, Chen Yuling ran up with a face full of joy and hugged Gao Yan's arm affectionately. The intimacy made Gao Yan feel a little overwhelmed. Didn't you do a live broadcast today? Now that Chen Yuling is in high school, Chen Yue asked her to do a live broadcast for a while on weekends to prevent it from affecting her studies. Speaking of live broadcasts, Gao Yan has accumulated a lot of coins in his account. After all, virtual currency cards can generate 5 million every day. Although he hardly watches live broadcasts now, he does not waste money and recharges 5 million from his virtual currency card into his account on the live broadcast website every day. Therefore, there are already hundreds of millions in the Huyu Live account. I won't broadcast live until this afternoon, Chen Yuling said with a smile. How is your study situation? Do you understand the teacher's lecture? Gao Yan asked again. Brother-in-law, you underestimate me, Chen Yuling said with some dissatisfaction. Last time in the monthly exam, I was ranked 4th in the class. 4th, it's pretty impressive. I didn't expect our Lingling to be a top student, but we still have to work hard and try to get into the top 3 next time. Gao Yan encouraged. Don't worry, brother-in-law, I will definitely be in the top 3 in the next monthly exam. Today is the weekend, and the business of the milk tea shop is a little slow. Generally, 2 people at the counter can handle it. Gao Yan felt that Chen Yue had been neglected during this period, so he spent the whole morning at the milk tea shop, talking to the sisters, and concentrating his gang qi. Noon. Gao Yan and his 2 sisters went back to Green Island International for dinner. Shen Lingling is on vacation today, so she didn't come to eat. So, Gao Yan gave the 2 sisters the intermediate constitution genetic medicine. When Qin Yue came out of the bathroom, Gao Yan was a little disappointed, because Qin Yue's appearance was still 99 points. It seems that it has reached a point where there is no way to get promoted. Now. Donghua Catering Company. After Brother Hot Pot Restaurant annexed the Yang's Hot Pot chain, Qin Chunhui and Tang Yubin changed the company's name. At this moment, their family of 3 was eating in the company's canteen. Son, please spare your time, and I will take you to an important banquet next Wednesday, Tang Yubin said with excitement after picking up a piece of food for his son. What kind of banquet? Qinghao asked casually. The 70th birthday party for Mr. Wei of the Wei family. Tang Yubin said with some pride, I spent a lot of favors to get invitations to the birthday banquet. As for that, isn't it just an invitation? Qing Chunwei said with some disapproval. You know shit. Tang Yubin glared at her husband angrily. This Wei family is not an ordinary family. They are a martial arts family. Even Wang Wanlin of the Wanlong group does not dare to provoke the Wei family. No way, the Wei family is so strong. Even Wang Wanlin doesn't dare to provoke him. How come I haven't heard of it before? Qing Chunwei said with a surprised look on his face. Wanlong Group is the strongest group company in Yangdong province. Mom, are you exaggerating? Qing Hao also expressed doubts. You two, father and son, are really looking at the sky from a well. It should be said that we were all frogs at the bottom of the well before. Tang Yubin said with some regret. I disagree with this. Qing Chunwei said with some displeasure. Even in the past, our Qing family had assets of more than 1 billion, and we could be ranked among the top 100 among the rich in Nandu. Why are we like a frog in the well? Now that we have merged with Yang's Hot Pot restaurant, our business is booming and is booming. Once listed, our family will be worth at least tens of billions. Do we need to curry favor with the Wei family? Faced with Qing Chunwei's dissatisfaction, Tang Yubin sneered, do you know what a martial arts family is? Mom, you won't be fooled, will you? Qing Hao said speechlessly, where did the martial arts family come from? There are so many kung fu masters and martial arts masters on the internet. But when they encounter counterfeiters, their secrets are immediately exposed. During this period, Tang Yubin attended various gatherings and banquets, and took the opportunity to make friends with many rich ladies. His mind was not focused on the company at all. Qing Hao disagreed with this. In his opinion, no matter how many rich wives he made, it was of no use. Only being tough yourself is truly tough. Although he had become estranged from Gao Yan and had no contact with him anymore, he still took Gao Yan's reminder to heart. Therefore, he was always somewhat wary of Yang Yujiang. But his parents didn't take it seriously. In their view, their family already occupied more than 70% of the shares, and Yang Yujiang, who only had more than 10% of the shares, could not make any waves in any case. The Wei family is different from those kung fu masters on the internet. They have real kung fu. Tang Yubin said with certainty. Have you seen it? Qing Chunwei also stood on his son's side. Although I have never seen it, I have seen photos of Wang Wanlin and Mr. Wei. In the photos, Wang Wanlin behaved extremely humbly. Tang Yubin said with certainty, just imagine, as Wang Wanlin is the richest man in Yangdong, do you need to be so humble to an ordinary old man? The photo may be pornographic. Qing Hao reminded. It's impossible, it's absolutely impossible that it's P. Tang Yubin retorted excitedly, it was Mrs. Yan who showed me the photo, and Mrs. Zhao and Mrs. Wu who were present also testified. Is Mrs. Yan the wife of the boss of Huayun Group? Qing Chunwei asked. Yes. Tang Yubin nodded, Mrs. Zhao's husband is the boss of Longchuan Machinery, and Mrs. Wu's husband is the chairman of Hanlong Pharmaceutical. The lowest net worth of their 3 husbands is 5 billion. There is no need to cheat me, not to mention, they are willing to make friends with me because they are optimistic about the potential of our hot pot restaurant and want to get some shares. Otherwise, do you really think they are so kind and would take the initiative to reveal these things to me? Hearing what Tang Yubin said, Qing Chunwei believed it a little. Then what kind of existence is this martial arts family? Tang Yubin shook his head. I don't know the specific existence, but in short, the Wei family can almost walk sideways in Nandu. I also heard that there are 2 other martial arts families in our Yangdong, one is the Sun family, and the other is the Qin family in Hanyang. The Qin family is in the jade business. Didn't Tang Yi always want to contact the Qin family, but never had a chance? I heard from Mrs. Yan that the Qin family has a lot of jadeite mines in Haimen. What do you think? Think about it, what kind of place is Haimen? Are ordinary people able to gain a foothold there? Hearing this, Qing Chunhui and Qing Hao and his son suddenly looked at each other, and believed Tang Yubin's words in their hearts. Seeing that the father and son were finally convinced, Tang Yubin continued. I have spent a lot of effort on this invitation. It is said that when Mr. Wei celebrates his birthday, all the famous people in Yangdong will be present. By then, we can also expand our own. After all, as we do business, the more connections we have, the smoother our business will be. Afternoon. Gao Yan went to the game company again and spent the whole afternoon with Qian Bauer in the office. Early that night, the long-awaited system review has finally arrived. Ding, behavioral assessment is enabled. Host, please wait a moment. Ding, the evaluation is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 A-level evaluations. Gao Yan frowned and asked, System, why are there only 10 A-level ratings? And why are there no other levels of ratings? System, the highest reward is 10 A-level ratings. The host's behavior last month exceeded the highest rating, so the reward will be based on the highest rating. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan realized that was the case, and felt a little regretful at the same time. If there were no restrictions on the assessment, he should be able to obtain more than 20 A-level assessments this month. After all, in terms of martial arts behavior alone, he defeated more than 10 Danjins and Su Long in the Wu group, and he could get 15 A-level ratings. In addition, in terms of benefits, he made the system upgrade 7 or 8 levels in a row. In terms of women, he also won Qin Yusin. Although there is a maximum limit, 10 A-level ratings are not bad. System, convert the ratings into top-level draws. Soon, 10 A-level ratings were converted into 10 top-level draws. Ding, 5 top-level draws can be synthesized into super draws. Would the host like to synthesize? Gao Yan hesitated slightly and made a decision to synthesize a super draw, leaving 5 top-level draws. Soon, 5 top-level draws were synthesized into a super draw by the system. System, use super draw. Ding, start super draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a super biological man. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Super biological man? Gao Yan was slightly stunned. Could it be a Gangjin biological man? Thinking of this, his eyes fell on the system space. Then he saw an old man who was sleeping. At the same time, the other party's information also emerged in his mind. As he expected, this super biological man did reach the level of Gangjin, and it was the peak of Gangjin. The system father is really considerate. With this Gangjin biological man, his master link is completely filled. Gao Yan smiled. After thinking about it, he named the old man Chu Jingtian, and then put him in the warehouse where medicinal wine was made, and asked him to help make medicinal wine. After all, he was only his nominal master, but in fact, he was his subordinate. As for the remaining 5 top draws, he planned to keep them and draw them again in the future. In addition, the card mall was refreshed. There are 3 opportunities to open blind boxes. It seems that his luck in opening blind boxes is very bad. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at Xiao Xue, who was already asleep beside him, and suddenly had an idea in his mind. Cards are divided into 4 levels: purple, gold, silver, and red. With a thought, 3 blind boxes appeared in front of Gao Yan. Gao Yan gently grabbed Shi Wen Zi's finger and pointed it at the blind box on the left. Suddenly, the blind box opened, accompanied by the fireworks. Special effect. Then, a purple card emerged from the blind box. Haha. Seeing that it was a purple card, Gao Yan couldn't help but kissed Shi Wen's delicate face. Then, Gao Yan began to check the function of this card. The card is called the passive restart card. The effect is simple and overbearing. Once the owner of the card dies unexpectedly, the card will be activated and the time will be turned back to the day before death. I'll go. I'll go. Seeing the effect of this card, Gao Yan was so excited that he shouted, I'll go twice. The main reason is that the effect of this passive restart card is too amazing. With this card, it is like having an extra life. Although Gao Yan has a system and his own strength has reached Gangjin. But who can tell what will happen in the future? After all, in front of nature, not to mention the strong warriors, even the warriors who can see the gods are very small. Passive restart card, priced at 20 billion, 5 cards in stock. Buy all. 5 passive restart cards represent 5 lives. As long as he doesn't deliberately commit suicide, he can definitely die of old age with these 5 cards, and he won't die accidentally. Of course, Gao Yan hopes that these 5 passive restart cards will never be activated in his life. The system reserve funds automatically deduct 100 billion. There are 25,199 billion left. This morning, another 300 bottles of medicinal wine were shipped, and 5.4 billion upgrade experience was obtained, and the system returned 54 billion. After getting the card, Gao Yan directly put it into the mustard space. There are still 2 opportunities to open the blind box. Should I ask Shi Wen to help open it directly, or leave it for Qin Yue to help open it? Open another one. If the purple card is still opened, let Shi Wen open the remaining one. If the purple card is not opened, ask Qin Yue to help open it tomorrow. He picked up Shi Wen's finger again and pointed it at the blind box in the middle. The fireworks special effect appeared, and then a purple card emerged from the blind box. Baji. In excitement, Gao Yan kissed Shi Wen on the face again. Then Shi Wen opened his eyes in a daze. Husband, what are you doing? It's okay, baby, husband loves you. I love you too. Shi Wen rubbed against Gao Yan's arms and fell asleep again in a daze. Gao Yan checked the characteristics of the second purple card. This purple card is called the copy card, which can copy a skill of humans. The price is 10 billion, and there are 10 cards in stock. Seeing that the copy card is limited to copying humans, Gao Yan was a little disappointed. If there is no such restriction, it would be against the sky. After all, the abilities possessed by some species are simply extraordinary. Although it can only copy humans, it is still good. He is worried that he has not created a unique skill after reaching Gangjin. With the copy card, he can completely copy Su Long's Dragon Roar Iron Cloth shirt and Dragon Fist. There is also a Dharma image. The opponent is stronger than Su Long and must have special skills. Moreover, the opponent comes from Shaolin and probably has many special skills. The system reserve funds are deducted by 100 billion again. 10 copy cards are also in hand. There is another chance to open a blind box. So Gao Yan picked up Shi Wen's finger again and pointed at the blind box on The left. The fireworks special effect appeared. Then, another purple card appeared. Oh my god, is Xiaozhua so lucky? Gao Yan didn't expect that Xiaozhua could help him open 3 purple cards in a row. If it was in a novel, she must be a girl of luck. This time he didn't kiss Xiaozhua, so as not to wake her up again. Check the characteristics of the purple card. The third purple card is called the life-stealing card, which can take away the life of others. For example, using the card to lock a person can take away 99.9% of the other person's life, leaving the other person with only 1 day of life. What's even more amazing is that after taking away the lifespan of others, you can inject it into yourself to increase your lifespan. Of course, the lifespan you get is only 10% of the lifespan you took away. Not bad. Gao Yan was very satisfied with this lifespan card. In the future, if you don't like someone, you can use the lifespan card too. Take away the other person's lifespan and let the other person die unclearly. The price of the lifespan card is 10 billion, and there are 10 cards in stock. Another 100 billion is consumed to take all 10 lifespan cards. The system reserve funds dropped to 2.3 trillion. But Gao Yan didn't care, it would go back up in just 2 days. The next morning, Gao Yan sent Xiaozhua back to Yangdong Science and drove to Nandu University. On the way to the classroom, the 2 girls walking in front of him were talking about a great guy. This great guy is only a sophomore, and the school has only been open for more than a month. Not only did he complete all the sophomore courses, but he also applied to the school to take 2 majors, and his performance in class was quite outstanding. As a result, the professors of both majors gave him exemption from the exam and extended an olive branch to him, hoping that he could apply for their graduate school in advance. Hearing about this great man's deeds, Gao Yan's heart moved. Why not do the same? But after thinking about it, Gao Yan refused. With his current wealth, he stayed in school just because he didn't want to leave regrets in his life. Don't try to steal the limelight from ordinary students. After all, with his current ability, not to mention studying 1 major, even studying 3 majors is more than enough. Today, he has classes in the morning and afternoon. Gao Yan is doing 2 things at the same time, attending classes while refining his qi. By noon, the qi in his body has reached 12, successfully surpassing Su Long, the loser. He secretly decided that if he ran into Su Long again, he would beat this bastard up. At this moment, Wuzhu Base. After returning from the martial arts exchange conference, Su Long has been practicing hard in seclusion. Today, he finally came out of seclusion. His cultivation has also recovered to its peak, and his qi has even improved to 11. After a simple wash, Su Long went to visit his brothers and sisters at the martial arts exchange conference. Except for Jiang Yanwang and the other 4, all the Danjin members of their martial arts group were injured. Even his Qi Jin was no exception. Gao Yan, I'll have to settle this account with you sooner or later. Su Long clenched his fists, and was quite dissatisfied with Director Luo of Bureau S. Humph, Mr. Luo, you dare to protect Gao Yan. Originally, after the 2 departments merged, I suggested that you stay as my assistant. Now, there is no need. But he didn't know. Now Director Luo has been transferred to another department as director. As for the director of Bureau S, Luo Bing is the acting director. After visiting Jin Hai and others, Su Long was slightly relieved. Jin Hai and others were not seriously injured and could recover in 1 or 2 months. Afterwards, he left the Wuzhou base and went to the people above to discuss the merger of Wuzhou and Bureau S. But the result of the discussion did not satisfy Su Long. The above meant that the two major institutions would be merged into the Wuguan Bureau, and he would be the director, although this martial arts exchange conference did not achieve the expected purpose. At least it also integrated the martial arts world, and at the same time weakened the strength of the 5 super martial arts families. But he could appoint 2 of the 4 deputy directors, and the other 2 had to follow the arrangements from above. Although Su Long was somewhat dissatisfied. But who told him to fail in his mission? He could only agree to it with frustration. Naturally, his hatred for Gao Yan increased a little more. Nandu University. The morning class has ended. The students got up and left the classroom with their textbooks. Gao Yan also followed the crowd out of the teaching building, walked to a secluded place and put the textbook directly into the mustard space. This morning, 300 bottles of medicinal wine were shipped. 5.4 billion upgrade experience and 54 billion reserve funds were added. The experience has exceeded 10 billion, reaching the upgrade requirements. However, this time Gao Yan decided not to upgrade for the time being, and to save them together. After all, it takes 6 hours to upgrade one level, and 6 hours to upgrade several levels. At that party, an order for 5,000 bottles was signed, and those who ordered paid a 10% deposit. Therefore, only 18 million yuan of the balance was required for picking up the goods. In addition, the Dongfang family, the Dong family, and the Nangong family also ordered 200 bottles each, but they did not pay the deposit. Now the order for 2,000 bottles has been completed, so there are still 3,600 bottles left. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. It was Wu Junlai who sent someone to take away another batch of kidney tonifying medicinal wine, and the 1.4 billion yuan payment was received soon after. He walked to the parking lot. Gao Yan drove to a residential area in the city. Donor Gao is here, please come in. Falong invited Gao Yan into the room. Thank you. Gao Yan smiled at Falong and walked in. Master Fa Xiang and the others are not here? Gao Yan asked. The 3 of you went out for a stroll. Falong replied, and he had a good impression of Gao Yan and his 4 brothers. Then why didn't you go, master? My brother was worried that there would be no one at home when Donor Gao came, so he asked me to stay. Falong said truthfully, but my brothers and the others should be back soon. Then Falong poured Gao Yan a cup of tea, and then sat on the sofa and chatted. After a while, the male nanny came back from buying vegetables and started cooking in the kitchen. Near noon, Fa Xiang and the other 2 also came back. At Ba, meet Donor Gao. Falian hurriedly greeted. At noon, Gao Yan had a meal here and found that the 4 Foshangs also ate meat. After all, martial artists consume a lot of energy, and if they don't eat meat, they really can't stand it. Before leaving, Gao Yan handed over the bank card and new mobile phone he had applied for to the 4 Foshangs. Donor Gao, when will we take up the job of the instructor? Foshang asked anxiously. After all, they ate and lived at Gao Yan's place for the past 2 days, and Gao Yan also paid them a salary of 1 million in advance, so they felt a little embarrassed. Gao Yan smiled and explained, it's not urgent. You should be able to take up the job this week. It's just right that the 4 masters can take advantage of this time to go around Nandu and understand the current society. Hearing that they can take up the job within a week, the 4 Foshangs were relieved. Go downstairs and return to the car. Gao Yan has an extra purple card in his hand. Yes, it is a copy card. In his previous contact with Fozhang, he had used the copy card to copy a skill mastered by Fozhang. Wensuemi.cc. As long as the copy card locks the target, all the skills mastered by the opponent can be revealed. Fozhang comes from Shaolin Temple, and he is also a Gangjin warrior. He has mastered quite a lot of Kung Fu. He mainly practices the mind and intention. This mind and intention is a mental method and a martial art, which is the secret of Shaolin. And this mental method is also judged as an SS level skill by the copy card. In addition, Fozhang also practiced the Iron Head Kung Fu, Iron Arm Kung Fu, Iron Body Kung Fu, Iron Crotch Kung Fu, and Iron Leg Kung Fu, as well as Shaolin Lion Roar Kung Fu, Powerful Vajra Leg, Wall Tiger Dragon Kung Fu, and Washing Marrow Sutra. The 5 iron skills are all A-level skills, but the 5 iron skills combined together become S-level skills. Shaolin Lion Roar Kung Fu and the 3 Kung Fu of Powerful Vajra Leg and Wall Tiger Dragon are also A-level skills. And Washing Marrow Sutra is an S-level skill. In addition to these sets of skills, Fozhang also created several unique skills, but these unique skills must be based on the martial arts he mastered before they can be used. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Gao Yan copied Fozhang's mind. Use. With a thought, the copy card turned into a purple light and sank directly into Gao Yan's brow. Then, many memories of practicing the mind flashed through his mind, and at the same time, there was a force constantly transforming his body. After a while, the transformation was completed. Gao Yan called up the system panel. His physical fitness increased by 5 points directly, reaching 225 points. What Gao Yan didn't expect was that his spirit also increased by 5 points. That is, practicing the mind can also improve his mental power. No wonder this mind was judged as an SS level skill by the copy card. However, this mind cannot be shown in front of Fozhang and others at will. After all, it is a secret of Shaolin. Shaolin has a profound heritage, and he doubted that Shaolin has more than just the Dharma image. If there was only one Gangjin, why would Shaolin let him go down the mountain? Moreover, Gao Yan also found that after he mastered the mind and will, his martial arts also improved a lot. If the martial arts he mastered before were all generals, each without a command and fighting on its own, then the mind and will is the commander. It can unify these generals and exert super combat power. To put it more bluntly, before integrating the mind and will, Gao Yan's combat power was 100, and now it is 130. It increased his combat power by 30%. So it can be seen that the mind is powerful. As for why not copy the Marrow Cleansing Sutra together? Because there is no need. The Marrow Cleansing Sutra is a method targeting Danjin. After entering Gangjin, the effect of washing the marrow meridian is not great. During the afternoon class, Chen Yusen sent him an audio message on WeChat. Gao Yan put on his Bluetooth headphones and clicked on the audio. After listening to General recorded by Chen Yusen, Gao Yan felt like he couldn't stop. So I listened to it twice more. Chen Yusen sent a message asking him how he felt. Chen Yusen, husband, how do you feel? Gao Yan, it sounds great. I have listened to it 3 times. Chen Yusen, that's great. I'm afraid I'll ruin this good song. Gao Yan, it's not a waste at all. Once this song is released, its performance will definitely surpass my hymn. Chen Yusen, thank you husband for singing such a good song to me. I love you. Other side. Inside the recording studio of Star Entertainment. Chen Yusen was very happy to receive Gao Yan's approval. After getting the song, she couldn't wait to come to the company. It took several days. Finally, the version that she and director Pei were most satisfied with was recorded. A dressing room backstage at a television station. Yu Feifei is putting on makeup. At this time, the manager, Sister Wu, came in a hurry and said to the makeup artist, "You go out first, I have something to discuss with teacher Feifei." After the makeup artist left, Yu Feifei turned to look at her agent, Sister Wu. "What happened?" Sister Wu's face darkened. "Feifei, I just received the news that Chen Yusen's new song has been recorded. The quality is very high, not inferior to the past. Yu Feifei's face changed slightly. "That's good." Sister Wu said angrily, "What's good? If the performance of this song exceeds that of the past, then who is the best singer in the company?" "Alright, Sister Wu, the first sister is just a false name, don't take it seriously," Yu Feifei said nonchalantly, but she was a little nervous inside. But Sister Wu said angrily, "No, we can't give up like this. We have to go back to the company and talk to Mr. Li." "What to talk about?" Sister Wu said, "Of course I want a new song. I must ask Mr. Li to give you a new song that is not weaker than the past." Tuesday morning. Gao Yan received a call from Tu Yun and asked him to go to Tianyun Club. Now, this is the security company's procedure. After meeting, Tu Yun threw a document bag to Gao Yan. "Sister Yun, thank you for your hard work." Gao Yan took the document bag, opened it and took a look. "You run a security company. Do you have a suitable venue?" Tu Yun asked. Again. "Sister Yun, do you have any suitable places to recommend to me?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "I've known for a long time that you are definitely not prepared. I asked Shao Dai to help you find a few places. If you like it, just sign the contract directly." Tu Yun threw Gao Yan some information about several venues. After receiving the information, Gao Yan quickly said, "Sister Yun, you are so considerate, I love you to death." Hearing this, Tu Yun curled her lips in disdain, but she was quite pleased with it. Gao Yan looked through the 3 pieces of information and finally fell in love with the venue in the West District. The entire venue is divided into 2 floors, with a total area of more than 1,800 square meters. It turned out to be a large fitness club. At the beginning, this fitness club was very popular and attracted many members. But it had only been open for 3 months, and the management team and coaching team immediately took the money and ran away. Without the management team and coaching team, the fitness club will naturally not be able to operate, and many members directly demand refunds. But all the money was taken away. Where did the boss get the money to refund the money? After persisting for a few days, he simply closed the fitness club. Eventually, the police got involved. The boss was forced to raise money to refund membership fees. Naturally, the fitness club could not continue to operate and was repossessed by the property management company. After seeing Gao Yan make a decision, Tu Yun asked someone to contact the property management company of that venue and ask them to come directly to Tianyun Club to sign a contract. The signing process was very smooth. Originally, the rent only had to be paid quarterly, but Gao Yan, who was not short of money, directly paid 2 years' rent. The procedures are in place and the venue is in place. And there is no need to renovate, just change the sign to open the security company. After settling this matter, Gao Yan asked, Sister Yun, has the budget for building the manor been made? I owe you, I'll ask someone to ask. Tu Yun made a call and received a response soon. Because Gao Yan's manor would use a lot of rare materials, it was difficult to make a budget. Only half of it was completed, and the rest should be completed this week. By the way, is there anyone managing your security company? Tu Yun asked. What, how many talents does Sister Yun want to support me? Gao Yan said. Shamelessly. Do you remember Xiao Sang from Jincheng? Tu Yun asked. Remember? Gao Yan nodded. Xiao Sang is the person in charge of Jincheng, where Tianyun Club is located. I'll lend her to you and wait until you find someone to take over and then return her. Hee, thank you very much, Sister Yun. Gao Yan doesn't know how to be polite at all. It's not easy for Xiao Sang, who can manage Jincheng Tianyun Club well, to manage a security company well. After leaving Tianyun Club, Gao Yan thought that he still had Li Feng under his command. This guy doesn't have a strong sense of presence and is always easily forgotten. You can let him work as a deputy manager in a security company. If he has good abilities, you can promote him to become a general manager. Time unknowingly came to Wednesday evening. A Mercedes-Benz driving to Longhu Villa. Qing Chunhui, Tang Yubin and his wife sat in the back seat, and Qing Hao acted as the driver tonight. More than 10 minutes later, the car approached Longhu Villa, but there were security guards at the entrance of the villa. Only those holding an invitation are allowed to enter. After Qing Hao took out the invitation and showed it to the security guard, he drove to the parking lot. Dad, Mom, we're here, get off the car. Qing Hao reminded. Etc. Tang Yubin shouted, I'll put on my makeup first. A flash of helplessness flashed in Qing Hao's eyes. Just then, a Bentley Mulsanne arrived and parked in the parking space next to it. The car stalled and a young man with a slender figure, a handsome face and an extraordinary bearing stepped out of the car. Who else is it if it's not Gao Yan? Okay, let's get off the car. Tang Yubin had already touched up her makeup, put the makeup mirror in her bag, opened the car door and walked out. It was too late for Qing Hao to stop him. I can only get off the car. Seeing Qing Hao's family of 3, Gao Yan smiled slightly. Qing Hao, long time no see, how have you been lately? Hearing Gao Yan's name, Qing Hao's face changed slightly, and his mood suddenly became complicated, but he immediately squeezed out a smile. Yeah. Long time no see, I'm fine. By the way, Gao Yan, how are you? I'm fine too. Gao Yan nodded, then smiled at Qing Chunhui and Tang Yubin. Mr. Qing, Mr. Tang, hello. He didn't have the habit of being warm-hearted and cold-hearted. Tang Yubin had belittled him in various ways at her birthday party, and then used him to elevate her son. Gao Yan would naturally stop calling them uncle and aunt. What's more, Qing Chunhui's friendliness towards him is 0, and Tang Yubin's friendliness towards him is -10. As for Qing Hao, the former brother, his friendship level has dropped by at least 30, which is better than a stranger. Husband, son, let's go, don't waste time. Tang Yubin completely turned a blind eye to Gao Yan's greeting, but urged Qing Chunhui and Qing Hao to leave quickly. Gao Yan, let's take the first step. Qing Hao waved to Gao Yan before turning and leaving. Son, your status is different now, don't talk to unnecessary people. Tang Yubin scolded. Mom, I know. Qing Hao said helplessly. Although they were several meters apart, Tang Yubin did not deliberately lower her voice, so her words fell into Gao Yan's ears. Hearing this, Gao Yan shook his head secretly. He seemed to have never offended Tang Yubin, so why did this woman have such a strong hostility towards him? Could it be? Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of a possibility. The brothers' hot pot restaurant can achieve today's achievements thanks to the hot pot base he provided. With this hot pot base, even if another person is replaced, the brothers' hot pot restaurant can still reach its current scale. It is precisely because the hot pot base has made such a great contribution that their contributions have been weakened. And Gao Yan is the provider of the hot pot base. In order to highlight her son's contribution, she naturally has to hide the contribution of the hot pot base. Then, it is easy to understand why Tang Yubin is hostile to him. Humanity. Gao Yan shook his head secretly and walked towards the Nanshan building where the birthday banquet was held. On the other side, in a lounge in Nanshan building, Wei Jiaqing knocked on the door and said to the birthday boy in the room, "Grandpa, I received the news that Grandmaster Gao has arrived." Wei Yushin nodded. "Please notify them and we will welcome Grandmaster Gao." Outside Nanshan building. "Okay, Grandpa." Wei Jiaqing nodded and quickly passed the old man's order in the family WeChat group, and asked everyone to meet at the entrance of Nanshan building. www. As the Wei family gathered, it attracted the attention of the guests. Especially seeing the Wei family members headed by Wei Yushin gathering at the door of the banquet hall, many people secretly speculated whether it was a big shot who came, which made the Wei family so mobilized. "Mr. Wang, it seems that the identity of the next VIP is not simple. Grandpa Wei actually wants to welcome him in person." At a table in the banquet hall, an obese, middle-aged man chuckled. All the people sitting at this table are influential figures in the Nandu business community, with a net worth of more than tens of billions, especially Wang Wanlin of Wanlong Group, whose net worth is over 100 billion. Wang Wanlin nodded thoughtfully and suggested, "Why don't we go and see it?" This suggestion was responded to by everyone present, and they all stood up and went to the entrance of the banquet hall. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. As the saying goes, a single move affects the entire body. The table where Wang Wanlin sat was the focus of the whole venue. As they stood up and moved to the entrance of the banquet hall, other people also became curious and gathered at the entrance of the banquet hall. The Qing family of three walked for a while and finally arrived at the Nanshan building of the banquet hall. But when they saw the scene in front of the building, they were shocked. A group of people surrounded an old man in a Tang suit standing in front of the building. The old man had silver hair but a ruddy face. Although he was nearly 70 years old, his back was straight. Standing there, he had a powerful aura without anger. Behind the group of Wei family members were the influential figures and celebrity entrepreneurs in Yangdong's business community. One of them was Wang Wanlin, the chairman of Wanlong Group. Standing side by side with him was another real estate tycoon Meng Zilin and Li Huayong, the owner of Huayong Supermarket. The identities of the people behind them were lower than those of Wang Wanlin and others, but they were also well-known figures in the business world, with a net worth of hundreds of billions. As for the people behind them, they were all well-known, and no one of them was stronger than their Qing family. Wife, it seems that the Wei family is really as extraordinary as you said. Before seeing this scene, Qing Chunwei still had some doubts about the Wei family, but at this moment, seeing Wang Wanlin, Meng Zilin, Li Huayong, and others standing behind the Wei family in a proper manner. He realized that the Wei family might be much stronger than he imagined. With the appearance of the three members of the Qing family, everyone cast a scrutinizing look, wondering if Mr. Wei personally came out to welcome these three people. Under the gaze of everyone, the three members of the Qing family became a little uneasy, subconsciously stopped and dared not step forward. At this moment, Mr. Wei, who had a serious expression, suddenly had a smile on his face and stepped forward. Seeing this, the Wei family, led by Wei Wanggu, also followed and went forward. Seeing the Wei family coming straight to their family, Qing Qinhui, Tang Yubin and Qing Hao's family of three were a little dumbfounded. Tang Yubin even whispered whimsically, "Could it be that they put up such a big show to welcome us?" As soon as she finished speaking, the hearty and loud voice of Mr. Wei rang out, "Haha, Master Gao is here, I will lead the Wei family to welcome him." Hearing this, Tang Yubin immediately realized that she was being sentimental. It turned out that they were not welcoming them, but the Master Gao. For a moment, her cheeks flushed, and at the same time, she pulled Qing Qinhui and Qing Hao to the side to avoid blocking the way of the Wei family. Wang Wanlin and others stared with wide eyes, curiously looking at the great master mentioned by Mr. Wei. The other party looked about 20 years old. Handsome, slender, and extraordinary. He was not an ordinary person at first glance. It's him. How could it be him? Deng Yu, who was standing behind his father, suddenly widened his eyes with disbelief. Although Gao Yan had changed a lot compared to a few months ago, he still recognized him at a glance. After all, this person was the first time that he had to hold back his anger and apologize after being humiliated. Gao Yan was also a little confused at this moment. He didn't expect that he came to attend a birthday banquet, but the Wei family put on such a scene. However, he immediately reacted, a smile appeared on his face, and he clasped his fists to Wei Yushan and said, "Old Wei is so grand, it's really too much for Gao." "Why is it him?" Tang Yubin, who retreated to the side of the road, also turned his head at this time and saw Gao Yan clasping his fists to Mr. Wei. "I am flattered that the Grandmaster can come to my birthday party, so why should I say that you are promoting me?" Old Master Wei quickened his pace and came to Gao Yan, with a smile on his face that was about to bloom like a chrysanthemum. "Okay, I won't be polite. Old Master Wei, you are the birthday star today, you are the oldest, please go first. You are the Grandmaster, so please go first." Wei Yushan declined. "In that case, let's go together." "Very good, very good." This time, Old Master Wei did not refuse. The people of the Wei family behind him suddenly split into two rows, forming a human-shaped passage, allowing Gao Yan and Wei Yushan to move forward. Seeing this scene, the people standing in front of the banquet hall became more and more curious. Who is this young man? Why did Old Master Wei call him the Grandmaster? At the same time as the two approached, the people blocking the door of the banquet hall also immediately separated and made way for a passage. When passing by the three members of the Qing family, Gao Yan did not even look at them and completely treated them as air. The most uncomfortable time for a person is not when others speak ill of you, but when they treat you as if you do not exist. At this moment, the three members of the Qing family felt this way. Especially Tang Yubin, who was full of regret at this moment. Although she did not know what the Grand Master represented, she knew that it must be an extremely noble status that could make Old Wei welcome her so grandly. You know, Gao Yan was a good brother of Qing Hao at the beginning. The other party only took out a formula to make their Qing family's financial resources soar. If her son and Gao Yan were still good brothers. At this birthday banquet, even if their family of three could not be the protagonists, they were important supporting roles, but now, their family of three were just passers-by whose names were not even worthy of mentioning. Thinking of what she had done before, and forcing her son to be estranged from Gao Yan. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and her body was shaking. Fortunately, her husband and son were nearby and helped her in time. "Mom, are you okay?" Qinghao asked with concern. I'm fine." Tang Yubin waved his hand. Tang Yi had persuaded her at the beginning, telling her that Gao Yan was not an ordinary person and should not be offended, but she did not take it seriously. Now it seems that this lofty words are many times more powerful than what Tang Yi said. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Otherwise, she would definitely let her son and Gao Yan have a good relationship as much as possible. "Mr. Wei, may I ask who this great grandmaster is?" At this time, Gao Yan and Wei Yushan had arrived in front of the banquet hall. And Wang Wanlin asked with a smile. "Xiao Wang, let me introduce to you, this is Gao Yan, the great master of Danjin in our martial arts world." Wei Yushan smiled and introduced, "Grandmaster Gao, this is Wang Wanlin, the richest man in Yangdong province." "I've met Grandmaster Gao." Wang Wanlin was shocked when he heard that Gao Yan was actually Danjin. Although he was not from the martial arts world, his personal bodyguards were from the Wei family, so he knew what Danjin represented. Mr. Wei is just a man of strength, but the tall man in front of him is Dan Jin. No wonder Mr. Wei would mobilize troops and mobilize people like this. "Dr. Wang, you're welcome." Gao Yan smiled and nodded. Wang Wanlin said quickly, don't dare. If Grandmaster Gao doesn't mind, just follow Mr. Wei and call me Xiao Wang." Upon hearing this, the people around him were in an uproar. When did Wang Wanlin, who was gentle on the outside but extremely proud on the inside, become so humble? "I'm afraid you're a bit older than me. It's inappropriate to call you Xiao Wang. If you don't mind, I'll call you Lao Wang." Gao Yan smiled. I don't mind. Wang Wanlin said with a bright smile. This scene was also seen by the three members of the Qing family who were approaching. Tang Yubin's face suddenly turned pale. Even Wang Wanlin was so humble in front of Gao Yan, but she used Gao Yan as a negative example in public many times to promote her son. For a moment, she couldn't help crying in her heart, "Oh my God, what have I done?" At the same time, she felt a little more fearful and uneasy in her heart. If Gao Yan knew what he had done, would he take revenge on her? 10 o'clock in the evening. Number 15 Eujinjiwen. Gao Yan came back from the birthday party and went to the bedroom, took off his clothes and went into the bathroom. His mind moved. He took out a bottle of quenching liquid from the mustard seed space. Quenching liquid is a good thing, but it cannot be used continuously. Each time it is used, it needs to be buffered for 2 or 3 days. Moreover, the effect is best when it is used for the first time. The effect will get worse and worse in the future. Gao Yan pulled out the stopper and poured the liquid with the smell of Chinese medicine into his mouth and swallowed it. Soon, the burning feeling appeared again, instantly transmitted to his limbs and bones, and at the same time, his skin also turned red, just like a steamed prawn. He stepped into the bathtub and lay down, and Gao Yan's mind sank into his Body, observing the quenching liquid tempering his body. Time passed. The effect of the quenching liquid gradually dissipated until it disappeared completely. His mind moved. Called up the system panel. God-level income system, LV23. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 86. Constitution, 232. Spirit, 234. Qi, 12. Charm, 95. Income return multiple, 10 times. Lottery, 5. Experience, 244.1675 million. Stored funds, 2,495.94 billion, to be collected. Free attribute points, 0. Not bad, although it is not as good as the first time, it has increased 7 points of constitution. Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. Getting up from the bathtub, turning on the shower to rinse, Gao Yan walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. A scene from today's birthday banquet flashed in his mind. This banquet was obviously Wei Yushen's birthday banquet, but Wei Yushen, the old fox, flattered him in various ways, making him the focus of the whole audience, and letting him enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. As for why Wei Yushen did this, Gao Yan could guess several reasons. First, to please him; second, to deepen the relationship between the Wei family and him; third, to make people mistakenly think that he has a good relationship with the Wei family. Originally, the Wei family was regarded as the local tyrant in Nandu. But the appearance of Su Long made all the martial arts families and sects in Dusha submit to him, and they had to hand over 30% of their profits. The Wu group has many Dan Jin masters, and Su Long, a Gang Jin master, is in charge. They are simply unable to resist. And Gao Yan's performance at the Martial Arts Exchange Conference has now spread throughout the martial arts world. Not only is he Dan Jin, but he also has Gang Jin backing him up. He is also the only one who dares not to give face to the Wu group except for the 5 super martial arts families, and even can escape unscathed after injuring the Dan Jin masters of the Wu group. Among the 3 major martial arts families in Yangdong, the Sun family and the Qin family have already embraced the thighs. The Wei family was also worried about how to embrace Gao Yan's thighs. Unexpectedly, Gao Yan actually took the initiative to contact them to buy medicinal materials, which gave Wei Yushen an opportunity. That's why he would spare no effort to please Gao Yan, so as to cling to this golden thigh. As for why he should cling to the thigh, the reason is very simple. Su Long is too domineering, and he is not soft-hearted when killing people. There are many Dan Jin who died in his hands at the Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Such a killer, no one believes that he is easy to get along with. The Wu group dared to collect 30% of everyone's income before killing the 5 super martial arts families. What if the Wu group kills the super martial arts families in the future? What can these ordinary martial arts families use to resist? In addition to obediently offering their own interests, do they dare to turn against the Wu group? Therefore, the best way is to find a powerful backer for yourself. Coincidentally, the only backer and thigh are in Nandu. If the Wei family doesn't try to cling to them, they are fools. The next day, Thursday. There is no class in the morning. Therefore, Gao Yan stayed in the villa to condense the Gang Qi while watching Li Yingnan and Sun Ruoshi practice martial arts. Now, his physique has exceeded the 231 points of the Dharma phase. The amount of Gang Qi that his body can withstand has reached more than 25. If he did not have a system, it would take at least several years to condense. 25. Gang Qi. Now, at most 1 week, he can make Gang Qi reach 25. More than 2 hours later. Gao Yan's eyes fell on his dantian, and Gang Qi increased by 2 more, reaching 14. Suddenly, he sensed something. Looking up, he found that Sun Ruashi's movements were getting slower and slower, and her eyes became dull, as if she was trapped in her inner world. But her fists became heavier and heavier, and there was a faint sound of breaking through the air. As a master of Gang Jin, Gao Yan naturally knew what Sun Ruashi was like now. This was a sign that she was about to step into the dark power. Before, on the Great Wall, Gao Yan encountered a fool named Guan who broke through the dark power. But his breakthrough was different from Sun Ruashi's breakthrough. Guan Shotzi forced himself to break through by using crisis, while Sun Ruashi had accumulated enough experience and broke through naturally. Therefore, the opponent's step into the dark power was just a step, and the dark power he mastered was also limited. But after Sun Ruashi stepped into it, the dark power she mastered was definitely not comparable to Guan Shotzi. Chu Xiu also discovered Sun Ruashi's abnormality, so he asked Li Yingnan to stop practicing martial arts. Master, what happened to Sister Ruashi? Li Yingnan ran to Gao Yan and asked, worriedly. Originally, she was the first to enter the sect and planned to let Sun Ruashi call her senior sister, but later, she didn't know what method Sun Ruashi used. And Li Yingnan obediently changed her name to Sister Ruashi. Good thing, we're about to break through. Gao Yan said that Sun Ruashi had reached the peak of Ming Jin for a while, but because there was no one to guide her and lack of training resources, she was unable to find a chance to break through. During this period, she was able to drink medicinal wine every day, and with the guidance of Chu Xiu, a master of Dan Jin, it was natural for her to accumulate secret energy and break through. Hearing that Sun Ruashi was about to break through, Lin Yingnan was happy for her, but also troubled. I'm happy that my good sisters have made a breakthrough, but I'm troubled by the fact that they couldn't beat them before, and now that they've made a breakthrough, they can't even beat them. It didn't take long. Sun Ruashi officially broke through to Enjin. Gao Yan checked with his inside eye and found that the opponent's constitution had reached 84, which was comparable to the middle stage of Enjin. Sister Ruashi, have you made a breakthrough? Li Yingnan ran over and asked. Breakthrough. Sun Ruashi smiled and nodded, then bowed to Chu Xiu. Thank you, Master Chu. Chu Xiu nodded with a smile. Later, Sun Ruashi found Gao Yan again and saluted Gao Yan sincerely. Thank you, Master. Although Gao Yan abandoned her to Chu Xiu after accepting her as his disciple. But she didn't complain at all. After all, Chu Xiu was also a powerful Dan Jin. Master. If this is the case, she will complain, which means she is ungrateful. Secondly, during this period, the medicinal wine she drank every day was also provided by Gao Yan, but she knew how expensive this medicinal wine was. Therefore, she was truly grateful to Gao Yan. Okay, and Jin is just a starting point. Once you break through, you will understand it and strive to reach transformation Jin as soon as possible. Gao Yan nodded. Master, I can. Sun Ruashi nodded seriously. If others said such things to her, she would definitely sneer at him. After all, Enjin, who is in his 20s, is a genius in the entire martial arts world. But the person in front of him was also in his 20s, already at the peak of Dan Jin, and could even compete with Gang Jin. That's it. In this villa, Chu Xiu, who serves as the housekeeper, and Chu Xing, who serves as the chef, are also Danjin. She is so secretly powerful that she really can't be proud of her. Because of Sun Ruashi's breakthrough, Gao Yan ordered Chu Xing to cook a few more dishes to celebrate her. At the same time, he also asked Chu Xiu to pack and deliver 2 meals to classmate Xiaozhua. After he finished eating, he headed to the snack street with another packed meal. He called Qin Yue in advance so that she didn't have to go home to eat. He packed meals for her. What's going on? When Gao Yan came to the snack street, he found something was wrong with 2 diners at a stall not far away. One of them was a middle-aged man and the other was a young man. In Gao Yan's perception, the middle-aged man is a warrior in the middle stage of Huajin, while the young man is in the late stage of Anjin. However, the auras of these 2 people gave Gao Yan a particularly frivolous feeling. In addition, their auras also contained a strong smell of blood. Based on this alone, it can be concluded that these 2 people are not decent warriors. Moreover, the 2 people looked in the direction of the milk tea shop from time to time, with a strong sense of malice in their eyes. Insightful eye. The next moment, Gao Yan cast 2 discerning eyes at the 2 of them. The information about the 2 people also appeared in his mind. The middle-aged warrior is named Sun Ben, 45 years old, in the middle stage of Huajin cultivation, with a physical constitution of 91 and a spirit of 76. His identity is the messenger of the blood god cult. The young warrior is called Sun Chong. He is 24 years old. He is in the late stage of Anjin cultivation, with a constitution of 81 and a spirit of 72. He is the little leader of the blood god cult. The physique of a Huajin warrior is at least 90 points, but this Sun Ben is clearly in the middle stage of Huajin, but he only has a physique of 91 points. No wonder his aura is so insubstantial. And the guy named Sun Chong is in the same situation. And they all come from the blood god cult. At first glance, it sounds like it's not a serious sect. Combined with the smell of blood on their bodies, they were probably from evil ways. Gao Yan didn't plan to pay attention to them for the time being. But he used his discerning eyes to mark them. You 2 come over and eat. Gao Yan entered the milk tea shop carrying a food box and waved to Qin Yue and Shen Lingling. Shen Lingling is Qin Yue's best friend. If she has delicious food, he naturally doesn't mind sharing it with her. Just when Gao Yan and Qin Yue showed their intimate behavior, he clearly felt 4 eyes with strong malice falling on him. Suddenly, his heart became cold, and he realized that the 2 warriors from the blood god sect were coming for Qin Yue. You guys eat first, I have something else to do. Without saying a word, Gao Yan stood up and left. He stood outside the snack street for a while, and then Li Ju appeared. Back then, Gao Yan drew 4 human queens with Huajin creatures. Except for Zhao Mei, who stayed by her side, the other 3 were sent to protect classmates Xiaozhua, Qin Yue, and Jing Xiaoyu. And Li Ju is Qin Yue's secret bodyguard. When did those 2 people come? Gao Yan asked. With Li Ju's late-stage strength, it was not difficult to find that there was something wrong with those 2 people. Li Ju replied, Boss, those 2 people showed up at the snack street at around 10 o'clock in the morning. They seemed to have ill intentions towards Miss Chen. However, they did not take action, but were secretly observing. With Li Ju's strength in the later stage of Huajin, even if those 2 people join forces, they cannot be her opponent. Therefore, she has been hiding in the dark. Once those 2 people dare to go against Qin Yue, she will use a Thunderous strike. Gao Yan frowned. It seemed that these two guys were really coming for Chen Yue. Thinking of this, he said to his mobile phone, Xiao Hong, investigate the information about the Blood God sect for me. Red Emperor, great, boss. The Red Emperor's efficiency was getting higher and higher. After only 2 minutes, a piece of information was sent to Gao Yan's mobile phone. The Blood God sect is a secret sect located in western Hunan. However, this sect was eradicated more than 20 years ago. Nowadays, only some elderly local villagers have heard of the Blood God cult. Combined with Red Emperor's information, Gao Yan secretly guessed that most of the eradication was not complete, which allowed some remnants of the Blood God cult to survive and secretly reorganized a new Blood God cult. Li Ju, show your cultivation and scare those two away, Gao Yan said in a deep voice. It's the boss. Li Ju stepped into the snack street and deliberately showed off her advanced cultivation level. The people of the Blood God cult are basically mice who can't see the light of day. Therefore, when they felt the late stage of Hua Jin appearing, both of their expressions changed drastically. Then he got up to pay and left the snack street in a hurry. And as soon as they left the snack street, they got into an ordinary Volkswagen and drove away. Gao Yan, on the other hand, drove slowly to keep up, until the two drove the car into a village. Gao Yan parked the car on the roadside at the entrance of the village, got out of the car, and followed him into the village. With insight, he is not afraid of losing track. Soon, the two Blood God cultists drove to a tile-roofed house. The two of them first looked around cautiously and found that no one had any ideas, so they quickly entered the tile-roofed house. And Gao Yan also saw clearly everything in the tile-roofed house through his inside eye. This tile-roofed house is quite old, and there is a cellar in the room. At the moment, 2 young girls who are tied up and sleeping are being held in the cellar. Xiangzi, go and bring those 2 people up. We'll leave immediately. Sun Ben ordered Sun Chong. Good messenger. Sun Chong left and opened the cellar cover and jumped into the cellar. Soon, he jumped up with a sleeping girl in one hand. Just then, both of them felt a flash before their eyes, and then their eyes went dark, and they lost consciousness. Looking at the 2 sleeping women, both of them were in their early 20s. They cast 2 insightful eyes, and their identity information also emerged. What surprised Gao Yan a little was that the physiques of these 2 girls were good, and they were all above 70 points. Could it be? Gao Yan thought of a possibility. Did Sun Ben and Sun Chong target Qin Yue because her physique was far superior to that of ordinary people? But there was no need to think so much. He could get the information he wanted from Sun Ben. He carried the 2 to another room. Wake up Sun Ben first. The other party subconsciously wanted to get up, but his body just left the ground and fell back. It is relatively easy for a Gangjin warrior to control a Huajin. He had drawn a truth card in the lottery before, but he had never used it, so Gao Yan took out the truth card and used it on Sun Ben. Sure enough, under the effect of the truth card, the other party spit out something head. Gao Yan soon learned everything about the Blood God cult from the other party. The current Blood God cult was reorganized by Sun Tong, the son of the leader of the Blood God cult that was wiped out more than 20 years ago. As he expected, this Blood God cult was indeed a cult. Today, the leader of the Blood God cult has reached the level of Gangjin. Under the leader, there are 4 guardians, and all 4 guardians are Danjin. Below them are the messengers. In the Blood God cult, there are 78 Huajin messengers. The reason why the blood god cult has so many masters and is so low-key that it is unknown is that they need to kill people and bleed to practice. This is also the origin of the name of the blood god cult. According to Sun Ben, the previous leader of the blood god cult, Sun Yuan, was actually a tomb robber. He dug out a secret book of ancient martial arts from an ancient tomb. But he has been practicing for many years, but has not been able to practice it, so he has gone astray. In a frenzy, he bit his wife's neck and sucked all her blood, but by chance, he mastered the ancient martial arts secret book, and he returned to normal. Sun Yuan already had some kung fu skills, and he was also a martial artist at the early stage of dark energy. After he mastered the ancient martial arts secret book, his strength went up to a higher level. But in the following days, he found that his ancient martial arts skills had stagnated again. So, he suspected that blood might be needed to practice this ancient martial arts secret book. After all, he also sucked his wife's blood to master this ancient martial arts secret book. But sucking his wife's blood was done when he was possessed. Now that he has recovered, he still can't get over the psychological barrier of sucking blood again. So, he was entangled in the time and time. Then, his tomb robbery was reported. He was also hunted by the police. During his escape, he was in danger several times. In order to have a stronger strength and escape the pursuit, he ventured into a village and kidnapped a woman. After sucking the woman's blood, and then combined with the ancient martial arts secret book to practice, his stagnant cultivation level really increased again. This discovery made Sun Yuan unable to stop. He embarked on the evil path of sucking blood to practice martial arts. With his strength greatly increased, Sun Yuan escaped the blockade of the local police and came to Shaanxi. Because he was a wanted criminal, it was not appropriate to expose him. So he founded the blood god cult, absorbed many people to join, and changed the ancient martial arts secret book to blood nerve. With the help of believers to catch people for him to practice martial arts, Sun Yuan's strength improved rapidly. As his strength grew, Sun Yuan became more and more courageous, absorbing more believers and arresting more and more people. Wenchuemi.cc. With the emergence of a large number of missing people, it also attracted the attention of the local police in Shaanxi, and even alarmed the top leaders of Daxia. Sun Yuan founded the blood god cult not long ago, and the organization was not very strict, so he was soon locked by the police. Because they learned from the captured blood god cult believers that Sun Yuan was very strong, the local police reported to the top leaders and finally sent for Huajin warriors to help. In the end, the blood god cult was wiped out. But Sun Yuan escaped with serious injuries, and 2 of the 4 Huajin sent by the higher-ups died and 2 were seriously injured. The higher-ups would naturally not let Sun Yuan go, so they sent more masters to hunt him down. Sun Yuan had no time to recover from his injuries. Finally, he took the risk to sneak back to his hometown, taught the blood nerve to his only son Sun Tong, and told his son everything about him. Although Sun Tong was only 15 years old, he had a very mature personality. He knew that the police would monitor him, so he stayed at home for 3 years. Until the police relaxed their vigilance, he directly smuggled out of the country and came to Nanyang. Sun Tong was also a martial arts genius. Even though he had not yet practiced the blood nerve, he had reached the middle stage of Mingjin at the age of 18. He worked hard in Nanyang for 2 years with his martial arts and created a small gang. Then he secretly captured people to suck blood to practice the blood nerve. In just 5 years, he reached the Huajin level, and the forces under his command became increasingly powerful. Because Nanyang was in chaos at that time, it was not uncommon for people to disappear, which made it convenient for Sun Tong. At the age of 30, Sun Tong finally reached the Danjin level through the blood nerve. There were not many Danjin masters in the whole Nanyang. So Sun Tong re-established the blood god cult. At the same time, he also subdued a group of Huajin warriors and Njin warriors with his powerful force, and taught them the simplified version of blood nerve. More than 10 years later, Sun Tong, who was over 40 years old, also entered Gangjin, and his 4 guardians were promoted to Danjin one after another. He also had more than 70 Huajin envoys. The blood god cult was obviously in Nanyang, so why did Sun Ben and Sun Chong appear in Nandu? The reason is very simple. Today, the blood god cult is one of the strongest underground forces in Nanyang. After all, Sun Tong is from Daxia, so he is naturally unwilling to let the power of the blood god cult be limited to Nanyang. So he sent his son Sun Yunjie back to China to set up a branch of the blood god cult. Sun Yunjie, who practiced the complete version of blood god, was only in his 20s, but his strength had reached the early stage of Danjin. After returning to China, he opened a foreign trade company in Modu as a cover, but he was actually developing the blood god cult in secret. At the same time, he also brought back the White Tiger Guardian, one of the 4 great protectors, and 12 Huajin envoys. Sun Yunjie grew up with a golden key in his mouth, so he was picky and only sucked young and beautiful girls with full blood and chi for blood sucking. But China is not like Nanyang. Even if he is Danjin, he dare not act recklessly. So, he sent Sun Ben and Sun Chong to other places to secretly search for young girls with full blood and chi for him, and sent them back to Modu for him to practice. In this way, even after the incident, he could not be traced back to him. Why did Sun Ben know so much? Because he is Sun Tong's cousin. After Sun Tong gained a foothold in Nanyang, he sent people back to his hometown to pick up many of his fellow tribesmen to Nanyang. Sun Ben was the first group of people to go to Nanyang to join Sun Tong. Therefore, he is one of Sun Tong's most trusted confidants. And Sun Yunjie also trusts him, so he sent him out to secretly help him hunt for young, beautiful and full of blood. Because the people of the blood god cult suck blood to practice, they are more sensitive to blood, and they can often judge whether the other party is full of blood at a glance. Now, Sun Ben has traveled to many places across the country and has helped Sun Yunjie secretly capture more than 50 young women, because they often shoot and change guns. Even if the local police find out, they cannot trace them. 3 days ago, Sun Ben and Sun Chong arrived in Nandu, and they temporarily rented a house in this village as a temporary base. And yesterday, they successfully locked the 2 young women they abducted into the cellar. They planned to capture 2 more people and evacuate Nandu. So they came to the university town to scout and found Chen Yue in the snack street. But there were many people in the snack street, and Chen Yue was always in the store, so they never had a chance to make a move. Gao Yan already knew everything about the blood god cult. So, how should Sun Ben and Sun Chong be dealt with? Kill them directly? Or hand them over to Bureau S? After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to hand them over to Bureau S. So, Gao Yan dialed Luo Bing's phone number. Gao Yan waited here for half an hour. 2 SUVs drove into the village and came straight to the tile house. Through spiritual perception, Gao Yan learned that 6 people from the S Bureau came, led by Xiao Nanjun, the director of the Yongdong branch of the S. Bureau, a Huajin warrior. In addition, there were 2 dark forces and 3 bright forces. Gao Yan did not plan to meet them. After knowing that the people from the S. Bureau had taken over, he left directly. Anyway, on the phone, Gao Yan told Luo Bing everything he knew. After the people from the S Bureau broke in, they found 2 young girls tied up and Sun Ben and Sun Chong who were subdued. Xiao Nanjun, who did not find Gao Yan, was a little disappointed. Because he also followed Director Luo to Sioux City at the beginning, he knew that Gao Yan was a tough guy who dared to go against Su Long. To be honest, the people from the S Bureau did not have much good feelings for Su Long. Because in their opinion, Su Long was too self-domineering and too rough in his behavior. Moreover, relying on his identity as a Gangjin warrior, he did not take the S. Bureau seriously at all. If the Wu group had not left Bureau S to work alone, they might have defeated the 5 super martial arts families. That's right, seeing Su Long being defeated, Xiao Nanjun still felt a little gloating. He was also happy to have some friendship with a tough guy like Gao Yan. Unfortunately, Gao Yan didn't give him this opportunity. Magic City, Star Entertainment. General Manager's Office. I still value Li Chaonan, the company's top singer. Therefore, after Yu Feifei brought her agent, she immediately warmly welcomed them to sit down and asked her secretary to make 2 cups of coffee. When she heard that Chen Yusen had obtained a new song, Sister Wu encouraged Yu Feifei to come to Li Chaonan immediately to ask for an explanation. However, Yu Feifei also understood the importance of things and didn't come to the door with Sister Wu until she finished her trip. Li Chaonan first cared about Yu Feifei and asked her about some things at work, and then asked, Feifei, you came to me for something. You don't have to be polite here. If you have anything to say, just say it. Li Chaonan was also the owner of a 4S store before becoming the general manager of Xingchen Entertainment. Naturally, he knew that Yu Feifei came to visit, and it couldn't be for coffee. Before Feifei opened her mouth, Sister Wu rushed to say, Mr. Li, you are too partial. She's Yu Feifei's manager. The better Yu Feifei develops and the more money she earns, the more commission she will get. That's why she knew that Chen Yusen got a new song that is not weaker than the past. Only then will you feel aggrieved. Yu Feifei has made a lot of money in the past 2 months, and as an agent, she has also made a lot of money. And with Yu Feifei's popularity, her status in the company has also risen. She doesn't take other agents seriously at all, and even brags about her good taste. If it weren't for her, Yu Feifei wouldn't be where she is today. To put it simply, Sister Wu, the manager, is lost and somewhat confused about who she is. Li Chaonan, who was accused by Sister Wu, frowned slightly, sat up straight, stared at Sister Wu and said, Sister Wu, what do you mean? Being stared at by Li Chaonan, Sister Wu felt a little guilty, but she still had the courage to say, Mr. Li, our Feifei's past things is much more popular than that song my him. Why is that guy named Chen? New songs, but the company didn't arrange new songs for us Feifei? What did I think? It turned out to be this. Li Chaonan smiled. First of all, Chen Yusen's new song was not arranged for her by the company, but received by herself. Secondly, the company has prepared a new song for Feifei just because the popularity of past times remains high. If it's not appropriate to release a new song now. Sister Wu was not satisfied with Li Chaonan's explanation. Mr. Li, you didn't lie to me, did you? Chen Yusen turned out to be a dirty anchor. She didn't know anyone in the circle at all. I heard that her song General is of great quality. I don't believe she personally could receive a song of this quality. Hearing this, Li Chaonan frowned even deeper, and felt dissatisfied in his heart. He said coldly, "What, you mean I'm lying to you?" Seeing that Li Chaonan's face was not good-looking, Sister Wu also felt that what she said was a bit too much, and said quickly, "Mr. Li, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean it like this. Do you think this will work? Our Feifei is much more popular than Chen Yusen, so why not put that sing this song for us? Feifei, and it will be even more outstanding." When he heard this, Li Chaonan almost laughed angrily. Sister Wu is a woman who really doesn't know how high the world is. Chen Yusen's song was given by Gao Yan, and Chen Yusen is one of the arrogant women. Now, Sister Wu is actually licking her face to steal the boss woman's songs. She really feels that her life is too comfortable. However, he did not turn his face directly. "I will consider this matter. First, you go back and wait for the news." Sister Wu misunderstood what Li Chaonan meant, and thought that the other party was really considering singing this song to Yu Feifei. She suddenly became very happy, and at the same time she was also quite proud of herself. She, an agent, actually controlled the general manager. But she had no idea that just as they left Li Chaonan's office, the manager of the agency department hurried over. "Mr. Li, what are your orders?" Manager Zhang said respectfully. Li Chaonan said calmly, "Check whether Wu Hui has violated the company's regulations. If it is serious, she will be dismissed directly. If it is not serious, she will be transferred to bring in new people. As for Feifei's agent, let someone else take over." Hearing what Li Chaonan said, Manager Zhang didn't understand. The general manager was dissatisfied with Ma Hui. To be honest, Wu Hui was becoming more and more outrageous during this period. And she didn't even take him as a manager seriously. If Yu Feifei hadn't been so angry, he would have planned to deal with her. Unexpectedly, Mr. Li made the first move, so he was naturally happy to go along with it. Li Chaonan wants to deal with Sister Wu, mainly because he sees that this woman is not a peaceful woman. Yu Feifei's popularity is partly related to her singing skills, but the most important thing is the quality of the songs. After all, before encountering the past, no matter how good Yu Feifei's singing skills were, she never became popular. As for why he didn't touch Feifei directly, it was because Yu Feifei could still make money for the company. Besides, changing her agent would also be a blow to her. If she can understand, the company will continue to train her. If she resents it instead, then don't blame the company for giving up on her. To be honest, there is no shortage of actors and singers in today's society. After all, there are too many art schools now, and there are a lot of students graduating from the schools every year. Are there no outstanding ones among them? Of course. It's just that they don't have a company to sign them. Manager Zhang's movements were still very fast. Of course, the main reason was that Wu Hui was too flamboyant and offended too many people. Knowing that Manager Zhang wanted to deal with her, other agents provided a lot of materials. After verifying these materials, he immediately ran to see Li Chaonan. After reading these materials, Li Chaonan's face turned cold. "Let's go ahead and compensate her with 3 months' salary." "Mr. Li, this is her own fault. Is it too cheap to compensate her with 3 months' salary?" Manager Zhang asked in confusion. Li Chaonan said calmly, "We are an entertainment company, and what we pay attention to is word of mouth. Manager Zhang showed a look of surprise. Thank you, Mr. Li, for the tip. I understand. I'll make arrangements now. In fact, he also understands this truth, he just wants to take the opportunity to flatter Li Chaonan. Soon, Sister Wu received the call that she was fired from the company and asked her to go to the company to hand over the work immediately. At the same time, Yu Feifei also received a call from the manager of the artist department. Suddenly, Yu Feifei's expression changed. She knew that Mr. Li was trying to beat her. Feifei, I was fired from the company, do you want to help me? Sister Wu panicked and quickly asked Yu Feifei for help. After all, Sister Wu had been following her for so many years, and Yu Feifei couldn't bear it, so she said, let's do this. I'll go to the company with you and find out what's going on. She didn't dare to agree to Sister Wu directly. Although she is relatively popular now, her foundation is still shallow. The copyright of the song, Pastime, is also in the company. If she wants to change jobs, she cannot take this song with her. Without this song, I believe it won't be long before she will be brought back to her original form. Having tried what it's like to be famous, she doesn't want to become a transparent person again. Final. Yu Feifei did not keep Wu Hui. Wu Hui also chose to resign obediently because Manager Zhang directly put the dirty information in front of her. If she followed the arrangement, the dirty information would not be handed over to the police. If she had to go through the trouble and the company handed over the dirty information to the police, she might have to go in and use the sewing machine bureau branch in Nandu, because they had obtained important information about the blood god cult in advance. Therefore, the interrogation of Sun Ben and Sun Chong went very smoothly. After the interrogation, the two were also executed on the spot. After all, if such an evil warrior is not killed, he will be kept for the new year. On the other side, Beijing, S. Bureau. Director Luo, Sun Yunjie is a Danjin warrior. With our strength, I am afraid we cannot catch him. Luo Bing nodded. She did not deny this. Sun Yunjie was in a big city like the Magic City, and the other party was an evil warrior with no bottom line. Once he escaped, it would definitely cause serious consequences. The best way is to ask Su Long to take action. So, after some discussion, Luo Bing contacted Su Long. Although Su Long was domineering and arrogant, he was also furious after learning about Sun Yunjie's situation. And he took two Danjin to the Magic City to catch people. In the early morning of that night, Gao Yan hugged Xiaozhua and slept soundly. Suddenly, a quick phone ring rang. Gao Yan grabbed the phone and saw that it was Luo Bing calling, so he stood up and walked to the balcony to answer the phone. Director Luo, is there something wrong with you calling me so late? Luo Bing said. Team leader Su personally led people to the Magic City to capture Sun Yunjie. Although he was seriously injured, he escaped. What? Escaped? Is Su Long a pig? Gao Yan said angrily. Su Long is a Gangjin warrior, and Sun Yunjie is only Danjin. A Danjin actually ran away under the eyes of Gangjin. It's a joke. On the other end of the phone, Luo Bing's expression was also quite embarrassed. She didn't expect that Su Long would fail. Fortunately, Gao Yan immediately regained his composure and asked, what exactly happened? Does Director Luo know? Luo Bing said, in fact, it's not team leader Su's fault. Sun Yunjie is extremely cunning. He actually dug a tunnel and set up many traps in the villa where he lives. In addition, the blood nerve he practiced was also quite strange. Team leader Su just didn't notice it for a moment and let him escape into the tunnel. Okay, I know, Su Long didn't leak my information, right? Gao Yan asked. No. Director Luo said, Team leader Su didn't know that you provided this information. Okay then. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan lost his sleepiness. It seems that he underestimated the blood nerve. Sun Yunjia only has the cultivation level of the middle stage of Danjin. But he was able to escape from Su Long through the blood nerve, which shows that the blood nerve also has its advantages. He also got a simplified version of the blood nerve from Sun Bin. It's just that he didn't take it seriously. Thinking of this, he went to the study next door and memorized the simplified version of blood nerve. After reading it several times, he figured out what the cultivation concept of this blood nerve was. In simple terms, the current martial arts system, whether it is internal or external, is actually all about body training. And this blood nerve is about practicing qi. But why does it need to be combined with blood to practice? Gao Yan suspected that it is very likely that the practice of qi training requires some special substances to cultivate qi. And this world is now lacking such substances. Therefore, the method of practicing qi gradually withdrew from the world stage and was banned by today's martial arts. Sun Yuan sucked blood by chance and practiced blood nerve, which means that this substance is contained in human blood. Thinking of this, Gao Yan decided to try to practice it. So, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice the simplified version of blood nerve. God rewards hard work, his efficiency should be quite high. But after a few hours, he didn't practice anything. This also confirmed his guess. He suspected that in ancient times, warriors were able to practice qi. So there were many ancient martial arts secrets. Later, for some unknown reason, a certain substance between heaven and earth disappeared. Let's call this substance aura. After the aura disappeared, naturally, the ancient martial arts secrets could not be practiced. Then, the ancient martial arts secrets were gradually eliminated and abolished by the current physical cultivation. As for why there is aura in human blood, Gao Yan estimated that it was related to the fact that humans are the spirits of all things. After all, there are so many species on this planet, and only humans have created their own civilization, which shows that humans and other species are not on the same level of existence. Forget it, don't think about it. Gao Yan got up and left the study, and continued to hug Xiaoshua's fragrant body to sleep. Anyway, the ancient martial arts secrets have been eliminated and are not worth his trouble. As for whether Sun Tong, the leader of the blood god cult, would find out that he had revealed their existence, he didn't care. If the other party dared to come to the door, just beat him to death. Anyway, he didn't have any psychological pressure to kill such an evil heretic. It was Friday morning. Xiao Sang, from Jinqing, came back. Gao Yan went to Tianyun Club to see her. Xiao Sang, you won't feel wronged if I ask you to help me run the security company, right? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Mr. Gao, I have no objection, I am happy to work for you, Xiao Sang said nervously. That's good. Gao Yan nodded. In this way, I won't treat you unfairly. How about giving you 2 bottles of medicinal wine every month? Mr. Gao, isn't this too much? Xiao Sang declined and said, after all, she also knew the price of medicinal wine, which was 20 million for a bottle. If I gave her 2 bottles, wouldn't It'd be 40 million? However, in Gao Yan's opinion, the medicinal wine sold was only worth 20 million. What is not sold is only worth 100 yuan in his heart. Besides, now that his master and uncle have been arranged by him to make medicinal wine, the production has also increased, and at least thousands of bottles can be made a day. Therefore, the shipment of 500 bottles was completed this morning. 9 billion upgrade experience was directly obtained, and the system reserve fund increased by 90 billion. So far, 3,400 bottles of the 5,600 bottle order have been completed. The upgrade experience has also reached 38.8 billion. After completing this batch of orders, he will upgrade it all at once. It's okay, just take what he gives you. At this time, Tu Yun spoke. Sister Yun is right, just take what is given to you. Then thank you, Madam and Mr. Gao. Next, Gao Yan and Xiao Sang discussed the security company, but there was actually nothing to discuss. After all, the security company is still an empty shell. Li Feng also found someone to remove the original fitness club sign and replace it with the security company's sign. As for the name of the security company, Tu Yun took it. It's called Black Panther Security. After changing the sign, Li Feng, who was fine, found a group of cleaning ladies to clean there. Therefore, the first thing Xiao Sang did when he went to the security company was to recruit people. Gao Yan also used a recruitment card for Black Panther Security, and designated all security personnel to be recruited, aged between 20 and 25. Inside a nanny's car, the assistant gloated, Sister Uxin, have you heard that Yu Feifei's agent has been fired? Why? Chen Yusen asked subconsciously. At this point, a flash of disgust flashed in the assistant's eyes. I heard that Yu Feifei was jealous that you got a good song, and then wanted to snatch it away, and then Mr. Li kicked him out. Well done. Chen Yusen was shocked, but also a little lucky. Fortunately, she had the backing of Gao Yan. If she had gone to another company, she might have had a different experience. Before a song is released online, it needs to be promoted and publicized in advance. Everyone at Xingchen Company is very optimistic about Chen Yusen's new song. General, so they decided to start promoting it from this Saturday. Will be online again in 10 days. Although Chen Yusen has transformed from an anchor to a singer and actor, but she occasionally does live broadcasts. Saturday morning. Gao Yan was sitting on the balcony on the second floor basking in the sun. In the courtyard downstairs, classmate Xiao Zhua was standing, while Li Yingnan and Sun Ruoshi were practicing martial arts. Li Yingnan and Sun Ruoshi both just broke through, but they are not proud, but more serious than before. Bored, Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and put on a Bluetooth headset to log into the Huyu Live broadcasting network. He hasn't been here for a long time. With hundreds of millions of Huyu coins accumulated in his account, he decided to make a big splash today. What a coincidence. I just clicked on Huyu's app. He discovered that Chen Yusen's live broadcast room was promoted on the homepage. Although it is morning, the popularity of Chen Yusen's live broadcast room is still very explosive, with more than 500,000 people. Chen Yusen did not sing either, but was talking about her new song General. It can be heard that Chen Yusen is quite satisfied with her new song. Gao Yan glanced and saw that Chen Yusen had only been live broadcasting for more than 20 minutes, but her total rewards had already exceeded 1 million yuan, 90% of which were generated by her elder brothers. Gao Yan is preparing to release some pressure on his account. Sudden. The subtitles in the live broadcast room are wrong. TSK, it's really ugly to look at her. She's already moved to the entertainment industry, and she's here to compete with the anchor for her job. Here we go to make money again. Are you unable to survive in the entertainment industry? Are you back to make money again? There is no lower limit, I don't even give up my face for money. This wave of subtitles is coming with force, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that it is organized and premeditated. However, Chin Yusen's fans were not intimidated and immediately launched a counterattack. For a time, the live broadcast room became a melee between the two parties. Seeing this scene, Chin Yusen frowned and comforted her fans. Just then, 100 luxury cruise ships suddenly rose into the sky and occupied the entire live broadcast screen. I'm not Brother Yen to reward Chin Yusen's luxury cruise ship X100. I am not Brother Yen to reward Chin Yusen's luxury cruise ship X200. I'm not Brother Yen to reward Chin Yusen's luxury cruise ship X300. I am not Brother Yen to reward Chin Yusen's luxury cruise ship X1000. Gao Yan painted 1,000 luxury cruise ships in one breath, and the special effects alone lasted for 5 minutes. After the special effects, there was a crazy rain of red envelopes. For a time, the live broadcast room was full of people grabbing red envelopes. Who paid attention to the scolding war? Naturally, this war of words was terminated. Chin Yusen also sent Gao Yan a WeChat message. She was both happy and distressed about Gao Yan's actions. She was happy that Gao Yan cared for her, but sad that he spent 5 million to help her end the scolding. At the same time, however, Hu Entertainment's Shinhao Group exploded. Am I not Brother Yan and Yubao's loyal guardian? Why are you protecting Chin Yusen now? They all know that I am not Brother Yan, but he is a famous hero. Even if these so-called heroes are put together, they may not be able to compete with others. And can Chin Yusen stop such a rich man? What they didn't know was that in reality, Chin Yusen had already been captured by I'm not Brother Yen. Red Emperor, boss, the information has been sent to your mailbox. Gao Yan immediately opened the email and clicked on the information to check it out. When he was swiping the luxury cruise ship to end the scolding war, Gao Yan also asked the Red Emperor to help investigate who found the gang of sailors. After reading this information, Gao Yan knew it in his heart, and it was pretty much what he had guessed. It was indeed the guild's fault. But it was not one guild, but 2 guilds working together. After Chin Yusen and Jing Xiaoyu moved to the entertainment industry, their live broadcasts will naturally decrease. The anchor circle also updates relatively quickly. The 2 of them live broadcast less frequently, so naturally there are new anchors competing to take over. As a result, 2 guilds made great efforts to quickly make 2 female anchors famous. Originally, they thought that Chin Yusen's popularity might not be stable due to the few live broadcasts. But I didn't expect it. Chin Yusen only started broadcasting for more than 20 minutes, and the number of people in the live broadcast room soared to more than 500,000, and the rewards exceeded 1 million. The bosses of the 2 guilds took a look. This can't work. You, Chin Yusen, have already gone to the entertainment industry. Why do you come back to compete with the anchor for food? So, the 2 of them combined. So I went to the Navy to start a fight and smear Chin Yusen. But they never expected that as soon as they started a scolding war, Gao Yan came and ended the fight with a huge reward. Xiaohong, check for me whether there is any tax evasion or other illegal operations in these 2 guilds. If so, collect the evidence and send it to the relevant departments. Gao Yan would naturally not let go of women who dared to smear him so easily. Xiaohong, what a boss! The reward was only 5 million, which was not enough to relieve the pressure on the account. Therefore, Gao Yan gave Chen Yusen another 1,000 luxury cruise ships. I have to say, the anchors of Fable Guild are all smart little guys. After learning that Gao Yan had appeared, they all went online at this time. They are all their own employees anyway. Gao Yan didn't treat them badly. Anyone who was online went to their live broadcast room and gave them 10 luxury cruise ships. This made the anchors very happy. Unfortunately, Jing Xiaoyu was not online. So Gao Yan simply sent a WeChat message to Jing Xiaoyu, asking her to go online quickly. Then he gave her 2,000 luxury cruise ships. The 2,000 luxury cruise ships caused the number of people in Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room to rise rapidly. For a time, the number of people in both Jing Xiaoyu and Chen Yusen's live broadcast rooms exceeded 1 million. There was already little traffic in the morning. Those who watched the live broadcast went to the live broadcast room of the two women, and the popularity of other live broadcast rooms was pitiful. This made the anchors in other live broadcast rooms curse in their hearts. His sister-in-law was also doing live broadcasts. So he stayed in Huyu for a while. Gao Yan went to the website where his sister-in-law was live broadcasting and took a look. It must be said that his sister-in-law Chen Yuling was lucky she was online, because Chen Yuling didn't want him to give too much reward. Gao Yan registered a new account and then recharged the 5 million generated in the virtual currency card today, and gave Chen Yuling 500,000 in one go. If he was not worried about scaring his sister-in-law, Gao Yan planned to spend all the 5 million in one go. Unexpectedly, not long after he went offline, Chen Yuling called Gao Yan. Gao Yan immediately understood that his sister-in-law was suspicious of him. Picked up the phone. Chen Yuling, brother-in-law, why are you giving me gifts again? Gao Yan, what gifts? Did anyone give you huge rewards when you were live streaming? Chen Yuling, brother-in-law, don't play dumb, I know it was you. Gao Yan, it's really not me. Chen Yuling, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it, anyway I know it was you. Gao Yan, why are you so sure it's me? Chen Yuling, I looked at the reward account, it was just registered, and it gave me 500,000 as soon as it was registered. Who else could it be except you? Gao Yan didn't expect his sister-in-law to be so smart. Chen Yuling said with some pride, you have nothing to say now, don't give me tips anymore, it's a waste of money. Gao Yan, okay, I won't give tips anymore. He was a little helpless. It seems that his sister-in-law is not so easy to fool. Chen Yuling, brother-in-law, will you come to my house for lunch at noon? I'll make you something delicious. Gao Yan, I can't come, I have something else to do. Chen Yuling, okay, let me know when you come. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan lay down on the chair on the balcony to bask in the sun again. Gao Yan had just taken a nap when Hong Huang reported to him that he had collected the black materials of the two guilds and sent them to the relevant departments. Send me their black materials. Gao Yan suddenly became interested. Hong Huang, boss, wait a minute. Soon, Gao Yan received the black materials of the two guilds and read them slowly. Originally, he thought that the two guilds would at most do some tax evasion. But in fact, the bosses of the two guilds were even more evil than he thought. After these black materials were handed over, they would probably be sentenced. Anyway, there were law enforcement departments to deal with them, and Gao Yan was too lazy to worry about it. In a blink of an eye, the 2-day weekend passed. time also came to October 22nd. On Saturday and Sunday, 500 bottles of medicinal wine were shipped every day, which made the upgrade experience reach 56.8 billion, and the system reserve funds exceeded 280 million. It is worth mentioning that Gao Yan's reward to Jing Xiaoyu and Qin Yusen on Saturday was directly on the hot search. Netizens are full of curiosity about I Am Not Brother Yan, who spent 20 million. Some people also began to ask around about his identity. Fortunately, the boss of Tiger Entertainment gave a death order to employees not to disclose Gao Yan's identity to the outside world. Otherwise, his real identity would be exposed. Without getting any news about him from Tiger Entertainment, some people had evil thoughts and wanted to hack into his Tiger Entertainment account. But Gao Yan's online accounts were all helped by Hong Huang. For those who had evil thoughts, Hong Huang was not polite and directly fought back. But the other party was scared and dared not to have evil thoughts again. At the same time, on Sunday, the bosses of the two guilds were taken away by the police, and the guilds were also blocked. The anchors who knew the inside story were scared. Yesterday, the bosses of the two guilds hired Water Army to discredit Chen Yusen, and they were arrested by the police the next day. It is difficult for those who know the inside story not to suspect that this matter is related to Qin Yusen. As this matter spread to the ears of the bosses of other guilds, they all shuddered subconsciously. Although they were jealous of Qin Yusen's popularity, fortunately they did not take action, otherwise, they would probably end up like the bosses of the two guilds. Gao Yan walked into the classroom slowly, but he found that there were a group of people around his seat. What's going on? Gao Yan was a little surprised. Qinghao is back to class again. Yang Yu noticed Gao Yan's puzzled eyes and said meaningfully, that group of people are flattering him? Spiritual perception was turned on. Gao Yan really found that it was Qinghao who was surrounded by people. Suddenly, his expression became a little playful. Although Tang Yu been ruined his reputation and looked down on him, he did not mean to retaliate. After all, he and Qinghao were good brothers before. However, the little affection between the two was exhausted. If he guessed correctly, Qinghao came back to school because he found that his identity was extraordinary and wanted to take the opportunity to be good brothers with him again. But a good horse never turns back. Since the relationship has been broken, there is no need to reconcile again. Not to mention that Qinghao's reconciliation is also for some purpose. Beauty, how about we change seats? Gao Yan said to Yang Yu's deskmate. Why, you want to get close to the water first? The other party teased, thinking that Gao Yan changed his seat for Yang Yu. I'll treat you to a small meal in the cafeteria at noon, Gao Yan said with a smile. You want to get rid of me with just one meal? Then 2 meals. Okay, it's a deal, 1 meal today and 1 meal tomorrow. The other party said with a smile. Qinghao is now a celebrity in the school, and she also wants to find an opportunity to get close to him. Now Gao Yan is exchanging seats with her for 2 small meals, and she can get close to Qinghao, so she is naturally happy to exchange. Hey, what do you mean? After Gao Yan sat down, Yang Yu asked shyly. Don't be sentimental, I changed my seat just because I don't want to sit with Qinghao, Gao Yan said with a smile. Stinky, straight man. Hearing this, Yang Yu was very dissatisfied, but her curiosity was also aroused. You and Qinghao fell out? Do you know why some people can live long? Gao Yan asked jokingly. Why? Yang Yu said subconsciously. Because they are not very curious. 1suemi.cc. Yang Yu. Just then, the class bell rang. The students surrounding Qing Hao also rushed forward. At the same time, Yang Yu's deskmate also sat down in Gao Yan's seat. "Why are you sitting here?" Qing Hao looked at the other party and asked, "Isn't this Gao Yan's seat?" "He exchanged seats with me. I guess he wants to pursue Yang Yu." The other party chuckled and said, "Although Qing Hao is a little fatter and uglier, he has money. If you can marry him, you don't have to worry about the future." Qing Hao subconsciously looked forward and saw Gao Yan's back. Suddenly, his face turned green and red. He knew that Gao Yan exchanged seats not to pursue Yang Yu, but because he didn't want to sit with him. "Hey, are you okay?" Seeing Qing Hao's face, Yang Yu's deskmate immediately showed concern. "I'm fine." Qing Hao shook his head, his emotions were very complicated. He deliberately returned to school. The main purpose was to ease the relationship with Gao Yan. In fact, he didn't want to come back. But his parents wanted him to come back to school. So he bit the bullet and came back. Qing Hao spent the next class in a state of confusion. After class, saw Gao Yan walking out of the classroom. Qing Hao quickly got up and chased after him. "Brother Yan, can we have a chat?" "Classmate Qing Hao, what do you want to talk to me about?" Gao Yan looked at him with a calm expression. "Brother Yan, I'm sorry." Qing Hao gritted his teeth and said, "I accept your apology, is there anything else?" Gao Yan asked. "Then can we still be good brothers again?" Qing Hao looked at Gao Yan expectantly. But Gao Yan sneered in his heart. Qing Hao's friendship level had dropped to 10 points, which was 20 points lower than last time. So, he had a sarcastic expression on his face. "You want to be good brothers with me again?" Hearing this, Qing Hao's face changed slightly, but he immediately showed a sincere expression. "Brother Yan, I know I was wrong, can you give me a chance? Opportunities are not given by others." Gao Yan shook his head. "By the way, you are getting more and more mature. Come on, I'm leaving." Without saying a word, Gao Yan turned around and left. When the classmates around him saw this scene, they all became jealous and secretly guessed, why did Qing Hao apologize to Gao Yan? And it seems that Qing Hao is still a bit humble. But Qing Hao obviously created a hot pot restaurant worth more than 2 billion. Why do you keep talking so lowly? Looking at Gao Yan's leaving figure, Qing Hao secretly clenched his fists. His face turned livid, and secretly swore in his heart, "Gao Yan, let's see. Sooner or later, I will let you pay for today's pay the price for what you do." Immediately, he ignored the looks of the people around him and walked away. Quickly. "Hey, wait for me." As soon as Gao Yan walked out of the teaching building, Yang Yu caught up with him. "Is something wrong?" Gao Yan asked. "It seems that you really fell out with Qing Hao." Yang Yu looked at him and said, "Nanyang, Blood God Sect Headquarters." Looking at Sun Yunjia, who was seriously injured and fell into a coma, Sun Tong's face darkened, staring at the White Tiger Guardian and asked, "What happened? Why did Yunjia suffer such a serious injury?" "Master, it was me who failed to protect the young master, please punish me." The White Tiger Guardian immediately knelt on the ground. "Humph." Sun Tong snorted coldly, "Let's not talk about the punishment in advance. Why did Yunjie get into this state?" "Master, Su Long from the Wu group suddenly appeared in the Magic City with 2 Danjin to attack the young master." The White Tiger Guardian said truthfully, "Fortunately, the young master is cautious and arranged tunnels and mechanisms under the villa in advance. Otherwise, the young master would have been killed by Su Long, and then he would have sneaked back to Nanyang with the seriously injured young master. Su Long, damn it. Sun Tong's eyes burst out with too cold murderous intent. .1chwemi.cc. Why did Su Long appear in the Magic City? The White Tiger Guardian shook his head. I don't know. After I followed the young master back to China, the young master has always been very low-key. He is just an overseas Chinese who returned to China to start a business. He has never contacted other warriors. I really don't know how Su Long came to me. Hearing the answer of the White Tiger Guardian, Sun Tong was very dissatisfied. White Tiger, I will give you a chance to investigate this matter and make amends. Yes, master. The White Tiger Guardian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After the White Tiger Guardian left, Sun Tong picked up his son and went to the secret room to heal him. Under Sun Tong's treatment, Sun Yunjia also woke up from his coma. Father. Seeing Sun Tong, Sun Yunjia immediately realized that he should have returned to Nanyang. Tell me, what happened? Sun Tong asked. Sun Yunjia shook his head in confusion and said something similar to the White Tiger Guardian. Since you are so low-key, why did you get exposed? Sun Tong asked in a deep voice. After hearing this, Sun Yunjia fell into thought. After a while, he thought of a possibility. Did you think of something? Sun Tong found that his son's expression was different. Father, I suspect that Sun Bin leaked our information. Sun Yunjia said uncertainly. Although he was ordered to go back to form a branch of the Blood God cult. But he knew that the Blood God cult was a cult. Once exposed, it would usher in the encirclement and suppression of Daxia. Therefore, he was particularly cautious and resolutely did not develop believers before he had a firm foothold. At the same time, he also tried his best to restrain the people he brought back. Even when he was looking for blood food, he would not attack the locals of the Magic City. Instead, he asked Sun Bin to go to other places to search for suitable targets. Before he was attacked, except Sun Bin and Sun Chong, everyone else was dormant in the Magic City. So, the one who was most likely to expose his target was Sun Bin. It's him. Sun Tong frowned. Sun Bin was his cousin. He had average talent for cultivation. If he hadn't practiced the simplified version of blood nerve, he would never have achieved Hua Jin in his life. In addition, he was not stingy with money and beauty. Therefore, Sun Bin was loyal to him, so he didn't believe that Sun Bin would betray him. Why do you suspect Sun Bin? Sun Tong asked. Sun Yunjia said, soon after I returned to China, I arranged for Sun Bin to help me go to other places to search for young, beautiful and full of blood, and bring them back to the Magic City for me to practice. You are confused. Sun Tong scolded, before you returned to China, didn't I tell you that Daxia is different from Nanyang, and everything must be cautious? Even in Nanyang, Sun Tong did not allow his followers to catch people to suck blood for practice. After his power grew, he bought dozens of hospitals in one go. When blood was needed, it was transferred from the blood bank of the hospital. And there was no need to catch people to suck blood. After all, once this matter was exposed, it would cause panic. I didn't expect my son to be so bold that he actually sent people to kidnap people all over Daxia. Facing his father's scolding, Sun Yunjia could only bow his head and admit his mistakes. In fact, at the beginning, he was also quite cautious and even planned to stop after a few times. But seeing that Sun Bin had been going smoothly, he couldn't help it. I'll have someone contact Sun Bin and try Sun Tong left the secret room. Arranged someone to contact Sun Bin. As a result, no contact was made. In other words, Sun Bin was likely to be in trouble. It was also he who leaked his son's location. Damn it. Sun Tong was furious. Father, are you sure? Seeing Sun Tong return to the secret room, Sun Yunjia asked hurriedly. Basically it's confirmed. Sun Tong said with a bad face. Damn Sun Bin, dare to betray us father and son. Sun Yunjia roared with a ferocious face. Afterwards, the father and son discussed it. Temporarily give up the plan to establish a branch in the country. That afternoon, Gao Yan came to Tianyun Club again. The budget for Magic Manor has been made. To build the magical manor according to his requirements and reach the level of occupancy, all the costs will cost 19 billion. Moreover, this is not the final cost. Because a large amount of precious jade materials must be buried in the manor to stimulate the magnetic field in the manor. And the price of this batch of jade materials is no less than 10 billion. Although the Qin family is mainly engaged in the jadeite business, they also run some jade businesses. Therefore, to collect a batch of top-grade jade materials, you have to ask the Qin family for help. So, Gao Yan called Lu Yun. Lu Yun came very quickly. After a brief greeting, Gao Yan told him his purpose. Lu Yun agreed to this and said that the Qin family would do their best to help him collect the jade materials he needed. Wait for Gao Yan to send Lu Yun away. Tu Yun reappeared. Brother, I have contacted Hengda and Huatai for you. They are very interested in this project. Hengda will bring people to negotiate tomorrow, and Huatai will not arrive until this Friday. Sister Yun, how about you help me negotiate? Gao Yan said, his problem of being a hands-off shopkeeper came back again. Okay, I really owe you. Tu Yun said speechlessly. In the evening, Gao Yan lay on the bed in the bedroom of the villa. The system panel was called up. There are two incomes today. One is the income from kidney tonifying medicinal wine, a total of 1.4 billion, and the other is from medicinal wine, 18 billion. Not bad, 1,000 bottles of medicinal wine were delivered directly today. The main reason is that there are more people and the output of medicinal wine has also increased. The upgrade experience reached 76.2 billion, and the system reserve funds directly exceeded 3 trillion. The 5,000 bottle order at the Martial Arts Exchange Conference and the 600 bottle order from the 3 super ancient martial arts families were officially completed. System upgrade. The next moment, the experience was deducted by 70 billion. The system began to upgrade. Go to sleep. When you wake up tomorrow morning, the system will be upgraded. The next morning, as soon as Gao Yan woke up, he called up the system interface and made 7 choices. Then he got 14 top draws and 210 free attribute points. Tisk, it's so cool to upgrade at one time. Gao Yan said secretly, and suddenly felt like he had become rich. There were still 5 top draws left last time, so he now has a total of 19 top draws. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan said, System, combine 3 super draws. Soon, the combination was completed. 15 top draws were combined into 3 super draws. System, 3 consecutive super draws. Gao Yan ordered again. Ding, the super lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning. Seeing the 3 super prizes drawn, Gao Yan couldn't help but fall into ecstasy. The reason why Gao Yan was so happy was that the 3 prizes from the super draw were Gangjin upgrade card, Gangjin Bioman and item upgrade card. Use Gangjin upgrade card. As soon as the words fell, the card in his hand turned into a purple glow and sank into his body. Then, Gao Yan felt that he was wrapped by a warm airflow, which quickly transformed his body. About 10 minutes later, the transformation was completed. Gao Yan called up the system interface and took a look. His physical fitness reached 250 points directly. His spirit did not increase much, only 2 points. Even his Gongqi increased from 20 to 50, which saved him half a month. Let's talk about the second prize, Gangjin Bioman. The other party was a woman, and her strength was still at the peak of Gangjin. However, Gao Yan was not going to claim it for the time being. Because now he had a Gangjin subordinate who was enough. This newly drawn Gangjin Bioman was stored first, and when she was needed in the future, she would be given an identity and released. Finally, there was the item upgrade card. Gao Yan still has quite a few props in his hand, such as virtual currency cards, entertainment cards, hot weapon cards, mustard seed space, and any door. First of all, although virtual currency provides 5 million online currency every day, to be honest, it is useless except for rewarding anchors or exchanging for game points. The first one is excluded. As for entertainment cards, one entertainment work is produced every day, which is enough, and there is no need to upgrade. Facing the hot weapon card, Gao Yan hesitated slightly. The hot weapons opened by the current hot weapon card are basically more advanced than the weapons in the world now. If they are upgraded, will interstellar weapons be opened? But after thinking about it, he gave up. He has no ambition. Could it be that he opened more advanced hot weapons to dominate the world? Let's talk about the mustard seed space. The current space is enough, and there is no need to upgrade. Then, there is only the any door left. Thinking of this, Gao Yan took out the prop upgrade card and specified it for the any door. The next moment, the any door popped out directly from his body and burst into a circle of dazzling light. After the light faded, the arbitrary door, which was just an ordinary portal, evolved into an ancient door. At the same time, a stream of related information also entered Gao Yan's mind. First, the coordinates of the upgraded arbitrary door were directly upgraded to 10. After the coordinates were released, there was no need to wait for 3 days. And it could be cancelled in just 1 day. Secondly, when traveling, the arbitrary door will automatically scan the surrounding situation and then reflect it in Gao Yan's mind, so there is no need to worry about the arbitrary door being discovered. Finally, the arbitrary door does not need to be teleported to a fixed point. For example, in the past, Gao Yan teleported from number 15 Yujinjiwen to the duplex house in Modu. If he wants to teleport back, he also needs to return to the duplex house. But now, he only needs to place a coordinate in number 15 Yujinjiwen, and he can teleport back anywhere. In this way, he saves a lot of time. Thinking of this, Gao Yan directly placed a coordinate at number 15 Yujinjiwen and another coordinate at the school district house. Put away the arbitrary door. Gao Yan's eyes fell on 210 free attribute points. According to the exchange rate of 3:1, adding to the spirit can directly increase the spirit by 70 points, and the same is true for adding to the physique. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to add both spirit points. After all, the physique can be improved through practice, and with the quenching fluid, the physique can be improved quickly. So, it took Gao Yan almost an hour to add all the attribute points to the spirit, making the spirit surpass 300 points in one fell swoop and reach 306 points. When the spirit exceeded 300, Gao Yan felt that his spirit had undergone a transformation. He felt that his mental power had become like substance and could be released. Even his mental power could hold up objects in reality. Gao Yan took the objects in the room to test it. Now his mental power can hold up 103 kilograms of things, and the distance of mental power release is 103 meters in radius. Then, Gao Yan took himself to test it again, and he could completely hold himself up. So he flew a few times in the room. But he found that this consumed a lot of mental power. After flying a few circles, he felt a little dizzy, obviously due to overconsumption. Suddenly, Gao Yan remembered that he still had a super recovery card. He had not used this card since he drew it, mainly because he was too strong and did not need it. Now that his mental power was overconsumed, he could try it. He held the card and silently recited it. Then Gao Yan felt his mind lighten, and the negative state of overusing mental power disappeared. Unfortunately, this super recovery card can only be used once a day. After a simple wash, Gao Yan went downstairs to eat breakfast and drove to school. After entering the classroom, Gao Yan looked at the back row. Qinghao did not appear. He probably knew that he could not restore their relationship, and he was unwilling to waste his energy. Since Qinghao did not come, Gao Yan also returned to his seat. Unexpectedly, as soon as he sat down, Yang Yu sat next to him with her textbook. "Why are you here?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "Why can't I come?" Yang Yu asked unhappily, "Is this position yours?" "Then do as you please." Gao Yan shrugged indifferently. At this time, Yang Yu's deskmate also entered the classroom. Seeing the two people sitting together, he couldn't help but smile and asked, "What's going on with you two?" "I still think this location is better," Gao Yan explained seriously. "You still have one more meal, you don't want to regret it, do you?" "Don't worry, it's just a meal. I'll treat you to xiaozhou at noon today." "Then I'm relieved." The other party smiled, then made a cheering gesture to Gao Yan and returned to his original position. A few days flew by. News came from the Qin family that the jade material he wanted had been obtained for him. Lu Yun would bring jade materials to Nandu for him to inspect and accept. Inside the Qin family's gambling shop, Gao Yan is inspecting the jade materials collected by the Qin family one by one. This is related to whether the magical manor is magical or not, and Gao Yan dare not be careless. It took him more than an hour to complete the acceptance. He said with satisfaction, "These are all good jade materials." "Lao Lu thanks your family master for me. By the way, how much did these jade materials cost? Give me an account and I will transfer the money to you." The total value of these jade materials is 10.1 billion. The owner of the family said it would be 10 billion, and you don't need to pay for it. It will be deducted directly from your dividends. Lu Yundao said. Gao Yan helped the Qin family win the first place in the gambling competition. And he received dividends from the Qin family's jade business. "No, 1 horse is worth 1 horse, I will pay you directly." Once the 10 billion dividends are received, the system will immediately return 100 billion. If it were offset directly, he would not only lose 100 billion, but also lose 10 billion in upgrade experience. Seeing Gao Yan's persistence, Lu Yun felt helpless and had no choice but to register an account. And Gao Yan didn't hesitate and directly transferred the money. Just after Gao Yan left the stone gambling shop with the jade, he suddenly received a call from Wang Wanlin. He said he wanted to invite him to dinner. Gao Yan happened to have more time to spare, so he agreed. That night, Gao Yan was invited. Wang Wanlin was the richest man in Yangdong, so the place where he invited guests to dinner was not a random restaurant. Instead, it was in a villa. The chef invited was the famous Sichuan cuisine master Tan Bolan, and the waiter was a young beauty in Cheongsam. During the meal, two beautiful girls with pure looks were specially arranged to serve. One helped him pick up the dishes, and the other helped them pour wine. If Gao Yan was not unaccustomed, he could feed him directly. For a moment, Gao Yan couldn't help but sigh that the life of the rich was too corrupt. Of course, he didn't envy it, he just felt it was fresh. Once the freshness wore off, he felt it was just like that. After dinner, they moved to the tea room, and a mature and charming tea artist gracefully demonstrated his tea art. "Old Wang, you did this, not just to treat me to a meal, right?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. Hearing Gao Yan's address, the tea artist paused slightly and immediately returned to normal. Wang Wanlin was the richest man in Yangdong, but this young man called him Lao Wang, without any respect at all. Either the young man was too arrogant, or the young man's identity was extraordinary. But judging from Wang Wanlin's expression, it should belong to the second type. "I knew I couldn't hide it from Mr. Gao," Wang Wanlin said with a smile. At Wei Yushan's birthday banquet, the two also met for a while. Gao Yan was not used to being called Master Gao. Originally, Wang Wanlin asked him to call him Gao Yan, but the other party gave up and called him Mr. Gao. "Sir, please have tea." The tea artist sent a cup of brewed tea to Gao Yan. "Thank you." After Wang Wanlin also took a cup of tea, he raised his glass to Gao Yan and continued, "I heard that Mr. Gao planned to build a private manor. Our Wanlong Group also has a construction company. Mr. Gao, give me a chance?" In fact, Gao Yan had already guessed the intention of Wang Wanlin inviting him to dinner. The main reason why he excluded Wanlong Group was that he had conflicts with Deng Yu, whose father was a shareholder of Wanlong Group. After a slight pause, Gao Yan said, "Old Wang, you have such a big group, but you still need a small project like mine? Mr. Gao, you are too modest. A 20 billion project is still called a small project, so what is a big project?" Wang Wanlin flattered, and suddenly, he changed the subject. "By the way, there will be some personnel changes in our group recently, and old Deng should retire." Hearing this, Gao Yan showed a meaningful look. Obviously, Wang Wanlin had done some research on him before looking for him, and knew that he had a conflict with Deng Yu. Instantly, he understood that Wang Wanlin didn't really want this project so urgently, he just wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to him. The purpose of getting closer is to deter the Deng family. The Deng family holds 17% of the shares of Wanlong Group and is an absolute majority shareholder. In addition, the rise of Wanlong Group is inseparable from the investment of the Deng family. Therefore, it is not as easy and simple as Wang Wanlin imagined to kick the Deng family out. So, he had to rely on external forces. After Wei Yushan's birthday banquet, all the business tycoons in Yangdong knew that Gao Yan was more terrifying than the Wei family. It happened that Wang Wanlin also found out that Gao Yan and Deng Yu had a grudge. This gave Wang Wanlin the opportunity to kick the Deng family out of Wanlong Group, which led to the dinner tonight. "Mr. Wang is so calculating." Gao Yan took a sip of the tea and said with a smile. Feeling Gao Yan's gaze, Wang Wanlin felt that he was seen through, and a layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. He originally thought that Gao Yan was young, and even if he was strong in martial arts, he might not be as good as him in terms of calculations and means. Now it seems that this young grandmaster is not only powerful in martial arts, but also far more intelligent than ordinary people, and he easily saw through his calculations. Thinking of this, he panicked and said quickly, "Mr. Gao, I am wrong, I will punish myself with 3 cups. Gao Yan smiled but said nothing. Under his gaze, Wang Wanlin drank 3 cups of tea in a row. Although the tea artist was calm, he was quite shocked in his heart. "Okay, I won't bother with you. As for the project, you can talk to Sister Yun yourself or send someone to talk," Gao Yan said. If Wang Wanlin wants to borrow his influence, he will naturally have to pay something. Then, when taking on the project, the quotation will definitely be lower than Hengda and Huatai, and he also believes that Wang Wanlin will be very attentive to this project. This is also the reason why Gao Yan doesn't bother with the other party. Besides, Wang Wanlin wants to kick the Deng family out, and he is also happy to see it. Hearing Gao Yan's words, Wang Wanlin was overjoyed. "Thank you, Mr. Gao, for giving me this opportunity. If you need anything in the future, please let me know." "Okay, I'll remember. I'll definitely look for you if I need anything in the future. It's getting late, I'll be back soon. I'll see you off." After getting up and seeing Gao Yan off, Wang Wanlin returned to the tea room and said to the tea artist, "Everything I saw today is rotten in my stomach." His words directly blocked the tea artist's curiosity. She originally wanted to find out who Gao Yan was. "Are you tired? How about lying down and I'll give you a massage?" the tea artist said gently. Wang Wanlin nodded, lay directly on the tea artist's legs, closed his eyes, and thought, "This tea artist is naturally not a simple tea artist. She has another identity, that is, Wang Wanlin's lover." On the way back in the car, Gao Yan was also reminiscing about tonight's dinner. Not everyone can succeed easily. Wang Wanlin was no ordinary person because he could start from scratch and become the richest man in Yangdong. He was probably calculating all along the way. Here, Gao Yan was also reflecting. We can't look down on ordinary people just because we have a system and strong military force. Otherwise, we will be easily calculated by others if we are not careful. Although military force is important, the most important thing for human development is wisdom. After all, martial arts is also the product of human wisdom. Take the senior officials of Daxia for example, they are all ordinary people without military force, right? But they are the rulers of Daxia. On the contrary, martial artists will accept their rule. Looking back at the dynasties, it was the military generals who conquered the world, but it was the civil officials who governed the world. Back to number 15, Yujinjiwen. Gao Yan briefly asked about the progress of the 2 female apprentices, training and encouraged them, and then returned to the bedroom upstairs. "Take off your clothes and go to the bathroom. Take out a bottle of quenching liquid and take it." As time passed, the medicinal power of the quenching liquid disappeared. Call up the system interface. The physical fitness increased by 4 points. It decreased by 3 points compared to the second bottle of quenching fluid. It is worth mentioning that the Gangjin upgrade card directly raised Gao Yan's cultivation to the most perfect stage of the middle stage of Gangjin, which is the critical point of the late stage of Gangjin, and it is easy to break through to the late stage of Gangjin. After washing off the dirt on his body, Gao Yan returned to the room and began to condense gongqi. After the realm strength was improved, the speed of condensing gongqi was also faster. It only took him an hour and a half to condense 2 gongqi. The number of gongqi reached 52. Naturally, his realm entered the late stage of gangjin. Suddenly, the phone rang. Gao Yan picked up the phone and saw that it was Luo Bing calling. After answering the phone, Gao Yan asked directly, "Hello, Director Luo, has Sun Yunjie been caught?" Luo Bing, "No, according to our intelligence, the other party has fled back to Nanyang. By the way, the blood god cult may have known that Sun Yunjie's exposure is related to you. You should be careful, and cults like them will not talk about morality with you." Gao Yan frowned. How could the blood god cult know that this matter is related to me? Luo Bing said helplessly, "Our S Bureau and the military group have been merged into the Military Management Bureau, and Su Long is the director. Sun Yunjie's escape made him very embarrassed, so he has been investigating this matter." Luo Bing did not say the next words. But the meaning is already very clear. It was Su Long who sold him out. This bastard. Gao Yan's heart was filled with anger, obviously taking revenge. No, this bastard has been causing trouble again and again. This time I can't just let it go. I must retaliate. Gao Yan said secretly. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered Hong Huang, Xiao Hong, keep an eye on that bastard Su Long. If he leaves Beijing, report to me immediately. He has a portal, so as long as Su Long leaves Beijing, he can go there immediately. As for why he didn't go to Beijing? Because Beijing is the capital, it would be difficult to end the matter if it got out of hand. Hong Huang, okay, boss. By the way, Xiao Hong, how much profit have you made on US stocks? Gao Yan asked. Hong Huang, boss, we have made a profit of 1.2 billion US dollars. Gao Yan checked the system interface and found that there were 6.2 billion upgrade experience points left, as well as 4 top draws. If he upgraded to the next level, he could synthesize another super draw. So, Gao Yan asked Hong Huang to transfer 3.8 billion of profit. Soon, 3.8 billion of profit arrived, and the 38 billion returned by the system also arrived. However, there was no upgrade prompt. What's wrong with the system? Why is there no upgrade prompt? Gao Yan asked. System, after reaching level 30, the upgrade experience is increased to 50 billion per level. Wensuemi.cc. Why didn't you tell me before? Gao Yan said speechlessly. System, after the upgrade, a report was made, but the host was sleeping. Okay. Although depressed, Gao Yan had no choice but to accept it. The good days of crazy upgrades and lucky draws are gone forever. It was Friday. When he returned home from school, Chu Xiu handed Gao Yan an invitation letter. Gao Yan opened it and took a look. This turned out to be an invitation letter from Christie's auction house in Hong Kong. At this time, the phone rang. After picking it up, Rong Kuan's voice rang. Mr. Gao, do you still remember me? I'm Rong Kuan. Gao Yan, oh, it's you. What's up? Rong Kuan said, Mr. Gao, did you receive the invitation I sent you? Gao Yan, received. Rong Kuan said, this auction is extraordinary. It is said that there are many good things. I wonder if Mr. Gao is interested? Gao Yan, what good things? Rong Kuan said mysteriously, it is confidential for the time being, and it is not convenient for me to disclose it, but I can guarantee that you will not be Disappointed if you come. Gao Yan, are you sure? Rong Kuan, Mr. Gao, I guarantee it with my personality. Gao Yan, okay, I'll think about it. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan picked up the invitation letter and looked at it. The auction time is from the 29th to the 31st of this month, for 3 days. In other words, it starts from Sunday this week. Entering the study on the second floor, Gao Yan said to Hong Huang, Xiao Hong, please help me investigate and see what items Christie's has this time. Hong Huang is very efficient. Soon sent the Christie's auction items to his mobile phone. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan looked at them one by one. But after looking at dozens of them, he didn't think there were any magical items. Until he saw a sword. This sword turned out to be the Qingying sword, one of the 10 famous swords. Qingying sword is an exquisite and elegant sword. According to legend, when it was out of the furnace, the dragon split Qingying, the wild geese fell, and forgot to return, so the people Qingying. This sword was cast in the spring and autumn period of the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. It is an extremely ancient sword. Gao Yan is not interested in antiques and curios. After all, he is not a collector. But somehow, when he saw the Qingying sword, he felt that this sword was not simple. Xiao Hong, where is this sword stored now? Gao Yan asked directly. Hong Huang, Master, this sword is now stored in a warehouse specially built by Christie's. Gao Yan, send me the address. Hong Huang, okay Master. Hong Huang sent the address, and Gao Yan first used the anywhere door to drop a coordinate near Christie's warehouse. Then, continued to watch the remaining auction items. The next auction item was a beast skin scroll, which was covered with some words he couldn't understand. After asking Xiao Hong, he learned that this was the text of the spring and autumn period bronze inscriptions. So Gao Yan asked Hong Huang to translate the bronze inscriptions. It's actually a sword technique. And it's called Qingying sword scripture. With Gao Yan's photographic memory and comprehension, it didn't take him long to learn the sword moves of this sword technique. He gestured with his hands. He felt that the sword moves of this set of swordsmanship were just average. And even had many flaws. Hey, there's also a beast skin scroll. Gao Yan discovered that the next lot was still a beast skin scroll, and it was still full of gold characters. After Xiao Hong translated it, it turned out that the text was a Qigong method. It was called Qingying Gong, and it was obviously the same as the Qingying sword. But now there is a lack of spiritual energy in the world, so even if there is a Qigong method, it can't be practiced. As for the blood-sucking training like the blood god cult, Gao Yan disdains it. What is this? When he saw the next lot, Gao Yan couldn't help showing curiosity. The several thumb-sized light yellow transparent crystals gave him the feeling that they were neither diamonds nor jade amber. Xiao Hong, do you know this thing? Gao Yan asked. Hong Huang, Master, I don't have it in my database, but this crystal Qingying sword and 2 animal skin scrolls were all excavated from an ancient tomb on an island. Okay, I know. Gao Yan felt that this pale yellow crystal was not an ordinary thing. Time unknowingly came to more than 3 o'clock in the morning. Gao Yan released the arbitrary door, and then shuttled directly to Hong Kong. Near Christie's warehouse. Don't get me wrong. He is not here to steal treasures. The reason why he came here is to check the information of Qingying sword and those crystals through the inside eye. Christie's warehouse is protected by armed guards. In addition, dozens of anti-theft systems are set up, but Gao Yan doesn't need to go in. Put away the arbitrary door, he came to 100 meters away from the warehouse. Then turn on the inside eye. Qingying sword, famous sword, spirituality 80, characteristics, cutting iron. Like mud, breaking evil and eliminating delusion. After wearing it, it can increase 5 points of charm. Seeing the information of Qingying sword, Gao Yan looked a little strange and asked, System, what is the spirituality? System, spirituality means that Qingying sword has been tempered by spiritual energy. Gao Yan continued to ask, what does 80 spirituality mean? System, the spirituality of Qingying sword was originally 100, and now there are 80 left. The higher the spirituality, the stronger the power. Gao Yan understood. He used the inside eye to look at the 2 animal skin scrolls again. The information given by the inside eye is that one animal skin scroll records the ancient martial arts training method, and the other is the ancient sword method. Finally, Gao Yan's inside eye fell on a crystal spirit stone, the object of ancient martial arts practitioners, spirituality 70. Afterwards, Gao Yan scanned the other 4 spirit stones. The highest spirituality was 82, and the lowest was only 51. Suddenly, Gao Yan showed a thoughtful look. If he took these 5 spirit stones, could he cultivate the ancient martial arts training method? Early next morning, Gao Yanjing was having breakfast with his 2 female apprentices. Classmate Xiaozhua arrived with Song Yufei. Sister Xing, bring 2 breakfasts. Gao Yan ordered Chu Xing. Husband, how do you know we didn't have breakfast? Classmate Xiaozhua sat down next to Gao Yan. Is the breakfast outside as delicious as Sister Xing's? Gao Yan asked. Since you are coming over, you naturally won't have breakfast outside. Husband, you are so smart, let me reward you with a piece of wood. Okay, let's eat. Gao Yan waved his hand. Although both apprentices were there, he was not embarrassed. After meal, classmate Xiaozhua suggested going to play nearby. This was a plan she had made a long time ago, otherwise she would not have stayed on campus last night. If she had come here last night, she would have been worried that she would not be able to control herself and would have to wait until noon to wake up. Okay. Gao Yan agreed wholeheartedly, and then said to the 2 female apprentices. Do you want to go out with us? Master, don't we need to practice any more? Li Yingnan said. Gao Yan said, practice pays attention to relaxation and relaxation. You have worked hard enough during this period. Just relax this weekend. Thank you, Master. Both women also showed joy. Although they were immersed in practicing every day, they were still young girls after all. After 20 days of hard training, they also felt a little boring. Gao Yan is not short of cars. After all, he won not only real estate but also a luxury car last time. So, he drove classmate Xiaozhua. As for Song Yufei, he sent her to a car with 2 apprentices. Shopping, eating snacks, watching movies, and going to the amusement park. At the end of the day, the 4 girls almost went crazy. Li Yingnan and Sun Ruashi's tense nerves also relaxed. On the way back in the car, Gao Yan suddenly said, Baby, I'm going to Xiangjiang tomorrow. Do you want to go with me? What to do? Classmate Xiaozhua asked. It should take 2 or 3 days to attend the Christie's auction. Gao Yan said that he planned to take the shadow sword and 5 spirit stones. As for the 2 animal skin scrolls, the most important thing was the skills and sword skills on them. You have already obtained the good words, so there is no need to be taken. Advantage of. Then if I don't go, it will delay the class. Classmate Xiaozhua shook his head. The courses at Yongdong University are relatively heavy. Although he is very rich and Xiaozhua can live a prosperous life even if she fails to graduate. Gao Yan does not want to make his woman a flower vase. Of course, the most important thing is that if a woman is too idle, she will easily have random thoughts. Gao Yan never denied that he was lustful. If you have a system, have trillions of wealth, and still follow the lifestyle of ordinary people, you are either stupid or stupid. As for ordinary people, he does not have that condition, and he must be talking about being a pair of people for the rest of his life. Once he has the conditions he has, it is estimated that most people will spend more time playing than him. And Gao Yan always believes that desire is the greatest ladder of human progress. You have to love power, money, beauty, fame, etc. If you love nothing else, congratulations, you have become an immortal. The next day, Gao Yan took Tu Yun's private plane to Shangjiang. Just got off the plane. Rong Kuan was already waiting for his arrival at the airport. He bought 400 bottles of kidney-tonifying medicinal wine from Gao Yan for 20 million a bottle. He did not directly send the medicinal wine to the auction house. Instead, they held several banquets in succession, inviting celebrities from Hong Kong to participate, to build momentum for the kidney medicinal wine. Therefore, up to now, the kidney-tonifying medicinal wine has spread among the rich circles in Hong Kong. Countless rich people have been asking for the kidney-tonifying medicinal wine, and a certain rich man even offered a price of 50 million for a bottle. But Rong Kuan was not tempted. Seeing that he had whetted the appetite of these rich people, he announced that he would take out 100 bottles of kidney-tonifying medicinal wine to be auctioned at the recent Christie's auction. Therefore, this auction was particularly lively. This is all information collected by the Red Emperor. Mr. Gao, it's been a hard journey, get in the car. Rong Kuan said with a smile on his face. According to the current market situation, the first batch of kidney-tonifying medicinal wine could sell at least 4 to 5 billion. And with this auction house's bottom line, after he sells the remaining medicinal wine, the total profit will reach at least 7 to 8 billion. More importantly, he can also gain a lot of contacts and relationships. Therefore, he was extremely enthusiastic about Gao Yan. After all, he wanted to cooperate with Gao Yan for a long time. Master Rong is interested, Gao Yan said with a smile. When they first met, Rong Kuan was still a bit pretentious in front of him, but now he seemed much more sincere. Even with a bit of flattery. Rong Kuan had already booked the hotel for him, and he was staying in the presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel. The room is very large, including a private cinema, a small gym, a kitchen, a conference room, a dressing room, a dining room, a master bedroom and a secondary bedroom. The price is not low either, a full 140,000. Mr. Gao, please take a rest first. I'll be here to help you at noon. Rong Kuan sent Gao Yan to his room, stayed there for a while and then left. But before leaving, he said that if you need anything, you can tell him and he will try his best to satisfy you. Simply tidied up. Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and played a video for classmate Xiaozhua, and took her to visit the presidential suite through the screen. It's approaching noon. Rong Kuan came again and took Gao Yan to Manhan Tower for dinner. It is said that the founder of this Manhanlu was once one of the imperial chefs serving Empress Dowager Cixi. Later, he came to Hong Kong and opened this Manhanlu. However, the chef is no longer himself or his son, but his disciples. Rong Kuan booked the largest private room. And there were already 2 men and 2 women in the private room. Rong Kuan smiled and introduced the 2 parties. Mr. Gao, let me introduce you to this. This is Hu Jun, the second son of the Hua family. This is Ma Jiamin, the third daughter of the Ma family. This is Lin Guoyu, the second son of the Lin family, and this is Xie Zilin, the fourth daughter of the Xie family. By the way, this is Mr. Gao Yan, from Nandu, mainland China. Judging from their temperament and clothing, these 4 are not from ordinary families. They should be the second generation of rich people in Hong Kong. Naturally, there will be no scenes of being looked down upon or provoked. The 4 second generations present are not fools. Is Gao Yan, who deserves Rong Kuan's solemn introduction, an ordinary person? Only those who are not smart enough to know that the other party's background should not be simple will mock and look down on others as soon as they meet. Therefore, the 4 second generations were particularly enthusiastic. And in the following dinner and chat, Gao Yan also figured out the identities and backgrounds of these 4 second generations. Hu Jun and Ma Jiamin are both from wealthy families. Lin Guoyu is from a police family. His father is now the assistant commissioner of the police department. There is still hope that he will become the top brother of the police department in the future. His eldest brother Lin Guotao also works in the police station and is currently a senior inspector. As for his mother, she is not simple either. She is a famous barrister in Hong Kong. As for Xie Zilin's parents, they also work in the Hong Kong government departments, and their positions are not low. Wenchuemi.cc. Naturally, the 4 second generations also pretended to be curious and asked about Gao Yan's background. Gao Yan modestly said that he opened an online mall in Nandu. Mr. Gao, there will not be a formal auction at Jazik tonight, but a dinner before the auction. Are you interested in attending? After dinner, Rong Kuan asked with a smile, if you don't want to go, I will take you to experience the colorful nightlife of Hong Kong. That night, Hong Kong, Central, a bar street, Lan Kwai Fong. This street is extremely popular. As soon as you step in, you can find many hot ladies wearing short skirts, high heels, and colorful hair. Almost every bar requires a queue to enter. Of course, Rong Kuan and his gang of second generations definitely don't need to queue up to enter, and they all use the VIP channel. The 4 second generations who had lunch at noon were all there. However, compared to noon, Ma Jiamin and Xie Zilin's makeup has changed a lot, which is undoubtedly more suitable for nightclubs. Judging from their expressions, they should often come here and look very calm. As soon as he entered the nightclub, Gao Yan felt a taste of decadence. The whole dance floor can be said to be a group of demons dancing. Because there are many foreigners in the bar, the women's hair colors are also colorful. Under the illumination of the lights, it is like entering a fairy cave. The booth that Rong Kuan booked is the largest booth in this nightclub. Various expensive champagnes, foreign liquors, red wines, beer, dried fruits and snacks have been placed on the booths in advance. At the same time, there are 8 tall security guards around the booths to prevent others from disturbing them. After all, some people will become ignorant of the world when stimulated by alcohol. With the arrival of Gao Yan and his group, they also attracted a lot of attention. But they were not too surprised. After all, Lan Kwai Fong is a place where all kinds of young people often appear. Mr. Gao, how do you feel? After sitting down, Rong Kuan asked with a smile. Very good. Gao Yan nodded with a smile. Mr. Gao, I toast you a glass. Xie Zilin came to Gao Yan with a glass of wine and sat down, smiling, and said that after the lunch at noon today, she went to investigate the Sunday mall mentioned by Gao Yan. Then she was shocked. A mobile phone lottery event actually cost tens of billions. If an event can cost tens of billions, how rich is Gao Yan? No wonder Rong Kuan is so polite to him. Xie Zilin is a beauty. Her appearance is only 86, but her figure is 93. Ma Jiamin is the opposite of her, with an appearance of 92 and a figure of only 65. The special features of the two women are not high, both of them are only 60. Obviously, they have attracted countless men. Cheers. Gao Yan smiled at the other party and raised his glass to clink. Then, the other three toasted Gao Yan individually. Since they have come here, Gao Yan will naturally not pretend to be reserved, and soon he will get along with them. It's time to drink and dance. When he came back from the dance floor, there were several more girls in cool clothes on the booth. These girls are also guests of the bar. They should be white-collar workers working nearby. Mr. Gao, let me introduce you to some new friends. Rong Kuan smiled and said the names of several girls, all of which were English names. Hello. Gao Yan nodded at them. What's your name, handsome guy? My name is Gao Yan. Time passed the early morning unknowingly. Gao Yan and his group left the bar. Rong Kuan put his arm around Gao Yan's shoulders and said, Mr. Gao, I think Annie and Anluan are both interested in you. Why don't you take them home to spend the night? The Anluan and Annie mentioned by Rong Kuan are both girls who come to get free cards. Their looks are above 90 points, and their bodies are also quite good. Unfortunately, they are all artificially created. Gao Yan is so picky that he naturally looks down on him. No need. Gao Yan shook his head. Why, you look down on them? Do you want me to arrange some for you? They are all newly debuted models, much cleaner than the women in nightclubs. Rong Kuan suggested. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't have that idea. Gao Yan still refused. If you don't like models, what about female stars? Rong Kuan said again. Mr. Rong, I really don't mean that. Okay. Seeing that Gao Yan really didn't have that plan, Rong Kuan didn't force him. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Gao Yan had breakfast at the hotel. Rong Kuan came. Then he went to Christie's auction house. Rong Kuan now has a deep cooperative relationship with Christie's, and Christie's has also arranged a luxurious box for him. Relatively speaking, Gao Yan's box is far inferior. At Rong Kuan's invitation, Gao Yan simply stayed in his box. At 9 o'clock, the auction officially began. The auctioneer was a relatively friendly female auctioneer. After an opening speech, the first item officially came on stage. It was a set of kidney-tonifying medicinal wine and a set of videos. The auctioneer was very eloquent and praised the kidney-tonifying medicinal wine fiercely, and then announced the reserve price, 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and each increase in price must not be less than 10 million. Because of Rong Kuan's previous hype, many wealthy people came for the kidney tonifying medicinal wine today. Rong Kuan is very cunning. 100 bottles of medicinal wine are divided into 10 groups for auction, which reduces the chance of winning the bid, and everyone's competition is naturally more intense. As expected, the price of the first group of kidney-tonifying medicinal wine soared rapidly. As soon as it was auctioned, it soon exceeded 200 million. Not long after, it broke through 300 million again. It was not until the price reached 400 million that many people calmed down. In the end, the first set of kidney-tonifying medicinal wine was bought by a guest in the Sihai box at a price of 520 million Hong Kong dollars, and a single bottle created a price of 52 million Hong Kong dollars. This also made Rong Kuen's face full of smiles. He opened a bottle of expensive champagne and celebrated with Gao Yan in the box. The second lot was an oil painting. The starting price was 10 million Hong Kong dollars, and the price was increased by 1 million each time. In the end, it was won by an American for 16 million. The third lot was also a painting, but it was a famous calligraphy and painting of ancient Dashia Kingdom, and was won by a Hong Kong islander for 22 million. Gao Yan was not interested in the following lots. In a blink of an eye, 1.5 hours passed. After a 20-minute intermission, the auction house continued. The second group of kidney-tonifying medicinal wine appeared. This time, the competition was more intense. Surprisingly, it was still the guest of the Sihai box who won it, and the price was 10 million higher than the previous group. More than an hour later, the morning auction ended. The auction house prepared a free lunch for everyone. Rong Kuen, who had made a lot of gains, naturally looked down on the lunch prepared by the auction house, and arranged for someone to deliver a sumptuous dish. 2:00 in the afternoon. The auction continued. A male auctioneer was replaced. Just when Gao Yan was careless, the Qingying sword was brought up. Under the auctioneer's eloquent introduction, the Qingying sword was described as a magic sword. But it was indeed a magic sword. The auction set the starting price of the Qingying sword at 100 million Hong Kong dollars, with each bid increasing by 10 million. Gao Yan had a tablet in his hand. He could make an offer on the tablet. Since he came for the Qingying sword and the spirit stone, he was not interested in wasting time with others, so he directly entered 200 million on the tablet and clicked send. The auctioneer was slightly stunned when he saw the price, and then shouted in an excited voice, "The guest in the Punglai box bid 200 million, is there a higher bid?" The auctioneer asked 3 times in a row, and no one bid. In the end, he could only helplessly announce that the Qingying sword was taken by the owner of the Punglai box. Gao Yan also smiled. Although Qingying is a famous sword, it is just a sword after all. It is already quite good if it can be sold for 150 million yuan. Therefore, Gao Yan directly offered 200 million yuan, and naturally no one would compete with him for it. Congratulations to Mr. Gao for winning Qingying, Rong Kuen said quickly. Thanks. Gao Yan, who had captured Qingying, was indeed in a good mood. Did the good thing you mentioned before refer to this Qingying sword? Good. Rong Kuen nodded. As far as I know, this shadow-bearing sword, 2 animal skin scrolls and 5 crystals were all brought back by an expedition team from a certain desert island overseas. It is said that the desert island is quite large. It's so evil that many people in that expedition team died. Oh. Gao Yan became interested. Does Master Rong know the specific situation? I'm not sure about this. If young Master Gao is interested, I can have someone help you contact the survivors of that expedition, Rong Kuen said. Then there will be less trouble. Haha, you're welcome. If it weren't for young Master Gao, I wouldn't be able to make a fortune, Rong Kuen said disapprovingly. One set of the 2 sets of kidney tonifying medicinal wine sold for 520 million Hong Kong dollars, and the other set sold for 530 million Hong Kong dollars. The next 8 groups will definitely not be less than 520 million. The price of the wine he bought from Gao Yan was 20 million a bottle, and the direct profit was more than double that amount. Even if he was building momentum for the kidney tonifying wine in the early stage, he consumed 30 bottles of kidney tonifying wine. But the remaining 370 bottles of medicinal wine can still make him a lot of money. Nanyang, the main altar of the blood god sect. The Suzaku protector knelt on one knee and said to Sun Tong Tong on the throne, "I will join the leader." Sun Tong was very smart and knew that the blood-sucking practice of the blood god sect was not tolerated by the world. Even though he had great power in Nanyang, he still kept the blood god sect hidden underground. "Suzaku, have you completed all the things I asked you to do?" Sun Tong asked in a low tone. "Suzaku, return to the leader. The Domestic Armed Forces Administration has been tracking us. Out of caution, my subordinates did not enter the mainland directly, so they sent people to Shangjiang first, and then used Shangjiang as a springboard to sneak into the mainland. Unexpectedly, after sending the people in Shangjiang discovered that Gao Yan actually came to Shangjiang." "What?" Sun Tong's voice suddenly rose. "That little thief actually came to Shangjiang." Although Shangjiang has returned to Daxia, the situation in Shangjiang has become more complicated due to historical reasons. Sneaking into Shangjiang is much easier than sneaking into the mainland. "Wrong." Suddenly, Sun Tong shook his head, looking thoughtful. "Leader?" Suzaku shouted. Sun Tong said thoughtfully, "The news that the culprit who exposed Yun Jie's identity as Gao Yan came from the Armed Forces Administration, right?" "Not bad." Suzaku nodded. "Then is it possible that this Gao Yan is a bait released by the Armed Forces Administration?" "The Armed Forces Administration Bureau just released the culprit named Gao Yan. On the other hand, this Gao Yan appeared in Shangjiang. What a coincidence." After hearing the leader's analysis, Suzaku also looked thoughtful. "Suzaku, what do you think?" Sun Tong asked. Suzaku said quickly, "My subordinates also agree with the leader's views." Snort. Suddenly, Sun Tong let out a cold snort. "Whether that Gao Yan is a bait released by the Armed Forces Administration or not, I am determined to take it. You immediately send an order to Qinglong and Xuanwu to come to the main altar." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ke was shocked. Could it be that the leader wanted to go to Shangjiang in person? But she also understood Sun Tong's temper and didn't dare to ask any more questions. She quickly went to give orders to Qinglong and Xuanwu. Hong Kong, Christie's auction house. After Gao Yan took down the Qingying sword, several more items were auctioned. The price did not exceed 50 million. At this time, a roll of animal skin was delivered. Under the vigorous touting of the auctioneer, this animal skin scroll contains a magical skill. After successful practice, you can live forever and stay young. Although this statement seems quite exaggerated, it has also aroused the interest of many wealthy people. Wenchuemi.cc. After all, after possessing a large amount of wealth, what you desire most is naturally a long life. Therefore, the price of this animal skin roll kept rising, and it was finally bought by a wealthy man in a box for 120 million Hong Kong dollars. Gao Yan took a look with his mental perception and found that the rich man who took the animal skin roll was over 60 years old. The technique is real, but it's a pity that I can't practice it. Then, the second roll of animal skin was brought up. According to the auctioneer, the animal skin scroll recorded a very superb, ancient sword technique. Unfortunately, sword skills are not as valuable as martial arts. The animal skin roll with a base price of 20 million yuan only reached 35 million yuan, and no one asked for more. This left the auctioneer slightly disappointed. Next, after 2 more items were auctioned, it was time for intermission. Half an hour later, the auction continues. The first lot is another group of kidney tonifying medicinal wines. The competition is quite fierce. In the end, it was won by a customer from another box for 550 million. For a moment, Rong Kuan was so excited that he drank 3 glasses of champagne in a row. Young Master Gao, I'm so happy that I'm a little bit out of sorts. It doesn't matter. Gao Yan smiled, he could understand Rong Kuan's mentality. When he got the system's return, he might not be any better than Rong Kuan. Time passes slowly. It's 4:30 in the afternoon. The long-awaited spiritual stone was finally put on the auction block. Christie's auction house calls these 5 spiritual stones mysterious crystals that have never appeared before. What's even more ridiculous is that they don't auction them one by one, but separately. The first spiritual stone auction officially begins. The base price is 10 million, and each price increase shall not be less than 1 million. Gao Yan temporarily held his ground and waited for others to bid first. It must be said that Christie's caught everyone's curiosity, and many people often have a certain curiosity about things that have never appeared before. Therefore, the price of this spirit stone soared all the way and soon reached 50 million. At this time, a certain box suddenly offered 100 million. Gao Yan was shocked and subconsciously released his spiritual perception to explore the box. He found 3 people in the box, an old man in his early 60s with a rather dignified demeanor, and a pair of twin girls. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan threw an insight eye at the old man. What surprised Gao Yan was that this old man was obviously just a Mingjin warrior, but his spiritual power reached 108 points. Then he looked down and found that the old man was a feng shui master. Suddenly, he showed a thoughtful look. Could it be that this old man also recognized the spirit stone? He felt that the other party was more likely to recognize the spirit stone. Otherwise, it would be impossible to directly increase the price by 50 million. Thinking of this, Gao Yan felt that he could not wait any longer. So, he entered the number of 110 million on the tablet. Seeing that there were still people bidding, the auctioneer became particularly excited, but the old feng shui master in the box had a slightly gloomy face and told one of the twin girls, Qian, increase the price by 10 million. Qian nodded, okay, Grandpa. Seeing that the other party continued to increase the price, Gao Yan confirmed his guess. Then he smiled and entered a new number on the tablet. When he saw Gao Yan's offer, the old feng shui master's face stagnated slightly. The other party's offer was just 1 million more than the money he could take out. Yes, Gao Yan's offer was 134 million. The insight eye can measure the other party's financial resources, and it can also subdivide assets and cash. Gao Yan knew through the insight eye that the old feng shui master only had 133 million in cash, so he offered 134 million. Forget it. The old feng shui master waved his hand helplessly. Next, continue the auction of the second spirit stone. This time, Gao Yan didn't wait for others to make an offer, he directly offered 134 million. In that box, the old feng shui master's face darkened, feeling that the owner of the Punlai box seemed to be deliberately targeting him, but there was no evidence. Soon, the third, fourth and fifth spirit stones were all won by Gao Yan for 134 million. This made the old feng shui master look frighteningly dark. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Zhuge Qianqian asked with concern. "I'm fine." Zhuge Yong waved his hands and tried his best to calm down his inner emotions. Other side. In Rong Kuan's box. "Young Master Gao, you seem to recognize these crystals?" Rong Kuan asked. Tentatively. "We do know each other." Gao Yan nodded. "Is it convenient to talk about it?" Rong Kuan asked carefully. "There's nothing inconvenient about it. They are spirit stones." Gao Yan said. "Spiritual stone?" Rong Kuan frowned. "Young Master Gao, can you give me a detailed introduction?" Gao Yan explained. "To put it simply, this spiritual stone contains a strange energy. I call this energy spiritual energy. If there is a qi refining method, you can use the method to absorb the spiritual energy inside for practice. The qi refining technique you are talking about shouldn't be the one recorded on the animal skin scroll that was just auctioned, right?" Rong Kuan asked thoughtfully. His reaction speed was still very fast. What is recorded on one of the animal skin scrolls is indeed a qi refining technique, Gao Yan said with certainty. "Doesn't that mean that if you practice that technique, you can live forever and stay young?" Rong Kuan said excitedly. "Do you also believe the auction house's exaggerated statement?" Gao Yan joked. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Rong Kuan also laughed. Gao Yan continued, "Given your family background, you should know the current martial arts system. In my opinion, today's warriors all follow the path of physical cultivation. I suspect that in ancient times, qi cultivation was the main way. Then why is it all about physical training now?" Rong Kuan's curiosity was aroused. To put it simply, this world is no longer suitable for qi cultivation, because the spiritual energy between heaven and earth has disappeared. Gao Yan said. "Why did it disappear?" "How could I know?" Gao Yan said speechlessly. "Take those 5 spiritual stones as an example. The spiritual energy inside has dissipated a lot. Even if all the spiritual energy inside is absorbed and the inner energy is cultivated, I estimate that it will be equivalent to that of a Mingjin warrior. At best, it can be compared to the dark strength warrior. If we can't find more spirit stones, we won't be able to make any progress in our qi cultivation in the future." "I see." Rong Kuan was stunned. In fact, there is another cultivation method that Gao Yan has not mentioned. And that is blood-sucking cultivation. But if this inhumane method spreads, I am afraid it will cause a lot of chaos. Time passes slowly. Another group of kidney-tonifying medicinal wines went up for auction. In the end, it was won by a rich man for 550 million. And today's auction has officially ended. Later, Rong Kuan led Gao Yan to the backstage of the auction for handover. The handover was smooth. After paying the money, the auction house handed over the Qingying sword and 5 spirit stones to his hands. "You 2 little friends, please stay." As soon as he walked out of the backstage, the feng shui master called Gao Yan with his twin granddaughters. "Is there something wrong with this old gentleman?" Gao Yan asked. "Old Zhuge Yong, I wonder what I call these 2 little friends." "Zhuge Yong, are you that feng shui master?" Rong Kuan asked with some surprise. "People in Hong Kong believe in feng shui. Therefore, there are many feng shui masters in Hong Kong, and this Zhuge Yong is a big-shot feng shui master in Hong Kong Island." He is a guest in many wealthy families. I dare not just make a name for myself. Zhuge Yong said humbly. Hello Master Zhuge, my name is Rong Kuan and he is Gao Yan. What can I do for you? Rong Kuan suddenly became polite. No matter whether Master Zhuge was really capable or not, but since he was the guest of all the top wealthy people, there was no harm in being polite to him. Soon. A private room in a tea restaurant near the auction house. Master Zhuge, you should have something to do with us, right? Rong Kuan asked. Directly. Zhuge Yong nodded, looked at Gao Yan and said, Little friend, you took pictures of those 5 crystals, right? I wonder if you can show them to me? Can. Gao Yan took out a wooden box and put it on the table. Zhuge Yong opened the wooden box and saw the 5 spirit stones lying inside. He couldn't help but shrink his eyes slightly. Then he picked up one and sensed it carefully. He was basically certain that this was the spirit stone recorded in the sex classics. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, put the spirit stones into the wooden box, looked at Gao Yan and said, Little friend, can you give me some face and transfer these crystals to me? I can owe you a favor. This is not a crystal, but a spiritual stone. Gao Yan said with a half-smile. Zhuge Yong's mental power is over 100, which is obviously not natural. There should be some way or technique to increase his mental power. Hearing that Gao Yan actually knew Lingshi, Zhuge Yong's expression suddenly froze, and he said somewhat far-fetchedly, I didn't expect that little friend also knows Lingshi. I dare to ask Master, what is the use of these spiritual stones? Gao Yan asked with a smile. This? Zhuge Yong was a little hesitant, but after thinking for a moment, he said. To be honest, little friend, the feng shui secrets left by Master Lao Chan need the help of spirit stones to complete them. Unfortunately, Lao Chan has been searching for decades, but has not found the spirit stones until recently. I heard that the 5 crystals being auctioned here at Christie's are suspected to be spiritual stones. So, this spiritual stone is very important to you? Indeed, I hope my little friend will be successful. Zhuge Yong said. Sincerely. How about you show me your feng shui secret book and I'll give you a spirit stone? Gao Yan smiled. Gao Yan suspected that the other party's feng shui secret book could temper the spirit. Physical fitness can be improved through practice, but it doesn't help much for the spirit and can only be added. But if he can get a secret book to improve the spirit, it will be of great help to him. As for the spirit stone, it's not as important to him as he imagined. After all, he is already in the late stage of Gangjin. Even if he cultivates internal energy, it can't increase his strength at all. Hearing Gao Yan's request, Zhuge Yong's face sank, and he said helplessly, My friend, to be honest, the feng shui secret book of our lineage is not only not passed on to outsiders, but also passed on to men, but not women. Can you change the conditions? Then there is no way. Gao Yan shook his head. I don't need anything else, I just want to see the so-called feng shui secret book. This? Zhuge Yong's face became more and more embarrassed. At this time, Gao Yan continued, Master Zhuge, if you lend me your secret book for 1 hour, I will give you a spirit stone. How about that? When Zhuge Yong heard that Gao Yan would only read it for 1 hour, he was quite moved. The feng shui secret book of their lineage was extremely profound. He had studied it for decades, but he didn't dare to say that he had completely understood it. 1 hour, even if the other party was a genius, he didn't believe that the other party could understand the feng shui secret book. Okay, I promise you. Okay, let's make an appointment, and hand over the secret book and the goods. A smile also appeared on Gao Yan's face. That's not necessary, I carry the secret book with me. As he spoke, Zhuge Yong took out an oil paper package from his arms, and then opened it to reveal a 3-inch thick ancient book. The title of the book was already blurred, but 3 words could be vaguely discerned: Feng Shui Sutra. Gao Yan was not vague either, and took out a spirit stone and gave it to Zhuge Yong, while he picked up the Feng Shui Sutra and read it. As soon as he opened it, Gao Yan immediately understood why Zhuge Yong was willing to let him read for an hour, because the text in this book was not only classical Chinese, but also contained many obscure words. If you are not a professional feng shui master, you will not be able to understand what these words mean. Even if Gao Yan's mental power exceeded 300, it would be impossible to understand this feng shui secret book in a short time. However, he was not trying to comprehend it. Instead, he wrote down this feng shui secret book first. So, he read the whole secret book as if he had swallowed it whole. Then he closed the book and returned it to Zhuge Yong. And only more than 10 minutes had passed. My friend, you might as well read it a few more times. The time is not up yet. Zhuge Yong said a little embarrassedly. No need. Gao Yan waved his hand. He wrote down the whole secret book word for word, and he would study it slowly after returning. This made Zhuge Yong even more embarrassed. He took out a business card and gave it to Gao Yan. My friend, I took advantage of you this time. You can keep this business card. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can call me. I still have some faith in Hong Kong Island. He not only helps the rich to look at feng shui, but many officials also believe in this set of things, so he still has a wide network of people in Hong Kong Island. Thank you, Master Zhuge. Gao Yan did not refuse and put away the business card. Zhuge Yong, who obtained the spirit stone, was busy going back to practice. And the two sides parted ways. And Gao Yan and Rong Kuan simply had dinner in this tea restaurant before leaving. Originally, Rong Kuan suggested that Gao Yan go to Lan Kwai Fong to celebrate. But Gao Yan refused. He didn't like the kind of place that was full of luxury and decadence like bars. Rong Kuan was a little disappointed and had to send Gao Yan back to the Peninsula Hotel. After Gao Yan returned to the hotel, first, he memorized this Feng Shui Sutra and then asked Hong Huang to translate it. Since the birth of Hong Huang, he has been constantly absorbing knowledge on the internet every day. Although Gao Yan has read a lot of books now, compared with Hong Huang, the knowledge he has mastered is pitiful. It must be said that this Feng Shui Sutra is quite obscure and difficult to understand. Even Hong Huang took half an hour to translate it. Next, Gao Yan read the content translated by Hong Huang while comparing it with the original text. The words that were originally incomprehensible became easy to understand in an instant. Soon, Gao Yan finished reading the translated Feng Shui Sutra. This Feng Shui Sutra is divided into 3 chapters. The first chapter mainly introduces various feng shui terrains from ancient times to the present. The second chapter records hundreds of feng shui formations, and the third chapter talks about cultivation. The cultivation in the third chapter is divided into spiritual power and refining the spirit. To cultivate spiritual power, you need spiritual stones, and after cultivating spiritual power, you can arrange some feng shui formations with relatively strong power. But unfortunately, now is the era of absolute spirit. Even if Zhuge Yong cultivates spiritual power, it is just a consumable. After it is consumed, it cannot be restored at all. The next step is the spiritual training method. This set of spiritual training methods is called visualization method. Through visualization and seal formation, one can continuously temper his spiritual power. Make the spiritual power stronger. Gao Yan first pondered it several times, and after confirming that it was correct, he practiced according to the visualization method. It only took 20 minutes. Gao Yan completed a visualization practice. The spiritual power did not improve at all, but it seemed more condensed and thorough. In other words, this set of visualization methods still has a certain effect on him. But it is very different from what he imagined. But thinking about it will make you feel relieved. Zhuge Yong has probably practiced this set of visualization methods for decades, but his spiritual power is only more than 100. The power of this set of visualization methods is naturally not that strong. The purpose of coming to Hong Kong Island has been achieved, and Gao Yan is not going to stay. Fly back to Nandu tomorrow. The time came to late at night. The rooftop of a building near the Peninsula Hotel. Sun Tong, wearing a mask, stood in the wind. His eyes fell on the top floor of the Peninsula Hotel opposite. At this time, the Suzaku guardian appeared behind him. How? Sun Tong asked in a low voice. Master, we have checked the surroundings and found no one from the weapon Management Bureau. Suzaku guardian answered truthfully. Suddenly, Sun Tong frowned. Are you sure? I am very sure that no warriors were found around except Gao Yan. Did I guess wrong? This Gao Yan is not the bait released by the weapon Management Bureau? Sun Tong said doubtfully. Suzaku guardian was silent, she didn't dare to respond. After a while, Sun Tong said, this Gao Yan is not a bait, but he is also the culprit who caused my son to be exposed. Suzaku, you and Qinglong, go there in person, capture this boy, and let Xuanwu pick you up. Yes, master. Suzaku took the order and left. The presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel has a special elevator, and you need to swipe your card to reach the corresponding floor. But it was not difficult for Zhuge and Qinglong. Soon, they successfully arrived at the floor where Gao Yan lived, and took out the room card to swipe the door. In the dark night, Gao Yan suddenly opened his eyes. His spiritual perception was turned on, and he found that a man and a woman broke into the room. Moreover, these two people were not ordinary people, but two Danjing warriors. Throw out the inside eye. He knew the identities of the two people. It turned out to be the guardian of the blood god cult. Gao Yan's expression turned cold. The next moment, the bedroom door was pushed open, and Zhuge and Qinglong rushed directly to Gao Yan on the bed. Dizziness card. The two cards turned into streams of light and sank directly into the eyebrows of the two people, and a strong sense of dizziness came over them. 3 seconds can decide life and death for masters. Therefore, Gao Yan easily captured the two guardians of the blood god cult, Suzaku and Qinglong, and controlled them. Subsequently, Gao Yan opened up his mental perception to the maximum. Then I discovered the blood god cult leader on the rooftop opposite, and another powerful pill warrior near the Peninsula Hotel. A few minutes later, on the rooftop of a building near the Peninsula Hotel, a sudden figure appears. Sun Tong suddenly looked back and found a young man looking at him with a half-smile. Is it you? A look of shock and surprise flashed in his eyes. The young man in front of Him turned out to be Gao Yan. How did the other party find this place? And before the other party appeared, he didn't even feel the slightest reaction. Sun Tong, Master Sun has heard of you for a long time. Gao Yan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Sun Tong felt a little heavier. Are you from the Armed Forces Administration? No. Gao Yan shook his head. Did you expose my son? Right. Why are you going against me? Your son sent someone to kidnap my girlfriend. Why should I go against you? Gao Yan's face turned cold. Whatever else you want to ask, I will tell you. And make you understand. Although this Sun Tong is also a Gangjin warrior, he is actually weaker than Su Long. His physique is only 208 points and his gang chi is only 8. However, there is still a ball of blood-colored inner chi in his dantian, and, relatively speaking, its quality is far inferior to gang chi. Hearing Gao Yan's arrogant words, Sun Tong laughed angrily. Little thief, you are so crazy. Since you know my identity, do you know my strength? Haha, isn't it just the early stage of Gangjin? There's nothing worth showing off. Gao Yan said with great disdain, and then released the aura of the late Gang Jin period. How is it possible? You are actually in the late stage of Gangjin. Disbelief flashed in Sun Tong's eyes. Just then, Gao Yan's mental power rushed into Sun Tong's head, turned into a fist, and smashed it hard. Snort. With a muffled groan, Sun Tong staggered back a few steps, and streams of blood overflowed from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. The effect is so good? Gao Yan Anil said that this was the first time he used mental power against an enemy, so he punched Sun Tong in the head again. After 2 punches, the majestic strong man became dying. Although this is somewhat unethical. But Gao Yan didn't care. He is not an orthodox warrior. He will use whatever method can defeat the enemy more easily and quickly. What to do with them? Leave it to the Armed Forces Administration? Gao Yan immediately rejected the idea. If Bureaus were not merged, he would be willing to sell Luo Bing a favor. Now, the Armed Forces Control Bureau is in charge of that bitch Su Long. If Sun Tong and others are handed over to the Armed Forces Control Bureau, it will not add credit to Su Long. Thinking of this, Gao Yan came to Sun Tong and kicked him in the temple. The force penetrated his body and directly destroyed the tissue in the opponent's brain. The mental attack is still a bit weak. After 2 punches, he didn't kill the opponent directly. And the consumption is not small. He only punched Sun Tong twice, but he actually consumed half of his mental power. This is because the human body has a magnetic field and will resist the invasion of external mental power. Especially for a powerful person like Sun Tong, the magnetic field is not generally strong. Later, Gao Yan put Sun Tong's body into the mustard space. However, a token, a cheat book, a mobile phone and some cash were found on the other party's body. The figure swayed. Gao Yan disappeared on the rooftop. After arriving near the Peninsula Hotel, he killed the unconscious Xuanwu protector and threw him into the mustard space. Wait until he returns to the presidential suite. The Azure Dragon Protector and the Vermilion Bird Protector are still in a coma. He casually took out Sun Tong's body and put it aside, and then woke up the Suzaku Protector. Zhuke Dharma Protector is a cold and charming woman in her 30s. The first time she woke up, she looked around the entire room, but when she saw Sun Tong's body, her face turned pale. Tell me everything you know about the Blood God cult. Gao Yan's voice sounded Did you kill the leader? Although she saw Sun Tong's body, Protector Zhu Ke still felt unbelievable. Because in her heart, the leader was a godlike existence. How could he be killed by this tall man in front of him? Although what you see with your eyes may not be true, what you see at this moment is true. Gao Yan was joking and authentic. Suzaku Protector's expression changed rapidly several times, and finally he stared at Gao Yan and said, I'll tell you everything about the blood god. Religion, can you let me go? No, but I can let you die quickly. Just based on the fact that the other party sucked blood and practiced martial arts, he couldn't let her go. Although he was not the Holy Mother, he was still very disgusted with the anti-human behavior of the blood god religion. What if I surrender to you? Suzaku didn't want to give up. I am in the late stage of Danjin. I can help you do many things. I can also help you take over all Sun Tong's forces. On the surface, she is one of the 4 guardians of the blood god sect, but secretly she is Sun Tong's mistress and knows many of Sun Tong's secrets. Sounds tempting, but I don't need it. Gao Yan said disdainfully that no matter how powerful an evil organization like the blood god sect was, he would not bother to take over. Suzaku continued, I know that Sun Tong has several anonymous Swiss bank accounts. As long as you spare my life, I can tell you the accounts. The money in these accounts adds up to tens of billions of dollars. Oh, really? Suzaku, to show my sincerity, I can first tell you about an account with 800 million US dollars. Then, Suzaku quickly reported an account and password. Xiaohong, check this account. Gao Yan said to the Red Emperor. Red Emperor, boss, please wait a moment. About 30 seconds later, the Red Emperor's voice sounded, boss, it has been found that there is indeed a deposit of 800 million US dollars in this account. Gao Yan thought for a while and said, transfer the money to another account. Red Emperor, got it boss. 10 seconds later, the Red Emperor's voice came from the mobile phone, boss. The money has been transferred. This ill-gotten gain will neither gain experience nor be returned. And Gao Yan himself looked down upon the money. However, it can be used for charity. Mr. Gao, I have expressed my sincerity, can you let me go? Suzaku looked at Gao Yan with longing eyes. Tell me the rest of your accounts, and I'll think about it. Gao Yan said with a smile. Mr. Gao, how about I tell you 5 more accounts, and I'll tell you the rest after I'm safe? Suzaku thought Gao Yan was really impressed by the money and started bargaining. No. Gao Yan shook his head. Then kill me, you will never get the remaining money. Suzaku threatened. Okay, since you want to die, I will grant it to you. For the sake of the account just now, I won't torture you. Gao Yan nodded, stepped in front of Suzaku, and reached out to grab her neck. Suzaku thought Gao Yan was scaring her. In her opinion, it was impossible for Gao Yan to give up the money. But she underestimated Gao Yan. As the strength of Gao Yan's hand became stronger and stronger, a sense of suffocation and fear enveloped Suzaku. She doesn't want to die. She is only in her 30s. As long as she can escape this disaster, with her strength and the wealth she has accumulated over the years, she can live comfortably anywhere in the world. Don't kill me, I'll tell you the rest of the account. Suzaku shouted with difficulty. Gao Yan let go of his hand. Suzaku, who had regained her freedom, breathed in wildly. Just now, she almost died. Speak. Gao Yan urged coldly. This time, Suzaku did not dare to play tricks and reported the accounts she knew. Gao Yan asked the Red Emperor to transfer all the money, which was exactly 10 billion US dollars. And your account? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Suzaku hesitated slightly, she cherished her life more than money. So he also reported his two bearer accounts, with a total of 1.2 billion US dollars in the two accounts. What else? Gao Yan continued to ask. I have 3 bank cards with more than 500 million US dollars in them. The passwords are. With the account number and password, Red Emperor can easily transfer all the money from these cards. At this time, Suzaku begged with a crying voice, please let me go. I also have a batch of gold and jewelry stored in Nanyang, as well as some real estate. As long as you don't kill me, I can give it to you. And from now on, I can also encourage you and work as a cow and a horse for you. Would you like to be a cow or a horse for me? Gao Yan looked thoughtful. First tell me everything you know about the blood god religion. Okay, I'll tell you everything. A strong desire to survive appeared in Suzaku's heart, and she told everything she knew about the blood god cult. Well, that's right, you can go die. Suddenly, murderous intent appeared on Gao Yan's face, and he kicked Suzaku in the temple. You are not trustworthy. Before dying, Suzaku shouted with a resentful expression. With a casual wave of his hand, Gao Yan put away Suzaku's body in the mustard space. Then he woke up Qinglong. It's a pity that this Qinglong is a tough guy and is not as afraid of death as Suzaku. Even if he sees Sun Tong's body, he is not afraid at all. Anyway, he also knew a lot from Suzaku. Since the other party was so stubborn, Gao Yan could only send him on his way. The leader of the blood god cult is dead. 3 of the 4 great protectors died. Sun Tong's son and a white tiger protector were left. Putting away the bodies of Sun Tong and Qinglong, Gao Yan summoned any door. First placed a coordinate near the blood god sect's main altar, and then let any door connect to the coordinates. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The blood god cult's headquarters is located in a manor on the outskirts of a large city in Nanyang. The surroundings are slightly desolate, and there are no other buildings. Therefore, anyone who appears nearby will be targeted by the blood god cult. At this moment, it is already past 2 in the morning. The guards of the blood god cult are also tired, and they don't even pay much attention to patrolling. At this time, a bronze portal suddenly appeared in the woods not far from the manor. Then, the bronze portal opened, and a man walked out of it. Swish! Gao Yan raised his hand and pointed out 2 fingers, and 2 streams of energy shot out like lightning, piercing the eyebrows of the 2 blood god cult members who were showing horror. Yes, there are also blood god cult members lurking in this forest. Put away the arbitrary door. Gao Yan opened the inside eye, and his sight continued to spread under his control. In an instant, the situation within a radius of 10 miles of the blood god cult headquarters was completely mastered by him. It has to be said, Sun Tong is a very vigilant and cautious person. Not only did he arrange patrols in the manor and people lurking in the dark, but he also arranged a large number of people within a 5-mile radius of the manor. As long as anyone approaches the 5-mile radius, he will be discovered by his people. Moreover, many secret passages were built underground in the manor, which can be said to be connected in all directions. The longest passage can directly lead to a small port more than 10 kilometers away. Even if the manor is surrounded, he can lead his people to retreat calmly, because there are a lot of mechanisms arranged in the tunnel. What a pity. Gao Yan shook his head secretly. Sun Tong made his nest safer and it was useless. Let's talk about the arrangement of manpower. The strongest person in the matter today is the White Tiger Guardian, one of the 4 guardians. In addition, there is Sun Tong's son Sun Yunjie. However, he was injured by Su Long, and even though Sun Tong helped him treat it, his injuries were still not healed. In addition to these 2 Dan Jin, there are 12 Hua Jin in the matter, and 24 Hua Jin lurking in the dark. I have to say, Sun Tong is an old scoundrel. If he hadn't misjudged his own strength, even if Su Long led the military Control Bureau's troops out in full force, they wouldn't have been able to take him down. His goal was to destroy the entire Blood God cult. But there were too many tunnels in this matter. Once he made a noise, these Blood God cultists would escape through the tunnels. Although he was strong, he didn't have the ability to clone himself. He didn't have that much time. So, he had to find a way to take them down in one fell swoop. He pondered slightly. Gao Yan decided not to do it yet. He had to go back to Nandu and bring some helpers with him. So, he used the random door to put a coordinate in the warehouse where the medicinal wine was made. Then he teleported directly there. Boss. Gao Yan opened the random door and walked out. Zhao Mei, who lived in the warehouse guarding the medicinal wine, saluted quickly. Gao Yan nodded. Then he asked Zhao Mei to notify Chu Jingtian, Chu Hong, and Chu Yu to gather at the warehouse immediately. In less than 10 minutes, the 3 of them arrived and respectfully called him boss. Gao Yan first held a small meeting with the 4 people and formulated a battle plan. Then he took them to the grove outside the Blood God cult manor, through the Anywhere Gate. The battle plan was very simple. Gao Yan would take Chu Jingtian and Chu Hong through the Anywhere Gate to the secret room where Sun Yunjie was hiding. Chu Yu took Zhao Mei to break into the manor from the front. 1 Dan Jin and 1 Hua Jin would not let the Hua Jin in the manor escape. They would most likely besiege them. By then, after dealing with Sun Yunjie and the White Tiger Guardian, the 5 people would join forces, and it would be difficult for the remaining people to escape even if they wanted to. In the secret room, Sun Yunjie was sitting cross-legged on the bed practicing qigong to heal his injuries. He seemed to sense something, and suddenly opened his eyes and found that there was an extra bronze door in the secret room. Suddenly, the bronze door opened. A figure rushed out from inside. Not good. Sun Yunjie cried out secretly and reached out to press the mechanism on the bed. Because there was nothing under the bed, as long as he pressed the mechanism button, the bed would flip over and he would fall into the tunnel. Unfortunately, at the moment when his palm touched the mechanism button, a knife chopped his neck and knocked him unconscious. Break his 5 limbs first. Gao Yan would not have any sympathy for a beast like Sun Yunjie. After all, this guy has only been back to China for half a year, and he has harmed many young women. Yes. Chu Jingtian naturally obeyed Gao Yan's orders. After hearing Gao Yan's words, he broke the guy's 5 limbs without hesitation. Even though Sun Yunjie was in a coma, he twitched in pain. But Sun Yunjie is a Dan Jin warrior with strong vitality. In order to prevent him from escaping, Gao Yan asked Chu Jingtian to destroy his Dan Tian. Afterwards, www. Open the secret room. Young master, you. The White Tiger Guardian stationed outside the secret room thought that it was Sun Yunjia, who came out. But when he saw the three people coming out of the secret room, his face suddenly changed, and he was full of doubts. Who are these three people, and why did they come out of the secret room? He had been guarding outside the secret room, and no one had ever entered. Just as he was confused, Chu Jingtian made a move. It was easy for a Gang Jin Peak to take down a Dan Jin. In an instant, the White Tiger Guardian was captured. At this time, Chu Yu and Zhao Mei also joined forces to break into the manor. Then they were besieged by a group of Hua Jin. Chu Yu was particularly fierce. In 3 or 5 moves, he killed 3 Hua Jin and seriously injured 2 Hua Jin. The Hua Jin, who was dormant in the dark, could not sit still immediately when he saw this. He immediately rushed out to besiege the two. Then, Gao Yan led Chu Jingtian and Chu Hong to kill from the inside of the manor. Because Gao Yan had ordered, there was no need to hold back. So Chu Jingtian directly turned into a killing god and almost killed one step at a time. In less than 30 seconds, more than 10 Hua Jin died in his hands. Gao Yan and Chu Hong were not easy to deal with. Although they were not as cruel as Chu Jingtian, the total number of Hua Jin who died in their hands was more than 10. For a while, there were only a few of the 36 Hua Jin left, and they were frightened and fled to the entrance of the tunnel. But there were 2 Gang Jin present, how could they let them escape? Soon, the Hua Jin warriors in the manor were cleared out. They did not let go of the remaining dark and bright forces, and still killed them. This is not because Gao Yan is cruel. But these guys have practiced the simplified version of blood nerve, and many lives have been stained on their hands. Half an hour later, a hall in the manor. Gao Yan sat on a chair with a lot of boxes piled in front of him. These boxes contained a large number of gold bricks and jewelry jadeite. A preliminary estimate shows that these things are worth at least 12 billion. In total. With a wave of his hand, Gao Yan put these boxes into the mustard seed space. Old Chu, take these 2 people away and force them to tell you their bank account and password, and then kill them. Gao Yan said to Chu Jingtian. Okay, boss. Chu Jingtian took Sun Yunjia and the White Tiger Guardian in one hand and left. Gao Yan took out the blood nerve found on Sun Tong's body and looked through it. The complete version of blood nerve is a more advanced ancient martial arts training method than Qingying Gong. Unfortunately, this world is no longer suitable for ancient martial arts training. About half a quarter of an hour later, Chu Jingtian returned and reported several accounts and passwords to Gao Yan. Gao Yan asked Hong Huang to verify that there were $23.4 billion in it. It's a pity that these ill-gotten gains have no experience, otherwise, even if 50 billion can only be upgraded to 1 level, it can be upgraded several levels in a row. Tonight, Gao Yan wiped out all the high-ranking members of the Blood God cult. However, there are still dozens of Blood God cult envoys stationed in various parts of Nanyang. I believe that as long as the news of the destruction of the high-ranking members of the Blood God cult spreads, forces from all over Nanyang will also attack them. Therefore, Gao Yan does not intend to bother to deal with them. Before leaving, he ordered people to set a fire. When the fire engulfed the entire manor, he led a group of biochemical men into the arbitrary door. The next morning, Gao Yan woke up in the presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong. After breakfast, Rong Kuan called and told him a good news that he had helped him contact the expedition team and they were willing to meet with him. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day, Peninsula Hotel, coffee shop. A man and a woman, led by a waiter, came to Gao Yan's location. Mr. Gao? The two looked at Gao Yan. Gao Yan nodded. I'm Gao Yan, please sit down, what would you like to drink? The man was in his early 40s, of medium build, but rather sturdy, with dark and rough skin, obviously exposed to the wind and sun for many years. The woman was tall, with 2 long legs, about 27 or 28 years old, with a face value of more than 80 points, and her skin was also a little rough and dark. I want a cup of Americano. Americano with ice. After sitting down, the two took the initiative to introduce themselves. The middle-aged man was called Tang Shan, the leader of the expedition team, and the woman was called Susan, a member of the expedition team. Gao Yan also made a simple self-introduction. Mr. Tang and Ms. Su, I don't like to beat around the bush. I asked you to come here today mainly because I am more interested in the place where you brought back the Qingying sword. Hearing this, Tang Shan and Susan both changed color, and there was a sense of fear in their eyes, as if they thought of something terrible. After a while, Tang Shan gradually calmed down and said slowly, Mr. Gao, that place is very dangerous. Oh, can you two tell me in detail? Gao Yan said with a smile. Tang Shan organized his words and slowly told what they had experienced. He was very eloquent and his words were very vivid. According to his description, their expedition team went to a deserted island overseas for exploration. As a result, they encountered a storm at sea, which caused the ship to deviate from the original route, and then found a strange island that did not exist in the satellite map. Because the engine of the ship was damaged, it would take some time to repair it. So, they proposed to explore this deserted island. There were 15 people in their expedition team. Leaving 3 people to repair and guard the ship, Tang Shan took 11 people including Susan to this mysterious and strange island. This island is much more dangerous than they imagined. During the period, they encountered a giant python more than 10 meters long and a poisonous spider as big as a wash basin. In addition, they also encountered a wolf pack that was twice as large as an ordinary wild wolf. They even encountered the legendary man-eating plant. Under the pursuit of the wolf pack, they broke into a canyon on the island. Strangely, after they escaped into the canyon, the wolf pack seemed to be more afraid of the things in the canyon and actually gave up chasing them. When they escaped into the canyon, only 7 of their 12 members were left. After a rest, Tongshen led the remaining people to search the canyon. Then they actually found an ancient tomb. Having sacrificed 5 teammates, they naturally did not want to return empty-handed. Then they decided to dig up the tomb. After blasting open the tomb door, they broke into the tomb. Unexpectedly, this tomb was also quite dangerous, with quite terrible mechanisms and traps. The team that originally had only 7 people lost 2 more people. After going through untold hardships, they entered the main tomb. What disappointed them was the tomb was empty except for a bronze coffin. They were naturally unwilling to return empty-handed, so they opened the bronze coffin and found the Qingying sword, 2 animal skin scrolls and 5 spirit stones inside. But just as they were evacuating the canyon, a large amount of fog appeared in the entire canyon, almost trapping the remaining 5 people to death. Finally, after 3 days of struggling, they escaped from the canyon with almost no ammunition and food. On the way back, 2 more people died. Only Tongshen, Susan and another team member returned to the ship safely. The ship happened to be repaired. They immediately returned to Hong Kong. After listening to Tongshen's story, Gao Yan showed a thoughtful look. Wensuemi.cc. Why are the creatures on that island generally large in size? Is it because of genetic mutation? Or is there another reason? Also, the expedition team encountered heavy fog when leaving the canyon and was trapped for 3 whole days. Was it because of the weather? Or Gao Yan felt that they were likely to encounter a feng shui formation. Being able to trap them for 3 days is not something that an ordinary feng shui formation can do. To set up a powerful feng shui formation, spiritual power is needed as the foundation. And a feng shui formation that has existed for thousands of years must have consumed a lot of spiritual power when it was set up. Mr. Tang, can you sell me the coordinates of that island? Gao Yan, who came back to his senses, looked at Tang Shan and said he had a great interest in the island. How much are you willing to pay, Mr. Gao? Hearing that Gao Yan wanted to buy the coordinates of the island, Tang Shan was delighted. Their expedition team was ostensibly an expedition team, but in fact it was a treasure hunting team. Tang Shan, who created the treasure hunting team, naturally wanted to make money. He didn't dare to go to that island again, but he was quite happy to buy the coordinates of the island for a sum of money. How about 10 million Hong Kong dollars? Gao Yan asked. Mr. Gao, that island is really very dangerous, why don't you think about it? Again. Tang Shan seemed to persuade him kindly. Then the price is 20 million. Gao Yan didn't want to haggle with the other party over a little money. Since Mr. Gao is so sincere, I have to fulfill Mr. Gao's wish, but I still have to advise Mr. Gao that the island is really very dangerous. After paying 20 million Hong Kong dollars, Gao Yan also got the coordinates of the island. After sending Tang Shan and Susan away, Gao Yan returned to the room and summoned the portal, and found the island. Through the purchased coordinates, Gao Yan was not in a hurry either. First, place the coordinates on the island, and after returning to Nandu, teleport there to see what secrets are hidden on the island. Called Rong Kuan. Gao Yan was ready to leave Hong Kong. But at this moment, the butler of the presidential suite came to tell him that a pair of beautiful twins who called themselves Zhuge Qianqian and Zhuge Qianqian wanted to see him. Why are they here? Gao Yan was a little surprised and asked the butler to bring them up. Miss Zhuge, what do you want to see me for? Gao Yan looked at the twins and found that they were worried. Mr. Gao, we came to see you to ask you to save our grandfather. Zhuge Qianqian pleaded. Save your grandfather, what happened to your grandfather? Gao Yan asked, with a puzzled look on his face. Wasn't Zhuge Yong fine when he met him yesterday? Zhuge Qianqian shook his head, we don't know exactly what happened. After Grandpa returned home yesterday, he locked himself in the study. This morning I went to ask my grandpa to have breakfast, only to find that he had not returned to the bedroom all night. So, I went to the study room and found that Grandpa had vomited a lot of blood and fell into a coma. So we sent Grandpa to the hospital for rescue. Since your grandfather has already gone to the hospital, why are you still looking for me? Gao Yan asked. He had a vague suspicion that there was something wrong with Zhuge Yang's use of spiritual stones to practice. Zhuge Qianqian continued, the hospital did not find the cause of Grandpa's illness. Later, Grandpa woke up briefly and told our sisters to come to you. But I'm not a doctor, what's the use of calling me? Gao Yan spread his hands and said, he estimated that Zhuge Yang's meridians should be damaged, and the meridians could not be detected by current instruments. If the cause cannot be detected, there is naturally no way to treat it. At the same time, he was also a little strange. How could Zhuge Yong conclude that he could save him? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Zhuge Yang's mental power is over 100, which is comparable to Gang Jin's mental power. Therefore, he should have sensed that he was not an ordinary person, and because he could recognize spiritual stones, he was so sick that he sought medical treatment. But he really got it right this time. While others couldn't do anything about the damaged meridians, he had at least 2 methods. First, use medicated wine, but this method will take effect slower. Drinking medicated wine for several days should be able to repair his damaged meridians. Second, use primary constitution gene medicine. This gene medicine also has repair effects and can also repair damaged meridians. Zhuge Qianqian begged again, Mr. Gao, we beg you, as long as you can cure our grandfather, you can choose one of our sisters to be your girlfriend. You have a good idea. Is it that easy to be my girlfriend? Gao Yan said angrily. The 2 women felt a little unconvinced when they heard it. Their sisters were both stunningly beautiful. In addition, they were Zhuge Yang's granddaughters. Many of the top rich second generations in Hong Kong were pursuing their sisters. Now that their sisters are willing to take the initiative to be each other's girlfriends, he actually thinks that they are taking advantage. Without waiting for the sisters to retort, Gao Yan said again, okay, master. Zhuge is not bad, I will go to the hospital to have a look, but I don't dare to guarantee whether he can be cured. Thank you, Mr. Gao. Thanks. Sanatorium and hospital. Led by the twin sisters, Gao Yan came to the suite on the 36th floor of the sanatorium and hospital. Sanatorium and hospital is the top private hospital in Hong Kong. Naturally, the price is also quite expensive. Especially the top-level suite on the 37th floor, not counting other expenses. The room rate for a day is 23,000 Hong Kong dollars. Although the suite on the 36th floor where Zhuge Yong lives is not as expensive as the 37th floor, it is not much different. After entering the ward, Gao Yan was also slightly shocked. This was not a ward, it was simply more luxurious than a hotel. Now, Zhuge Yong was lying on the hospital bed, in a coma. With a thought, Gao Yan released his mental power to test Zhuge Yong's body. Because Zhuge Yong is only a Mingjin warrior and is still injured, his human body's magnetic field is relatively weak and he is not very resistant to Gao Yan's mental power. Therefore, he easily detected the other party's problem. It was just as he expected. The opponent's meridians were indeed damaged, and it was quite serious. Among them, the Taiyang bladder meridian was the most severely damaged, with cracks on every inch of the meridian. In addition, 1/3 of the Shaoyin kidney meridian was also damaged. The spiritual power cultivation methods in the Feng Shui Sutra flashed through his mind, and combined with what he saw of Zhuge Yong's meridians, he roughly guessed the cause of the other party's injury. Zhuge Yong is already quite old, and over the years, his meridians have become partially atrophied and blocked. If the meridians are described as highways, then the highways in Zhuge Yong's body are aging and blocked. Driving on such a road will naturally become difficult or even impossible. But Zhuge Yong has to drive overweight on the highway, which will naturally cause greater damage and damage to the highway. If he doesn't go too far, there will be ghosts. Withdrawing his mental power, Gao Yan checked his own meridians. It is very smooth and extremely tough, more than 10 times stronger than Zhuge Yong's meridians. Mr. Gao, how are you doing? Zhuge Qianqian asked cautiously, can my grandfather be saved? It can be saved. Gao Yan took out a bottle of primary constitution genetic liquid. Give this liquid to your grandpa. Thank you, Mr. Gao. Zhuge Qianqian said gratefully. By the way, I'll give you a reminder. After feeding the liquid, leave the room immediately. Gao Yan thought for a while and said, Zhuge Yong is already over 60 years old, and the toxins and impurities in his body are far more than those of young people. Once the genetic medicine takes effect, he can imagine that the consequences will be comparable to a public toilet that has not been cleaned in June. By the way, what's your name? My name is Zhuge Cece. Then let's go out first. Zhuge Cece said, I want to stay. Whatever. Gao Yan smiled disapprovingly, walked out of the room, came to the living room, and closed the door to prevent the stench inside from escaping. Sister, is this useful? After Gao Yan left, Zhuge Qianqian asked worriedly. Whether it works or not, you have to try it. Zhuge Qianqian said firmly, after all, the sanatorium and hospital can't find out the cause of Grandpa's illness, and Grandpa asked us to find Mr. Gao, so of course he has a reason. The sisters have been raised by their grandfather since they were young, and they know their grandfather's abilities, so they naturally trust his words. Help me hold Grandpa up. Good. Zhuge Qianqian helped Zhuge Yong, who was unconscious, and then Zhuge Qianqian pinched open Grandpa's mouth and poured the genetic medicine liquid into his mouth in small amounts. Fortunately, the old man was only in a coma, not completely unconscious. Still able to swallow. It took some effort for the two sisters to pour the entire bottle of genetic medicine into Zhuge Yong's body. Sister, Mr. Gao reminds us to go out after taking the medicine. At this time Zhuge Cece reminded. Don't be in a hurry, wait and see what the situation is like. Zhuge Qianqian waved his hand and said. After a while, the two sisters discovered that there was a lot of black, greasy substance on the old man's skin, which was accompanied by a strong stench. What's this? Zhuge Qianqian was startled at first, and then told his sister, Qianqian, hurry up and get a wet towel from the bathroom. I'm going right now. Zhuge Qianqi quickly ran into the bathroom and twisted out a wet towel. But when she returned to the ward, an even more suffocating stench kept coming into her nose, almost making her vomit it out. As for Zhuge Yong, his body was completely covered with a black substance, as if he was coming from the mud. Just like what you fished out. Ugh, sister, give you a towel. Zhuge Qianqian took the towel, but felt like he didn't know where to start. Just then. Ahem, what does it smell like? It stinks. Zhuge Yong woke up, but he was so smelly from the impurities in his body. Grandpa, it's great that you're awake. You go to the bathroom and wash up. Quickly. My sister and I will go out first. Zhuge Qianqian left a word and ran out of the room, with Zhuge Qianqian following closely behind. Seeing the embarrassed twin sisters who came out of the room inhaling and exhaling desperately, they smiled arrogantly. Seeing this, the two sisters couldn't help but glare at him. This man was too unkind. They almost fainted, but he was still here gloating about his misfortune. After inhaling and exhaling desperately for a while, the twin sisters felt like they were back in the human world. Mr. Gao, you seem to know that those dirty things will appear on my grandfather's body? Zhuge Qianqian asked curiously. Gao Yan nodded, yes, so, I reminded you. Why does this happen? Zhuge Qianqian became more and more curious. Gao Yan explained, the medicinal liquid I gave your grandpa is an extremely miraculous medicinal liquid. It can not only repair injuries in the body, but also has the effect of cutting hair and washing marrow. We humans all eat whole grains, and a lot of impurities and toxins accumulate in our bodies. And since your grandfather is quite old, the impurities and toxins in his body are naturally far higher than those of other people. If the taste is a bit strong, that's normal. Doesn't it mean that my sister and I also have a lot of dirty things in our bodies? Zhuge Cixi exclaimed. Now she feels sick when she thinks of those black mud-like things on her grandfather's body. Now that she knows they are therein her body, she suddenly feels unclean. Gao Yan smiled and said, "You are not fairies who do not eat the fireworks of the world. Others have it, so naturally you have it too." After hearing what Gao Yan said, the twin sisters felt very uncomfortable. After a while, Zhuge Qianqi asked cautiously, "Mr. Gao, can we use your liquid?" "Can." Gao Yan nodded. Normal people can not only cut their hair and cleanse their marrow after using it, but also greatly improve their physical fitness. "Where can I buy this liquid and how much does it cost for a bottle?" Zhuge Qianqian couldn't help but be overjoyed when she heard Gao Yan said that their sisters could also use it and asked quickly. "This magical liquid is sold outside. Even if it is sold, you can't afford it." Gao Yan shook his head. "It can't be sold outside. In other words, Mr. Gao only has this liquid. Right?" Zhuge Qianqian said thoughtfully. "So be it." Gao Yan did not deny it. "Can Mr. Gao sell 2 bottles to our sisters?" Zhuge Qianqian felt uncomfortable all over at the thought of those disgusting things in his body. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan threw an inside eye at each of the 2 women. The 2 girls look almost exactly the same. Therefore, their appearance is 97. But their figures are slightly different. Zhuge Qianqian's figure is 86, while Zhuge Qianqian's figure reaches 91. Physically, Zhuge Qianqian is 71, while Zhuge Qianqian is only 68. Both girls are 100 special. As for wealth, Zhuge Qianqian has 1.2 million Hong Kong dollars in cash at his disposal. His sister Zhuge Qianqian is a poor man and has only 30,000 Hong Kong dollars in cash at her disposal. By the way, this kind of medicinal solution can also improve your appearance. Gao Yan added, "How much do you think a bottle of such a magical medicinal solution can cure?" Seeing that Gao Yan did not answer directly, but asked them about the price, Zhuge Qianqian vaguely understood what Gao Yan meant. She thought about it seriously and said, "I can't estimate it. If it is put up for auction, it will fetch at least hundreds of millions." So expensive? Zhuge Cixi was desperate. If it was only a few 100,000 a bottle, she would still find a way to raise money to buy one. Now it is a few 100 million bottles. Even if she is sold, she can't afford it. After knowing that he could not afford Gao Yan's medicine, Zhuge Qianqian directly changed the subject. About half an hour passed. Zhuge Yong, who had changed into a set of hospital clothes, rushed out of the ward and subconsciously closed the door of the ward. After all, the smell inside was not very pleasant. "Grandfather. Grandpa, how do you feel now?" As soon as they saw Zhuge Yong, the twin granddaughters quickly came forward to greet him. "I'm fine now." Zhuge Yong smiled kindly, and then said to Gao, "Mr. Gao, you should be the one who saved the old man, right? He is also a Mingjin warrior himself, and has strong mental power. Therefore, after he washed off the dirt on his body and paid attention to his body, he knew that not only the injuries on his meridians had healed, but his physique had even increased. At the same time, he suspected that he should have taken some miraculous medicine, and also performed a hair removal and marrow cleansing. Gao Yan didn't feel embarrassed at all and nodded directly. Then did you take some magic medicine for the old man? Zhuge Yong asked again. WWW. A special medicinal liquid. Gao Yan said with a smile. Why? Zhuge Yong sighed deeply. His guess came true. This favor was considered too big. After some struggle, he suddenly bent down and bowed. Mr. Gao, this kind of thing is too valuable. With this old man's little wealth, I'm afraid it can't even compare to 1/10 of this medicinal liquid. If Mr. Gao doesn't dislike it, I am willing to take refuge in your service and be driven by you. You are indeed a family. Gao Yan glanced at Zhuge Qianqian with a half-smile and said something meaningful. Suddenly, Zhuge Qianqian's face turned red, obviously thinking of what she had said in the hotel. As long as she saved her grandfather, any one of their sisters would be his girlfriend. At this time, Gao Yan continued, well, Master Zhuge, there is no need for me to encourage you. If you give me 100 million, how about we settle the matter? Zhuge Yong was stunned for a moment, then realized what he was doing, and couldn't help but feel moved and fond of him. Mr. Gao is very righteous, but he is just old and decrepit. No, just 100 million, don't talk about anything else. By the way, the 100 million I mentioned are Daxia dollars, not Hong Kong dollars. Seeing that Zhuge Yong was endless, Gao Yan hurriedly stopped him. How could he accept Zhuge Yong's money? It seemed to be 100 million, but with the system return, it was 1.1 billion. The most important thing was that there were 100 million experience points. Come, I'll give you an account, just deposit the money into it. I'm busy going back to Nandu, so I won't stay any longer. Leaving a note, Gao Yan got up and walked out. Mr. Gao, I'll see you off. Zhuge Yong hurriedly shouted. No, you've just recovered from a serious illness, so you'd better take good care of yourself. Gao Yan waved his hand, worried that the old man would continue to pester him. Qianqian, help me see Mr. Gao off. Okay, Grandpa. The twin beauties caught up with Gao Yan. In the elevator, Zhuge Qianqian couldn't help but say, Mr. Gao, do you look down on my grandfather? No. Gao Yan shook his head. Then why don't you agree that my grandfather wants to be your subordinate? This? For a moment, Gao Yan didn't know how to answer. Zhuge Qianqian continued, actually, my grandfather is quite powerful. He is the most powerful feng shui master in Hong Kong. Several top tycoons have offered him an annual salary of 20 million to be their personal feng shui master, but he refused. So, wouldn't it be a big loss for me to refuse your grandfather? Gao Yan pretended to be annoyed. Humph, now you know. Seeing Gao Yan regret, Zhuge Qianqian was quite proud. But some things are missed, and I can only say that your grandfather and I are not destined to be together. However, I will go back and talk to my grandfather. Zhuge Qianqian tried. No, I don't want face. Gao Yan continued to act with Zhuge Qianqian. In fact, between 100 million and Zhuge Yong, he would still choose 100 million. Zhuge Yong is a top feng shui master. But it really doesn't help him much. Taking him as a subordinate will not only lose 1.1 billion and 100 million experience, but also, if he becomes your Subordinate, you can't be stingy and not pay him a salary, right? Tisk. Zhuge Qianqian curled her lips secretly, thinking that she was suffering from the slap in the face. Zhuge Qianqian drove Gao Yan back to the hotel. Knowing that he was going to the airport soon, he offered to take him to the airport. Unable to refuse the kindness, Gao Yan had no choice but to agree. Inside the airport, Zhuge Qianqian said, "Mr. Gao, let's exchange contact information." Okay. Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and called up the QR code, asking Zhuge Qianqian to scan it. Drop. Added successfully. Putting away his mobile phone, Gao Yan waved to Zhuge Qianqian, then followed the person who picked him up at the airport to the tarmac and boarded the private plane. A few hours later, Gao Yan returned to his villa. Although he had been on the plane for several hours, Gao Yan did not feel tired. He gained a lot of ill-gotten wealth by destroying the Blood God sect. He plans to use all this ill-gotten wealth for charity. Thinking of the time before, he sent 4 cyborgs with management skills to set up a charity foundation. Thinking of this, he took out the merit transformation card. Take it out of the mustard space. A row of data also appeared. Card holder, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Lifespan, 120. Accumulated merit, 32,110 points, can be converted into longevity. 10,000 points of merit can be converted into 1 year of life. In other words, his current merit can be converted into a lifespan of more than 3 years. If you use 10,000 yuan for charity, you can gain some merit. The 4 biochemical people have been busy for so long and only spent 320 million. This speed seems a bit slow. Then he picked up his cell phone and called Zhou Xiaochun and asked her to report to the villa. Less than half an hour. The biochemical man, Zhou Xiaochun, appeared in Gao Yan's study. The other party handed Gao Yan a piece of information. When Gao Yan was reading the information, she also described the work they had done during this period in concise words. According to this information, their charitable funding targets mainly poor students who cannot afford to study, patients who cannot afford medical treatment, and some orphanages that are in relatively difficult circumstances. Because before funding, they will conduct background checks on these funded people to ensure that the money is spent wisely, so the progress is relatively slow. After all, there are some poor students who cannot afford to study. In addition to being poor, they themselves are unwilling to study or do not study seriously. There is no need to support such people. Instead of supporting such people, it is better to support those who are truly in need. Besides, although people who look down on medical treatment are pitiful, there are also evil people or people with bad character among them, so naturally we cannot help them. Gao Yan still agrees with this point. After all, he doesn't want to spend his money on people who don't deserve his support. Currently, Charity Jean has recruited hundreds of employees, most of whom are investigators. I will inject another billion in funds, and you can recruit hundreds more investigators. Putting down the information, Gao Yan said to Zhou Xiaochun. Okay boss, I get it. Zhou Xiaochun nodded. After reading this information, Gao Yan also understood a truth: don't be anxious when doing charity. After sending Zhou Xiaochun away, Gao Yan called Chu Xiu, go and buy me a set of protective clothing. Okay boss. Soon, Chu Xiu brought a set of protective clothing. After putting it on, Gao Yan opened any door and shuttled to the mysterious desert island. 1.1.cc. Insightful Eye. With the activation of the Insight Eye, Gao Yan's sight quickly moved forward. And in an instant, the entire island was within his sight. This island is a hexagonal island with a diameter of about 10 kilometers. Most of the island is covered by vegetation, so there are many wild animals on the island. And the sizes of these animals are far larger than ordinary animals. For example, under his insight, Gao Yan discovered that there were more than 100 wild boars on the island. Generally speaking, a wild boar weighing 400 to 500 kilograms is considered a giant. But the smallest wild boar on the island is around 1,000 kilograms, and the largest is estimated to be over 2,000 kilograms. If a wild boar of this size were to run, it would be like a beast-shaped tank. Except, Gao Yan also discovered a lot of giant pythons. The longest one was nearly 30 meters long. Why are these animals so much larger than ordinary animals? Gene mutation is unlikely. This is a desert island after all. Then, there is only one possibility: there should be legendary spiritual energy on this island. The next moment, Gao Yan focused his attention on the canyon where Tongshen and others had arrived. And an ancient tomb that was blown open was also discovered. His eyes followed deep into the ancient tomb and came to a tomb chamber. The entire tomb was empty, just like what Tongshen described. In the center of the tomb is an ancient bronze coffin. The lid of the coffin had been lifted, leaving only a broken skeleton inside. In addition to the main tomb chamber, there are 2 ear chambers. There were many broken pottery pots with fragments inside. As for other things, they have probably been taken away by the Tongshen gang. Obviously, they didn't tell the truth, and they took away more than just the shadow sword, the animal skin scroll, and 5 spiritual stones. They also took away many grave goods. Wrong. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of something and directly summoned any door to place a coordinate in the tomb chamber and shuttled directly there. Close any door. Gao Yan came to the bronze coffin, reached out and picked up a bone and looked at it carefully. Then he shook his head. This is not the bone of a martial artist. Whether it is physical cultivation or chi cultivation, one will temper his body. Therefore, there is still a big difference between the bones of a cultivator and the bones of an ordinary person. The Tongshen group found the Qingying sword, chi cultivation techniques, and sword techniques in the coffin, which shows that the owner of this tomb is a martial artist. Moreover, the tomb can be built on an overseas deserted island, which shows that the owner of the tomb had great power and financial resources during his lifetime. The ancient dignitaries had a habit. When they were buried, they would depict their deeds in their lifetime in the form of murals on the walls of the tomb to show their achievements in their lifetime. But this tomb is too clean, and there are no so-called murals at all. In other words, this tomb is likely to be a suspicious tomb. Thinking of this, Gao Yan opened his spiritual perception and spread it from the main tomb to the top, bottom, left and right of the tomb. Haha. Soon, Gao Yan smiled. This tomb was built in the mountain. It was also a suspected tomb. In order to paralyze the tomb robbers, the owner of the tomb even put the Qingying sword, as well as the skills and swordsmanship in the coffin. The real tomb was located more than 10 meters above the tomb, and the entire tomb was dug out of the mountain. Gao Yan did not need to enter the real tomb, he could know everything in it by using his spiritual perception. As he expected, there were many murals on the walls of the real tomb. And these murals were quite clear and had not been decayed for thousands of years. Gao Yan patiently read these murals and learned more about the identity of the tomb owner. The tomb owner was a vassal in the spring and autumn period. He was more keen on cultivating immortality, so he secretly created an organization to help him plunder spiritual objects everywhere. The Qingying sword and the matching skills and swordsmanship were all plundered from the original owner by his secret organization. But decades have passed. The other party has plundered a lot of various spiritual objects. But he still has not found a way to live forever. In addition, his body was getting older and older, so he used the power of the whole country to build a big ship, and took the spiritual objects he plundered and thousands of people to sea to find immortals. After drifting on the sea for several years, he did not find the immortals. But hundreds of his men died. In a storm, the prince's ship was swept to the current island and found that there were a large number of huge animals on the island. So, the prince concluded that this island was likely to be an immortal island. The prince led his men to search the entire island, but could not find the traces of the immortal. In addition, he had been drifting on the sea for several years, and his body was getting weaker and weaker. He lost his temper and fell seriously ill, although his witch doctor cured his illness. But after recovering from the illness, the prince's body became weaker and weaker. Knowing that his life was coming to an end, the prince ordered his men to build a tomb for him on the island. In order to prevent his tomb from being robbed, he also built a pseudo-tomb and buried one of his dead men in it. Not long after the tomb was built, the prince passed away and was buried in it by his loyal servant. As for the prince's men, there was no record on the murals. Perhaps they had left the island, or perhaps they had died on the island. The next moment, Gao Yan's mental power spread to the two side chambers. The side chamber on the left was filled with ordinary burial objects, including pottery, jade, gold, gems, and rotten bamboo slips. But the things stored in the right ear chamber are not ordinary things. All of them are spiritual objects looted by the secret organization under the command of the prince. Some of these spiritual objects are weapons, and some are tools. With a thought, Gao Yan used the identification function of the inside eye on one of the bronze swords. Item, Taiwu sword. Spirituality, 72. Features, strengthen the sword master, gravity magnetic field. Gao Yan's eyes lit up. The characteristics of this Taiwu sword are good. Then, he used the identification function on a bronze mirror. Item, evil repelling realm. Spirituality, 55. Features, condensing the soul, expelling evil thoughts. Seeing one of the characteristics of the mirror, Gao Yan couldn't help but be very moved. Isn't concentrating the soul just concentrating mental power? This mirror is very useful to him. Then, Gao Yan used the identification function on a knife. Item, tiger evil knife. Spirituality, 85. Features, blood bravery, knife evil. The spirituality of this knife is 85, which is pretty good. Next, Gao Yan identified all the items in this ear chamber and found 22 spiritual objects, and the functions of these spiritual objects are also strange. For example, there is a gourd spiritual object, which can improve the quality of wine. Even if you pour a gourd of low-quality liquor, it can become a gourd of fine wine after an hour. Anyway, these spiritual objects are already in Gao Yan's pocket, so he is not in a hurry. His spiritual perception quickly probes the coffin of the prince. Even if there are 22 spiritual objects stored in the ear chamber, there must be more extraordinary treasures buried with him. When Gao Yan's spiritual perception probed into the coffin, he was shocked. Because thousands of years have passed, the corpse in the coffin is still lifelike, just like it has just died. But soon, Gao Yan found the reason. There is a jade bead in the mouth of the corpse. Turn on the identification function of the inside eye. Several rows of information appeared in front of Gao Yan. Item, Mermaid King Pearl. Spirituality, 3. Characteristics, keep the body from decaying and be immune to all evil. After understanding the characteristics of this Mermaid King Pearl, Gao Yan knew why the other party's body had not decayed for thousands of years. However, the Mermaid King Pearl only had 3 spiritual points left. Once the spirituality was exhausted, the other party's body would still decay. Therefore, Gao Yan's spiritual perception directly skipped the Mermaid King Pearl and fell on several other items. In the hands of this prince, there was a scabbard dagger, a blood-red jade pendant in the shape of a unicorn hanging around his waist, and a string of gemstone beads on his left wrist. Gao Yan identified the dagger first. Item, Fish King Sword. Spirituality, 96. Characteristics, deterrence, immortality, sharpness, evil breaking, suppression. Oh my! After seeing the characteristics of this Fish King Sword, Gao Yan was very shocked. There were actually 5 characteristics. He suspected that the more characteristics a spiritual object had, the more precious it was. At the same time, he was also looking forward to it. This was only one of the 3 burial objects, and it was not much worse than the other Qilin jade pendant and gemstone beads. So, Gao Yan identified the Qilin jade pendant again. Item, Qilin gemstone. Spirituality, 87. Features, strengthen the body, treat trauma, exorcise evil, shock, amplify. After checking the characteristics of the Qilin jade pendant, Gao Yan secretly exclaimed that as expected, this jade pendant was also a powerful spiritual object with 5 characteristics. Finally, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the gemstone bracelet. Item, blood jade string. Spirituality, 83. Features, nourish qi and blood, nourish the soul, assist in cultivation, sense the climate, and teleport. After seeing the characteristics of the blood jade string, Gao Yan secretly said that this is simply a magical tool to assist in cultivation. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. He also threw an inside eye at the corpse. Name, Feng Qi. Age at death, 96. Status, dead. Identity, King of Yu Kingdom in the spring and autumn period. Oh my god, the other party actually lived to be 96 years old. Putting away the inside eye, Gao Yan felt relieved. The reason why he had to identify the body was mainly because he was worried about whether the other party had turned into a zombie. Although he felt that the possibility of the other party turning into a zombie was small, it was better to be careful. The other party's tomb was closed. There were probably many harmful gases in it, but this was not a problem for Gao Yan. He had reached Gangjin, and he had no problem not breathing for dozens of minutes. The next moment, Gao Yan placed a coordinate point in the other party's main tomb. The next moment, he controlled the arbitrary door to connect to this coordinate point, and pushed open the door and walked in. The figure flashed. Gao Yan came to the right ear chamber and put all 22 spiritual objects into the mustard seed space. Then he returned to the main tomb chamber, pushed open the sarcophagus, and put away the Fish King Sword, Qilin gem jade, and blood jade string. After covering the coffin for the other party again, Gao Yan let the arbitrary door connect to the coordinates in the study of the villa. Appear again. Gao Yan has appeared in the study of the villa. Put away the arbitrary door and take off the protective clothing. Gao Yan walked out of the study and asked Chu Xiu to prepare a bottle of disinfectant for him. Soon, Chu Xiu brought the disinfectant. Gao Yan took the disinfectant into the bathroom in the bedroom, filled the sink with water, and then poured in the disinfectant. Then he threw all 25 spiritual objects into the sink to soak. After all, these are things brought out of the ancient tomb. Even if they are spiritual objects, they still need to be disinfected. Then, Gao Yan also took a bath. After soaking these spiritual objects for an hour, Gao Yan washed them several times and put them back into the mustard seed space. Gao Yan did not have any special feelings after taking out the Qilin jade. How can I drive a spiritual object? www. Drop blood to recognize the master? He found a paper cutter, cut his finger and squeezed a drop of blood onto the Qilin jade. Under his gaze, the Qilin jade did not react at all. In other words, it was useless to drip blood to recognize the master. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. He released his mental power to penetrate into the Qilin jade. At the moment when his mental power penetrated into the Qilin jade, Gao Yan suddenly found that there were many veins similar to meridians inside. As if a blessing came to his heart, Gao Yan controlled his mental power to run along the veins in the jade pendant. And in this process, these veins actually absorbed his mental power. After a while, after Gao Yan's mental power ran in the veins for a week, he suddenly established a very close relationship with the Qilin jade, and he only needed to think about it to activate any of the characteristics of the Qilin jade. However, every time a spiritual object is used, its stored spirituality will be consumed. Fortunately, spirituality can be replenished. You can replenish your own spirituality by absorbing the spiritual energy in the spiritual stone. At the same time, spiritual objects are also divided into different levels. A spiritual object with one characteristic is an ordinary spiritual object. A spiritual object with two characteristics is an intermediate spiritual object. A spiritual object with three characteristics is an advanced spiritual object. A spiritual object with four characteristics is a top spiritual object, and a spiritual object with 5 characteristics is a super spiritual object. Gao Yan brought back 25 spiritual objects from the tomb of the Fish King this time. Among them, there are only 3 ordinary spiritual objects, 19 intermediate spiritual objects, and no advanced spiritual objects or top spiritual objects. There are 3 super spiritual objects. The Qilin gem has 5 characteristics: strengthening the body, healing external injuries, exorcising evil spirits, shocking, and amplifying. There happened to be a small wound on his finger. Gao Yan decided to give it a try. He activated the Qilin gem, and then a green light fell on his injured finger. And then the wound on his finger healed at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, the wound on his finger completely disappeared. Moreover, the consumption of the Qilin gem was not great, not even a little. Spiritual energy was consumed. With a thought, Gao Yan activated the Qilin gem's ability to strengthen the body. Suddenly, a golden light fell on Gao Yan's body and quickly merged with every cell in his body, as if every cell of his body was wearing a set of mecha. Not only did the physical defense increase greatly, but even the strength and speed increased by about 30%. However, this increase is also time-limited and can only last for a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour later. Back to normal, check the characteristics of the Qilin gem again, it has dropped to 86 points. Then, Gao Yan refined the other 24 spiritual objects. It consumed a lot of mental energy, making him quite tired. Learn about the super recovery card. In an instant, the exhausted Gao Yan instantly recovered to his peak. The next moment, Gao Yan had a bottle of medicinal wine and a green gourd in his hand. This gourd is called the wine gourd. It is an ordinary spiritual object, and its characteristic can turn ordinary wine into top-grade wine. The remaining spirituality is 78 points. Gao Yan poured a bottle of medicinal wine into the wine gourd, and then stimulated the characteristics of the wine gourd. He wanted to see what kind of wine would appear in an hour. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Come in. The study door was pushed open, and the figure of Xiao Shui appeared at the door. Husband. Although they had only not seen each other for a few days, the two still felt like a new marriage. Just when Gao Yan hugged the other party into his arms and his hands became unruly, Xiao Shui pressed down his mischievous palm. Husband, I'm here to call you for dinner, and I'll give it to you in the evening, okay? No, unless you kiss me first. Really, you are so old and still act like a child. Xiao Shui showed an expression that I can't stand you, but still kissed Gao Yan on the lips. The two of them went downstairs hand in hand and found that the two apprentices, Song Yufei and Lin Moer, were chatting and watching TV on the sofa. Brother Gao, I heard that you went to Hong Kong. Did you bring us gifts? Seeing Gao Yan appear, Lin Moer asked hurriedly. No gifts, but there are slaps. Do you want them? Gao Yan joked. Hateful, you only know how to bully others. Lin Moer pretended to be wronged. Okay, you have all the gifts. I'll give them to you after dinner. Gao Yan smiled. Although he didn't go shopping during this trip to Hong Kong Island, he also entrusted the butler of the presidential suite to help him buy a batch of specialties and gifts. A lively dinner ended. Gao Yan distributed the gifts he brought back from Hong Kong Island to everyone. It was nothing more than some scarves, perfumes, jewelry, etc. That night, Gao Yan and Xiao Shui joined hands to travel in the canyon battlefield. Perhaps because of excessive effort, Xiao Shui stayed in bed the next morning. Fortunately, they didn't have classes in the morning. Otherwise, he would have to skip classes. Gao Yan drove to school after breakfast. Today is Wednesday. He didn't go on Monday and Tuesday. It would be too much if he didn't go again. Old Su, this is my makeup leave note. Su Lingfeng took Gao Yan's leave note and said helplessly, Boss Gao, if you want to take leave in the future, please let me know in advance. It's hard for me to make up the leave note later. Okay, I'll pay attention next time. Gao Yan said hurriedly. Su Lingfeng is a good monitor, and Gao Yan doesn't want to embarrass him. That's good. Su Lingfeng was also relieved. It's not easy to be a monitor. You can't be too tough or too weak. You have to grasp the degree. By the way, old Su, someone gave me a pack of cigarettes. You know I don't smoke. You can take it. Gao Yan took out a handful of cigarettes and stuffed them into Su Lingfeng. This is not good. Su Lingfeng was a little embarrassed. Why, do you think I'm bribing you? Gao Yan joked. What's there to bribe a squad leader like me? In that case, take it. Gao Yan turned around and walked towards his seat without giving Su Lingfeng a chance to object. And Su Lingfeng also stuffed the cigarettes into his pocket. He was not from a wealthy family, and he was an old smoker, usually smoking cigarettes that cost 10 yuan a pack. He really couldn't bear to buy this soft cigarette that cost 70 yuan a pack. Where have you been going these past 2 days? As soon as they sat down, Yang Yu said with a sarcasm. I went to Hong Kong Island. Gao Yan was not angry either, knowing that Yang Yu was like this. By the way, this is for you. Gao Yan took out a box and stuffed it into the other party's hand. Really for me? Yang Yu was a little surprised. This was the first time this guy gave her something. Forget it. Gao Yan pretended to take it back, and Yang Yu was so scared that she quickly protected the box. There is no reason to take back something that has been given away. Anyway, you guys usually make me angry, so this thing is compensation. As she spoke, Yang Yu opened the box, and there was a necklace inside. She recognized it at a glance. It was the latest necklace from Swarovski, which cost tens of thousands. Although she could afford it, the meaning of that bastard giving it was different. Suddenly, she couldn't help but smile with joy. How is it, not bad? Gao Yan asked. Just barely. Yang Yu said proudly. Gao Yan curled his lips secretly. A woman who said one thing and another should control her expression when she said this. As for why he gave Yang Yu a gift, he couldn't just suppress her, he had to give her some sweetness. Yang Yu was a woman with a bad personality, but he touched her and kissed her. Could he just watch her get together with another man? By then, was he cheating on someone else, or was someone cheating on him? The reason why the relationship was uncertain was that Yang Yu's personality was not good, and she had to be polished slowly. The class bell rang. Gao Yan seemed to be listening carefully, but in fact he was condensing his qi. Now his qi has reached 58, which is several times that of Su Long, and it is no problem to completely beat the other party. As the saying goes, when Su Long is mentioned, there is news about the other party. However, Hong Huang, who has been monitoring Su Long's whereabouts, sent a message to Gao Yan, saying that the bastard had already left the capital with his men. After class, Gao Yan and Hong Huang had a conversation. Knowing that Su Long had taken people to Nanyang to find trouble with the blood god cult this time, it was a typical case of beating a drowning dog. Sun Tong's forces were divided into 2 parts. One part was the gang forces in the open, and the second part was the blood god cult hidden in the dark. Although the blood god cult was relatively secretive and low-key, the major forces in Nanyang were not deaf and blind, and they had some suspicions. Now, the headquarters of the blood god cult was burned down, and there were many corpses. For a time, the major forces in Nanyang could not sit still, and they all wanted to swallow the fat meat left by Sun Tong. So, they tentatively attacked Sun Tong's open forces. But they were surprised to find that the open forces without the support of the blood god cult masters had almost no resistance and were beaten back by them. Naturally, the greed and ambition of these forces grew. So, they stepped up their efforts to attack the gang forces established by Sun Tong. Only 1 day had passed. 1/3 of the gang founded by Sun Tong was swallowed up by the major forces in Nanyang. In fact, there are still quite a few people in the blood god cult now, and there are dozens of Huajin envoys alone. But they dare not act rashly. After all, the main hall and the masters of the main hall have been killed. And the leader, the young master, and the 4 guardians have not shown up yet. This makes them have to wonder whether the leader, the young master, and the 4 guardians have also been killed. Even the fierce men like the leader and the 4 guardians have been in trouble. How can their Huajin be the opponent of that mysterious force? Therefore, they lie dormant first. If the leader appears later, they will gather there again. If he still doesn't appear after a while, then their guess is probably true, and they will have to find a way to escape from Nanyang. As for the gang forces under the leader, they will be destroyed. If the leader is still there, they can easily take it back. If the leader is not there, it is useless for them to keep it. The last time they failed to capture Sun Yunjie, Su Long was so upset that he sent people to Nanyang to secretly investigate the Blood God cult. Then he got the news. The main hall of the Blood God cult was destroyed by a mysterious force. And the leader of the Blood God cult, Sun Tong, the young master, Sun Yunjie, and the 4 guardians were all missing. So, Su Long couldn't sit still and immediately took people to Nanyang. Although he is now the director of the Martial Arts Administration Bureau, the rules have been set up that every 5 years, if the director of the previous term does not have outstanding results, he cannot be re-elected. Therefore, Su Long plans to use the Blood God cult as a starting point. Going to Nanyang, good. Knowing that Su Long took people to Nanyang, Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh. He estimated that the other party would not be able to return to China for a while, so he was not in a hurry. He was thinking about how to make Su Long lose face. This guy has already suffered a Waterloo in destroying the 5 super martial arts families. He failed again in arresting Sun Yunjie. If the trip to Nanyang fails again, he doubts whether Su Long can keep his position as the director of the Military Management Bureau. Wandering around, Gao Yan came to the milk tea shop in the snack street. After teasing Chen Yue and making her blush and shy, Gao Yan left the milk tea shop. There was no class in the afternoon. Gao Yan went directly back to number 15 Yujinjuan. Then he came to the study, took the wine gourd, opened the stopper and smelled it, but did not smell anything. Did it fail? Gao Yan couldn't help but doubt, found a cup, and poured half a cup of medicinal wine from the wine gourd. Suddenly, a strong aroma of wine spread. After the wine gourd was spiritualized, the wine was amber, and there were crystal bubbles in it. Pick up the cup and bring it to your mouth. After taking a sip, Gao Yan suddenly had a cool and fragrant liquid with a strong smell of wine in his mouth. This medicinal wine is made from ordinary grain wine. To be honest, the taste is not very good. But after the wine gourd was spiritualized, the taste alone was improved by several levels. Even the top wines in the world today cannot be compared with it. The wine slid down the throat into the stomach, making Gao Yan's stomach slightly cool. Immediately afterwards, a gentle medicinal power spread from the stomach, and after blending into his blood, the blood he consumed in refining the gongqi today was actually partially replenished. This? Gao Yan's heart was lifted, and he drank the wine in the cup directly. Then he squinted his eyes to feel the changes in his body. After a while, Gao Yan opened his eyes, and there was a sense of joy between his eyebrows. He did not expect that this wine gourd could not only improve the quality of the wine itself, but also the medicinal properties of the wine. In addition, the spiritualized medicinal wine is easier for the human body to absorb. Wensuemi.cc. To be honest, after reaching Gangjin, the medicinal wine has little effect on Gao Yan. But after the wine gourd was optimized, the medicinal properties were directly improved by 2 or 3 levels. Moreover, relatively speaking, the optimized medicinal wine is milder than the body-quenching liquid. What a pity. Every time the wine gourd is used, a little spiritual power is consumed, and he only has 4 spiritual stones, and the spiritual power in these spiritual stones is not full. Go to that deserted island again. He suspected that there was spiritual energy on the deserted island before. And after seeing the murals in the Fish King's tomb, he was more certain. Because the Fish King led people to land on that island, there were already large wild animals on that island. This shows that the large wild animals on the island are not caused by the Fish King and others. Summon any door to connect the coordinates of the deserted island. Then Gao Yan pushed open the door and entered. He appeared on the beach of a deserted island. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan opened his inside eyes, covered the entire island, and then seeped into the ground. There is also a magnetic field underground. The magnetic field gets stronger the deeper you go. Therefore, Gao Yan's insightful eye felt a little difficult after only penetrating more than 100 meters into the ground. Continue. Gao Yan gritted his teeth. If the spiritual object in his hand wanted to be used continuously, it had to be charged with spirit stones. Otherwise, when the spiritual object's spirituality was exhausted, it would become an ordinary ancient object. 200 meters. 300 meters. When the inside eye penetrated 300 meters underground, the power of geomagnetism directly increased several times. It has become extremely difficult to continue to penetrate downwards. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan put away his clairvoyance eyes, and then his head felt dizzy, which was obviously due to excessive mental energy consumption. Use Super Recovery Card. Mental strength is restored to its peak. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. How about trying feng shui? So, he shuttled back to the study room in the villa and began to study feng shui. The Red Emperor has translated the Feng Shui Sutra into vernacular, so it is not difficult to learn. In addition, Gao Yan has strong mental power, good memory, and high comprehension. Therefore, within a few hours, he had completely understood feng shui. Think of this. Gao Yan traveled to the deserted island again and used his insight eye to take in the entire island's terrain. Combined with feng shui, Gao Yan soon discovered that some terrain on this island was different from others. It is the canyon where the Fish King built his tomb. I should have thought of that. Gao Yan slapped his head. Tong Shen had said before that after they came out of the suspicious tomb, they were trapped in the mist of the canyon for several days before they escaped. And when the Fish King builds his tomb, he will definitely not choose a random piece of land, it must be a feng shui treasure land. Therefore, Gao Yan covered the canyon with his insightful eyes. Then continued to penetrate down the canyon. Because the inside eye only covers this area of the canyon, the consumption is relatively small. Reaching 300 meters underground, Gao Yan felt that he still had a lot of energy left. Then, he continued to control the inside eye to go deeper. 310 meters. 320 meters. 330 meters. Unknowingly, the inside eye's sight had reached 400 meters underground in the canyon, but still could not gain anything. At the same time, Gao Yan also felt strenuous. He estimated that if it went down another 50 meters, it would be unsustainable. Continue. Gao Yan gritted his teeth, controlled his inside eye, and continued to look down. Finally, the line of sight of the inside eye had reached 450 meters underground, but Gao Yan found it quite difficult, especially since the magnetic field here also squeezed his line of sight, and his mental consumption was getting faster and faster. Wensuemi.cc. Should we just give up? I feel a little unwilling in my heart. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought that one of the 5 characteristics of Qilin Baoyu had an increasing characteristic. Then, he immediately activated the amplification characteristic of Qilin Baoyu. Suddenly, a golden light entered his mind, and Gao Yan felt that his mental power instantly increased by about 50%. After his mental power surged, the pressure he endured was also reduced a lot. You can continue to explore further. Soon, Gao Yan's sight reached 500 meters underground, and the magnetic field strengthened again. However, he still has energy left. Continue. This is? After going 5 meters deep, a light yellow spiritual stone appeared in Gao Yan's sight. Haha, there is indeed a spiritual stone. Gao Yan couldn't help but be overjoyed, so he went a few meters deeper and discovered 5 more spiritual stones one after another. Close your discernment eyes. Gao Yan let out a heavy breath. Although only 6 spirit stones have been found so far, he is sure that there are more spirit stones deeper in the place. The next step is how to get these spiritual stones. It is not easy to dig 500 meters underground, and there are still many rock layers. Therefore, the best way is to use fixed-point blasting. Anyway, this is a desert island. No matter how big the noise is, no one will know about it. To carry out fixed-point blasting, the best way is to use C4 explosives with detonators. However, in Daxia, even firearms are controlled weapons, not to mention C4 explosives. But the Qin family has a jade mine in Haimen. They also use explosives when mining, so it shouldn't be difficult to obtain. Think of this. Gao Yan first shuttled back to Yujinjiwen. Then dialed Qin Zhihui's phone number. Brother Gao, what do you want this for? Even Qin Zhihui, the head of a martial arts family, was shocked when he heard Gao Yan asked for C4 explosives. Don't worry, I won't use it in China, Gao Yan said. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Qin Zhihui felt more relieved. How much do you need? Gao Yan thought for a while. The more, the better. Qin Zhihui, okay, then I'll help you do it. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan let out a breath. After a while, the amplifying effect of Qilin Baoyu faded away. Gao Yan's eyesight went dark and he almost fainted. It was obviously an excessive consumption of mental energy. The super recovery card can only be used once a day and cannot be used today. Therefore, Gao Yan took out the blood jade string and held it in his hand, and activated its property of nourishing the soul. As soon as the characteristics were activated, Gao Yan felt his mind go cold, and his groggy head became relaxed. A quarter of an hour later, the characteristics of the blood jade string disappeared. Although my head was still a little dizzy, it was much better than before. Therefore, Gao Yan simply activated the characteristic of nourishing the soul. Again. Another quarter of an hour passed. The characteristics disappeared again, but the negative effects caused by excessive mental consumption have completely disappeared, and most of the mental power has been restored. It's easy to use, but it's a bit laborious. Fortunately, he had found the spirit stone, otherwise he would not have dared to use it twice at once. Time came late into the night unknowingly. Nanyang, in a suite of a hotel. Su Longjing and 2 of Dan Jin's men were waiting for news. 10 minutes later, Su Long received a text message. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to the 2 Dan Jin in the room, "We have found a transformation envoy of the Blood God sect, we will go there immediately." 20 minutes later, Su Long and his party drove to a residential gathering place. The target is in a room on the 3rd floor of a building 200 meters away. Stop the car first and turn off the engine. Su Long issued the order, Old 10, Old 11, you two cooperate in the arrest. Remember, you must live. Huajing didn't require him to take action in person, the main reason was that he wanted to find out Sun Tong's whereabouts from the other parties. Mouth. I saw the two Dan Jin turned into two phantoms, running quickly towards the location of the blood god cult envoy. Out of caution, Su Long ducked to the rooftop of a nearby 6-story building. Because of the disappearance of Sun Tong and the 4 guardians, the blood god religion's energy transformation envoy was quite vigilant. There were many traps placed inside and outside the room to alert him. Unfortunately, no matter how many arrangements he made, he could not stop the 2 Dan Jins from jointly arresting him. Brush. The figure flashed, and Su Long leapt down from the roof. Just as he was about to return to the car and wait for his 2 men to arrive. With the blood god cult envoy, he seemed to sense something. He subconsciously looked in the direction behind the car and directly locked onto a figure standing on the roof. Although the light was dim now, Su Long, a Gangjin warrior, could still see clearly that the person standing on the roof was a tall and strong middle-aged man. Moreover, he could sense that the other party was also a Gangjin warrior. Suddenly, a name popped up in his mind, and he subconsciously shouted, "You are Sun Tong." The person who came could not be Sun Tong. Instead, it was Gao Yan, who pretended to be him. He also consumed 3 identity cards to make a middle-aged man, and after makeup, he barely looked like the dead Sun Tong. However, Su Long had never seen Sun Tong, so he could fool him. "Su Long, you are so brave. You hurt my son and dared to break into my territory. Are you eager to die?" Gao Yan looked at Su Long with a look of contempt, and said with murderous intent, "Good Sun Tong, our bureau is searching for you everywhere, but I didn't expect you to come to our door. If you don't come, don't think about leaving." Su Long narrowed his eyes and responded domineeringly, "But I don't know what happened." Gao Yan felt a little awkward. It felt like filming a TV series. However, in order to prevent Su Long from doubting his identity, he still cooperated with the performance. "Arrogant, what qualifications do you have to shout in front of me with a newly broken through Gangjin? Today, I will let you see what real Gangjin is." As soon as the voice fell, Gao Yan flew down from the roof and rushed straight to Su Long, who was more than 10 meters away. So fast. Su Long was startled, but he didn't want to retreat, and punched based on his feeling. Bang! With a bang, Su Long's tall and strong body fell backwards and fell heavily on the street more than 20 meters away, just in time to be seen by Lao Shi and Lao Shi. He subconsciously shouted, "Director, are you okay?" "Ahem." Su Long waved his hand, "I'm fine." He had already lost face in front of his brothers at Hongya Villa last time. And he didn't expect to lose face again this time. Fortunately, he only brought Lao Shi and Lao Shi this time. TSK, this is the only Gangjin master in the country. I don't think he's that good, no wonder he was almost killed by a group of Dan Jin. Gao Yan said with a sneer. "You're looking for death." Gao Yan's words hurt Su Long's heart directly, and he didn't care about keeping it back, and urged the dragon roar iron cloth shirt, which exploded again and turned into a little giant dragon fist. "Die for me. You're so fucking second-rate, you even have to shout out the name of the move." Gao Yan pouted secretly, but his movements were not slow, turning into a lightning and colliding with Su Long. Boom boom boom. On an unknown street in Nanyang. The two figures were entangled together and collided constantly. There were bursts of deafening sound, and the shock caused the buildings on both sides of the street to shake, like an earthquake, and the residents who were already sleeping soundly. He was so frightened that he ran away from his house screaming. After they escaped from the house, when they saw the two afterimages on the street, they thought they were ghosts and were so frightened that they fled the place faster. Compared with last time, Su Long's strength has improved. The physical constitution has reached 215 points, and the physical constitution has increased by at least 30 points by using the iron cloth shirt. That activates the dragon's chant, coupled with his unique skill, Dragon Fist. When Gao Yan didn't use his mind to harmonize Gang Qi, the other party was barely at a disadvantage. But Su Long was secretly shocked at this moment. It can be said that he has used all his cards, but he is still no match for the Sun Tong in front of him. Moreover, the Dragon's Roar iron cloth shirt is also time-sensitive. Once the Dragon's Roar iron cloth shirt wears off, he may be unable to fight back. Old 10, Old 11, you go first. Su Long shouted loudly, but he was determined to retreat. Gao Yan also saw what he was thinking, but he only wanted to teach Su Long a lesson today. As for the other two, he didn't pay attention at all. Brother Ninth, be careful. Brother Ninth, let's go first, you must be careful. Old 10 and Old 11 also knew that staying here would not help, but would become a drag, so they decisively evacuated quickly with the envoy of transformation. Seeing that Sun Tong had no intention of stopping him, Su Long breathed a sigh of relief and increased his output. He struggled with Su Long for a while. Gao Yan integrated his thoughts into the attack. Puff. Su Long's fist failed, he felt uneasy and subconsciously moved back. But a fist seemed to appear out of thin air and hit Su Long hard on the face. Although it didn't break through the defense of his Dragon Roar iron cloth shirt. But it also made him dizzy, and his face became stiff. Asshole. This punch seemed to trigger Su Long's bad memories, and he shot at Gao Yan with red eyes. But Gao Yan has become serious, how can Su Long be his opponent? In the next dozens of breaths, Su Long was hit on the cheek one after another. Even though Long In iron cloth shirt's defense is domineering, he still can't help but hit one place continuously with such heavy punches. Therefore, Su Long's cheeks have become slightly swollen, and blood is overflowing from his nose. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Su Long was so angry that he ignored the defense and attacked like crazy. Look up to you. Gao Yan smiled disdainfully, easily blocked the opponent's attack, and punched him 2 more times in the face with ease. And these 2 punches carry a penetrating energy. Although it was not able to completely break through the Long In iron cloth shirt, some of the force penetrated into the defensive layer and hit Su Long's nose and mouth. Suddenly, blood flowed from Su Long's nose, and his 2 rows of front teeth were also knocked loose. Go to hell. At this time a fierce light flashed in Su Long's eyes. The fist in his hand bloomed with a circle of red light. Obviously, the opponent integrated Gang Qi into the attack. Brush. Gao Yan disappeared in place. But there is disdain in my heart. Su Long did not feel disappointed when his move failed. Instead, he flew forward and disappeared after a few dodgers. Gao Yan was not surprised by Su Long's escape. This guy seems domineering and strong, but he is not stubborn, and he will not hold on even if he knows he cannot beat him. Gao Yan was not in a hurry. Smiled meaningfully. Su Long fled thousands of meters in one breath, and was relieved when he found that Sun Tong was not chasing him. Damn Sun Tong, how can he be so strong? He thought that even if Sun Tong was Gang Jin, he wouldn't be stronger than him, but he didn't expect that he was no match for him. Next, Su Long deliberately went around in circles and found that Sun Tong was not following him, so he boldly went to meet Lao Shi and Lao 11. Brother Ninth, are you okay? Seeing Su Long return, Old 10 and Old 11 asked with concern. I made some miscalculations this time. This Sun Tong is much stronger than I thought. Let's evacuate Nanyang immediately. Su Long said aggrievedly, when I make a breakthrough in my cultivation, I will come to settle the score with him. The three of them had nothing to pack, so they headed straight to a nearby small dock. Just arrived at the dock. A figure standing on a tower crane, dozens of meters high, appeared in Su Long's eyes. Su Long, where are you going? The figure on the tower crane said sarcastically. Su Long's expression changed. Old 10, Old 11, you go to another place. And wait for me. Yes. The two left quickly. The next moment, Gao Yan swooped down from the tower crane and used the power of the dive to fight with Su Long. He hit the opponent like a kite with its string cut off, flying dozens of meters away. Ahem. Su Long got up from the ground, shocked and angry, and activated the Long Yin iron clothes shirt again. So, the two of them had a scuffle on the dock again. Half an hour later, Su Long, who had received countless punches on his cheek and was as swollen as a pig's head, escaped again. Gao Yan still didn't chase him. An hour later, Su Long came to the place where Old 10 and Old 11 met. However, he did not show up immediately. Instead, he hid in the dark and observed for a few minutes, and then walked out after discovering that Sun Tong was indeed not nearby. Old 10, Old 11, let's get on the boat and leave. The two of them also knew that the situation was urgent and did not dare to neglect. They immediately ran towards the place where a speedboat was hidden. Just arrived at the beach, a tall figure appeared in their sight again. What the hell, the ghosts of the dead are really lingering. Su Long collapsed a little, and at the same time he was wondering why Sun Tong could block their way in advance every time. Su Long, fortunately you are the #1 Gang Jin in the country. You have escaped twice under my command, which has brought great embarrassment to Dasha. Gao Yan said jokingly, trying to attack Su Long's self-esteem. What do you want? Su Long's eyes flashed with anger, but he also saw that Sun Tong didn't seem to have the intention to kill him. Otherwise, there is no need to tease him like this. You have a long head for nothing, can't you see that I am playing cat and mouse? Gao Yan said playfully. Bastard, I'll fight you. Su Long once again inspired the Dragon Roar iron cloth shirt. This was the third time today, and he had no energy left to inspire the fourth time. Well done. Gao Yan responded with a smile and punched twice with his raised hands. These two punches seemed ordinary, going straight, but when they landed in Su Long's eyes, they felt unpredictable and wavering. He subconsciously chose to defend. But there is no way to defend it. Bang! Poof! The left fist broke through Su Long's defense, and the right fist hit him with flowers all over his face. Let's go together. When Old 10 and Old 11 next to them saw this, they shot out. But Gao Yan didn't even look at them. He slapped two palms, casually as swatting flies. Bang! Bang! Both of them were knocked out and landed dozens of meters away. Ahem. Are we so weak? The two people who were beaten away were somewhat doubtful about life. They must be Danjin after all. The third time I used the Dragon Roar iron cloth shirt, it was no longer as powerful as the previous two times. Therefore, it didn't take much time for Gao Yan to break through Su Long's defense and deal a heavy blow to him. Half an hour later, Su Long was lying on the ground, his eyes wandering. He had been beaten to the point of doubting his life. His face and body were all swollen, and even 2 rows of teeth were missing. It looks both funny and pitiful. Gao Yan stared at the masterpiece he created for a while, then turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Run a distance. Gao Yan couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh. This time, he let out a fierce breath. After laughing, he summoned any door and shuttled back to number 15 Eujinjiwen. As for the other side, Old 10 and Old 11 worked together to get Su Long on the boat. Su Long seemed to have been hit too hard, and his eyes remained distracted. Brother 10, what should we do? Can Brother 9th recover? Old 11 asked, with a worried look. Ing should be able to recover. After all, 9th brother is also a strong person, so he shouldn't be so fragile. Lauscher was not sure, and said hesitantly, I hope so. Old 11 sighed lightly. Su Long was the talisman of the armed forces administration. If something happened to him, whether the armed forces administration could continue to exist would be a question. Gao Yan, who returned to the bedroom, was still in a state of excitement. Unable to sleep, he simply studied the spiritual exercises in the Feng Shui Sutra. This exercise is not difficult. It's easy to get started. After Gao Yan tried practicing once, he felt that his mental power had been tempered and he seemed a little purer. Good. Gao Yan smiled with satisfaction and continued practicing. In a blink of an eye, time came to the early morning of the next day. After practicing all night, Gao Yan didn't feel tired at all, but felt extra energetic. These are all the benefits brought by the spiritual practice. And after one night, his mental power was at least 1/10 pure. What surprised him was that his mental power increased by 2 points. Reached 308 points. It turns out that this spiritual training method cannot directly increase mental power, but when the purity of mental power reaches a certain level, new mental power will be born in the mind. No wonder Zhuge Yong is only a Ming Jin warrior, but his mental power is comparable to Gang Jin. There is no class this morning. It just so happened that Black Panther Security had recruited 100 intern security guards. Gao Yan decided to go over and have a look. Boss Xiao Sang and his assistant were waiting downstairs in advance. When they saw him arriving, they quickly stepped forward and opened the car door for him. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Sang. Gao Yan smiled at Xiao Sang. It should be boss. Let's go up. After a while, Gao Yan arrived at the Black Panther Security Company on the 4th floor. It turns out that this place is a large fitness club with 2 floors, enough to accommodate hundreds of members for exercise. Gather everyone together and let me see. Gao Yan ordered. Soon, hundreds of intern security guards were summoned. Gao Yan took a quick look and found that the physical fitness of these intern security guards was quite good. A thought came to my mind. He scanned them with his inside eye and found that the physical fitness of these trainee security guards was comparable to that of Ming Jin warriors, and the one with the strongest physical fitness reached 80 points. It is indeed a recruitment card produced by the system. Gao Yan secretly thought that without recruitment cards, it would be impossible to recruit a group of people with a physical fitness of over 70 in just a few days. Of course, physical fitness does not mean fighting ability. Even if the physical fitness reaches 80, without practicing martial arts, one will still be violently abused by the early stage of Ming Jin. Okay, it's all gone. After giving them a simple lecture to let them know who was the boss, Gao Yan let them continue to exercise. Subsequently, Gao Yan and Xiao Sang came to the office. Xiao Sang, how are their treatments determined? Gao Yan asked. Boss, the internship period is 3 months, food and accommodation are included, and the monthly salary is 5,000 yuan. Xiao Sang said. It's low. The salary during the internship period is set at 10,000, and after becoming a full-time employee, 50,000. Gao Yan thought for a while and said. He is training warriors, and if he wants them to return home, the treatment should not be bad. Okay boss, I'll announce it right now. Etc. Gao Yan stopped Xiao Sang. When 4 new instructors take office, they will be fully responsible for training these security guards. As a reminder, these 4 instructors are very strong. If you have any problems in cultivation, you can ask us. They asked for advice. Can the boss reveal their specific strength? Xiao Sang asked, curiously. 1 gang gene, 3 pill gene. Gao Yan said with a smile. How is that possible? Xiao Sang exclaimed. She was already a master at an gene, but she didn't expect her boss to get 3 dan gene and 1 gang gene. Why is it impossible? Gao Yan said, they are all Shaolin monks. I finally tricked them into coming here. I want to give you a task. It is best to make them feel a sense of belonging to the company. After they complete it, I will get a big reward. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely complete the task. Xiao Sang immediately promised. After chatting with Xiao Sang for a while, Li Feng had already picked up the security company with Fa Xiang and Fa Long. Not to mention that the 4 telegraph master brothers are all masters. But they are relatively simple after practicing in the mountains for a long time. Therefore, they are still a little embarrassed to have been taking Gao Yan's money and not working during this period. After some pleasantries, the Prime Minister assured Gao Yan that he would use all his strength to help him teach these security personnel, and said he could take office today. Seeing that the security company was fine, Gao Yan immediately withdrew. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was Saturday. News came from Qinzhihui that what Gao Yan needed had been obtained. But put it on Kuromian's side. After all, it is quite troublesome to transport this kind of thing back to the country. Gao Yan said it was no problem and he went to Haimian to get it himself. After using the portal to teleport to Haimian and taking away the C4 explosives and the matching detonators, Gao Yan traveled to the canyon on the deserted island. In the past 2 days, he also took time to study how to detonate the C4 explosives. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. A deep pit with a depth of more than 10 meters and a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared on the ground above the spirit stone. Gao Yan jumped into the deep pit, placed the explosives again, and hid nearby to detonate. Boom! After a while, the depth of the explosion pit increased by more than 10 meters. After dozens of back and forth operations, the depth of the explosion pit has reached more than 400 meters, and there have been several soil collapses during this period, but it is not a problem for Gao Yan. He can directly use the mustard space to transport the soil away. After 8 more explosions, the bottom of the deep pit is only 3 or 4 meters away from the location of the spirit stone. Gao Yan came to the explosion jam, took out an ordnance shovel and started digging. He has great strength and endurance. In addition, there was a mustard seed space to collect soil, so it only took a few minutes for him to dig to the location of the first spiritual stone. After getting the spiritual stone, Gao Yan used the inside eye to identify it, and was very satisfied, because the spirituality contained in this spiritual stone was as high as 92 points. You know, the 5 spiritual stones bought from Christie's auction house. Before, the highest spirituality was only 80 points. Half an hour later, the other 5 spiritual stones were also obtained by Gao Yan. Among them, the one with the highest spirituality reached 95 points, and the lowest spirituality was 88 points. With a thought, Gao Yan stood at the explosion pit and continued to explore downwards. I'll go. After only exploring more than 30 meters, Gao Yan found more than 20 spiritual stones. I'm rich. Gao Yan was shocked and waved the engineer's shovel to start digging the soil frantically. 2 hours later, 23 spiritual stones were collected by Gao Yan, and the spirituality of these spiritual stones was very high. The highest one reached 99 points. He used his inside eyes to explore downwards again, and more spirit stones appeared in his sight. When his sight sank 130 meters, Gao Yan's face showed an extremely shocked expression, followed by excitement. Because 130 meters below where he was standing, there was actually a spirit stone vein. Although this vein was only 5 meters long, the number of spirit stones reached 50,000 to 60,000. Number 15 Yujinjiwen, study room. Gao Yan has been back for a while, but the mood is still in a state of agitation. This trip to the mysterious desert island can be said to be very profitable, allowing him to harvest 58,942 spiritual stones. With so many spiritual stones, the 25 spiritual objects can be made at will. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan took out the Qilin jade, the blood jade bracelet and the fish king sword. Then he took out a spiritual stone and placed it on the table. The next moment, he activated 3 spiritual objects at the same time to absorb spiritual energy. The spirituality of this spiritual stone is as high as 90 points. Even if the spirituality of the 3 spiritual objects reaches the full value, it will only consume 38 spiritual energy points. Super spiritual beings absorb spiritual energy very quickly. Just 2 minutes. The spirituality of the 3 spiritual objects has reached full value. Next, Gao Yan took out all the remaining spiritual objects and charged them. All 25 spiritual objects are fully charged, which only consumes more than 4 spiritual stones. The spiritual stone that had lost its spirituality also changed from light yellow to crystal clear, completely like a gem. Moreover, the hardness of a spiritual stone that has lost its spirituality is not at all inferior to that of a diamond, or even higher than that of a diamond. Maybe we can use the waste. Looking at the spirit stone that had lost its aura, Gao Yan was thoughtful. Think of this. Gao Yan picked up his cell phone and dialed Lu Yun's number. More than an hour later, Lu Yun came to number 15 Yujinjiwen. Chu Shou led him directly into Gao Yan's study. Young Master Gao, why did you call me here? Lu Yun asked directly after sitting down. He had known Gao Yan for more than a day or two, so he naturally knew Gao Yan's character and liked to be direct. Look at this. Gao Yan threw a spiritual stone to Lu Yun. Lu Yun took the spirit stone and looked at it carefully. After a while, he frowned and said, "This should be an unprocessed gemstone with high purity. If it is carefully polished, the price will be at least tens of millions. What if it's harder than diamond?" "What, harder than diamond?" Lu Yun was shocked. The hardness was divided into 1 to 10, and the hardness of diamond was 10. Now there's a gemstone that's even harder than diamond. The value is completely different. In this case, you can take one back to test it first. Gao Yan said. Okay. Lu Yun didn't waste any time and left quickly with this spiritual stone. The Qin family mainly deals in jadeite, but also does jewelry and diamond business. Therefore, it is very easy to test the hardness. 2 hours after Lu Yun left, he called Gao Yan. His tone was very exciting. "Master Gao, it has been detected. The hardness of the gem you gave is very close to 11, and its density is higher than that of diamond. It weighs 13 carats. If it is polished, it should exceed 10 carats. What about the price?" Gao Yan asked. Lu Yun said, "We have conducted an evaluation here. This is the first gemstone that surpasses diamonds. It is very valuable for collection. Our estimate is between 80 million and 100 million. I have no objection to this high estimate. Okay, I have 3 more here. I'll give them to your Qin family to deal with. After they are sold, we will split the accounts." Lu Yun said, "Young Master Gao, there is no need to split accounts. The sale of such gems from our Qin family will also be of great benefit to our reputation. In that case, let's do it. If you refuse again, I will let others handle it." Gao Yan said. Lu Yun, "Okay, just do as young Master Gao said. By the way, the 3 gems in your hand? You can come and get it any time." Lu Yun, "Thank you very much, Mr. Gao." After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan was about to leave the study. After all, he had stayed in the study long enough today. Suddenly, he received a WeChat message. It was actually sent by Zhuge Qianqian. "Qianqian, Mr. Gao, are you from Yangdong province?" Gao Yan, "Yes, what's the problem?" Qianqian, "What a coincidence, my grandfather accepted the invitation of a wealthy man from the mainland to come to the mainland to see feng shui. Coincidentally, the rich man is also from Yangdong. My grandpa wants to drop by and visit you. Is it convenient for you?" Gao Yan, "Okay, let you try our Yangdong delicacies then. When will you arrive? I can arrange the time." Qianqian, "We will come to Yangdong tomorrow. If things go well, it should be over in 2 or 3 days. Gao Yan, "Okay, send me a WeChat message when you're done." Qianqian, "Then it's settled." Later, Zhuge Qianqian chatted with Gao Yan on some other topics before ending the chat. On the other side, Xiangjiang, looking at her sister playing with her cell phone with a smile on her face. Zhuge Cixi came over curiously, "Sister, who are you talking to with such a happy smile? Is it a boy?" Zhuge Qianqian didn't hide anything from his sister, and said, "It's Mr. Gao. Grandpa happened to be going to the mainland to see feng shui. He just happened to save Grandpa, so I wanted to stop by and visit him." "Really?" Zhuge Cixi glanced at her sister suspiciously. "You must have fallen in love with him, right?" "It's not that I like him, but I do have a good impression of him." Zhuge Qianqian has nothing to hide from her biological sister who she grew up with. "Then come on, try to make him my brother-in-law. I also think Mr. Gao is Quite good. Magic City. Chen Yusen, who had just finished an interview, was on her way home. These days, in order to promote her new song, she has participated in several variety shows and interviews. Sister Yusen, look, someone is blackmailing you. The assistant suddenly shouted. As Chen Yusen's assistant, she is naturally very concerned about the news related to Chen Yusen. Okay, don't make a fuss, there will be no one blackmailing me. As a rising star in the music industry, the popularity of the previous song has not subsided yet, and she is about to release a new song. Naturally, many people don't like her and want to blackmail her. Sister, this time is different, the person who blackmailed you is Wang Dazue. Wang Dazue? Chen Yusen's face changed slightly. This Wang Dazue has a very bad reputation and is called the troublemaker in the entertainment industry. Moreover, he has no bottom line when blackmailing people, and he likes to make up stories. He even sued the stars who were blackmailed by him several times. But this guy is quite stubborn. He obviously lost the lawsuit, but he refused to admit his mistakes. Instead, he gathered a large group of fans by taking advantage of the defendant's case, claiming that if they hadn't hit their sore spot, why would they sue him? But there are still people who believe this kind of rhetoric. After several times, his Weibo fans actually exceeded 10 million. Sister, there is also a video. The assistant handed the phone to Chen Yusen. Chen Yusen clicked on the video and watched it silently. The more she watched, the gloomier her face became. This is a revealing video. Although the other party did not name the name but replaced it with a female singer named C, but the background introduction of the other party in the revealing video, anyone who knows her a little bit knows that it is her. Sister, let's tell President Gao about this. The assistant suggested. Notify the company first, I'll tell him later. Chen Yusen thought about it and said she knew that Gao Yan had a girlfriend in Nandu. Today is the weekend, he should be with his girlfriend, so it is not appropriate to call him now. Number 15, Eugene. The restaurant on the first floor seemed particularly lively. Wang Tainan is here today. Song Yufei and Lin Moer also came to eat. In Gao Yan's family, there is no rule of eating and sleeping, so everyone chatted while eating, which seemed particularly lifelike. I've been busy with things today, and I've been a bit neglectful of my girlfriend. So after dinner, Gao Yan took classmate Xiaoshua's hand and walked around the community. Classmate Xiaoshua has a gentle and considerate personality, and he doesn't dislike the poor and loves the rich, and he is also very easy to be satisfied. Looking at the beautiful smiling face next to him, Gao Yan felt a little dazed. For a moment. If he hadn't obtained the system, would he have been with classmate Xiaoshua? It shouldn't be possible. Before the system, he was just an extremely ordinary poor student. Even if classmate Xiaoshua took the initiative to express his love, he probably wouldn't have the guts to accept it. It was the system that gave him the confidence to become powerful and extraordinary. For a moment, he felt grateful to the system again. What's the matter, husband? Classmate Xiaoshua asked gently. Gao Yan smiled at her and held her hand tightly. I'm fine, I'm just sighing. That God gave me such a good girlfriend. Faced with the sudden words of love, classmate Xiaoshua was stunned for a moment, then her pretty face turned slightly red and she said softly, I also thank God for allowing me to meet you. After walking around the community, Gao Yan and Xiaoshua returned to the villa. Sister Zhua, come and help me, Sister Yufei is bullying me. Lin Moer rushed out, pulled Xiaoshua and headed towards the game room. Gao Yan has long been used to this. I was thinking of inviting Chusho to play chess. Recently, he fell in love with chess. Sudden. The Red Emperor's voice sounded, "Boss, your woman has been hacked." Upon hearing this, Gao Yan rolled his eyes secretly. The Red Emperor was becoming more and more humane. Study room upstairs. Gao Yan carefully looked through the information sent by the Red Emperor. In fact, this matter is very simple. Qin Yusen was hacked just because she blocked the way of some people. Because the day before her new song is released, a former first-line singer will also release a new song. This first-line singer is called Song Ming. She has been famous for many years. In recent years, she has also released 2 albums, but they failed to create any splash. If she doesn't have any good works anymore, she will probably die. Therefore, she worked hard to produce a new song. Not only did she want to become famous, but she also wanted to become more famous. It just so happens that Qin Yusen will release a new song the day after she releases her song. Although Qin Yusen is a newcomer, her song My Hymn is indeed a masterpiece. Moreover, in the promotion of the new song, Qin Yusen repeatedly stated confidently that the new song is better than My Hymn. After seeing this news, Song Ming panicked. Although her new song is good, from a heart point of view, it is still far behind My Hymn. However, if it is promoted properly and coupled with her original fame, it will easily become a hit. But if better works come out, it's not certain whether her new song will be a hit. So, she asked her assistant to secretly contact the bad guy in the entertainment industry, Big Mouth, to blackmail Qin Yusen. It was best to prevent her new song from being released online. Wang Dazue is a person with no integrity, and he did not do the thing of collecting money from black people. Moreover, Song Ming gave him a lot of money, so he collected some materials about Qin Yusen that day, added his random fabrications, recorded a video and posted it on Weibo. Fans of Wang Dazue are people who don't take things too seriously. After watching Wang Dazue's latest video, they all went to Qin Yusen's Weibo to insult him. Although it has only been a few hours, it has already had a certain impact. After understanding the cause and effect of the incident, Gao Yan decided to teach Song Ming and Wang Dazue a profound lesson. Xiao Hong, collect a piece of information on Song Ming and Wang Dazue. To deal with the other party, you must understand the other party's situation. Red Emperor, boss, we have already prepared it. 2 documents were sent to Gao Yan's mobile phone, including the information of Song Ming and Wang Dazue. Not bad, Xiaohong, you've learned to answer questions quickly. Red Emperor, thank you boss for the compliment. Gao Yan first clicked on Song Ming's information. After checking it, he couldn't help but be stunned and murmured, it seems that the entertainment industry is more chaotic than I thought. Why did Gao Yan sigh like this? The reason is simple. Song Ming is a singer who debuted in the talent show. She was married before participating in the draft. Shortly after she came in second place on that talent show, she chose to divorce her first husband. Less than a month after her divorce, she secretly married the male judge of that talent show. But the marriage only lasted 2 years and ended. The reason for the divorce is simple. The other party can no longer help her go further. Also, she hooked up with a second-tier singer. This time, she did not marry the second-tier singer because the other party is already married. Don't underestimate this second-tier singer. Although he is not a big hit, he has a wide network of contacts and knows many big names in the industry. With his recommendation, Song Ming successfully signed a contract with a powerful entertainment company. Under the training of this company, it only took 3 years for Zhang Ming to become a first-line singer. So, she decisively ended her relationship with the second-tier singer and hooked up with the vice president of her entertainment company. In fact, this is nothing. At most, singer Zhang's love life is a little confusing. Song Ming has suffered Waterloo in releasing 2 albums in recent years, which has made her psychology a little twisted, and she can't stand seeing others doing well. Not only has she framed the company's newcomers many times, but also caused several promising newcomers to be hidden one after another. In addition, she has also been addicted to that thing. Recently, she has secretly hooked up with her best friend's son. Moreover, Song Ming has been evading taxes for many years. Facing Song Ming with so much black material, it is not easy to deal with her. So, Gao Yan asked Hong Huang to package her black material and send it to the relevant departments. Let's talk about Wang Dazue. Before becoming a Weibo Big V, this guy was actually an ordinary worker. In reality, he is timid, but he is a keyboard warrior and troll on the internet. Because he trolls people everywhere, he actually attracted a group of fans. Especially trolling celebrities is the best effect. This made him see the traffic password. So, he began to package himself and manage his own Weibo account. Slowly became a Weibo Big V with hundreds of thousands of fans. But he really became popular when he was sued by several stars. After becoming famous, he took on many tasks to discredit other stars. Over the years, he not only bought a house in Shanghai, but also had his own studio. His life was quite comfortable. Take this time, for example, Song Ming gave him 600,000 yuan to discredit Chen Yusin. After reading Wang Dazue's information, it would not be easy to deal with him by legitimate means. After all, even if he was convicted of rumor-mongering, he would be sentenced to 3 years at most and pay some compensation. Therefore, ordinary means cannot be used to deal with this guy. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. He ordered Hong Huang, Xiaohong, hack into Wang Dazue's bank account. Directly, transfer his money, and donate it to charity organizations. Doesn't this guy like to collect money to black people? Then let him become a pauper first. In a residential area in Shanghai. After dinner, Wang Dazue was taking a leisurely walk in the residential area. He was not even a college student, he only had a high school diploma, but he was able to buy a house and settle down in Shanghai, which he was proud of. Suddenly, the phone in his trouser pocket vibrated several times in succession. Wang Dazue took out his phone calmly and found that it was a text message from the bank. He thought that some sponsor had sent him money again. But when he saw the content of the text message clearly, he was instantly stunned. Because it was a transfer text message. All the more than 500,000 in his Longxing card was transferred away. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition in his heart. He quickly clicked on the other 2 text messages, which were sent by CCB and ICBC. Like the text message from Longxing, the money in these 2 cards was also transferred cleanly. My money. There was a total of 1.9 million in the 3 cards, and they were all transferred away. But at this moment, 2 more text messages came. When he saw these 2 text messages, he almost fainted. It turned out that his WeChat and Alipay balance of more than 80,000 yuan had also been transferred away. All fake text messages. Wang Dazue wailed, and quickly opened WeChat and clicked on the change. When he saw the balance displayed, his eyes went dark and he almost fainted on the spot because the WeChat balance had become 0. Then he logged into Alipay and the balance also became zero. Maybe only the money in WeChat and Alipay was transferred away? He hurriedly ran home, and then took 3 bank cards to the ATM near the community to check the balance. He checked all 3 cards, and the money in the 3 cards was transferred away without a penny less. Call the police. Yes, call the police. Suddenly, Wang Dazue reacted and immediately took a taxi to the police station to report the case. When the police officer who received him learned that Wang Dazue's 3 cards and nearly 2 million in WeChat and Alipay had been transferred away, he was shocked. This is not a small case. He immediately took Wang Dazue's statement with an excited look. At this time, on the road outside the police station, an Audi A6 slowly drove by, and at the same time an invisible black light flew out of the car and sank into Wang Dazue's body. Wang Dazue shuddered subconsciously, and had a bad premonition in his heart. 1 minute later, 2 police cars drove into the police station. Then several police officers came in with a dejected man. The man's name was Chen Song. He fled in a hurry after stabbing his wife to death at home 2 days ago. Now he has been formally arrested by the police officers of the local police station. The police who knew the case actually sympathized with this man named Chen Song. He was originally an extremely honest man. He has been working diligently to earn money to support his family for more than 10 years. But his wife, who was a local, looked down on him and often called him a waste. Facing his wife's insults, Chen Song has been silently enduring. Until recently, he found out that his wife had been in contact with her ex-boyfriend. Because of this, the more he looked at his 2 sons, the less they looked like him. So he took the hair of his 2 sons and secretly did a paternity test. When he got the results, Chen Song almost collapsed, because neither of his sons was his. It turned out that for so many years, he had been raising children for others. The night he got the results, he confronted his wife and filed for divorce. Unexpectedly, after being exposed, his wife did not feel guilty or ashamed at all. Instead, she scolded Chen Song for being a waste and a coward, and said that she looked up to him by asking him to help raise the children. Then he even proposed that divorce was okay, but he had to leave the house with nothing. The other party's arrogant behavior completely ignited Chen Song's anger and he quarreled with the other party. But his wife, who was surprised by his cowardly behavior, was not afraid at all, but slapped Chen Song several times. Then Chen Song grabbed a fruit knife and stabbed the other party to death. Then he threw away the tools and fled the scene in a hurry. Because he was too panicked, he forgot to close the door when he fled, and was discovered by the neighbors, so he called the police. When the police found Chen Song, he was actually planning to jump into the river to end his life, and he cried to the police about his experience. Finally, under the persuasion of the police, he surrendered. "Adulterer, I will kill you." When passing by the reception room, Chen Song's eyes turned red, staring at Wang Dazue. He didn't know where he got the strength to break free from the police, rushed into the reception room, threw Wang Dazue to the ground, and bit him on the face. Even though the police came forward and pulled Chen Song away in time, a piece of meat was still bitten off Wang Dazue's face. Next, the police hurriedly sent Wang Dazue to the hospital for treatment. But after entering the hospital, strange things happened one after another, causing Wang Dazue to be injured many times. When he was lying on the bed, he had broken a leg and an arm. On the other side, Beijing. In a villa, Song Ming was wearing a nightgown, with a lady's cigarette between his Fingers. She glanced at the assistant and asked calmly, "How is it going?" The assistant quickly said, "Don't worry, Sister Ming, Wang Dazue has already released a video, which has been played over 5 million times and has over 100,000 comments. He also organized a group of people to insult Chen Yusen on her Weibo. I have already discussed it with Wang Dazue, and he will continue to release a video tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to continue to discredit the other party. That's not enough." Song Ming's eyes turned cold. "You also hire a group of water army to discredit the other party and try to make her boycotted by the whole network." The assistant nodded. "Okay, Sister Ming, I will do it now. By the way, Sister Ming, you have a variety show to be on tomorrow. Continue to warm up for the new song. I will pick you up at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Okay, I know." Song Ming waved impatiently. Seeing this, the assistant stood up and said goodbye. But at the moment when the assistant stood up, the doorbell rang outside the yard. "Sister Ming, I'll go see who it is?" The assistant opened the door and found that there were 2 people in uniform standing outside the door. A few minutes later, looking at Song Ming being taken away by the police, the assistant quickly made a phone call. "Mr. Wu, it's bad, Sister Ming was taken away by the police." Soon, a video of Song Ming being taken away from home by the police appeared on the internet. Immediately afterwards, Song Ming's black materials over the years were exposed one after another. And this incident quickly became a hot search. As for Chen Yusen's little thing, it was quickly forgotten, and the crowd turned their attention to Song Ming's arrest. After all, this melon was big and fresh. Who would care about Chen Yusen's little fictitious thing? Chen Yusen was surprised to learn about this. The assistant praised her good luck. But Chen Yusen felt that Song Ming's accident might not be a coincidence. Instead, it looked like someone's handiwork, and she wanted to call the other party to verify it immediately. Time came to late at night. Gao Yan quietly got up and went to the study. Then he practiced the spirit refining method in the Feng Shui Sutra. During the formal practice, Gao Yan also stimulated the auxiliary practice characteristics of the blood jade string. As the characteristics were stimulated, Gao Yan's practice effect was also doubled. In addition, he had no shortage of spirit stones. After one night, his mental power was condensed a lot, and the number of spirits increased to 312 points. In the morning, after classmate Xiaozhua finished practicing, Gao Yan was preparing to take her to have fun near Nandu. Although there is a game room, gym and even entertainment room in the villa. But staying in the villa all the time seems a bit depressing. "Brother Gao is not good, my mother is injured." At this moment, Lin Moer finished answering a phone call and hurried to Gao Yan. "WWW. Sister Lin was injured." "What happened? Why didn't I know?" Gao Yan asked in surprise. "Mom didn't let anyone tell you. I also learned the news from Assistant Li." "Then where is she now?" Gao Yan asked. "Yunshan City Hospital," Lin Moer said. "Okay, let's go to Yunshan City right away," Gao Yan said immediately. "Master, let me go with you, too. Our Sun family also has a security company in Yunshan," Sun Ruashi suggested. "All right." Gao Yan nodded, then looked at the girls. "If you are willing to go, come with us." So Li Yingnan, Song Yufei and Wang Tainan all expressed their intention to go along. As for classmate Xiaozhua, she and Lin Moer are now as good as sisters. Needless to say, she will definitely visit Lin Xiaoming. On the road, Sun Ruoshi took the initiative to introduce the situation in Yunshan City. Yunshan is a very complicated place. If you say it is poor, it is indeed very poor. If you say it is rich, it is indeed very rich. Why is there such a contradictory statement? First of all, the terrain in Yunshan City is relatively complex, with mountains and hills, and more than 70% of the soil is not suitable for farming. Therefore, food will be purchased from other places. However, due to the complex terrain, road construction is difficult and the transportation here is extremely underdeveloped. In today's Daxia, highways are laid almost all over the country, but Yunshan City only covers 1/5 of the highways. Even if it is determined to develop the economy, it will be difficult to develop. Therefore, Yunshan City is the poorest city in Yangdong Province and ranks second to last among prefecture-level cities in the country. But why is it said to be rich? Because there are many gold mines in Yunshan City. Some people say that since there are gold mines, why are we still poor? Because 70% of these gold mines are in private hands. Therefore, there are many rich people in Yunshan City who made their fortune from gold mines. There are more than 20 people with assets exceeding tens of billions, and hundreds of people with assets of billions. Among them, Liu Xiangyang is the most famous. He has 3 large-scale gold mines under his name, and dozens of small and medium-sized gold mines. His personal assets have already exceeded 100 billion. It's just that these rich people in Yunshan City are relatively low-key outside and like to play by themselves behind closed doors. Moreover, they are relatively united and have almost turned Yunshan City into their independent kingdom. Moreover, corruption here in Yunshan is very serious. The higher-ups are also determined to rectify this bad phenomenon and have sent capable officers to Yunshan many times to take up posts. But it didn't take long for him to be dragged into the water by these gold mine owners using various means and to join them in their evil deeds. Gao Yan is not surprised by the situation in Yunshan City. After all, there is light and darkness in the world. However, he is not optimistic about Liu Xiangyang's group. Sooner or later, they will be dealt with by the Daxia government. Later, Gao Yan quietly ordered the Red Emperor to investigate how Lin Xiaoming was injured. Soon, the Red Emperor sent him a compiled information. In fact, the reason is very simple. After getting Gao Yan's consent, Lin Xiaoming planned to open Yumei milk tea all over the province. Everything else went smoothly. But there was a problem in Yunshan. Because of the unique taste of meat milk tea, the business of meat milk teas first store in Yunshan was very good. Then when the second store was opened, a man named Ho Yun approached the person in charge of Yunshan and planned to buy a stake in the milk tea shop. But Yumei milk tea shop is not short of funds at all, and has no plans to let people participate in shares. So he rejected the other party. Ho Yun later sent someone to talk to him several times, but was rejected. This made the other party angry and threatened the person in charge of the milk tea shop. If he refused, the milk tea shop would not be able to open in Yunshan. So on the same day, the company that signed the decoration contract with the milk tea shop broke the contract, making it impossible to decorate the second milk tea shop. In addition, the operating milk tea shop was also vandalized and painted. Although the police were called, the gangsters have gone into hiding and no one has been caught so far. Moreover, after the milk tea shop reopened, it was vandalized by another group of gangsters, and they even threatened the clerks to look good at the milk tea shop again, causing the milk tea shop employees to resign one after another. Lin Xiaomin, the person in charge of the milk tea shop, was very angry after learning about this incident, so she brought people to Yunshan to understand the situation. But as soon as she arrived in Yunshan, she had a car accident and was injured and hospitalized. Moreover, Ho Yun sent someone to threaten her. If she was not allowed to invest in the milk tea shop, she would not be able to leave Yunshan City. Lin Xiaomin was not frightened and thought about how to solve the matter. He also asked his assistant not to tell his daughter about this, lest she worry. But the assistant accidentally spilled the beans, and Lin Moer forced him to tell the truth. Let's talk about Ho Yun. Ho Yun is the youngest son of Ho Tianlong, the owner of a large mine in Yunshan, and he is also a well-known playboy in Yunshan. Because it was recently reported that Ho Tianlong planned to make a will. Ho Yun, who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, wanted to show off his career to the old man, and then divide some of his inheritance. Just when he was wondering what to do, one of his lackeys suggested to him that he could invest in a newly opened milk tea shop. Ho Yun even went to the milk tea shop to see it and found that the business of this milk tea shop was indeed quite good. So he found the person in charge of the milk tea shop in Yunshan. After being rejected one after another, Ho Yun felt embarrassed, so he decided to teach this milk tea shop a lesson, which led to the following thing. It was almost noon. Gao Yan and his group finally arrived at Yunshan City Hospital. The road section entering Yunshan became congested. The group came to the floor where Lin Xiaomin was hospitalized. As soon as they got out of the elevator, they saw several men who didn't look like good people wandering in the corridor. These people also noticed Gao Yan and his group. When they saw that there were so many beauties in Gao Yan's group, their eyes almost went straight. Especially when they found Gao Yan and his men came to Lin Xiaomin's ward, they rushed up quickly and shouted arrogantly, "Hey, what are you doing? Tainan, Yingnan, Ruashi, these people are left to you." Gao Yan ignored them and said to the three women. The three women nodded. Clean and neat move. With a few muffled groans, several idle men were knocked unconscious, and then dragged into the stairwell by the three women to clean up. In the ward, seeing Gao Yan appear with Lin Moer, Lin Xiaomin looked a little flustered. "Mom, you are like this now, does it hurt?" Lin Moer came to the bedside, held Lin Xiaomin's hand, and almost cried out. "Don't worry, it's just a minor injury." Lin Xiaomin comforted. "Liar, your arm is broken, and it's a minor injury." Lin Moer was very dissatisfied with her mother coaxing her as a little girl, and she still refused to tell the truth. "Don't worry, Moer. Your mother's injury is indeed only a minor one. Did you forget that I have some medicinal wine that can speed up the healing process?" Gao Yan interrupted. After giving Lin Xiaomin the elixir wine, Gao Yan led the others out of the ward, leaving the space for the mother and daughter. The reason why Gao Yan gave Lin Xiaomin the elixir wine was that the elixir wine had a good effect and could make Lin Xiaomin's injured arm recover in a short time. Otherwise, who would take care of such a big stall of milk tea company? Could it be that he, the boss, had to go to the company to take charge? Of course, this was only one reason, that he and Lin Xiaomin were both boss and subordinate, and friends. "Master, we gave those people a good lesson." At this time, Sun Ruashi and the other two came back from the stairwell. Gao Yan nodded, looked at Sun Ruashi, and asked, "How strong is your security company in Yunshan?" Sun Ruashi said, "The general manager has reached the early stage of dark power, and the 2 deputy managers are at the peak of bright power. In addition, there are 20 senior bodyguards from the early stage to the late stage of bright power. Use your people to teach Ho Tianlong a profound lesson, Gao Yan said coldly. Ho Yun was just a playboy, and Gao Yan felt that he would lose points if he took action to deal with him, so he decided to deal with Ho Tianlong, the father. Ho Tianlong, the father, was taught a lesson, and naturally he would deal with his son who got into trouble. Okay, master. Sun Ruashi agreed without hesitation. It was true that Ho Tianlong was a big mine owner, and it was also true that he had a large influence in Yunshan, but the Sun family was a martial arts family, and they didn't take him seriously at all. It was a little after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ho Tianlong, sitting in a Mercedes-Benz Maybach, had just inspected a gold mine and was about to return to the city. When approaching an intersection, a large truck appeared in the front and back, blocking Ho Tianlong's convoy. In the middle. Boss, something is wrong. Ho Tianlong's personal bodyguard said solemnly. Ho Tianlong did not have a panic expression on his face, but his eyes became gloomy. In Yunshan, someone actually dared to touch him. Get out of the car. I want to see who dares to take advantage of me in this small piece of land in Yunshan. The next moment, Ho Tianlong got out of the car with a group of bodyguards, and shouted loudly, "Come out. I want to see who you are." It must be said that Ho Tianlong, who is used to being a local tyrant, is quite arrogant. Even in the case of disadvantage to himself, he dares to ignore others. Boss Ho is so courageous. At this time, a group of people appeared in front, led by a tall middle-aged man wearing a suit and leather shoes. Boss Sun, how could it be you? After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Ho Tianlong was shocked. Because of poverty, many people like to take risks. Therefore, the rich people in Yunshan have the habit of hiring bodyguards. Therefore, the Sun family security company has a good business here. Even Ho Tianlong has hired bodyguards from the Sun family security company. Later, after he trained a group of bodyguards himself, he did not hire bodyguards from the Sun family's security company. Why can't it be me? Sun Xiaolin said playfully. Boss Sun, I, Ho, have no grudges against you. Why did I do this today? Ho Tianlong frowned. Boss Ho, since we used to have some friendship, I will tell you so that you don't get beaten for nothing. Sun Xiaolin's face sank. Your son Ho Yun offended someone who even our Sun family has to respect. He thinks it's meaningless to deal with your son, so he will deal with you directly. Ho Tianlong. As soon as the voice fell, Sun Xiaolin waved his hand, and the people in front and behind rushed forward. In less than 2 minutes, more than 10 bodyguards of Ho Tianlong were all knocked to the ground, and their attacks were very cruel, either breaking legs or breaking hands. At this time, Sun Xiaolin slowly walked in front of Ho Tianlong and jokingly said, Boss Ho, I will give you a face and let you choose, a leg or an arm. Boss Sun, can you tell me who I offended that rebellious son? Ho Tianlong said with an ugly face. You don't deserve it. Sun Xiaolin shook his head and said in a disdainful tone, Have you considered it, Boss Ho? I'll do it myself. Ho Tianlong gritted his teeth. As expected of Boss Ho, Sun Xiaolin clapped his hands, and then one of his men brought a steel pipe. Ho Tianlong, who took the steel pipe, had a ruthless look in his eyes, and then he smashed his left arm hard, with a click, the sound of a broken bone. And this Ho Tianlong is also a ruthless man, obviously sweating in pain, but He didn't make any screams. By the way, Boss Ho, if you want revenge, I'll be waiting for you anytime. I'll leave today. Sun Xiaolin smiled at Ho Tianlong, then waved his hand and quickly evacuated. With his men. Boss, are you okay? The only secretary who was not injured asked cautiously. You are asking nonsense, send me to the hospital. Ho Tianlong roared. Okay, boss. The secretary shuddered and hurriedly helped Ho Tianlong get into the car. By the way, call Ho Yan's son and ask him to come to the hospital. Ho Tianlong said coldly. He didn't expect that his useless son who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun would cause such a big disaster and even cut off his arm. When he thought of this, he regretted it very much. He should have shot at the wall at the beginning. The Sun family's security company can be successfully opened in Yunshan. These big mine owners have already investigated the details of the Sun family. Therefore, they all know. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are high and mighty, but in the eyes of the martial arts family, they are nothing. Even Lu Xiangyang didn't dare to provoke the Sun family, let alone Ho Tianlong. Therefore, he didn't dare to take revenge, but he suffered such a big loss, he couldn't just let it go. 1 hour later. Yunshan City Hospital. Ho Tianlong's arm has been treated. Several sons were waiting attentively around him, but the youngest son Ho Yun, who was notified first, had not arrived yet, which made him even more dissatisfied. Call that bastard and ask him where he is? Ho Tianlong said in a flat tone. Okay, Dad. Ho Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard Ho Tianlong's tone, and he thought to himself, I don't know how my younger brother offended Dad, you can only wish you good luck. A few minutes later. Ho Yun finally rushed to the hospital with sweat all over his head. Seeing Ho Tianlong's arm hanging around his neck, he pretended to be concerned and said, Dad, what's wrong with your arm? As soon as he saw Ho Yun, Ho Tianlong got angry. He said coldly, break his legs first. Hearing this, the other brothers shuddered, and Ho Yun was so scared that he didn't react until 2 bodyguards held his arms. Dad, don't do it, I'm your own son. Hurry up. Ho Tianlong ignored him and urged the bodyguards. Then, with Ho Yun screaming, both of his legs were broken. Dad, I was wrong, I don't dare anymore, please forgive me. Ho Yun, with tears and snot streaming, begged for mercy pitifully. Do you know how my arm was broken? Without waiting for Ho Yun to answer, he asked himself, it was you, the little beast, who provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked, and forced me to break my arm. Do you think I should break your legs? Hearing this, Ho Feng and his brothers were all shocked. It turned out that their father's arm was actually forced to be broken by himself. Tell me, who have you offended recently? Ho Tianlong stared at Ho Yun with a fierce look in his eyes. Let me think. Ho Yun tried hard to recall and soon remembered that he had been targeting a milk tea shop these days, but he sent people to inquire and found that the milk tea shop had only been established for a few months. As for the name of the owner of the milk tea shop, he had never heard of it. That's why he dared to be so unscrupulous. Don't you remember it yet? Ho Tianlong's sinister voice sounded, it seems that I have to break another arm before you can remember it. No, Dad, I remember it. Ho Yun shouted hurriedly, and then he wanted to invest in the milk tea shop, but was rejected. He sent people to force the decoration company away and smashed the store, and he also caused a car accident to show Lin Xiumin his power. Ho Feng, go check who owns the Yujian milk tea shop. At the same time, he continued to interrogate Ho Yun. Little beast, have you done anything else? No, Dad, I really haven't done anything else. Ho Yun shouted in horror. Gao Yan is the shareholder and legal person of Yujian Milk Tea. So it's easy to check. After knowing Gao Yan's name, Ho Feng contacted a more powerful partner in Nandu to inquire about Gao Yan. Mr. Ho, is the Gao Yan you are talking about the great master Gao? The other party asked cautiously. What great master Gao? Ho Feng asked puzzledly. There is a great master of Danjin in our Nandu, and the other party is called Gao Yan. The other party explained. Danjin. Ho Feng's face became extremely solemn. Although he was not a martial artist, he still had a certain understanding of martial artists. Even the dark force family couldn't afford to provoke them, let alone Danjin. After a slight silence, Ho Feng continued to ask, Boss Yu, how old is that great master? Boss Yu said, this great master is not very old, only about 20 years old. If Ho Feng still had a little luck just now, but now he is sure that the boss of the milk tea he met is the great master mentioned by Boss Yu. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Boss Yu, Ho Feng hung up the phone. Then, he called several partners to verify. One of them was not as strong as Gao Yan, and had never heard of the name of Gao Yan, but the other one had similar words to Boss Yu. So, Ho Feng hurried back to the ward. He told Ho Tianlong the news he had inquired about. Hearing that the little beast actually smashed the store of the great master Danjin, Ho Tianlong almost went crazy. No wonder, Sun Xiaolin said that they all respected the other party and said that he was not worthy of knowing who the other party was. Now it seems that he really doesn't deserve to know, the great master Danjin. He killed an ordinary rich man with a little power, and it's no different from crushing an ant. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. When he looked at Ho Yun, his eyes were already cold. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, break the little beast's hands for me. Amid Ho Yun's screams, the two bodyguards broke his arms. For this, Ho Feng no longer had any sympathy. Instead, he felt that his father's punishment on him was too light, because if this matter was not handled properly, it might lead to the destruction of the entire Ho family. An hour later, Ho Tianlong appeared outside Lin Xiumin's ward with his two sons, but Ho Yun was carried on a stretcher by the bodyguards because his limbs were broken. After knocking on the door and entering, Ho Tianlong's eyes fell on Gao Yan. And then he knelt down on the ground. The sinner Ho Tianlong comes to apologize to Grandmaster Gao and General Manager Lin. How do you plan to apologize? Gao Yan was not surprised by Ho Tianlong's arrival, because the other parties' every move was under the surveillance of the Red Emperor. Ho Tianlong said, this matter is all because of my son Ho Yun. I have broken his limbs. If you think it is not enough, the sinner can continue to teach him a lesson. In addition, I will take out 10 million to compensate Mr. Lin, and another 100 million to compensate Yujian Naicha. You are a bachelor. Gao Yan joked. Ho Tianlong could only smile. Sister Lin, what do you think? Gao Yan turned his head and looked at Lin Xiumin. I have no objection, Lin Xiumin said. Although she broke an arm in the car accident, she was relieved that Ho Yun, the mastermind behind the scene, had his limbs broken. Since you have no objection, let's do it. Hearing Gao Yan's words, Ho Tianlong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and quickly took out 2 bank cards to offer. Okay, get up and go. Gao Yan took the bank card and said to Ho Tianlong. Thank you, Master Gao. We'll take our leave. After leaving the ward, Ho Tianlong reached out and touched the cold sweat on his forehead. The master didn't say anything harsh the whole time, and even his tone was quite indifferent, but he felt a heavy pressure. He even felt that his life and death were controlled by the other party. Dad, is this matter over? Ho Feng asked cautiously. It's over. The other party accepted our compensation and shouldn't bother with small people like us. Suddenly, Ho Tianlong's tone changed. Offing, you have to understand one thing. Our Ho family is considered to be the hegemon in Yunshan, but there are people outside this person and there are heavens outside this person. It's best to be low-key and humble when doing things. Take this matter for example. A seemingly unnamed milk tea shop, who knew that the boss of the other party is a grandmaster? If he didn't have the intention to kill us all, I'm afraid our family would not exist. I know, Dad, I remember. Ho Feng nodded heavily. Stayed in Yunshan for one night. The next morning, Lin Xiaomin went through the discharge procedures and returned to Nandu with everyone. After taking only half a cup of elixir wine, Lin Xiaomin's injuries were mostly healed, so there was no need to stay in the hospital. Moreover, her injuries healed too quickly. If she continued to stay in the hospital would inevitably find something unusual, so it would be better to be discharged. After sending Lin Xiaomin back to the villa, Gao Yan left her 3 days of elixir wine, which was enough for her arm to heal after drinking it. Just when Gao Yan was about to go to school, Fang Zhenzhen called and said that someone from Penguin Group came and wanted to see him. After the mobile phone event incident, Gao Yan was recognized as a super prodigal. But the download volume and daily activity of Sunday Mall are increasing very steadily. So far, the app download volume has exceeded 900 million. Although its foundation is not as good as Taobao and JD.com, Sunday Mall will undoubtedly become the third largest online shopping platform in China. Moreover, because there is an event every week and blind box voting, the holiday activities of the two shopping malls are far less than in previous years. In addition, since the end of the mobile phone lottery event, Gao Yan has not done anything crazy to spend money, which has changed the investment community's view of Sunday Mall. Now, seeing that Sunday Mall is getting stronger and stronger, didn't the people from Penguin Group come to the door? So Gao Yan drove to Xingchen Network Technology. Gao Yan first went to Fang Zhenzhen to understand the situation and learned that the visitor was Zhang Daming, a more influential vice president of Penguin Investment Department. Mr. Fang, what do you think? Gao Yan looked at Fang Zhenzhen and asked. Fang Zhenzhen said, Penguin Group has always wanted to build its own online mall, but it has failed every time. If what I expected is true, they are eyeing us and want to swallow us up. Today, Daxia's internet has 3 major systems: BD system, AL system and Penguin system. However, Gao Yan knows that in the next few years, BD will rapidly decline and be replaced by the headline series. The Penguin system has a characteristic that it likes to play acquisitions, mergers and copycats. Once Penguin sets his sights on a company, he will choose to acquire it directly. If not, he will offer to buy shares, then gradually increase his shares, and finally annex you completely and turn the company into a subsidiary of Penguin. If you don't choose either, Penguin will suppress you while developing products of the same nature as your company. Finally, it will use the traffic brought by QQ and WeChat to overtake you and squeeze you out. As for the owl type, it is different from the penguin type. They both have a kind of mysterious self-confidence. When they are interested in a certain company, they will spend a lot of money to acquire enough controlling shares, and then send senior executives to replace the original management. In the end, some blind leadership, amateurs leading experts, turned a company with unlimited potential into a garbage company. In short, anyone targeted by penguin and owl will not end well. Of course, there are exceptions. The future Tushio department was also targeted by penguin, but the boss of Tushio department was a stupid young man who would not give you the face of penguin department. In the end, penguin banned the entire Tushio department. It is also Kuaishou, the rival of Douyin. As a result, Kuaishou is an ado that cannot be supported. Although its development is okay, there is still a big gap compared with Douyin. Although Fang Zhenjin didn't say it explicitly, she resisted penguin's investment. As for Gao Yan, he is not willing to let penguin take a stake. After all, the entire penguin group is currently worth $200 billion, and there are still $3 trillion in his system that he doesn't know how to spend. It's not even worth penguin's money. As for traffic channels, penguin's QQ and WeChat channels are indeed very domineering and difficult to resist. But if you want penguin to support you, you have to agree to their investment. You must know that the future traffic channel is Douyin, and Douyin is still new, and the Tushio system is not much better. Are you considering investing in Tushio? Soon. Gao Yan brought Fang Zhenjin to the reception room. Zhang Daming's arrival this time was not high profile, but rather low-key. With only one assistant. Hello, Mr. Gao, I am Zhang Daming, I have long admired your name. Zhang Daming did not act arrogant, but instead appeared humble and enthusiastic. After all, the man in front of him was a fierce man who had smashed tens of billions in a fit of rage. Although he came as the father of the financial sponsor, he could not be proud in front of such a fierce man. Mr. Zhang, you're welcome. Please take a seat. As the saying goes, everyone is carrying the sedan chair, and Gao Yan responded enthusiastically that although he had no intention of letting penguin buy a stake, there was no need to speak harshly. After exchanging pleasantries, the two parties sat together and started chatting. Let's talk about the domestic economy and the development of the internet industry. During this period, Gao Yan rarely spoke, but Fang Zhenjin and Zhang Daming chatted more speculatively. Of course, Zhang Daming also touted Sunday Mall. During this period, about half an hour later, Zhang Daming changed the topic. Mr. Gao, Mr. Fang. With all due respect, the development of your Sunday Mall must have reached a bottleneck period. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but secretly laugh. This is like the counselor in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He first praised you when they met, and then suddenly said that your death is imminent. To put it simply, it is to create anxiety and panic, and then the other person will pretend that he is here to save you, so that you will obey his words. After communicating with Zhang Daming, Fang Zhenjin also felt that this person was a capable person. Therefore, as soon as these words came out, she was still more interested and asked, Mr. Zhang, please speak clearly. Zhang Daming smiled pretendingly, and then began his long speech. In fact, it can be summed up in 2 points. First of all, the rise of Sunday Mall has affected Taobao and JD.com, and will inevitably lead to suppression by both. JD.com is okay, but behind Taobao is the behemoth owl. Facing the pressure from both, Sunday Mall may not have an easy time in the future. Secondly, Sunday Mall does not have its own traffic pool and relies only on advertising, which consumes too much money. Moreover, with the suppression of AL and JD.com, it will definitely be ostracized by companies close to the two major systems. Therefore, if Sunday Mall wants to continue to develop, it must find its own traffic pool. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan seemed to see an extra fox tail behind Zhang Daming. Fang Zhenzhen seemed to be fooled by the other party and fell into thinking. But soon, she realized that after all, she was no longer the same person she was a few months ago. She had led Sunday Mall all the way to the present. She had grown into a strong woman. After seeing through Zhang Daming's plan, Fang Zhenzhen fell into silence. Gao Yan, on the other hand, leisurely picked up a cup of tea, blew it on it, and then drank it happily, as if it didn't matter to him. This gave Zhang Daming a toothache. The two of them looked young, but they were not that easy to fool. Seeing that the atmosphere was stagnant, Zhang Daming could only talk to himself. When it comes to traffic pool, which company in the entire Daxia can compare with our Penguin? Zhang Daming was not lying. With WeChat and QQ, Penguin is indeed the largest traffic pool in China. Mr. Zhang, if you have something to say, please speak up. Gao Yan put down his teacup, too lazy to beat around the bush with this old man. Mr. Gao, I know your company may not lack funds, but for better development, it needs large traffic support, and we, Penguin, can provide traffic for your company. Before Zhang Daming finished speaking, Gao Yan smiled and said, "That's great. So, since Mr. Zhang is so sincere, we can't be ignorant. How about we increase the advertising fee for Penguin by 10% in the future, but Penguin must fully support us." No. Zhang Daming hurriedly said, "Mr. Gao, that's not what I mean. I mean we can become a family. As long as we become a family, we only charge 80% of the advertising fee, and we can also provide some free traffic for Sunday Mall." Mr. Zhang means to invest? Gao Yan asked knowingly. Yes, that's what I mean. Zhang Daming said hurriedly. But we are not short of money now. Gao Yan said. I know Mr. Gao is not short of money, but with the support and traffic support from our Penguin, your company can go further in the future. Then I'll consider it. Gao Yan said with a smile. This sentence directly suppressed the rest of Zhang Daming's words. By the way, Mr. Zhang has come from afar and worked hard. You have to taste our Nandu's food. Gao Yan said enthusiastically. I appreciate Mr. Gao's kindness. I have to go to the Magic City for work. Wait for next time. Zhang Daming smiled bitterly. Wensuemi.cc. Okay, Mr. Fang, send Mr. Zhang off. After leaving Xingchen Network Technology Company, Zhang Daming exhaled heavily, and his face became gloomy. Mr. Zhang, are we leaving Nandu? Asked the assistant. Let's go, this is impossible. Zhang Daming said aggrievedly, let's talk about it later. He felt that he came too early. After Sunday Mall was suppressed by Al and JD.com, it would not be too late for him to come again. Mr. Fang, do you think AL and JD.com will suppress us next? In the office, Gao Yan asked Fang Zhenzhen with a smile. It's a no-brainer. Fang Zhenzhen said with certainty, the rise of Sunday Mall has greatly affected the business of JD.com and Taobao. Take the National Day Shopping Festival as an example. Compared with last year, Taobao's sales this year dropped by 30%, while JD.com's sales dropped by 30%. 26%, causing the stocks of the two companies to fall continuously. Therefore, in order to welcome the upcoming Double 11 shopping festival, both AL and JD.com have put in a lot of advertisements and increased their discounts. Therefore, these two companies do not regard us as a thorn in their side, but they will also regard us as a thorn in their side. Become the enemy that threatens them. Gao Yan nodded. Then in what ways do you think they will suppress us? Fang Zhenjin said, I think there are three aspects. First, in terms of logistics, the two families have their own logistics, especially JD.com, which has built logistics transfer stations and warehouse inventory all over the country so that they can move goods faster. The goods are delivered to the customer, and secondly, the supplier. These two companies have great influence. Once they start from the source of the goods, I am afraid we will face a crisis of shortage. In terms of third traffic, unless we are satisfied with the status quo. Otherwise, in order to increase our influence and brand effect, we still need the support of a large amount of traffic. Now that we have rejected Penguin, the two companies are teaming up to block our traffic. Without exposure, it will be difficult for us to increase the daily activity of the website and downloads. Fang Zhenjin's analysis is still very accurate. Gao Yan agrees. Then what do you think we should do? The other party thought for a moment and said, first of all, we should acquire an express delivery company so that we are not controlled by others. Then do you have a company you like? Gao Yan asked. Yes, I have taken a fancy to 3 express delivery companies, namely Sihai, Beta, and Super Speed. Among them, Sihai was founded 3 years ago. The boss, Zhou Hai, is very motivated and has a strong personality. To be honest, I have studied Sihai's information. The fact that Sihai has reached this point has a lot to do with Zhou Hai personally. The company is valued at 5 billion. But I think it is unlikely that Zhou Hai will sell the company. Next is Beta Express Company. The boss of this company is a speculator. He has started his own business many times. In the first few times, he either sold his shares and left or went bankrupt. He is very eager for success and profit. And he is good at deceiving people and shouting slogans. Beta's valuation is around 3 billion, making it relatively easy to acquire. Finally, there is Super Express. This express company is a subsidiary of a state-owned enterprise. The biggest problem is that it has too few personnel and is in the process of losing money. Its market value is 1.2 billion. You know them so well, it seems you have already planned it. Gao Yan said, with a smile. Fang Zhenjin raised her head and said quite proudly, that's it, do you think I get your salary and shares for free? I work hard too, okay? I know, I'm complimenting you. Really? Real. Then let's move on and talk about logistics transfer stations and warehouses. This is more difficult. Due to policy changes, it is becoming more and more difficult to obtain land, and it costs a lot of money. As for the final supply channel, I haven't thought of a good way yet. After all, we need too many goods, and we can't just produce and sell them ourselves. Don't worry about this, I'll think about it first. Gao Yan waved his hand. Let's discuss the matter of Fast Company first. Then boss, which express company have you chosen? Fang Zhenjin asked, curiously. First of all, I have to remind you that we are not short of money. Gao Yan said, so, the 3 of us will acquire it together. Fang Zhenjin pondered slightly and said tactfully, wouldn't this be too wasteful? After all, the business scopes of these three express delivery companies still have a lot of overlap. This is like two express delivery companies having stores in the same area. If after the merger, will both stores remain together, or will one store be closed? And many stores are franchised. You can't break the contract after you've signed it, right? If we don't break the contract, is it possible for our own people to beat our own people? Gao Yan thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. He had money, but he couldn't waste it like this. It seemed that he had been a little drifting recently, and he had to reflect on it. So he said, then first acquire Sihai, and then acquire some small express companies to fill the blank areas of business. All right. Fang Zhenjin nodded. What about the transfer station and warehouse? Gao Yan thought for a while. First let the team go to various parts of the country to inspect and select suitable transfer stations and warehouses, and I will handle it then. Gao Yan thought that he was now a popular figure in the martial arts world and had established friendly relations with many martial arts families because of the medicinal wine. It is difficult for ordinary people to obtain land, but it is not difficult for martial arts families. As long as he selects the target, he will ask the local martial arts family or martial arts sect for help. I believe they will not reject him. By the way, is there enough money in the company account to purchase a courier store? Enough. Fang Zhenjin said, if it's not enough, we can actually get a loan from the bank. It's almost impossible to find a debt-free company like ours in Daxia. Why do you need a loan if you have money? Gao Yan said lightly. Fang Zhenjin said earnestly, boss, in fact, you can also take out a loan. Even if you are not short of money. This is also an opportunity to increase our company's connections and influence. For example, a company borrowed tens of billions from a local bank and suddenly encountered a crisis and was at risk of bankruptcy. For the sake of the 10 billion debt, do you think the bank will help find a solution? That makes sense. Gao Yan nodded, then let's take out a loan. Okay, boss, in fact, a bank has come to me a long time ago, but I just didn't agree. Fang Zhenjin said. By the way, I have a good relationship with Longxing. I'll give you the contact information of their president and give them a share. Gao Yan said. Okay, boss. Then, the two chatted for a while, and Gao Yan was ready to leave. But Fang Zhenjin grabbed his hand. Why, are you greedy for my body? Gao Yan joked. In fact, he knew what Fang Zhenjin wanted to do by holding him. Boss, the wine you gave to others is gone. Take it, be careful not to become an alcoholic. Gao Yan casually took out a bottle of medicinal wine from his pocket and handed it to Fang Zhenjin. For a moment, Fang Zhenjin blinked again. Gao Yan obviously had no place to put medicinal wine on him, so where did he get this medicinal wine from? Qian Bao's company is downstairs. There is no reason not to tease Qian Bao when he is here. It's a pity that Gao Yan was disappointed. Qian Bao was not in the company, but went out to discuss business. So Gao Yan had to go back to school. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan received a WeChat message from Zhuge Qianqian. His grandfather had finished reading Feng Shui for someone today and stayed overnight. He would arrive in Nandu tomorrow morning. Looking at the schedule, there is a class tomorrow morning. It seems that he has to ask for leave again. So, after class, Gao Yan asked Su Lingfeng for leave and stuffed him another pack of huazi. Early that night, Jing Yusin's new song, General, is officially launched on the three major Music platforms of QQ Music, Kugu, and NetEase Cloud. Compared with the previous song My Hymn, Star Entertainment has invested more promotional resources in the new song. And in order to hit the charts, Chen Yusen started a live broadcast again and sang a new song General in the live broadcast room. Although it is already early morning. However, the number of people in her live broadcast room remains high, and the number of people in her live broadcast room has exceeded 1 million. The reward also exceeded 1 million. Gao Yan would naturally not be stingy with his woman. What's more, he didn't need to top up the money in his account with real money, so he could keep it to have children if he didn't spend it. So, he spent 50 million in rewards in Chen Yusen's live broadcast room. This incident immediately became a hot search topic, adding a lot of popularity to Chen Yusen's new song. Of course, this incident also attracted a lot of criticism. Many big verses accused Gao Yan of spending 50 million to reward a female anchor. Why not donate the money to poor children in mountainous areas? But a dramatic scene occurred. Within a few minutes, these negative materials accusing Gao Yan and Big V were exposed on Weibo. Yijing sternly accused him of the fact that more than 90% of his Big V's were of foreign nationality, and most of them had received money from certain overseas organizations, thereby discrediting Daxia. The emergence of these black materials immediately turned the clamoring Weibo celebrities into street rats and quickly deleted their Weibo posts. At the same time, it also made other big verses realize something. This internet celebrity named I Am Not Brother Yan should be a very energetic person. After all, there are not so many coincidences in the world, and not everyone is a fool. These big verses had just accused I Am Not Brother Yan, and within a few minutes, their negative information was exposed. It must be that these big verses have offended others, so they will do something to them. Many netizens also guessed that Gao Yan did this. Those who admire him rushed to Chen Yusen's live broadcast room to read. Brother Yan is mighty. Chen Yusen's popularity also skyrocketed again, and it didn't take long for her to exceed 2 million. There are many new users who don't usually watch live broadcasts. Suddenly, there were hundreds of thousands of new users, which made the boss of Who Entertainment crazy. He immediately announced that he must serve the great I Am Not Brother Yan well. The influence of I'm Not Brother Yan and the benefits it brings to Who Entertainment cannot be matched by 100 other giants. Anyone who dissatisfies me, Brother Yan, will just pick up his own bag and get out. Let's talk about Chen Yusen's new song. Fans who listened to the performance in the live broadcast room went to the music platform to download, like and comment. It took an hour for My Hymn to become #1 on the new song chart. But this time it only took 3 minutes for the new song, General, to reach the top 10 of the new song chart. You must know that My Hymn was released on the 1st, and it only became the #1 new song chart within an hour. General was only launched in the early morning of the 9th. It is equivalent to 8 more days of accumulation time for other songs on the list. But even so, he was easily defeated by General, which shows how powerful the song General is. 5 minutes after it went online, General reached the 7th place on the QQ Music New Songs chart. 8 minutes after it went online, it reached the 5th place, and 10 minutes after it went online, it directly topped the new song list. NetEase Cloud was faster, reaching the 1st place on the new song chart in just 8 minutes, and Kugu also reached the 1st place on the new song chart in 12 minutes. The singers who were paying attention to the list were jealous and envious. Similarly, Yu Feifei is also paying attention to the status of Chen Yusen's New songs. She even secretly registered an account and went to Chen Yusin's live broadcast room to watch it for a while. Maybe others don't know who I am if I am not Brother Yan, but she has doubts. After all, the boss of my company is named Gao Yan. Half an hour later, Chen Yusin's new song directly entered the top 10 of the hot song lists on the 3 major music platforms. Even her old song My Hymn has gained a lot of popularity, and all of them have reached the top 3 of the hot song list. As for the current number 1 on the hot song list, it is still occupied by Feifei's Pastime. Past Things is a song that has great staying power. Although it is not as popular as before, it is still one of the most popular songs in the music industry. However, I am afraid that in a few days, I will be pulled down from the altar. By General. 2 o'clock in the morning. QQ Music Platform. The song General officially entered the 2nd place on the hot song list, followed closely by the other 2 major platforms, and this song also firmly established its 2nd position. As for winning 1st place, it will still take some time. After all, once upon a time has not gone out of style. At this moment, Chen Yusin has ended the live broadcast. She picked up the phone but hesitated whether to call Gao Yan. After all, if he hadn't spent 50 million, her new song wouldn't be as popular as it is. Forget it, let's fight again tomorrow. Just then, the phone rang. When she saw the caller ID, Chen Yusin looked happy and quickly picked up the phone. Hey, hubby, are you still awake? Baby, I'm outside your door, come and open the door. Chen Yusin was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly ran towards the door. The assistant beside her shouted in confusion, Sister, please slow down, be careful not to fall. Opening the door, Chen Yusin found the man she had longed for standing outside. Husband. With an affectionate call, Chen Yusin threw herself directly into Gao Yan's arms. The assistant saw this and said in his heart, no wonder, and quickly hid in his room. Chen Yusin now lives in an apartment. The soundproofing is not as good as expected, so the assistant suffered and fell asleep at 5 in the morning. When she woke up the next day, she had 2 dark circles on her face. The performance of the new song is so good. The company naturally had to strike while the iron is hot and arrange Chen Yusin to continue promoting it. Although she only slept for more than an hour, Chen Yusin's mental state is still very good. After all, her physical fitness has reached 90 points, not to mention that when she got up, Gao Yan gave her half a cup of spiritual medicine wine. Seeing the dark circles of the assistant, Chen Yusin was a little embarrassed and suggested that she take a day off. But the assistant disagreed. Drink it. Gao Yan handed the assistant a small half cup of medicinal wine. When the medicinal wine took effect, the originally drowsy assistant suddenly became energetic. At the same time, Gao Yan handed her a red envelope. Take good care of your sister Yusin. Thank you, boss. The assistant felt the thickness of the red envelope, which was at least 2,000 yuan, and the little resentment in her heart disappeared immediately. Husband, I can't bear to leave you. When they set off, Chen Yusin said with a lingering look. Don't worry, I will come to see you often. Gao Yan promised. Then it's a deal. Gao Yan smiled and nodded. After Chen Yusin left with the assistant, Gao Yan summoned the random door and shuttled back to number 15 Eugene. At 10:30 a.m. that day, Zhuge Yong and his grandson arrived at Nandu High-Speed Railway Station. Gao Yan asked Chu Xiu to be the driver. Therefore, after Zhuge Yong got on the car, he felt Chu Xiu's breath and his expression was stern. He couldn't hold Gao Yan's breath. But for Chu Xiao, he was sure that this was a Danjin Grandmaster. Letting a Danjin Grandmaster act as a driver is no longer a luxury. It's no wonder that Gao Yan looked down on him and didn't want to take him in as his subordinate. It's not that Gao Yan has a noble character, but that he has too high expectations for his subordinates. Number 15, Yujinjiwen. A Rolls-Royce drove in slowly. Immediately after a group of people stepped out of the car, it was Gao Yan, Zhuge Yong, and his grandson. It turns out that Gao Yan thought number 15 Yujinjiwen was quite big. But now, with Chu Xiao, Chu Xing, and 2 female apprentices moving in, Song Yufei and Lin Moer often come to eat and stay. If there are a few more guests, it will become a bit crowded. It seems I have to buy a bigger villa, Gao Yan said thoughtfully, after coming to the living room and taking a seat. Chu Xing's cut fruits and handmade snacks have long been placed on the coffee table. How many guests are drinking tea or coffee? Chu Xing came up to him and asked with a smile. As for Gao Yan, she didn't ask. She knew what her boss wanted to drink. No need to bother, just feel free to do whatever you want. Zhuge Yong almost stood up from the sofa in fright, because he discovered that the person in front of him was actually another Danjin Grandmaster. Was this a stab at Danjin's lair? Why are the pills coming out one by one? Isn't the Grandmaster of Danjin on the mainland so worthless? Mr. Gao, are the guy who drove the car and the lady just now yours? Out of curiosity, Zhuge Yong asked, curiously. Gao Yan smiled and said, the one driving the car is called Chu Xiao, and he is my housekeeper. The current one is called Chu Xing, and he is my chef. Dare I ask if they are Danjin? Zhuge Yong suppressed the shock in his heart and continued to ask. Gao Yan nodded. For a moment, Zhuge Yong was completely numb. He used Master Danjin as his driver and chef. What is the mysterious identity of Mr. Gao in front of him? Could it be that he is the son of the martial arts emperor? How dare you be so extravagant? You know, the Grand Master Danjin is extremely noble in Hong Kong Island, and even a group of top dignitaries have to respect him. However, he feels that the Grand Master in Hong Kong Island does not seem to be as powerful as the arrogant chef and housekeeper. He can obviously be a master, but he is willing to be humble in front of high-minded people. I don't know whether it is because his background is too scary, or because his own personality is too charming. Tea please. At this time, Chu Xing arrived and interrupted Zhuge Yong's random thoughts. Thanks, Zhuge Yong said politely. At this time, Gao Yan shouted outside, young man Ruashi, stop practicing, come in. After receiving Gao Yan's call, Sun Ruashi and Li Yingnan quickly entered the villa hall. Let me introduce to you, this is Sun Ruashi, and this is Li Yingnan, both my martial arts apprentices. Yingnan Ruashi, this is Mr. Zhuge Yong, a feng shui master from Hong Kong Island. These 2 beauties are his granddaughters, Zhuge Qianqian and Zhuge Qianqian. After the 2 parties greeted each other and got to know each other, Gao Yan asked his 2 apprentices to take the twin sisters to visit the villa. Master Zhuge, did the feng shui test go well this time? After the 2 apprentices took the twins away, Gao Yan took a sip of tea and asked casually. It went very smoothly. Zhuge Yong nodded, and then he said with some emotion, the mainland is indeed a vast land and rich in resources. It is a rare magic weapon in Hong Kong Island, but I was lucky enough to get one. Mr. Gao, please take a look. While talking, Zhuge Yong took out a copper coin and handed it to Gao Yan. Gao Yan reached out and took it. It was a 5 emperors coin with a round outside and a square inside. The identification function of the inside eye was turned on, and a line of information emerged. Item, 5 emperors money. Spirituality, 18. Features, ward off evil spirits. This is an ordinary spiritual object, and it has very little spirituality. How do you feel, Mr. Gao? Zhu Gayong said proudly. It's okay, this 5 emperors coin has the effect of warding off evil spirits. Gao Yan nodded and returned the 5 emperors money to Zhu Gayong. The so-called evil and warding off evil does not refer to evil spirits, but to evil spirits and a special magnetic field. Mr. Gao has great eyesight. Zhu Gayong praised it, but he didn't expect Gao Yan to understand the mystery of this 5 emperors coin after just a few glances. By the way, Mr. Gao, do you like it? If you like me, I can give you this 5 emperors money. No. Gao Yan shook his head. I have collected a few such magical weapons, so I won't take them away from others. Hearing that Gao Yan also had a magic weapon, Zhu Gayong's eyes lit up. Mr. Gao, can you let me pay homage to him? Okay, let's go to the study upstairs. The two of them came to the study room upstairs, and Gao Yan pretended to take out 3 spiritual objects from the cabinet. They are the 2 intermediate spiritual objects, Taiwu sword and Husha Dao, and the super spiritual object, Qilan Baoyu. After seeing these 3 things, Zhu Gayong couldn't move his eyes away, completely attracted by these 3 spiritual objects. Ordinary people can't tell the difference, but he can tell that these 3 magic weapons are quite full of spiritual power, and when he gets started, he finds that each sword is a middle-grade magic weapon, and the Qilan Baoyu is a top-grade magic weapon. Their feng shui masters divide magical instruments into low-grade, medium grade, high-grade, super-grade, and top-grade. What a treasure, what a magic weapon. After a while, Zhu Gayong reluctantly put down the spiritual object in his hand and said with admiration, Master Zhuge, do you know where these magical weapons come from? Gao Yan asked. The spiritual objects in his hands were all obtained from the tomb of the fish king and were products of the spring and autumn period. But Zhu Gayong's 5 emperors coin came from the Qin dynasty. Zhu Gayong said, these magical weapons have been handed down from ancient times. Gao Yan asked again, can we modern people refine it? Zhu Gayong shook his head, almost impossible. Why? Gao Yan continued to ask, but in fact he had already made a guess. Zhu Gayong sighed, the reason is very simple. Refining magic weapons requires a large amount of spiritual energy to be nurtured. Now that there is no spiritual energy in the world, naturally there is no way to refine magic weapons. Why does the spiritual energy disappear? Gao Yan asked with interest. Who knows? Zhu Gayong smiled bitterly and said, according to the ancient records left by my master, it is said that spiritual energy existed before the Ming dynasty. Later, Zhu Yuanzhang ordered Lu Bowen to cut off the dragon's veins, and the spiritual energy in the world gradually disappeared. It shouldn't be possible. Gao Yan shook his head. Why? Zhu Gayong asked subconsciously. Gao Yan said with a smile, we assume that Lu Bowen cut off the dragon vein. But the Ming dynasty does not represent the whole world. Therefore, even if he really cut off the dragon vein, it would only cut off the spiritual energy of Dashya, but not other places. Why do other places in the world also? What if you don't have spiritual energy? Zhu Gayong was stunned for a moment, then nodded, that seems to be the case. Okay, let's not discuss this matter. why not talk about feng shui methods? Gao Yan said. Mr. Gao also knows feng shui? Zhuge Yong asked in surprise. You forgot, I once read your feng shui sutra, and I have been studying it a lot during this period, and I have gained a little bit. Gao Yan said. Yeah? Zhuge Yong was a little dissatisfied. He didn't think that Gao Yan could come up with anything in such a short period of time. Without the guidance of professionals, he might not be able to understand the meaning of the professional terms in the Feng Shui Sutra. But after the next exchange, Zhuge Yong was completely numb. He found that Gao Yan seemed to have a deeper understanding of Feng Shui methods than he did, but was lacking in experience. For a moment, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Gao, did you really learn this Feng Shui technique from the Feng Shui Sutra? Wensuemi.cc. That's natural. Gao Yan nodded, then took out a Feng Shui Sutra translated into vernacular from the drawer and threw it to him. You might as well take a look at this. When Zhuge Yong got the translation of Feng Shui Sutra, he was completely obsessed with it. He has studied the Feng Shui Sutra for decades, but has not fully understood the Feng Shui Sutra. However, this translation can reflect the Feng Shui method he has mastered and make his Feng Shui skills go further. Gao Yan quietly left without disturbing him. Then he took out his cell phone, found Yi Haiba's number and dialed it. Yi Haiba is the developer of Yujinjuan. He met Gao Yan when he went to Tianyun Club to bet on stones. Gao Yan even helped him choose a rough stone, which made him a huge profit. Obviously, Yi Haiba had saved Gao Yan's contact information, so he seemed quite enthusiastic after receiving Gao Yan's call. When he learned that Gao Yan wanted to change to a larger villa, the other party quickly said that he would leave the matter to him and he would help him find a few villas. Time flew by and it was noon in a blink of an eye. Chu Xing has prepared a sumptuous lunch. Gao Yan personally came to the study to ask Zhuge Yong to have a meal, but the other party agreed without raising his head, looking at the translation of the Feng Shui Sutra in ecstasy. Study after eating. Gao Yan stepped forward and took away the translation, which immediately angered Zhuge Yong. Give it back to me quickly. But when he came into contact with Gao Yan's half-smiling expression, he immediately woke up and said awkwardly, Sorry, Mr. Gao, I was fascinated. It's okay, let's eat first. Good. In the villa restaurant, Gao Yan greeted Zhuge Yong, his grandfather and his grandson. The twin sisters ate quite deliciously. Originally, Chu Xing's cooking skills were at the state banquet level. Coupled with the seasonings provided by Gao Yan, the taste of each dish reached its peak. But Zhuge Yong was indifferent to such delicacies. He was immersed in the Feng Shui Sutra and mechanically picked up the rice in his mouth. Mr. Gao, what happened to my grandfather? Finally, Zhuge Qianqian noticed something was wrong with his grandfather. Gao Yan explained, I translated your family's Feng Shui Sutra into vernacular and showed it to your grandfather. Then he was fascinated. If I hadn't taken away the translation, he probably wouldn't have been willing to come down to eat. Wow, you are so amazing, you can actually translate the Feng Shui Sutra into vernacular. Zhuge Qianqi said in shock. That's right. Zhuge Qianqian also agreed, we can't even recognize all the characters in the Feng Shui Sutra, and there are many obscure and difficult to pronounce words that we can't understand at all, like a heavenly book. Gao Yan smiled and changed the subject directly. What do you think of the taste of this dish? It's so delicious, I really want to eat it forever. Zhuge Cece said. Subconsciously. As soon as the words came out, she suddenly felt that the atmosphere became silent, and then realized that her words were ambiguous, and quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I just think this dish is too delicious, there is no other meaning. We know, if you like it, eat more." Gao Yan smiled. He used his inside eye to check the twins' friendship levels. His sister Zhuge Qianqian's friendship level was 75, while his sister Zhuge Qianqian's friendship level was only 70 points. There is no such thing as admiration. Zhuge Yong, who was not in the mood to eat, looked at Gao Yan pitifully after finishing a bowl of rice. Seeing this, Gao Yan had no choice but to hand the translation copy to the other party. Suddenly, Zhuge Yong felt like he had found a treasure. After expressing his gratitude to Gao Yan, he took the translation book and sat on the sofa in the living room and indulged in the book. Gao Yan didn't expect Ji Haiba to be so efficient. I called him close to noon, and after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the other party found 3 large villas for him. One of these 3 villas is located at the junction of the east part of the city and the suburbs. It is a large villa built by a private family. The entire villa covers an area of nearly 2,000 square meters. Among them, the construction area is more than 800 square meters. In addition, there are gardens, small basketball courts, badminton courts, and swimming pools. Wensuemi.cc. This villa was built by a rich man 10 years ago. 3 years ago, this rich man's company went bankrupt and the villa was seized and auctioned by the court. Finally, it was bought by a wealthy foreigner for more than 30 million yuan and renovated. But 3 years later, the price of this villa has also appreciated a lot, and this foreign rich man is also planning to sell it, with an offer price of 55 million. But because wealthy foreigners need to pay off their property in one lump sum and do not accept mortgages, no one has taken over. Gao Yan was quite satisfied with this villa. Because this villa has 4 floors, 1 underground and 3 floors above. There are 12 bedrooms alone. The other 2 villas are in the city, but their area is much smaller. One is located in Dongqing and the other is located in the city center. The one in Dongqing covers a total area of more than 800 square meters, with a construction area of more than 500 square meters, and the external price is 34 million. The one in the city center covers an area of 650 square meters, has a construction area of 480 square meters, and is priced at 49 million. I'm going to see a house in the afternoon. Are you going to stay at home or come with me? Gao Yan asked his 2 apprentices and twins. Master, do you want to change rooms? Li Yingnan asked, curiously. Yes, this villa is too small. Gao Yan nodded. Master, our family has several large villas in Nandu. How about I give you one? Sun Ruashi suddenly said. No, I don't need that little money. Gao Yan shook his head. Master, just treat me as a filial piety to you. Sun Ruashi, how about you go and have a look first? If you don't like it, forget it. If you like it, how about it being a disciple's apprenticeship ceremony? Master, I also want to give a gift. I will pay for the villa you like today. Li Yingnan also joined in the fun. Hearing what the 2 girls said, the twin sisters looked at each other. What kind of apprentice is this? They gave the master a villa just because they disagreed. Okay, master, is he someone who needs that little money? Gao Yan glared at the 2 girls. Then he called Xiaozhua and asked her if she had classes in the afternoon. If she didn't, they would go to see the villa together. Xiaozhua was very interested. Unfortunately, she was once captured by Qiniren, but the other party had a new research topic. This female rabbit. Gao Yan was a little dissatisfied, and secretly ordered Hong Huang to keep an eye on Qiniren and notify him immediately if she dared to have any improper thoughts about Xiaozhua. It was a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 luxury cars appeared at the junction of Dongjiao and Dongqing. Yi Haiba was waiting in front of the villa in advance. Interestingly, this villa was also named Tian Shanjuan. I don't know if this heaven is serious or not. Mr. Gao, I haven't seen you for a long time, but you are getting more and more handsome. Yi Haiba greeted him warmly. Seeing the 4 top beauties following Gao Yan, he couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up. Mr. Yi, you are a lot more prosperous. Have you had a happy event recently? Gao Yan replied with a smile. Hee, I gave birth to a son for me. Yi Haiba whispered. Is it full moon? A few days away. Then it seems that I can't avoid this full moon wine. After a round of greetings, Yi Haiba led everyone into the villa. This villa was renovated 3 years ago, and the rich man from outside the province did not live there often, so the decoration of the whole villa looked no different from the newly renovated one. There was a cleaner and a gardener in the villa. He took everyone to visit. During the period, Gao Yan also took a lot of photos and sent them to Xiaozhua. Xiaozhua liked this villa very much. How about Mr. Gao? Do you like him? After the visit, Yi Haiba asked in a low voice. Gao Yan nodded. How much money can I win at most? Although he is not short of money, he still has to bargain when it is time to bargain. Yi Haiba said, I inquired specifically. The owner of the villa has been in some trouble recently and needs money. I estimate that 50 million can be obtained. If it's 50 million, I'll take it. Gao Yan thought for a while. Okay, I'll call him right now, it's not a big problem. Yi Haiba did not shy away from Gao Yan and directly dialed the number of the owner of the villa. After some bargaining, he finally negotiated the price of the villa to 50 million. It's done, Master Gao. After hanging up the phone, Yi Haiba said with a smile, it seems that old boy is really anxious. He will rush back to Nandu overnight today and can sign the contract tomorrow morning. Then I'll trouble Mr. Yi this time. When your son is 1 month old, I'll give you a big red envelope. Gao Yan said with a smile. Hey, I'm not welcome then. Yi Haiba said with a smile. On the way back, Gao Yan sent a message to classmate Xiaozhua, telling her that he had planned to buy the villa, but in her name. After all, Xing Xiaoyu lives in a big villa in Shanghai, and he often rewards Xing Xiaoyu and Chen Yusen with huge sums of money. Classmate Xiaozhua has met her parents after all, so she cannot be treated badly. As for the twin sisters, they were a bit shocked. Gao Yan had left a deep impression on them at the auction. Nowadays, when buying a villa, I only have to look at it once before deciding to buy it. This is really rich. At the same time, Feng Bing also brought people to the capital to discuss investment with Byte Jump. The reason why Gao Yan didn't send people from Xingchen Network to discuss investment was because he didn't want to alert AL, JD.com and Penguin. Feng Bing and Chen Shui are both cyborgs and are 100% loyal to him. Therefore, on the surface, this company has nothing to do with him. But things didn't go as smoothly as expected. ByteDance was founded in 2012. It has Tuxio News, Huashan Video, and now Douyin under its name, with a market value of about $11 billion US. To be honest, there is no shortage of money in bit beating nowadays. In this case, the priorities are reversed, and the investor is no longer the investor. Therefore, Byte Group seemed a little disapproving of the Bingshui investment. That came forward on their own initiative. What's more, Bingshui Investment is just a newcomer in the investment world. There is no outstanding investment performance. Byte Company will not take Bingshui Investment seriously. However, Feng Bing's ability is also quite good. After receiving Gao Yan's order, she studied the Byte data. As a result, she made several constructive suggestions during the negotiation. What makes Gao Yan dumbfounded is that the Bit Group is unwilling to accept investment from Bingshui Investment, but plans to recruit Feng Bing to serve in the Bit Group, and the taste is not bad. Naturally, Feng Bing would not agree, but he got a chance to interview the boss of Byte Group. After listening to Feng Bing's report, Gao Yan asked, "Do you think this investment is likely?" Feng Bing said, "Boss, I think it is unlikely. What Byte Group needs now is not money, but something that can help them develop. My subordinates suggest that they reveal to Byte Group that Star Network, Xingchen Entertainment, and Bingshui Investment are the same company." A boss? Gao Yan thought for a while. Yes, but the other party needs to keep it secret. The daily activity of Sunday Mall is second only to Taobao and JD.com, and it is also a traffic pool in itself. If we can achieve traffic exchange with Byte, it will be of great benefit to both parties. That night, Feng Bing met with Boss Zhang of Bit Group. The two sides chatted happily at first, but when it came to investment, Boss Zhang just smiled. "Mr. Feng, with all due respect, our Byte Group no longer needs pure financial investment. But I appreciate Mr. Feng more. If Mr. Feng can come to Bit Group, and I can give you 1% of the shares and the position of vice president alone." After some exchanges, Boss Zhang really admired Feng Bing. Feng Bing smiled. "Mr. Zhang, thank you for your attention. However, I have no plans to change jobs now, but I can reveal a secret to you. I am actually just one of the spokespersons of Bingshui Investment, and the real boss is someone else." "Oh?" Boss Zhang became interested, and Feng Bing deliberately raised this point. Obviously, the boss of Bingshui Investment is not an ordinary person. Feng Bing continued, "Does Mr. Zhang know about Sunday Mall?" Hearing the name of Sunday Mall, Boss Zhang suddenly showed a look of surprise. "Is Xingchen Network behind Bingshui Investment?" To be precise, we, Bingshui Investment and Xingchen Network, are owned by the same company. Feng Bing nodded. "Besides, my boss is also the major shareholder of Xingchen Entertainment. If I guess correctly, Douyin is a key project of Byte Group. If you are willing to accept our investment, we can promote Xingchen Network and Xingchen Entertainment in-depth cooperation." Hear this. Boss Zhang couldn't help but think deeply. Douyin is indeed Byte's most important project at the moment. But the development is not as smooth as expected. Recently, there are rumors that Penguin is planning to invest in Kuaishou. This made them very worried. Once Penguin fully supports Kuaishou, it will be a big threat to Douyin. Although the development of Bytes is quite good, but compared with the old-fashioned internet empire Penguin, there is still a big gap. And now there are not only Douyin and Kuaishou as short video companies, many companies have entered the short video track, so Boss Zhang, who can't see the future, is not as confident as imagined. How much does Bing Shui Company plan to invest? The next moment, Boss Zhang looked up and asked. At least 20% of the shares can be at the market price. Feng Bing said with a smile. The market value is false. Although the market value of Byte has reached 11 billion, the valuation of the investment will definitely not be so high. Therefore, Feng Bing's proposal, to invest according to the market value is very sincere. Boss Zhang did not agree immediately and said he would go back for a meeting. Boss Zhang attaches great importance to this matter. After leaving the restaurant, he immediately rushed to the company and asked his assistant to notify other senior executives and directors to come to the meeting. Byte meeting room. At first, the directors and senior executives were unwilling to accept Bing Shui's investment. But after Boss Zhang threw out that Xingchen Entertainment and Sunday Mall and Bing Shui investment had the same boss, everyone's attitude changed. However, 20% of the shares are too much. Some people also suggested that they could cross-hold shares with Sunday Mall. The next day, Boss Zhang met with Feng Bing again. He said that Byte would accept a maximum of 10% investment from Bing Shui investment, but could take out another 10% of the shares to exchange for 10% of Xingchen Network's shares. Although Xingchen Network has not yet raised funds, its market value is also very high, with an external valuation of $15 billion. Therefore, it is not equal for Byte to exchange 10% for Xingchen Entertainment's 10%. Feng Bing cannot make a direct decision on this point. After calling Gao Yan for instructions, Gao Yan gave a condition that if Byte agreed to Bing Shui's 15% investment, he could exchange 10% of Xingchen Network shares for 10% of Byte's shares. You should know that in Gao Yan's memory of the next 5 years, Byte's market value has reached $100 billion. It seems to be a disadvantage now. It may not be a disadvantage in the future. Of course, for a business involving tens of billions, even if Boss Zhang was moved, he did not make a decision on the spot and had to go back for a meeting. But Feng Bing feels that, if nothing else, this investment is considered stable. So after the negotiation, he called Gao Yan again. At this moment, Gao Yan was meeting the owner of Tiansheng Garden. The other party's name is Qin Shizhong. He is in his early 40s, has a slightly rich body shape, sunken eyes, and a haggard look. It seems that he has not been going well recently. The price of the villa has been negotiated, and there is nothing to discuss. So, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the contract was signed. Yi Haiba was also present today, and he also invited staff from the housing authority. Helped with the transfer procedures on site. After completing the formalities, Gao Yan directly called Qin Shizhong the money. The person who received the money was obviously relieved. It seemed that he really needed the funds. What does Boss Qin do? Gao Yan asked casually. Those who open physical clothing stores have a large layout, but they have been going downhill in recent years. Yi Haiba said with some sigh. This is inevitable. Gao Yan said, online shopping is a trend, and clothing stores will only become more and more difficult in the future. But no, our real estate business is getting harder and harder to do with the adjustment of policies. Yi Haiba said with some regret. In the past, when it came to real estate, as long as you were brave, you could auction a piece of land first. Because you only need to pay a part of the deposit for the land acquired at auction, you have enough time to take the land to the bank for a mortgage loan, and use the money from the loan to pay the final payment. Then hold a groundbreaking ceremony, casually, build a sample room, and start Pre-sales. After the whole process, it can be said that it is a waste of time. But not anymore. It's difficult to get land and get a loan. If you want to get a pre-sale license, you can't just dig 2 shovels. Therefore, it's simply not feasible. To get nothing. Back to business. Gao Yan was able to win this villa because Yi Haiba helped a lot. Therefore, Gao Yan invited him to a meal at noon and said that his son was holding a full moon reception to ask for a drink. In the afternoon. After Gao Yan received Fang Zhenzhen's call, he hurried to Xingchen Network. Tell me, what's going on? Gao Yan asked in a deep voice. Hundreds of suppliers have terminated their contracts. Fang Zhenzhen handed Gao Yan a list. Gao Yan had read it and found that the products that had been discontinued were the best-selling products in the Sunday Mall. Can you find an alternative supplier? Gao Yan asked. Able. Fang Zhenzhen said, but it takes time. These products are our best-selling products on Black Sunday. Once they are out of stock, it will definitely affect our reputation. I'm afraid if someone else takes the lead again. Which company's arm is this? Gao Yan asked. Al and JD.com both took action. Fang Zhenzhen smiled bitterly and said that they had predicted that Al Department and JD.com would attack them, but they did not expect it to be so soon. You forgot, the day after tomorrow is Double 11, wouldn't it be too late? If they don't take action. Gao Yan sneered and said that shopping festivals are very important to both Taobao and JD.com, and will even have a greater impact on their stock prices. The discounts on Sunday Mall's weekly Black Sunday are even greater than the shopping festivals they hold. It has had a great negative impact on the shopping festival. The last National Day shopping festival had already caused them a heavy loss. In order to prevent Double 11 from being affected, they must curb the Sunday Mall. And Gao Yan estimates that attacking their suppliers is only the first step. They can't only have this method. As expected. Soon Fang Zhenzhen received 2 pieces of news. First, the advertisers they were cooperating with broke their contracts, and the advertisers they were negotiating with also stopped negotiating. In addition, several courier companies that cooperated with Sunday Mall did not directly break the contract, but made demands for price increases. The goods in Sunday Mall are sold very cheaply, and the profit is quite meager. Now that the express delivery price has increased, Sunday Mall will not make any money, but will lose money. What should we do? Fang Zhenzhen asked in a panic. The incident happened so suddenly that she was caught off guard. For a moment, she couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Let me think about it. Gao Yan looked thoughtful. After a while, he had an idea. Martial arts families and martial arts sects would have their own businesses. After all, martial arts training costs a lot of money. If you don't do business, how long can you keep doing nothing? Now that Gao Yan is a celebrity in the martial arts world, and he has the weapon of medicinal wine, even the 5 super martial arts families dare not offend him easily. Therefore, he can definitely seek help from a martial arts family or martial arts sect. However, he didn't know what businesses these martial arts families and martial arts sects were involved in. The best way is to pull them into a WeChat group and ask them. Think of this. Gao Yan picked up his cell phone and dialed Qin Zhihui's number. When the call was connected, Gao Yan asked, Old Qin, does our martial arts community have a WeChat group? Qin Zhihui said, no, but your idea is good. It would be easier to communicate. If there is a WeChat group. Gao Yan, in this way, I will first create a WeChat group, and then bring in the heads of every martial arts family and martial arts sect. Qin Zhi Hui, okay, after you create the group, pull me first. After the call ended, Gao Yan quickly created a WeChat group and first pulled Qin Zhi Hui, Sun Family Patriarch Sun Yuan Lin, and Wei Family Patriarch Wei Wanggu into the group. Gao Yan first changed his group nickname to Nandu Gao Yan, and then at everyone. Everyone change your nickname to prefix the name of the family head, and add your own name at the end. The three family heads acted quickly. Qin Family Patriarch Qin Zhi Hui, got it. Sun Family Patriarch Sun Yuan Lin, got it. Wei Family Patriarch Wei Wanggu, got it. Nandu Gao Yan, everyone, I plan to pull all the heads of martial arts families and martial arts sects into the group. If you know any family heads or sect heads, please pull them in quickly. The three family heads responded and fell silent. They should have gone to pull people in. Similarly, Gao Yan was also pulling people in. The first person he pulled was Qi Mingxia, the head of the Qi family. As soon as the other party entered the group, he first greeted Gao Yan politely, and then sent several red envelopes in succession. As soon as he saw the red envelope, Gao Yan couldn't help but clicked it. He was lucky and actually got 54.5 yuan. Wei Wanggu had the worst luck. He only got 1 cent out of a 200 yuan red envelope. Then, Gao Yan also pulled the heads of the 5 super martial arts families into the WeChat group. Although the Lu family and Gao Yan had a grudge, the Lu family was now seriously damaged and did not dare to offend a fierce man like Gao Yan. www. I have to say that people are completely two different people in reality and on the internet. Don't look at the heads of these martial arts families or martial arts sects, who are humble and polite in reality, but on the internet, they become active and arrogant. There were even 2 heads who quarreled in the group and made an appointment to fight offline. Fortunately, Gao Yan suppressed them in time. Half an hour later, the number of people in the martial arts exchange group has exceeded 100. Then Gao Yan sent the previous words about changing names to the group, asking everyone to change their names. The nicknames became the heads of the families or the heads of the sects. If ordinary people joined this group, they would probably think that everyone in this group was a bunch of Chinibu patients. Gao Yan is the founder of this WeChat group. After the group is successfully founded, it is natural to say something. Otherwise it will not be formal. Therefore, he elaborated on the 2 main purposes of creating this martial arts exchange group. First, everyone can communicate and share martial arts with each other in the group. Secondly, every family and sect has its own business, and everyone is a martial arts practitioner, so talking about business is simpler and more direct. Finally, Gao Yan announced that in order to celebrate the successful establishment of the martial arts exchange group, he would sell 10 bottles of medicinal wine to each family head at a 20% discount. If necessary, you can contact him privately. As soon as the news was announced, the family heads and heads of the group all started to flatter Gao Yan. The efficacy of medicinal wine has long been spread in the martial arts world. Although the price is relatively expensive, the effect is quite overbearing. Many people from aristocratic families or sects who have purchased the medicinal wine have broken through their original realm after taking the medicinal wine. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan's private messages exploded, and all the family heads sent him private messages, asking to purchase medicinal wine. None of the family heads or heads in the group were left behind. Finally, Gao Yan announced in the group that those who ordered medicinal wine could directly send someone to Nandu to pick it up. Follow closely. Gao Yan also sent more than 100 kinds of goods that were urgently needed in the mall on Sunday to the group. If it is in stock, you can contact his company directly. I have just received a lot of benefits from Gao Yan, and these family heads are quite enthusiastic. Soon, Xingchen Network received calls from people from these martial arts families or sects, all saying that they could provide them with sufficient supplies. Is this solved? Fang Xinjin said in disbelief. Otherwise? Gao Yan shrugged, hurry up and send someone to contact us, and sign a contract, by the way. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. Fang Xinjin said hurriedly. The problem of the supply of goods has been solved, but the matter of the express company has not yet been solved. So Gao Yan asked in the group again which family had a courier company. To Gao Yan's surprise, there were several express delivery companies in the group. So Gao Yan immediately arranged for someone to talk. He then asked if there were any advertisers. Not surprisingly, there are also martial arts families involved. Thus, the advertising problem was also solved. Similarly, Gao Yan also sent people to discuss cooperation. Boss, you are so awesome. Seeing that Gao Yan easily resolved the company's crisis, Fang Xinjin excitedly stepped forward and hugged Gao Yan. That's almost enough. If you keep hugging me, I'll treat you like a hooligan. Gao Yan joked. Bah, you're the one who's acting like a hooligan. Fang Xinjin let go of Gao Yan with a slight blush. That afternoon, Gao Yan drove to Yangdong Science College. After receiving classmate Xiaozhua, he handed her a file bag, a gift for you. What? Classmate Xiaozhua asked curiously. You'll know if you take a look. When classmate Xiaozhua took out the information in the document bag and read it, he couldn't help but be startled, and then he was moved and said, Husband, why did you give me such a valuable thing? Do you like it? Gao Yan asked. I like it, but it's too expensive. Classmate Xiaozhua saw that the transaction price of this villa was 50 million. Although she knew that Gao Yan was rich, she was still quite surprised and moved when he directly gave her a 50 million villa. If you like it, accept it. Besides, you are the most precious in my heart. And a villa is nothing. You are the only one who can talk, but I like it. Classmate Xiaozhua chuckled and said that she did not refuse because she knew that Gao Yan only told her after everything was done, and he just didn't want her to refuse. It would be pretentious and hypocritical for her to refuse. Would you like to visit the villa? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Okay. So Gao Yan drove to Tiansheng Garden. This name is not good, why don't you think of another one? After arriving, Gao Yan pointed to the name of the villa erected on the stone outside the villa. Heavenly Garden, I think this name is quite good. Therefore, Gao Yan had no choice but to explain. It turns out that there is a club over there in the capital called Tianshengrenjian, but it was later closed down due to violations, so I think the word Tian is unlucky. Okay, let me think about it. Classmate Xiaozhua looked thoughtful, and after a while she said, why don't we call it Lingxi Garden? I don't have the wings of a colorful phoenix, but I have a clear mind. Gao Yan instantly thought of the origin of the word Lingxi and read it out. Then he held Xiaozhua's hand and said, okay, let's call it Lingxi Garden. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Classmate Xiaozhua was very satisfied with her boyfriend's performance and pulled Gao Yan into the villa with excitement on his face. Wow, this villa looks pretty new. Gao Yan explained, the previous owner only renovated it 3 years ago. Because he doesn't live there often, it looks relatively new. Of course, if you are not satisfied with the decoration style, you can dismantle it and reinstall it. Anyway, Gao Yan is not short of that little decoration fee. No, it's fine now. Xiaozhua waved his hand quickly. Then replace the furniture and appliances. After all, the appliances in the villa were purchased 3 years ago and seem a bit outdated. Okay, but I'll pay for the furniture and appliances. Classmate Xiaozhua said. Do you have money? Gao Yan asked. Have you forgotten that I still have parents? Isn't this bad? Classmate Xiaozhua said with a smile, why is it bad? My parents only have a daughter. Besides, I don't ask them for money for anything else, but to buy furniture and appliances. My parents will definitely not have any objection. While talking, classmate Xiaozhua took out his mobile phone and played a video for Jiang Tianqin. Soon, Jiang Tianqin appeared in the video. Baby, did you miss your mother when you sent her a video? Upon hearing this, Gao Yan wanted to laugh inexplicably, and thought to himself, your baby is asking you for money when he plays the video for you. Classmate Xiaozhua smiled evilly and said, yes, Mom, I miss you, you are still working. Jiang Tianqin was very happy when he heard what his daughter said. At this time, classmate Xiaozhua turned the camera on his mobile phone and took a picture of Gao Yan. Xiao Gao is here too. The smile on Jiang Tianqin's face became even wider. Hello, Aunt. Gao Yan waved to the other party. Mom, Brother Yan gave me a villa, let me show you around. Then Xiaozhua turned on the camera and took Jiang Tianqin to visit the villa. Baby, this villa is not cheap. Seeing the size of this villa, Jiang Tianqin was a little surprised. Gao Yan gave his daughter a car before, and the couple were already quite surprised. They didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, they would give their daughter such a big villa again. It cost 50 million. Xiaozhua said proudly. Why are you so ignorant, kid? How can you accept such a valuable thing? Casually? Jiang Tianqin scolded. I didn't want to either, but he directly wrote down my name when he bought the villa and told me after the purchase. If I don't accept it, wouldn't I be betraying your good son-in-law's wishes? That's right. Jiang Tianqin nodded. By the way, Mom, you took a tour and didn't find anything wrong with this villa? Xiaozhua began to dig holes. Is there a problem? Jiang Tianqin frowned slightly, showing a look of serious thought. Classmate Xiaozhua started to flash his knife. Mom, this villa is second hand, but the decoration is quite new, but the furniture and appliances are all old, don't you think so? Jiang Tianqin, who was originally a strong businesswoman, came to her senses. When she heard this, and said angrily, if you have anything to say, just say it directly, and you are still trying to do this to your mother. Aren't I worried that you will blame me for spending money randomly? Xiaozhua said cheerfully. Okay, I'll transfer 1 million to you right away. If it's not enough, just tell me. Thank you, Mom, you are so kind. Classmate Xiaozhua quickly gave me a slap in the face. The future mother-in-law is very efficient. She quickly transferred 1 million to Xiaozhua's card. Husband, let's go buy home appliances together this weekend. Xiaozhua was very confident after receiving the money. Okay. After returning to number 15 Yujinjiwen, Gao Yan gave Chu Xiu a task, asking him To find someone to change the name of Tianxia Garden to Lingxi Garden. It is worth mentioning that Zhuge Yong and his grandson went back to Hong Kong Island in the afternoon. A Southeast Asian tycoon asked him to look at feng shui. After paying Gao Yan 100 million, he didn't have much money in his pocket, so he naturally had to help people look at feng shui a few more times. Before leaving, Zhuge Qianqian looked reluctant, mainly because the food at Gao Yan's house was too good. However, Gao Yan said that they could come to play anytime when they were free. In the future. In the evening. The bedroom upstairs of the villa. After taking a shower, Xiaozhua got into Gao Yan's arms and whispered in her ear, "Hubby, I don't have class tomorrow morning." Hearing such a hint, Gao Yan couldn't help it. He turned over and pressed Xiaozhua under him and kissed her lips. The next morning, all the major martial arts families and sects sent people to take away the medicinal wine. Selling 1,000 bottles of medicinal wine at a 20% discount, Gao Yan once again gained 16 billion experience points and 160 billion system returns, which directly broke the system reserve fund of 3.2 trillion. Recently, Gao Yan has been obsessed with spiritual practice, but the condensation of gongqi has not fallen behind. After all, there is an on-hook cheat. But God rewards hard work, only for one thing. Therefore, the gongqi has only reached 62, and the physical fitness has also increased by a few points, reaching 260 points. It is worth mentioning that Chen Yusen's new song is really popular. And the popularity is quite high. In the past 2 days, even the super first line has to give way to her, which shows how popular she is. The entertainment industry divides artists into 18-tier, 3rd tier, 2nd tier, 1st tier, and super 1st tier. With My Him, Chen Yusen has entered the range of 2nd-tier artists. Now that the song General is popular, it is only a sure thing to enter the 1st tier. There is another thing. That is, Xingchen Entertainment's first TV series has also been filmed. Now it is in post-production and is also looking for a suitable TV station. At the same time, Xingchen Entertainment's second movie has also started to be established. The success of the first movie greatly boosted the morale of Xingchen Entertainment, so the employees are very motivated. The first movie, Difficult Brothers, was only an A-level movie script, but the second one was also given by Gao Yan, but it was an S-level script. As long as the director does not mess around and shoots according to the storyboard script. Once it is released, it will have a box office of at least 1.5 billion. After all, only the A-level Difficult Brothers has a box office of 1.2 billion. That night, Boss Zhang met with Feng Bing again. Bytes can agree to Gao Yan's request, but they also have a condition, that is, to sign Chen Yusen as the spokesperson for Douyin. The current Douyin is not the Douyin of the future. Celebrities are still needed to attract traffic. After learning about Boss Zhang's conditions, Gao Yan agreed without much hesitation. Then, Feng Bing signed a contract with Byte on behalf of Gao Yan. The formal contract still requires Gao Yan to go to Beijing in person. Byte originally planned to hold a signing ceremony, but Gao Yan refused and said that even if reporters were invited, he could not be included in the frame. The formal signing date is set for next Monday. In the early hours of that night, the Double 11 shopping festival officially arrived. Taobao and JD.com both offered great discounts. The mall didn't intend to join in the fun on Sunday. After all, there is a Black Sunday event every week. But it's not Gao Yan's style to just take a beating without fighting back. So, Gao Yan ordered that this Double 11 should be held with a loss of 20 billion. Gao Yan has a memory of the next 5 years and knows that Taobao has achieved sales of 91.2 billion this Double 11, and JD.com also has a transaction volume of more than 30 billion. However, in the future memory, there was no Sunday Mall. Now that there is Sunday Mall, they can't achieve such a high transaction volume. What's more, Gao Yan also took out 20 billion to make a loss. Don't think that investment banks and investment companies look down on Gao Yan's behavior of squandering money at the slightest disagreement. But netizens like him very much. Because Gao Yan squandered money, they got benefits. Moreover, Sunday Mall is also very cunning. It was not until half an hour before the opening of Double 11 that they advertised everywhere, saying that the super spendthrift was back and would lose 20 billion on Double 11 this time. If other companies and e-commerce companies advertised like this, netizens would think it was false advertising. But the boss of Sunday Mall is different. This guy has a criminal record. Last time, because he was unhappy with the Fruit mobile phone, he directly held a mobile phone lottery and lost tens of billions. The squandering of this Double 11 is not as strong as last time, it is definitely not false advertising. Time goes back half an hour ago. Hangzhou, L Group meeting room. Looking at the advertisements of Sunday Mall, Boss Ma and his senior executives all looked constipated. Hey, I shouldn't have provoked this guy earlier. He will ruin the family if he doesn't agree with me, said an executive with a depressed look. How about we adjust the discount too? An executive suggested. It's too late. Someone answered, our model is different from Sunday Mall. They buy goods and sell them by themselves. There is only half an hour left. There are so many merchants. It is too late to communicate, let alone other things. This Sunday Mall is really cunning. He is only promoting it now, just to catch us off guard. A vice president said hatefully. Similarly, JD Group is also watching the advertisement of Sunday Mall. A senior executive said, this Sunday Mall is so disgusting. How can you do business like this? You turn the table over when you disagree with something. A vice president snorted coldly, humph, I have said that this guy is not easy to mess with. I told you not to mess with him, but you didn't listen. Old Lou, who was sitting in the first seat, patted the table, okay, stop arguing, let's discuss how to deal with it. Penguin Group. Zhang Daming has also been paying close attention to the movements of Sunday Mall these days. When he learned that AL and JD were working together to suppress Sunday Mall, he couldn't help but secretly applauded. But what he didn't expect was the suppression of the two companies did not play the expected role. Instead, the counterattack of Sunday Mall caused a lot of trouble to the two companies. Old Zhang, do you still have the confidence to take down Xingchen Network now? Xiao Ma asked in a deep voice. Difficult. Zhang Daming shook his head, I have a feeling that Gao Yan doesn't care about money at all. Okay, cancel the acquisition plan. Xiao Ma smiled. Why? Zhang Daming was puzzled, if we take down Sunday Mall, we can make up for the lack of e-commerce. I know. Xiao Ma nodded, but we can't afford to provoke this Gao Yan. Can't afford to provoke? Zhang Daming was stunned, and then pointed to the top of his head, is he the son of a big boss? No, he has no relationship with the above. Xiao Ma shook his head, but he is a big boss in the martial arts world, a Dan Jin Grandmaster. He was also mentioned by Gao Yan's name today, and was heard by his personal bodyguard. His personal bodyguard is a member of a martial arts family, and his strength has reached the peak of dark energy. Some time ago, Gao Yan made a big splash at a martial arts exchange meeting, and the bodyguard naturally heard of him. Noticing that the personal bodyguard looked different, Xiao Ma asked him if he knew Gao Yan. Then the personal bodyguard told him everything about Gao Yan. What does Grandmaster Dan Jin mean? Zhang Daming said in confusion that although he was the manager of Penguin Investment Department, he was still a laborer with a lower level and had not yet come into contact with a real warrior. Xiao Ma himself is not from an ordinary family, and with his current rank, he naturally has a certain understanding of the martial arts world. So he explained, martial artists are divided into Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Hua Jin, Dan Jin, and Gang Jin. As long as you reach Hua Jin, even if you hold a gun, others can easily kill you. If you reach Dan Jin, you will be completely defeated. Don't be afraid of ordinary firearms. Unless you are surrounded by hundreds of guns and live ammunition, you can't do anything to them. Mr. Ma, is this a lie? Doesn't it mean that our Kung Fu in Daxia is all about embroidering our fists and embroidering our legs? Zhang Daming said doubtfully. We all use the internet ourselves, how can you still believe what is said on the internet? Xiao Ma said calmly, take my personal bodyguard Lao Jin as an example. He is a warrior at the peak of dark strength. He can easily defeat 30 or 50 strong men. So powerful? Zhang Daming was surprised. He didn't think that was Xiao Ma's intelligence. He would be fooled by the bodyguard. Xiao Ma continued, that Gao Yan is very famous. He once performed walking on water at a martial arts exchange conference not long ago. The water surface only submerged the soles of his feet. He also fought with a special organization affiliated with the government and almost did it. Kill the boss of that special organization, and nothing will happen to him. So exaggerated? Zhang Daming was shocked. He did not expect that Gao Yan, who seemed harmless to humans and animals, was actually such a fierce man. It's so exaggerated. There was a hint of fear on Xiao Ma's face. For a warrior like Gao Yan, it's okay if you don't provoke him. If you provoke him, he will kill several ordinary people and crush him to death with his methods. There is no difference between a few ants. It's so arrogant, don't the police care? Zhang Daming said subconsciously. Xiao Ma showed a bit of sneer, the police must also pay attention to evidence when arresting people. If a master of Danjin wants to kill you, even the forensic doctors can't find out the cause of death. Why should the police arrest people? Of course, you don't have to worry too much. Our government is not a vegetarian. As long as you don't offend people too much, they won't dare to kill people easily. At the same time, Boss Zhang of Byte Group is also paying attention to this 011 war. TSK, this boss is really a man of temperament. He will spend 20 billion at any time. He will probably make AL and JD.com disgusted. At this moment, Boss Zhang also downloaded a Sunday Mall app. After registering, he clicked on a set of branded cosmetics. This cosmetic is commonly used by his wife. The counter price is 3,500 yuan. But at this moment, the price of this cosmetic is only 800 yuan. The purchase price of brand cosmetics like this is not low, at least 30% of the selling price. Therefore, based on 30% calculation, the purchase price is 1,050 yuan. Now it sells for 800 yuan. Doesn't it mean that you will lose 250 yuan if you sell a set? Then he ordered several products one after another, and the prices were quite low, even lower than the purchase price. Even he felt quite tempted. Not to mention ordinary users. Later, he clicked on Taobao and JD.com to search for the same product, and found that even if he received the coupon and purchased it, it would still be much more expensive than at Sunday Mall. He knew that Taobao and JD.com might not have a good time this Double 11. And it would be impossible to recreate the glory of last year. Because of the Double 11 shopping festival, netizens are already quite active at this time, so on Sunday the mall launched advertising half an hour in advance, and the effect was very good. In particular, the topic of the Super Prodigal Son's comeback has been on Weibo's hot search list. And it also occupied several hot searches. Therefore, in just half an hour, the download volume of Sunday Mall surged by tens of millions, and the number of online users exceeded 100 million in the early morning, almost breaking the server of Sunday Mall. Fortunately, Gao Yan asked the Red Emperor to take action, otherwise, the server of the Sunday Mall might not be able to sustain it. The order volume of the mall also skyrocketed crazily on Sunday. When the time came to 1 o'clock in the morning, you could see through the back end of Sunday Mall that in just 1 hour, the number of orders actually reached 23 million. The average amount per order is more than 500 yuan. The reason why the amount is so high is not that the prices in the mall on Sunday are too low, so you can make a profit if you grab them. What's even more incredible is, logically speaking, it is already 1 o'clock in the morning, so the number of people online should have dropped. But after 1 a.m., the number of people online exploded again, reaching 120 million people. This frightened the technical staff of Sunday Mall, fearing that the server would not be able to hold on and explode. But what makes the technicians feel weird is that even though there are more than 100 million people online, the entire website seems extremely smooth. Is it God's blessing? Some technicians couldn't help but think. When the time came to 2 o'clock in the morning, the number of people online finally dropped, leaving only more than 80 million, but it was still a terrifying number. In the second hour, the number of orders was actually higher than in the first hour, reaching more than 35 million orders, and the average amount of each order also increased to 600 yuan. The transaction amount in 2 hours reached a terrifying more than 30 billion. Fang Zhenzhen was happy and worried at the same time when she learned this data. I am happy that the transaction amount is indeed very eye-catching, but I am worried that the more I sell, the more I will lose. As the saying goes, having fun alone is not as good as having fun together, so Fang Zhenzhen immediately asked someone to announce the transaction amount for 2 hours. L Group. Even at 2 o'clock in the morning, Boss Ma did not go home, but stayed in the office to take charge personally. How much is the transaction amount? After the secretary came in, he asked calmly. Chairman, after 2 hours, our transaction amount has just exceeded 8 billion. Upon hearing this data, Boss Ma's face darkened. Do you have data on JD.com and Sunday Mall? The secretary hesitated and said, JD.com has exceeded 3 billion in 2 hours. And Sunday Mall has exceeded 30 billion, but they are all losing money and shouting. Losing money and shouting? A sneer appeared on Boss Ma's face. What is the most important thing about e-commerce? Is the user. If there are users, there will be traffic. You must know that Taobao can achieve today's glory, but it stepped on the corpses of countless e-commerce companies. The mall seemed to be losing money that Sunday, but they gained the loyalty of users. As long as there is user support, the money lost will be earned back sooner or later. JD.com. Delu also saw the transaction amount of the mall on Sunday. Haha, I originally thought he was the second child, but it turns out I am the third child. The war between the three major e-commerce companies was fierce, but as the boss, Gao Yan didn't pay attention and slept soundly with his girl in his arms. After all, everything is arranged, so there's nothing to worry about. Then Fang Zhenzhen called Gao Yan. Hey, why are you calling in the middle of the night? Gao Yan said impatiently. Boss, my transaction amount has exceeded 30 billion. Fang Zhenzhen said excitedly. Oh, I know. Aren't you excited? Fang Zhenzhen found it difficult to accept Gao Yan's reaction. Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow if you have anything to do. I want to sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, watching the call being hung up, Fang Zhenzhen suddenly went crazy. What the hell, what kind of boss is this? The next morning, Gao Yan got up and stretched his body first, then woke up Xiaozhua, who was sleeping soundly. After breakfast, Gao Yan sent Xiaozhua to Yangdong Science, and then he drove to Nandu University. By the way, Xiaohong, how was the performance of the Sunday mall last night? Gao Yan asked casually. Hong Huang, boss, from midnight last night to 8 o'clock in the morning, the number of orders has reached 120 million, with an average order amount of 500 yuan per order, and the transaction amount has reached more than 60 billion. How much of the 20 billion I subsidized has been spent? Gao Yan asked. Hong Huang said, more than 8 billion has been spent. What about Taobao and JD? Gao Yan continued to ask. Hong Huang said, Taobao's transaction amount just broke 20 billion, and JD only 7.8 billion. Okay, I know, keep paying attention. Gao Yan's mouth drew a smile. He didn't intend to provoke AL and JD, but who knew that these two companies would secretly trip him up, so don't blame him for being rude. As for 20 billion, it is a great fortune in the eyes of others, but for him, it is nothing at all, and he can earn it back by buying a few bottles of medicinal wine. If he didn't want to be high profile, he would have directly withdrawn all the money in the system, and he would have become the richest man in the world in one fell swoop, not to mention that most of his assets are in cash. Who in this world is as rich as him? Hong Huang, by the way, master, there are many hackers who are looking for you. Gao Yan didn't ask why. He lost tens of billions in the mobile phone lottery last time, and he plans to lose 20 billion again during the Double 11 festival this time. Unfortunately, this super prodigal son has never appeared in front of the media. It's normal to be curious about his identity. Xiaohong, you didn't let them investigate anything, did you? Hong Huang, don't worry, master, they only know your name. As for other related information, it is impossible to leak it on the internet. Gao Yan had ordered Hong Huang before not to let his private information and photos appear on the internet. Good job, keep it up, I will find you another boss lady next year. Gao Yan said in a good mood. Hong Huang, what have you been doing these 2 days? Yang Yu asked in a questioning tone as soon as she sat down in the classroom. I recently got a girlfriend and took her out to play. Gao Yan deliberately angered Yang Yu. You bastard. Yang Yu was really angry and turned her head to the side, not bothering to pay attention to this bastard. The class WeChat group was quite lively today. Many classmates were posting shopping links of the Sunday Mall in the group. This was an idea proposed by the company's senior management. If a new user registers in the Sunday Mall through the link, a 10 yuan cash coupon will be rewarded. If the new user chooses to shop, another 20 yuan cash coupon will be rewarded. The Sunday cash coupon can be used to purchase any item in the Sunday Mall, except that it cannot be withdrawn. The 30 yuan cash coupon can already buy a large bag of snacks on Sunday. Therefore, it is still very tempting for college students. In a blink of an eye, time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At noon, Fang Zhenzhen called Gao Yan again to report the situation of the next Sunday Mall. 4 hours in the morning. There were more than 50 million additional orders. When it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the total number of orders had exceeded 200 million. The transaction amount directly exceeded 100 billion. But after this transaction amount was posted online, all major e-commerce companies were particularly jealous. Naturally, some people jumped out to discredit Sunday Mall. There is no way to discredit other places. They just kept accusing Sunday Mall of unfair competition and disrupting the market, and hoped that relevant departments would investigate Sunday Mall. If it were other things, netizens would still follow suit. But in the matter of Gao Yan's ruining the family, they were the ones who benefited. Therefore, for these remarks, netizens did not give face at all, and scolded those Weibo big verses as running dogs of profiteers who could not bear to see everyone doing well. So, on the internet, as long as it does not involve the interests of netizens, they will follow suit. www. But when it comes to their own interests, not only will they not be led by the rhythm, but they will also scold you like a dog. Those big verses who were almost autistic after being scolded by netizens deleted their Weibo and closed the comment area to become dead dogs. Although Double 11 is still a few hours away. But the mall has already locked the first place on Sunday. Gao Yan naturally won't pay too much attention. He drove to Yangdong Science and Technology to pick up Xiaozhua and take him back to the villa. After all, he still needs to buy furniture and appliances tomorrow. But on the way, he received a call from Xiaozhua to apologize. It was Qin Iran, the rabbit, who temporarily pulled Xiaozhua to the laboratory. It won't be over until 9 o'clock in the evening. Xiaohong, Qin Iran didn't do it on purpose, did she? Gao Yan asked Hong Huang. This Qin Iran is an associate professor, so how many projects does she have? Hong Huang, boss, this Qin Iran didn't do it on purpose. Although she is only an associate professor, her R&D ability is really strong, so there are more projects to cooperate with her. If she is not qualified, she would have been promoted to professor long ago. Since it's not intentional, forget it. Gao Yan is not an unreasonable person. As long as Qin Iran doesn't deliberately create obstacles for him and Xiaozhua, he doesn't bother to care about the other party. Number 15 Yujinjiwen Restaurant on the first floor. While eating, Gao Yan took out a bottle of spiritual medicine wine. The medicinal properties of spiritual medicine wine are milder and easier to absorb. In addition, the efficacy of the medicine has also been improved a lot, and, more importantly, the taste of the wine has also reached the highest level. Therefore, after tasting the elixir wine, Li Yingnan and Sun Ruoshi both exclaimed in surprise. But after just 2 drinks, Li Yingnan couldn't bear it anymore, got up and ran to the yard to box. After 1 punch, the realm naturally broke through to the middle stage of Ming Jin. Sun Ruoshi had already broken through to Anjin, but she could only drink 3. Drinks. She also ran to the yard to box. Although she had not broken through to the middle stage of Anjin, she felt that she was getting closer. After all, they were his apprentices. Ming Jin and Anjin were really unable to deal with them, so Gao Yan took out the elixir wine for them to drink. After dinner, Gao Yan suddenly received a call from Tu Yun. But the construction of his manor would start tomorrow, and he was asked if he wanted to attend the groundbreaking ceremony. This project was eventually won by Wang Wanling's Bandon group. As for the Deng family, they have been kicked out of the Bandon group. Originally, the Deng family was still a little unconvinced, but Wang Wanling's old and cunning guy didn't know what he said to the other party and made him stop immediately. For a large project worth 20 billion renminbi, the Bandon group will definitely have to publicize it. Gao Yan had no intention of appearing on camera. So he simply entrusted Tu Yun to attend the groundbreaking ceremony on his behalf. Early 9 p.m. Gao Yan picked up classmate Xiaozhua downstairs in the laboratory. "Are you hungry?" I asked Sister Xing to prepare a midnight snack. Gao Yan said with a smile. Classmate Xiaozhua said happily, "Husband, you are so kind to others. I will never be able to repay you in this life. After all, I have already pledged myself to you. Otherwise, I will pledge myself to you again in the next life." "No, what if you are a man in your next life?" Classmate Xiaozhua was stunned for a moment, and then said with a wicked smile, "If I become a man in my next life, you will become a woman, and I will raise you." Gao Yan. I feel a little cocooned. Seeing Gao Yan's aggrieved expression, classmate Xiaozhua couldn't help laughing happily. "Watch how I deal with you tonight," Gao Yan said angrily. "Come on, who's afraid of who?" Xiaozhua said without fear. Early Saturday morning. Gao Yan woke up classmate Xiaozhua, who was still sleeping. "No, hubby, I still want to sleep a little longer." Classmate Xiaozhua got into Gao Yan's arms and acted coquettishly. "Are you not sure?" There was a smirk on Gao Yan's lips, and a big hand retracted into someone's pajamas. Feeling Gao Yan's movements, classmate Xiaozhua suddenly sobered up a lot and said quickly, "Farewell, husband, I'll get up right now." "You little one, let's see if I can't cure you," Gao Yan said with a proud smile. After breakfast, Gao Yan took Xiaozhua to the largest brand furniture store in Nandu. When he saw the price tags of these furniture, classmate Xiaozhua was a bit speechless. "Husband, why are these furniture so expensive?" Even though her family is quite wealthy. But after all, his father was an official and had to pay attention to the influence, so the furniture and appliances at home were not expensive. Today's villas have more than a dozen bedrooms. The cheapest mattress here costs 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Add another furniture, and 1 million yuan is not enough at all, let alone other home appliances. "It's okay, I'll just pay the bill," Gao Yan said with a smile. But classmate Xiaozhua said firmly, "No, I will buy it as promised. Just wait. For me, I will call my mother." Seeing this, Gao Yan was a little helpless. Walking aside, classmate Xiaozhua dialed Jiang Tianqin's number. As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Tianqin's voice came, "Daughter, do you have not enough money?" "How do you know?" Student Xiaozhua was a little surprised. "It was also my mother's negligence. The furniture and appliances in the villa must not be purchased as second-hand goods, and there are so many rooms. 1 million is definitely not enough. It was your father who reminded me that I realized it, so my mother prepared another 2 million for you." When the money is insufficient, I will transfer it to you. Hearing Jiang Tianqin say this, classmate Xiaoxue was particularly moved. Mom, thank you, and please help me thank Dad. Okay, you are my mother's daughter, so I won't say thank you. As long as you and Xiao Gao live well in the future, we parents will be satisfied. And Xiao Gao is a very good kid. You must get along well with him, don't be mean. When classmate Xiaoxue came back, Gao Yan noticed that her eyes were faintly red. What's wrong? Gao Yan asked, quickly. It's okay. My parents also guessed that 1 million was not enough, so they prepared 2 million for me in advance. I was a little touched, Xiaoxue said softly. To be honest, Gao Yan was a little envious of classmate Xiaoxue, who had parents who would consider her, unlike him, who was abandoned at birth and later adopted by Gao Jincheng and his wife, and did not live a good life for long. I have never enjoyed true fatherly and motherly love at all. Soon, classmate Xiaoxue received 2 million transferred from his mother. Now that he has money, Xiaoxue's classmate has gained confidence and takes Gao Yan on a shopping spree in the furniture store. In the end, it cost almost 1.2 million. After buying furniture, they hurried to the electrical appliance city. It was approaching noon, and I had almost bought all the home appliances I needed to buy. There was still more than 200,000 yuan left from 3 million yuan. Husband, you have worked hard, I will treat you to a big dinner today. Classmate Xiaoxue waved his hand. Okay. Gao Yan did not refuse. But after eating, she felt a little regretful. Husband, I feel a bit shortchanged. I spent more than a few thousand, but it's not as good as sister Xing's cooking. Indeed. Gao Yan nodded in agreement, and Chu Xing made their mouths naughty. Don't go out to eat in the future. Let Sister Xing cook whatever you want to eat. She knows both Chinese and Western food. By the way, what are you going to do with the rest of your money? I plan to transfer it back to my mother, said classmate Xiaoxue. I have a suggestion here, do you want to listen to it? Gao Yan suddenly said. Classmate Xiaoxue nodded. Gao Yan said, I have a team that is doing US stocks, and the profits are pretty good, so I can suggest that you give the remaining money to my team for operation. There is no problem in making your money several times before the end of the year. Is it really that profitable? Classmate Xiaoxue said with some suspicion. She didn't suspect that Gao Yan was greedy for her money, but that Gao Yan used other methods to give her money. The main reason is that if you have small funds, it is easy to double them. If the funds are large, it will not be easy. Gao Yan explained, I will use your ID card to open an account. At that time, you only need to log into the account. Can see transaction records? Okay then, I will listen to you and give you all the money. Xiaoxue took out a bank card and handed it to Gao Yan. After returning to the villa, Gao Yan understands the results of Double 11. During the 20 hours of Double 11, the number of orders in the mall on Sunday reached 310 million, and the average amount of each order reached 500 yuan. In other words, in just one day, the transaction amount of Sunday mall reached a terrifying 150 billion. In fact, at around 9 o'clock last night, Gao Yan's 20 billion subsidy funds were all spent. But this did not dampen everyone's enthusiasm for shopping, because even without subsidies, the prices of many products in Sunday Mall are lower than those on Taobao and JD.com. Of course, an article on Weibo also made a lot of contributions. The article is called "Don't Let the Super Prodigal Go Bankrupt." When he wrote this article, he also did a lot of research, took many examples of products from the Sunday Mall, and even got the manufacturer's purchase price list. Comparing the two, it is clear at a glance that the price in the Sunday Mall is much lower than the manufacturer's purchase price. Then, the other party introduced a lucky draw for buying a mobile phone in the article. Finally, he said that there are not many businessmen like the owner of Sunday Mall who are conscientious and spendthrift. Everyone should do their part and don't let the other party bankrupt Sunday Mall. Originally, this article was also a little popular. Then Fang Zhenzhen found out and bought a hot search directly. In the end, this article at least brought millions of orders to Sunday Mall. Although 1 million orders are nothing compared to the total order volume of 310 million. But this article has enhanced the popularity and reputation of Sunday Mall. It is worth mentioning. The download volume of Sunday Mall has exceeded 1 billion. At the same time, Byte is also quite excited, because the rise of Sunday is already predictable. This Double 11, Sunday Mall won a transaction amount of 150 billion, but as the leader of e-commerce, it only had 42 billion. As for the original second place, JD.com, it only broke 10 billion. The two together are only a fraction of Sunday Mall. Some even shouted that the old king should abdicate and the new king should ascend the throne, and Sunday Mall would become the domestic e-commerce leader in one fell swoop. Fortunately, today is Saturday and the stock market is not open. Otherwise, I don't know how much the stock prices of Taobao and JD.com would fall this weekend. Xiaozhua has a fulfilling life. Although it is tiring to decorate the new home, she feels very satisfied. Therefore, on Sunday afternoon, everyone moved to Lingxi Garden. Early Monday morning, Gao Yan boarded Tu Yan's private plane and flew to Beijing. To show his sincerity, Boss Zhang personally brought people to the airport to greet him. After the Double 11 battle, the reputation of Sunday Mall has been thoroughly established. Everyone knows that as long as Sunday Mall does not commit suicide, its development potential is not inferior to Taobao. Therefore, they have made a lot of money by exchanging 10% of the shares for 10% of the shares of Sunday Mall. Soon, the plane landed, and Boss Zhang and Feng Bing drove up together to greet them. At this time, a luxury car team followed. Then a group of young people with extraordinary momentum got off the car. Boss Zhang's entourage whispered a few words in his ear. Suddenly, Boss Zhang looked at the group of young people with a little more fear, because his entourage recognized that several of them were second generation with high status. Although he didn't know the others, he must be of similar status to be able to walk with this group of second generation. When Gao Yan got off the plane, the group of young people shouted in unison, "Welcome Brother Yan to Beijing." Seeing the scene that Wu Junlai and his group had created, Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry, "I wonder what you are doing, are you all so idle?" Wu Junlai chuckled, "We are considering that Brother Yan's status is no longer the same as before, and we don't want to weaken your status by doing this." Gao Yan waved his hand, "Okay, I appreciate your kindness, but I came to Beijing to discuss business this time. You go first, and I will contact you after I finish the business." "Okay, then we will withdraw first." Wu Junlai nodded and quickly evacuated with a group of little brothers. It can be said that they came quickly and left quickly. At this time, Feng Bing stepped forward quickly and bowed slightly, "Boss, thank you for your hard work." Gao Yan nodded to Feng Bing, and then looked at Boss Zhang. Feeling Gao Yan's gaze, Boss Zhang stepped forward subconsciously and stretched out his hands. Hello, Boss Gao, I am Zhang Erming from Byte. Gao Yan also stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Hello, Boss Zhang. I am Gao Yan. Before, he was not sure that the man in front of him was the boss of Xingchen Network, because he looked too young, only in his early 20s. It was not until Feng Bing saluted Gao Yan that he was sure that the young man in front of him was the boss Gao. And judging from the performance of the second generation just now, the identity of this young boss Gao is probably extraordinary. Maybe he is also a second generation. No wonder the other party can easily resolve the suppression of AL and JD.com. And even fight back. Especially this Double 11 battle was particularly beautiful. If before, he still thought that this boss Gao was an impulsive super prodigal, but now he thinks that this is not the case at all. This should be a deliberately created personality. Whether it is a mobile phone lottery event or a 20 billion subsidy for users, it should be a strategy formulated by the think tank team behind the other party, rather than a decision made on a whim. Take the first mobile phone lottery event, which seemed to lose tens of billions. But it made a name for itself, increased downloads and daily active users, and at the same time, the large number of cash coupons issued bound users. After all, habit is a very terrible thing. But if a user is used to shopping at Sunday Mall, he is a loyal user of Sunday Mall. Besides, this Double 11 seems to be another wasteful behavior, but it has stepped on Taobao and JD.com in one fell swoop, and also gained reputation and popularity. Some things are afraid of overinterpretation. If Gao Yan knew what Boss Zhang was thinking, he would definitely laugh. Whether it was a mobile phone lottery event or this 20 billion subsidy, wasn't it a decision he made on a whim? Such behavior, no company dares to do so, and it is impossible to make up its mind in a short time. But Gao Yan is a dog tycoon. Hundreds of billions are nothing to him. Gao Yan got into Boss Zhang's car directly. The other party's car was not luxurious, just a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 1 million. After all, Byte is still a developing company. However, Gao Yan did not show any disdain or dissatisfaction, which made Boss Zhang relieved. Along the way, Gao Yan and Boss Zhang had a good chat. Although he has not even graduated from college yet, he will learn some knowledge every day. At the same time, he has a memory of the general trend in the next 5 years. Maybe he can't talk about professional and details as well as Boss Zhang, but no one can compare with him in grasping future trends unless the other party is reborn. Because Gao Yan has a request not to appear on camera. Therefore, this signing is very low-key. The contract was signed twice. One was that Ice and Snow Investment acquired 15% of Byte's shares for $1.65 billion, and the other was that Byte took 10% of the shares in exchange for 10% of Xingchen Network's shares. When the signing was completed, the senior executives of Byte applauded, because they all felt that they had made a lot of money. After all, ByteDance market value is only $11 billion, and Sunday Mall has never received investment, so it has no valuation. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that Sunday Mall's market value is at least $30 billion. This is the case when Gao Yan spent money twice, otherwise, the valuation of Sunday Mall would be higher. After the signing was completed, Boss Zhang personally took Gao Yan to visit ByteDance. And at noon, Gao Yan was invited to a banquet in the cafeteria of ByteDance. By the way, Boss Zhang, I have already said hello to Xingchen Entertainment. And they should contact you soon. After the meal, Gao Yan suddenly mentioned it when he was chatting with boss Zhang. Don't worry, Mr. Gao will definitely not regret what he promised. Boss Zhang looked very relieved. After chatting for a while, Gao Yan said goodbye, and Feng Bing drove him to a building. Entering the building, he went all the way to the 14th floor, to a company called Greenvine Investment Consulting. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? When the two girls at the front desk saw Gao Yan coming, their expressions were brightened and their eyes were slightly shining. I'm here to find someone. I'll make a phone call first. Gao Yan smiled politely at the two girls at the front desk, took out his mobile phone and called Lu Hani. He didn't want to be like the protagonist in some novels, who had a mobile phone but didn't use it, but had to bother the security guard or the front desk. He also labeled them as being dog-eyed and looking down on others. After the call, Gao Yan chatted with the two front desk staff for a few words. Lu Hani, who was dressed in professional attire, couldn't help but have a happy smile on her face when she saw Gao Yan, and asked, "Why are you here?" "I just happened to be in the capital for business, so I stopped by to see how your company is doing?" Gao Yan replied. "Come in, I'll show you around my company." "Why?" As soon as the two left, the two girls at the front desk couldn't help but started talking in a low voice. Xiaoqin, my eyes are not blurry, the boss actually smiled. No flowers, I saw it too, and her smile comes from the heart. This handsome guy can make the boss smile so happily. Could he be her boyfriend? Then she's not running away, she must be. Our boss is an iceberg beauty. Look at who she has smiled at before. Yes, that is definitely the case, but the young man just now is also quite handsome and has a very good temperament. He is worthy of our boss. Lu Hani's company is not big. Just over 200 square meters. After visiting the company, Lu Hani took him to the office. What to drink? Lu Hani asked. Just bring me a bottle of mineral water, Gao Yan said. After receiving the mineral water from Lu Hani, Gao Yan asked, what projects is your company running? Speculating in A shares and making digital currencies, Lu Hani said. How's the profit? Gao Yan asked again. It's not bad, I've already made more than 30 million yuan in profit, and the digital currency I purchased has been doing well recently. According to the memory of the next 5 years of system rewards, the current stock market situation seems to be very good, but in fact it is already in flames and will plummet in December. At the same time, digital currencies will also be banned by the country in 2017. What's wrong? Seeing Gao Yan's different expression, Lu Hani asked. Don't you think the current stock market is too crazy? Gao Yan said. You mean the stock market is about to reach its peak? Lu Hani's sense of smell was also quite sensitive, and she immediately understood Gao Yan's meaning. Time to cool down. The words are profound and authentic. Actually, I also have this guess, but I'm just not sure. Now that I hear what you say, I'm even more sure. It will be fine if you quit before December. Finally, Gao Yan reminded Lu Hani, also, digital currency lacks control and the country will not recognize its legality. I predict that in the next year or two, the country will issue a document banning digital currency transactions. As the saying goes, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. Although Gao Yan's investment in Byte and the exchange of shares were kept quite low-key, but the news had spread in the circle in one afternoon. Although Byte is a new internet force, anyone with a little insight knows that Byte has unlimited potential. Therefore, many people are eyeing Byte. Al Group. The failure of the Double 11 war made Boss Ma a little depressed, but after a day of adjustment, he was discussing countermeasures with the think tank. Suddenly, the secretary hurried to Boss Ma and whispered in his ear. Upon hearing the news, Boss Ma's mood instantly became worse. Then, he said to the think tank, "Just received news that Ice and Snow Investment has won 15% of Byte's shares. At the same time, Byte and Sunday Mall cross-hold 10% of their shares." Upon hearing this, the think tanks present changed their colors. A member of the think tank asked, "Boss, what is the origin of Ice and Snow Investment? Many people are eyeing Byte. But Byte's boss Zhang will not let anyone get on board easily. Even their AL and Penguin have been rejected. How can Ice and Snow Investment actually take 15% of Byte's shares? Behind Ice and Snow Investment is Gao Yan." Boss Ma said helplessly. "It's Gao Yan." Someone exclaimed, "Doesn't it mean that Gao Yan owns 25% of Byte's shares?" The rise of Byte's Tushio news, to be honest, is beyond many people's expectations. After all, it's just a news app. What's so great about it? Isn't it just turning the original news website into an app? It wasn't until Tushio successfully gained a large number of users with its unique algorithm and push that everyone came to their senses and realized that they had made a mistake. When they want to get on board or want to copy this model, the other party has already given them no chance. It's probably very difficult to suppress Sunday Mall now. A think tank member sighed because Sunday Mall rose too quickly. It doesn't have its own traffic pool. Therefore, there are bottlenecks in development. But now, Gao Yan has obtained 25% of Byte's shares, and Byte has become the traffic pool of Sunday Mall. Then, Sunday Mall has made up for the shortcoming of traffic. To do the internet, technology is very important, but it also needs the support of traffic. Without traffic, no matter how good the technology is, it is difficult to stand out, unless you are extremely lucky. After all, it is difficult to develop a technology, but it is not that difficult to copy. Even if you are the first to master a certain internet technology, others have money and people, and they can quickly develop technology with similar functions, and then use the financial advantage to kill the original with a copycat. Such examples are everywhere. For example, the stealing vegetable game was originally created by the campus network team. Let's get back to the topic. Boss Ma pondered for a while and made a suggestion. Is it possible for us to invest in Sunday Mall? Sunday Mall has risen very quickly, but it lacks foundation. On the other hand, Al has a large reserve of talents, as long as Sunday Mall accepts them. He was confident that he could eat up the Sunday Mall and change the name of Sunday Mall to Al. When they heard the suggestion from Boss Ma, all the think tanks were brightened and calculated the feasibility of this matter. Finally, after some discussion, the think tanks finally came up with several feasible suggestions. Similarly, JD.com's Lou also received the news. But his reaction was not big. He lost miserably in this Double 11. Gao Yan's investment in ByteDance is believed to have more headaches than him. I believe that Boss Ma will not be indifferent. Anyway, he is already the third child. Even if he kills the Sunday Mall, he can't be the boss. Greenvine Investment Consulting Company. General Manager's Office. Lu Hani is thinking seriously about digital currency. Digital currency is indeed difficult to control. Because it is a virtual thing, it has no actual value, and it will also provide great convenience for money laundering and transactions in the underground world. For such things, the country does not have a reason to recognize its legitimacy. I also made a fortune through digital currency before, so I thought it was profitable. It seems that I was also blinded by the benefits. Boss Gao, the company has only 2 projects, and these 2 projects will not work in the future. How about you give me some advice and see which project is better for us? Suddenly, Lu Han's eyes fell on Gao Yan, and he said expectantly, "Let's do US stocks." Gao Yan said, "US stocks?" Lu Han frowned slightly and said, "With my small body, I will probably be cut like a leek soon if I enter the US stock market." Gao Yan said, "I have a team doing US stocks. I can ask the team to provide some help in the early stage, but you have to rely on yourself in the later stage." Lu Han's eyes lit up, "Thank you." The Lu family also investigated the source of Gao Yan's funds, but they didn't find anything. They only knew that a large amount of Gao Yan's funds came from overseas US stocks or futures markets. Gao Yan waved his hand, "It's okay, we are friends, I will let my team contact you. To thank you, I will treat you to dinner. I have an appointment." Gao Yan smiled and said, "I have made an appointment with Wu Junlai and the others to have dinner together tonight." When mentioning Wu Junlai, Lu Han felt a little complicated. Wu Junlai was originally her blind date, but after asking Gao Yan to pretend to be her boyfriend, the marriage plan between the Lu family and the Wu family failed. Whether this boyfriend is real or fake, Wu Junlai should hate Gao Yan. What was the result? The 2 of them played together, which surprised many people. What's more incredible is Gao Yan and Wu Junlai started selling kidney-tonifying medicinal wine. At the beginning, many of the older generation had opinions on this matter. But after experiencing the benefits of kidney-tonifying medicinal wine, they didn't say anything on the surface, but they probably had to say it in their hearts. In the evening of that day, Gao Yan drove to a more secret restaurant. From the outside, this restaurant looks like a larger farm, but after entering, you will know that there is another world. "Brother Yan, here we come." Wu Junlai brought 7 little brothers to greet Gao Yan. But Gao Yan found that they all seemed to be in low spirits. Gao Yan couldn't help but ask with a smile, "What's wrong with you? Why are you all so listless? Did you get punished?" "Oh, it's hard to explain. You'll know when you go in," Wu Junlai said weakly. Then the group walked towards the box. When they stepped into the box, Gao Yan instantly understood why Wu Junlai and his group had that expression. It turned out that there was an extremely beautiful woman sitting in the box. And this woman was Wu Junlai's sister Wu Chaoyue. "Sister Wu, I haven't seen you for a while. Your demeanor has become more dignified and majestic. No wonder they are like mice seeing a cat when they see you." Wu Junlai and others were afraid of Wu Chaoyue, but he had nothing to fear. Instead, he started to tease her as soon as they met. Upon hearing this, Wu Junlai and his group were all shocked. They didn't expect Gao Yan to be so tough, but when they thought that Gao Yan was a Dan Jing Grandmaster, they felt relieved. No matter how scary Wu Chaoyue was, she was still an ordinary person. They were afraid of Wu Chaoyue for 3 reasons. First, they could not defeat him. Second, he had a pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts, and his mouth was very poisonous. Just a few words from him could make them feel ashamed. As for why Gao Yan would choke a woman with his words whenever they meet, it's not that he is too petty. Instead, he used his inside eye to check Wu Chaoyue's friendliness when he entered the box. After the last verbal confrontation at bar 13, the other party suffered a heavy loss, and the only 10 points of friendship were immediately cleared. Later, Gao Yan also gave Wu Chaoyue 2 bottles of medicinal wine. He even cooperated with Wu Junlai to sell kidney-tonifying medicinal wine, allowing Wu Junlai to make a lot of money. It stands to reason that the conflict between the two should be resolved. Right? But what Gao Yan didn't expect was that Wu Chaoyue's friendliness towards him was actually -10. From this point of view, Wu Chaoyue was not very ambitious. It doesn't mean that she doesn't hate herself because she has a good relationship with her brother. And today, Wu Jun came to wait for someone to pick him up and wash away his dust. Wu Chaoyue came uninvited, and it was clear that he was just for the purpose of irritating others. Since you're here to challenge me, don't blame me for choking you. Wu Chaoyue's face turned ugly when she heard Gao Yan's words. The other party seemed to be praising her, but in fact he was hurting her. Calling her Sister Wu implies that she is older. As for being dignified and majestic, it seems to be a compliment, but it is mainly used to praise a married woman who can run a household. But she is not married yet, so using such words to praise her is not a compliment, but a ridicule. So Wu Chaoyue counterattacked, the same goes for Mr. Gao. We haven't seen him for a while, but he is becoming more eloquent, but he is a little too fussy. Facing Wu Chaoyue's ridicule, Gao Yan smiled disapprovingly. Sister Wu, you have wronged me. I was praising you. Don't misunderstand me. What, do you dare to do it or not? Wu Chaoyue sneered. Fortunately, you are still a young grandmaster. It seems that you are not worthy of your reputation. The clairvoyance was used again, and the friendliness dropped directly to -20 points. Since you know that I am the Grand Master, do you still dare to challenge me? As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan took a step forward, and an aura belonging to the peak of his Danjin erupted, charging towards Wu Chaoyue. Suppressed by Gao Yan's momentum, Wu Chaoyue suddenly turned pale, her pretty face turned pale, and even her breathing became rapid. At the same time, a great fear arose in my heart. It was as if Gao Yan in front of him had transformed into a 100-foot-tall giant, and she had become an ant. With just one movement of raising her hands and feet, she could be shattered to pieces. Don't want. Wu Chaoyue shouted subconsciously. Gao Yan also took advantage of the situation and calmed down his momentum. He was too lazy to argue with Wu Chaoyue and directly used his momentum to suppress her. Otherwise, with this woman's temperament, she would probably be disgusted with him in the future. Sister, are you okay? Seeing Wu Chaoyue's condition, Wu Junlai shouted with concern. It's okay. Wu Chaoyue's face turned red and she said, and then she grabbed the bag she had put aside, I have something else to do, so I won't have dinner with you. I'm leaving now. Seeing Wu Chaoyue running away in a slightly embarrassed manner, everyone present felt a little confused. After all, Gao Yan's aura was only aimed at Wu Chaoyue. Brother Yan is so powerful, you are the only one who can control her. Jing. Xiafei gave Gao Yan a thumbs up. That's right, as expected of Brother Yan, you are my idol. Yin Lu also said, with a smile. Brother Yan, is my sister okay? But Wu Junlai asked worriedly. She's fine. She'll have a nightmare tonight at most. Gao Yan smiled, but... Come on, Jun, why do I feel that your sister is quite hostile to me? Do you know what's going on? Why? Wu Junlai sighed helplessly, my sister has been strong since she was a child. And she is also one of the most outstanding people among the younger generation. Most men can only keep up with her, so she has developed an attitude that is not willing to suffer. Character, last time at 13 bar. You suppressed her. If word hadn't spread, she might have stopped. Having said this, he glared at Yin Lu, Jing Xiaofei and the others. These guys didn't keep their mouths shut and publicized the matter, which made my sister feel very embarrassed. Although she has dealt with these guys, she has always wanted to regain face from you, so when she knew you were coming to the capital, she immediately dropped other things and rushed over. So that's it. Gao Yan suddenly said, okay, let's not mention this matter. Let's sit down to eat and drink. Other side. Wu Chaoyue had already run back to the car. She twisted her body uncomfortably. The blush on her face became more and more obvious, but there was a deep hatred in her eyes. Because she was so frightened that she peed. Fortunately, her relatives had not left in the past 2 days. Otherwise, she would have been even more humiliated today than last time. When she thought of this, many ways of revenge flashed through her mind. But immediately she felt a little discouraged, because these methods of revenge are still useful to ordinary people, but if they are used against Gao Yan, they can't help him. After all, this guy is a young grandmaster. Moreover, this guy has a bit of lawlessness. He not only injured Dan Jin of the Armed Forces Administration Bureau, he even attacked Su Long. If Director Luo of Bureau S hadn't arrived in time with his people, it is estimated that Su Long will also suffer a big loss. But we can't let this matter go like this. Wu Chaoyue secretly said. In the box. Without Wu Chaoyue's presence, the atmosphere quickly became lively. This restaurant may seem a bit remote, but the dishes and wine produced are very delicious and authentic. Therefore, this meal took more than 2 hours. Brother Yan, let's change the scene and continue drinking. Lord Wu came. Going to a bar? Gao Yan asked. It's not a bar, it's a club. Wu Junlai lowered his voice and whispered in Gao Yan's ear. Forget it, I don't like this tune. Gao Yan waved his hand, and Wu Jun came to the club he mentioned to invite many popular female stars. If you really don't want to go, I specially arranged XX for you. Wu Jun came to seduce. Forget it, enjoy it yourself. Gao Yan is really not pretending to be innocent. He does not deny that he is an LSP, but he is still not interested in those with lower special values, even female celebrities. What's more, isn't Qin Yusen also a popular female star, and she was trained by him? Okay, since you're not interested, let's find a place to drink tea and chat. Alright. Then the group found a tea room, drank tea, and chatted until 11:30. Before they dispersed. The next day, Gao Yan called Lu Hani and Wu Junlai and took a plane back to Nandu. And rushed to attend Yi Haiba's son's full moon wine. Gao Yan was able to buy Lingxi Garden, and Yi Haiba helped a lot. He had said before that he would give a big red envelope, so he gave him a jade pendant worth millions. However, Yi Haiba, an old boy, is quite resourceful. The youngest son gave birth to him to have a full moon feast, and the first wife actually appeared at the scene. His wife seemed to have a smile on her face, but when she looked at the mother and son, a look of resentment flashed across her face. For this reason, he also tactfully reminded Yi Haiba to prevent it from turning into a tragedy later. However, Yi Haiba didn't take it seriously, saying that his wife wouldn't care. About it because his wife couldn't give birth. Since Shi Haiba himself didn't care, Gao Yan didn't bother to say anything else. After eating Yi Haiba's son's full moon wine, Gao Yan drove to Xingchen Network. But on the way, I received a call from the squad leader Su Lingfeng. "Hey, Boss Gao, where are you now?" As soon as he heard Su Lingfeng's tone, Gao Yan felt that something was wrong. "What's wrong, Lao Su? Is something wrong?" Su Lingfeng said, "You have been skipping classes during this period, and you were reported to the Academic Affairs Office." Gao Yan frowned. "What do you mean by skipping class?" "I have asked for leave." "You forgot, your request for leave was basically made up after the fact. Because of this incident, I also suffered a lot." Su Lingfeng said, a little depressed. "There are classes this afternoon. If you are in Nandu, just come back to class quickly to avoid being caught." "Thank you, Lao Su, I'll treat you to dinner another day," Gao Yan said. Gao Yan didn't take this matter too seriously, and the solution was quite simple. As long as he said that he had mastered all the knowledge for this semester and conducted another assessment, the school would naturally not embarrass him again or donate some money to the school. In fact, it is a very common phenomenon for college students to skip classes, because university teachers all hold the idea of taking the teacher into the door to cultivate and practice according to the individual. It's not like the teachers in high school who chase you to learn. Therefore, high school teachers feed their students, but college teachers just don't like to eat. Of course, if you skip class, you won't fail the class. If you fail, hey, don't blame the school for being rude. "Xiao Hong, investigate and find out who reported me," Gao Yan ordered. Soon, the Red Emperor investigated and found out that the informant turned out to be Zhou Yuchao's little Kanami. Last time this guy disgusted him, he used a channeling card to directly transform Zhou Yuchao into Splatoon. How long had it passed before the opponent actually jumped out again? "Forget it, let's send him to the hospital to stay for a while." Although Zhou Yuchao's behavior did not cause any substantial harm to Gao Yan, it was quite offensive. Therefore, Gao Yan decided to use a bad luck card on him. It is worth mentioning that the monthly system evaluation was completed in the early hours of last night. If there were no restrictions, he should be able to gain 3 A-level ratings by killing Sun Tong, the leader of the Blood God cult. Killing 4 guardians can also gain 4 A-level ratings. Killing dozens of Blood God cult transformation envoys will earn you at least 10 A-level ratings. In terms of commercial income, it has also achieved at least 10 A-level ratings. However, the system has limitations, and a maximum of 10 A-level ratings can be obtained. Gao Yan directly exchanged 10 A-level ratings into 10 top draws, and then merged them into 2 super draws. There are also 3 opportunities to open blind boxes. He didn't use it either, waiting to find Qian Bauer to help him open it. After all, a person's luck is limited. Last time classmate Xiao Zhua helped him draw 3 purple cards, he probably won't have such good luck. Therefore, this time he planned to ask Qian Bauer to help drive it. After coming to Xingchen Network, Gao Yan convened a meeting with senior officials. The meeting mainly talked about 2 things. The first thing was that the investment company under his name took 15% of the shares of Bit Group. At the same time, he also used 10% of the shares of Sunday Mall and Bit Group. Tuples are exchanged. In the future, although the 2 companies will not be considered a family, they will also be close partners. But the specific cooperation plan still needs to be discussed between the Company and bite group. The second thing is to give everyone a bonus. The specific amount will be discussed and decided by the senior management. After the meeting, Gao Yan came downstairs. The last time I came here, Qian Bauer was not in the company. This time, Gao Yan specifically checked with his insightful eye and found that the other party was staying in the company. So amid greetings from game company employees, I arrived at Qian Bauer's office. Why are you here? Isn't it okay for me to come see my girlfriend? Gao Yan said with a smile. TCH, you still know that I am your girlfriend. How long have we not seen each other? Qian Bauer said a little dissatisfied. It's my fault. I will come to see you often in the future, but when you miss me, you can also call me. Gao Yan stepped forward and hugged the other party's shoulders. The devil misses you. Really don't want to? In no mood. Woo. While lowering his head, Gao Yan sealed Qian Bauer's lips. He didn't let go of Qian Bauer until her breathing became rapid, and then continued to ask, Do you want to? In no mood. That's not enough kissing. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan leaned forward again. After kissing 3 times in a row, Qian Bauer changed his tune until his lips were a little swollen. Your bad guys always bully others as soon as they come here. Qian Bauer's small fist landed on Gao Yan's chest. Feeling tired, Gao Yan grabbed Qian Bauer's finger and pointed it toward the void. Take your finger and use it. What are you doing? Qian Bauer looked at Gao Yan strangely. Do it again. You're crazy. The last time. Are you okay? Qian Bauer looked at Gao Yan with some suspicion. Haha, you blow on my fist. Gao Yan clenched his fist and said. I don't want it, you childish devil. Come on. Qian Bauer couldn't stand it anymore and blew perfunctorily. Then Gao Yan opened his fists and palms, revealing an extra jewelry box. Open it and take a look. At Gao Yan's urging, Qian Bauer opened the box, and inside lay a crystal clear jade pendant. Give it to me? Do you want me to give it to another woman? Gao Yan joked. You dare. Help me put it on. Yes. Gao Yan picked up the jade pendant and gently helped Qian Bauer hang it around her neck. Does it look good? Qian Bauer asked. Looks good. Looks good. Gao Yan nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, Qian Bauer noticed that Gao Yan's eyes were different, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. What are you looking at? Didn't you tell me to look at it? But I told you to look at the jade pendant, not at that place. Qian Bauer said with a blushing face. Gao Yan stayed in Qian Bauer's office for another half an hour before leaving. It was not that he didn't want to stay a little longer, but Su Lingfeng sent him several messages. Tell him to go back to school quickly, and the people from the academic affairs office will come back to inspect during class later. However, Gao Yan and Qian Bauer agreed to go to her house for dinner tonight. Come to the car downstairs. Gao Yan couldn't help laughing. Like Xiaozhua, Qian Bauer was also very lucky. He opened 3 times in a row, and all of them were purple cards. The first purple card was a skill epiphany card. It was very simple. Using this card, one could epiphanize a skill that matched one's own S level or above, and directly reach the maximum level. Last time, Gao Yan used a copy card to copy an SS level skill from the Dharma image. However, the one he copied was not at the maximum level, but only at the level of the Dharma image's cultivation. Moreover, this mind tip was a secret of Shaolin Once it was exposed, it might attract the pursuit of Shaolin masters. Although he was not afraid, it was a trouble after all. But now with the skill epiphany card, he could epiphanize his own S-level skill. If he was lucky, he could also epiphanize an SS-level skill. Skill epiphany card, 3 cards in stock, priced at 10 billion. Naturally, there was nothing to hesitate about. Buy them all. The second purple card also made Gao Yan even more happy. The only regret was that there was only 1 card in stock. The second type of purple card is called Life Origin card. After use, one's own life source can be doubled. 1 in stock, priced at 50 billion. To be honest, when he saw the price of this Life Origin card, Gao Yan immediately thought it was too expensive and even suspected that the system was cheating him out of money. But after seeing the function introduction of the card, he felt that it was not expensive at all, but rather cheap. The origin of life is very complicated. Simply put, it includes a creature's lifespan, intelligence, human body, limits, etc. www. For example, human beings are all human beings on a large scale. But there are differences between people. Just like 2 people who grew up in the same environment, their achievements will definitely be high or low, and will never be exactly the same. In addition, their lifespans will also be long and short. Why is this? This involves the origin of life. People with strong life origin have strong lifespan, strong constitution, and high wisdom. People with weak life origins have short lifespans, poor physical constitution, and low intelligence. These are just ordinary people. Among warriors, the gap in the strength of the source of life will be even greater. For example, people from the same martial arts family practice the same techniques, use the same resources, and even have the same people teaching them. But people with strong life origins are destined to improve faster and go further than others. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan spent 50 billion to buy this Life Origin card. Look at the third purple card. This purple card is called the Youth Lock card. After using it, the rate of human aging will be reduced by 10 times. Relatively speaking, this card is not as valuable as the first 2. There are 10 cards in stock and the price is 1 billion. This Youth Lock card cannot be used by oneself, but it can be used by one's woman. Therefore, Gao Yan still spent 10 billion to buy 10 Youth Lock cards. Gao Yan just arrived at the school parking lot. Counselor Fan Xian called him. Gao Yan, where are you? Come to my office quickly. Gao Yan, I've arrived at school, I'll be here soon. Soon, Gao Yan came to Fan Xian's office. Fan Xian said in a somewhat unkind tone, "What's the matter with you? Su Lingfeng notified you to come back to class, but you still haven't come. The Academic Affairs Office has planned to arrest you as a role model." Lao Fan, don't be angry, I can solve this problem. Gao Yan said. Can you solve it? How are you going to solve it? Fan Xian was furious. Let's go to the dean's house. Gao Yan said. What do you want to do? Fan Xian said vigilantly. Don't worry, Lao Fan, it's definitely a good thing. So Fan Xian took Gao Yan to the office of Chen Zijing, the dean of the business school. The 2 of them were lucky. Dean Chen is in the office. After being informed by the secretary, they obtained Dean Chen's permission and entered his office. Please sit down. Chen Zijing's tone was kind and authentic. Fan Xian was a little nervous, but Gao Yan was more calm. What's wrong with you 2 coming to my place? The next moment, Chen Zijing asked gently, by the way, what do you want to drink? No need to trouble Dean Chen. Fan Xian waved his hand. Actually, it's not me who has anything to do, it's Gao Yan, who wants to see you. Dean Chen, I plan to donate a sum of money to our business school. Gao Yan said. Are you a current student? Dean Chen asked, curiously. Gao Yan replied, yes, Dean Chen, I am Gao Yan, a junior student in our business school. I am currently starting a business outside and have achieved some success, so I plan to repay my alma mater, so I plan to donate some money. Chen Zijing praised, it's a good thing. Thank you Gao Yan, for your donation. But Vice President Wang is responsible for this matter. So, I'll call Vice President Wang and you can go directly to him. In Chen Zijing's view, even if Gao Yan donated money, he probably wouldn't be able to donate much. It was probably only tens of thousands of yuan, maybe 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, so he didn't take it too seriously. Dean Chen, I plan to donate 10 million. Gao Yan said with a smile. How many? Fan Xian on the side couldn't help but widen his eyes. In fact, he didn't think Gao Yan could donate much money. After all, Gao Yan's milk tea shop was doing well, but it would be good to have an income of more than 10 or 200,000 a month. Coupled with the share of a hot pot restaurant, it should be less than 1 million in 1 month. Gao Yan's business only started last semester, so he really didn't think Gao Yan could donate too much money. Similarly, Dean Chen was also quite surprised. Some asked in disbelief, classmate Gao Yan, tell me again, how much do you donate? 10 million. Gao Yan reiterated. Aren't you kidding? Dean Chen, I can't come here to amuse you on purpose. Gao Yan said with a half smile. What happened next became particularly harmonious. Dean Chen did not mention Vice Dean Wang again, but personally handled the donation. Gao Yan is also quite crisp and clear. After signing the donation document, the payment will be made immediately. Dean Chen praised Gao Yan fiercely and said that he would hold a donation ceremony. But this was rejected by Gao Yan. He said that he donated money to his alma mater to thank his alma mater for its training, not for the limelight. For a while, Dean Chen admired Gao Yan more and more, and asked him if he had any plans to study for a master's degree. If so, he could apply for his master's degree. Gao Yan went to college just to have a perfect college life. As for graduate school, there was no need for that. So he could only refuse Dean Chen. At the same time, he hinted that his company was busy recently and he might miss more classes, but he said that he would never fail the exam. At this time, Fan Xian also spoke for Gao Yan, saying that Gao Yan not only did not fail every exam, but also had very good test scores. Dean Chen was also a smart person and did not say anything on the spot. But after Gao Yan and Fan Xian left, he immediately arranged for his secretary to inquire about Gao Yan's affairs. When he learned that the teaching department wanted to catch Gao Yan as an example, he immediately called the teaching department. The matter was left unresolved. You are hiding it very well. After leaving the dean's office, Fan Xian said with a complicated tone. Here, take it and smoke it. Gao Yan stuffed a pack of huazi into Fan Xian's hand. If it was before, Fan Xian would definitely not accept it directly, but now he knows that Gao Yan is a big shot, and a pack of cigarettes is nothing, so he accepted it without any burden. By the way, your donation of 10 million will not affect the operation of your company, right? Fan Xian said with some worry. Don't worry, it won't. By the way, I will treat you and Su Lingfeng to dinner. On Friday night. Are you free? Just find a restaurant in the school. Fan Xian thought about it. For such a promising student, Fan Xian also wanted to build a good relationship. Maybe it will be useful one day in the future. Okay, I'll call you on Friday. After separating from Fan Xian, Gao Yan activated the Insight Eye to search for Zhou Yuchao's whereabouts. This guy is playing basketball on the basketball court now. So Gao Yan went straight to the basketball court and used a bad luck card on him. At this moment, Zhou Yuchao was dribbling the ball. Just as he was about to break through the blockade, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. With a bang, Zhou Yuchao was knocked away. He felt stars in his eyes, his nose ached, and at the same time, he felt two hot streams coming out of his nostrils.